In the early morning, Ling Xu had been slumped on the toilet for half an hour, his mind in a chaotic state. The sensation of his soul being torn apart and forcibly reassembled was almost unbearable, as countless unfamiliar memories surged in like a tide, making him feel as if he had suddenly lived an extra 20 years. After blinking several times, his vision finally cleared and his consciousness began to stabilize. He remembered staying up all night playing games, and then eating a Wall's burger that had been left out all night, which led to unbearable stomach pain, sending him rushing to the bathroom. But now, the stomach pain was gone, though his mind was in turmoil. As he reached for toilet paper, he realized the roll was empty. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and a black and red Gothic Lolita handed him a new roll of paper, saying sweetly, "Master, here's the paper you wanted." Her voice was like a spell, instantly calming the chaos in Ling Xu's mind. The pain in his consciousness faded, and his thoughts became clear again. "Holy," he muttered in shock, only able to utter those words. Moments later, Ling Xu stood at the sink, cold water dripping down his face as his memories gradually sorted themselves out. He was still himself, but the world had changed drastically. 200 years ago, a parasitic plane called the virtual world appeared, attempting to devour reality. Virtual rifts opened worldwide, unleashing countless monsters, and 90% of humanity perished in the ensuing catastrophe. It wasn't until the emergence of spirit envoys, a special group capable of forming contracts with spirit entities, that the invaders were repelled and civilization was rebuilt. Ling Xu was one such spirit envoy. He turned to the black-haired, reedy Gothic Lolita, his contracted spirit. The little girl was about 1.3 meters tall, with twin ponytails and dressed in a black and red Lolita outfit, incredibly cute. As he observed her, an information panel appeared in his view. Gluttony. Unnamed. Soul compatibility. 20. Gluttony level. LV.1. Gluttony value. 0-100. Special ability devourer. As long as she is strong enough, she can eat anything. Description: a small body with a big space, never full, will fall asleep when too hungry. Please feed before use. System. Ling Xu tried moving his gaze away, and the panel disappeared. When he looked back at the Lolita, it reappeared. With a thought, he made the panel vanish entirely. It seemed to be controllable. "What's your name?" he asked gently. "I don't know. Master hasn't given me one." She shook her head. After a moment of thought, Ling Xu decided, "Since you represent gluttony, let's call you Tao Tai." "Tao Tai understands," she nodded, and the system immediately updated her name. Ling Xu then explored the system functions, clicking on the soul compatibility option to learn that it determined how much of the contracted spirit's power could be utilized. Clicking on gluttony value, he discovered that engaging in corresponding behaviors of the 7 sins would increase the value, and reaching the limit would upgrade the contracted spirit, who would then temporarily fall asleep. The 7 deadly sins. So I have 6 more contracted spirits. Ling Xu speculated. Yes, the system confirmed. A new interface displayed, showing 6 silhouettes of Lolitas wrapped in red chains, marked as locked. Your mental strength is too low to control 2 contracted spirits simultaneously. Increase your mental strength to unlock them. Ling Xu's personal panel then expanded. Host, Ling Xu. Mental strength level, 1. Soul quality progress, 0. Contracted spirit, Tao Tai. Gluttony value, 0-100. Spirit ability, overlimit. Overlimit. When used, the contracted spirit gains power beyond its limit, with the increase depending on mental strength. Spirit ability, a rare trait among spirit envoys. If spirit envoys were 1 in 1,000 lucky individuals, those with a spirit ability were 1 in a million. After spending some time getting a general understanding of the system, Ling Xu put it away and turned his attention to the creature beside him, a Tao Tai. The little girl blinked her big, watery eyes, pointing at her pink lips with her right index finger, looking like she was waiting to be fed. "Master, I'm hungry." Ling Xu sighed, dragging his weary steps out of the bathroom and into the small kitchen. As he opened the refrigerator door, a cold breeze hit him, and the empty shelves inside served as a harsh reminder of his current predicament. "I almost forgot. I'm broke now, even a month behind on rent." Ling Xu chuckled bitterly, recalling the past 2 weeks of surviving on instant noodles. As memories became clearer, a life story not originally his own unfolded in his mind. Ling Xu, a 20-year-old college student with good looks, living parents, and a girlfriend, seemingly had a bright future. However, 6 months ago, his father was diagnosed with cancer due to years of excessive smoking, drinking, and overwork. The family spent all their savings and even had to sell their house to cover the high medical expenses. Now, apart from medical bills, all their expenses were sustained by debt. To make matters worse, a month ago, his girlfriend of 6 months betrayed him. Ling Xu knew well that she left because he lost his financial support and missed the awakening age limit of 20. With the dual blow of family and relationship troubles, he had shut himself in this rented room for half a month, not seeing the light of day. "This loser isn't me, just another version of myself in a parallel world." Ling Xu clenched his fists. Ling Xu, how can you give up because of such a fickle woman? Our parents are still waiting for us to support them. Hiding here and wasting away will only worry Mom more, who's taking care of Dad in the hospital. He touched his thin wallet and counted the remaining cash 185 yuan. He looked down at the obedient Tao Tai standing beside him, and the little girl intuitively looked up, meeting his gaze. Master, I'm not hungry anymore. Through the bond of their contract, Tao Tai sensed her master's plight. She slowly and haltingly explained, I'm not human, so not eating. Won't kill me. I'll just want to sleep. Really? Ling Xu's eyes lit up. With one less mouth to feed, the living expenses could last until next month. He calculated quietly that this time could be used to find some part-time jobs, so he wouldn't have to ask his mom for living expenses anymore, easing the family's burden. Given the current family debt and the fact that his parents have no income, Ling Xu, as the only breadwinner, has to be very frugal. I'm not that hungry. I'll wait until the afternoon to eat, he reassured himself. Suddenly, a conspicuous message appeared in his view. Gluttony value 5, current gluttony value 5100. The 7 sins value can actually go negative? Ling Xu frowned. With the little money I have, I'm afraid my score will hit 100 before it ever reaches 100. A thought crossed his mind. If the 7 sins value drops to 100, will it affect the power of the contract spirit? He then let out a cold laugh. This system is really twisted, forcing people to be bad. Anger requires more rage, sloth means doing nothing, and gluttony requires binge eating. Indulging in the 7 deadly sins to get stronger. It's like a self-discipline system turned upside down, now asking me to indulge my desires. As he was about to leave, a note slipped through the door and landed right on Tao Yi's face. Tao Tai let out a soft yeah and removed the note. Ling Xu took it and saw it was a utility bill notice. If the overdue 35 yuan from last month wasn't paid, the water and electricity would be cut off tomorrow. This added more stress to his already tight budget. He crumpled the paper and tossed it away, only to see Tao Tai leap up and swallow it whole. Hey, that's not edible. Ling Xu shouted too late, as Tao Tai had already swallowed it, looking at him with a puzzled tilt of its head. Poor thing is so hungry it's lost its mind, Ling Xu sighed, shaking his head. Walking down the streets of North District in Xiaojing City, Ling Xu observed this world that was both familiar and strange. The dual memories in his mind allowed him to recognize every street and alley, yet also made him acutely aware of the differences from his original world. Gone were the skyscrapers, replaced by buildings generally no taller than 10 stories, possibly to withstand the ever-present threat of virtual realm disasters. However, the level of technology remained familiar, and the existence of the virtual world and contract spirits hadn't altered the trajectory of technological development. It seemed as if his original world had suddenly mutated, and he inexplicably gained memories of a world that hadn't been altered. Entering a noodle shop with Tao Tai, Ling Xu ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles and sat in a corner, sorting through the new memories in his mind. 200 years ago, the virtual world attached itself to the real world like a parasite, continuously eroding this plane. The creatures emerging from the rifts devoured everything, leaving barren lands in their wake. The first great disaster turned 1/5 of the world's land into a forbidden zone, shrinking human living space to less than half its former size. In that chaotic era, only the Huaxia civilization stood firm, a beacon in the darkness. Other human powers faced extinction and are now reborn nations. After nearly a century of effort, the surviving humans established various levels of settlements worldwide to combat the ever-looming threat of disasters. The East China, a level settlement, where Ling Xu resided, was one of the only 2 top-tier settlements in Daxia, sheltering over 300 million Huaxia citizens, and had been stable for over half a century. Even with the fusion of memories from both worlds, Ling Xu struggled to fully accept this perilous world where death could strike at any moment. A single misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Ling Xu made a startling discovery. Could his contracted spirit actually be a creature from the void realm? This thought was confirmed at the noodle shop. He watched as Tao Tai gnawed at the edge of a bowl, swallowing the chopsticks along with it, leaving a messy table behind. Young man, why is your sister eating the bowls and chopsticks too? What kind of iron teeth does she have? The noodle shop owner said with a pained expression, looking at the table covered in broth and broken porcelain. The owner was a kind-looking man in his 50s, with mostly white hair. My apologies, I'll compensate you, Ling Xu said, nodding and bowing repeatedly, silently hoping the owner would charge him less. The owner waved his hand dismissively. Since you're a student, there's no need to pay. But is your sister's teeth okay? No worries, she's fine, Ling Xu quickly reassured him. Tao Tai, standing beside him, bowed her head in shame and quietly swallowed the remaining porcelain pieces. With a sigh, the owner swept the fragments into a trash can and returned to the kitchen. After leaving the noodle shop, Ling Xu stopped and carefully examined the little girl beside him. Is your stomach okay? He asked. Eating paper was one thing, but now even bowls. This was exactly like the legendary Void Realm creatures. known to swallow even stones. Tao Tai doesn't have a stomach, the little girl replied, innocently patting her belly. Tao Tai can eat anything. Her pure demeanor instantly triggered Ling Xu's protective instincts. Through the mental connection from their contract, Ling Xu could clearly sense Tao Ye's presence. He finally understood that gluttony meant truly eating everything. It seemed that in the future, her diet need not be limited to human food. Even roadside plants and trees could be her meals. As they strolled leisurely down the street, a sudden scream of terror erupted in the distance. Soon, a chorus of screams spread across the street, and a chaotic crowd came rushing towards Ling Xu. Looking towards the source of the commotion, Ling Xu saw a dark rift, twisting space and light, appear in the sky about 20 meters away. The rift resembled a giant eye slowly opening, spanning over 10 meters. In the next moment, a massive tentacled monster crawled out of the rift. 3 tentacles, as thick as giant rubber hoses, each with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters at their widest, extended from the creature. At the center was a tumor-like mass the size of an elephant, with a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. Even more horrifying, the mouth was lined with numerous small tentacles, each ending in a tiny eyeball. Under the watchful gaze of dozens of eyes, the tentacles fed everything in sight into the giant mouth. With each item devoured, the creature's size visibly expanded. The piercing sound of sirens filled the air as the fleeing crowd rushed past Ling Xu. Realizing this was no time to stand and watch, Ling Xu quickly picked up Tao Tai and prepared to escape with the crowd. At that moment, Tao Tai suddenly extended her small hand, pointing at a creature from the void not far away, and said in a childish voice, "Master, I want to eat that." Oh my goodness, we used to be the ones getting eaten. Ling Xu thought to himself, but he had no time to entertain Tao Ye's whimsical desires. Relying on his excellent physical abilities, he ran desperately. Suddenly, the world seemed to slow down. Ling Xu's vision expanded, his breathing and heartbeat stretched like a rubber band, though his mind remained sharp. The pedestrians on the street vanished without a trace, and everything was enveloped in an exquisite gray-black hue. Worse still, the tentacle monster that had been rampaging in the distance suddenly appeared above the noodle shop. Its dozens of tentacles, covered with eyes, all locked onto Ling Xu, emitting a piercing shriek. A massive tentacle swooped down toward Ling Xu. In the nick of time, Ling Xu clutched Tao Tai tightly and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. He quickly got to his feet, dodging the relentless tentacle attacks with agile, snake-like movements. But the danger was not over. Time seemed to slow again, and the surrounding world was once more tinged with gray-black. This time, only the tentacle monster moved freely, its attacks fierce and unrelenting. As Ling Xu found himself in a bind, Tao Tai suddenly sprang into action. She pulled apart the neckline of her dress, revealing her collarbone, and a mass of black material enveloped them both. A dark red glow appeared on Tao Ye's chest, with the faint outline of a sword hilt. Ling Xu instinctively grabbed the hilt, feeling a warm current surge through his body. As he pulled the sword free, Tao Ye's human form gradually faded, replaced by a pitch-black tang sword, veined with blood-red patterns. The constraint on time shattered. The tentacle monster's attack struck the black substance, but failed to cause any harm. Ling Xu felt unprecedented lightness in his body, effortlessly leaping several meters high to evade the tentacles, landing safely at a distance. Wow, is this the power of a spirit master? Ling Xu marveled at the surge of power within him. My little girl turned into a sword. Just as he was reveling in this new experience, Tao Ye's voice echoed in his mind. Master, watch out. Ling Xu spun around quickly, only to see the tentacle monster's attack closing in from behind. Ling Xu dodged, but was still grazed by the tentacle. He lost his balance in midair and crashed heavily onto the ground, sliding several meters across the rough surface, his clothes tearing in the process. Hiss, he gasped in pain, but the creature in front of him didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. The thick tentacles attacked like a torrential downpour, their chaotic assault carrying deadly threats. With only street fighting experience, Ling Xu could only dodge clumsily, quickly sustaining injuries, though oddly without feeling much pain. As his body gradually adapted to its enhanced state, Ling Xu stopped his futile dodging. Clutching the Tao Tai tightly in his right hand, he focused his gaze and charged at the incoming tentacles with his blade. The sharp edge sliced through the thick tentacles effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu. So sharp, Ling Xu marveled at the power of the Tao Tai. The inky substance from the hilt surged again, swiftly enveloping and devouring the severed tentacles on the ground. Accompanied by the system prompt Gluttony Value 2, Ling Xu felt a slight boost in strength. This was the Tao Ye's unique ability as the devourer, growing stronger the more it consumed. I can win. With newfound determination, Ling Xu launched a counterattack, deftly using the tentacles as springboards, maneuvering around the creature. Each dodge was precise, leading to a clean cut with the blade, and soon only one intact tentacle remained. The tentacle monster immediately grabbed nearby cars to consume, regenerating its severed limbs within seconds. However, this powerful regeneration was futile against the Taotai. Ling Xu continued to leap among the tentacles, this time targeting the main body. Two dark red flashes of the blade later, the last two tentacles were severed. The creature let out a piercing scream, but it was too late. Ling Xu summoned the Devourer, consuming its core mass and scattered tentacles, completely halting its regenerative ability. The Taoya's digestive power spared no creature from the Void Realm. The battle concluded. Ling Xu's first fight ended perfectly. A flash of light, and the Taotai transformed into a young girl form. Ling Xu's heart still raced, unsure if the Void Realm creature was too weak or if his own strength exceeded expectations. Confirming no new monsters emerged from the rift, Ling Xu left the battlefield with the Taotai. Just 2 minutes later, four individuals in black special uniforms descended from a 10-story building, landing steadily. All that remained was chaos, scattered car debris, and impact marks on the high-rise silently narrating the intense battle that had just occurred. Captain Zhong, looks like someone beat us to it, remarked a short-haired girl chewing gum, her tone slightly disappointed. The chain sword in her hand gradually retracted, eventually becoming a black snake coiled around her arm. Weren't we told there was a candlelight-level shootier tentacle-type Void Realm creature here? Where is it? Asked a blonde man. Zhong Yu, standing in the center, pondered for a moment. Candlelight-level Void Realm creatures are immune to conventional firearms, so it must have been an unregistered spiritual user, and a skilled one at that. Could have been several of them, the blonde man said nonchalantly, arms behind his head. There are plenty of spiritual users not in the Bureau. You never know when they'll awaken. If it's an unregistered spiritual user, we need to find and invite them to join the Bureau, Zhong Yu said, his brow furrowed. The Void Realm is becoming active again. The second catastrophe could strike at any moment. You're worrying too much, Captain, the short-haired girl interrupted. We in the Bureau never know if we'll survive until tomorrow. Newly awakened spiritual users have schools to screen them. It's rare for someone over 20 to awaken. Check the area for any surveillance cameras that might have captured what happened. Yes, they responded in unison. Ling Xu walked into the cramped rental apartment, holding 10 packs of instant noodles. Beside him, the gluttonous Taotai had just enjoyed a feast, increasing its gluttony level by 15 points. This meant she wouldn't need to eat for a while, leaving Ling Xu to only worry about his own sustenance. He glanced around, considering the impending loss of water and electricity at home. These noodles might have to be eaten dry, he thought. With this in mind, he handed over the last of his money to the landlord, barely keeping the utilities running. I need to find a way to make money, Ling Xu sighed, collapsing onto the sofa and pulling out his phone to search for information about this world. The obedient Taotai nestled beside him. Although she had just devoured an entire tentacle monster, her hunger was only temporarily sated. Ling Xu's fingers moved swiftly over the screen, scanning various information. The geographical layout of the world remained the same, with 7 continents and 4 oceans, but in the 200 years since the appearance of the virtual world, the political map had changed drastically. Over 200 countries had shrunk down to just over 20 countries and federations, with Huaxia and the American Federation emerging as the 2 superpowers. While Western Europe remained fragmented, it managed to maintain its status as a power through alliances. Do I still need to learn English? Ling Xu frowned, his frustration level rising by 1. However, upon seeing that the Huaxia language had become an international language on par with English, his mood improved slightly. The screen continued to refresh with information. After the split of the Maozi, the second faction aligned with the European Union, Xioribin, had been defeated in a world war decades ago, and had become a subordinate province of Huaxia, with Tokyo established as a secondary gathering place with stationed troops. Recently, spurred by the Americans, they've begun to stir. When Ling Xu saw the news that the national soccer team won the World Cup, he jumped up from the sofa. At this moment, he was certain he had indeed crossed into a parallel world, and not that his original world had drastically changed. As he looked at the well-behaved Taotai beside him, appreciating at least having a companion, his phone suddenly rang. Startled, Ling Xu dropped his phone onto the sofa. Caller ID, Counselor Zhang Xian. Hello, this is Patrick Star, Ling Xu hesitantly answered, testing the waters. What Patrick Star? You finally picked up, you little brat. I thought you died in that apartment. Zhang Xian's furious voice nearly pierced his eardrums. Teacher, please calm down. Ling Xu immediately adopted a contrite tone. Calm down? Do you know how worried your mother is? She's busy with your father's affairs and can't get away, calling me every day to check on you. You ungrateful child. You should at least ease her mind. You're right, teacher. I was wrong. Ling Xu sincerely admitted his mistake. This attitude seemed to catch Zhang Xian off guard, and she paused. Not feeling down anymore? No more sulking. Women only slowed down my swordplay. Ling Xu muttered to himself, leaning back on the couch. No matter how much I avoid it, the facts won't change, and the difficulties won't disappear. They'll only bring unnecessary trouble to those around me. Teenage love is more about showing off. Just as he was feeling smug about his own words, his counselor's voice from the phone hit him like a cold shower. Who said anything about women? I thought you were down because you hadn't awakened yet at 20. I didn't expect you to be moping over a girl. The counselor's tone grew harsher. Ling Xu, there are so many people who care about you. How can you let a woman get you down? Even the Joker from Gotham would light a cigarette for you. His tone softened a bit. I know you're at an age where emotions are delicate, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. It's understandable to be disappointed and upset if sincere feelings aren't reciprocated. So, make sure you're at school tomorrow. Tomorrow. Ling Xu was considering finding a place to earn some money. He couldn't survive on instant noodles forever. Do you have a problem with that? The counselor's tone brooked no argument. No, no. Louder. Understood, sir. I'll be in class tomorrow. Not just tomorrow. You need to attend regularly from now on. The counselor's tone softened. If you're short on living expenses, just let me know. Don't worry about it. I'm your teacher. Ling Xu felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, sir. If I don't see you at school tomorrow, I'll come to your place and drag you there myself. With that, the counselor hung up. Thinking about returning to school, Ling Xu rubbed his temples. In the original owner's memories, school was suffocating. His ex-girlfriend, Li Xiaoxiao, had not only dumped him in front of everyone, but also quickly got together with Zhao Lu, a classmate. Zhao Lu came from a family that ran a construction company and was also a descendant of a martial arts family. In a world where cracks could appear at any time and buildings were often destroyed by creatures from the void, the construction industry was immensely profitable. A month ago, Zhao Lu awakened in class combat-type contract spirit, becoming the talk of the school. Li Xiaoxiao also awakened a rare class healing-type contract spirit, making her a focus for training. The two flaunted their relationship at school, while Zhao Lu's followers intensified their bullying of Ling Xu. With his father seriously ill, the original owner finally broke down after being ridiculed and fled the school, locking himself in this small rental room in a state of decay. Until a few hours ago, when Ling Xu crossed over and took control of this body. He wanted to mock the original owner's weakness, but then he thought of how, in his original world, he didn't even have a girlfriend, had never held hands with anyone, and hadn't been accepted into any prestigious university. Suddenly, he lost his confidence. Lying back on the couch, Ling Xu continued scrolling through his phone, pondering his situation. He wasn't sure if the original owner was truly gone, as there was no second consciousness in his mind, nor any memories of awakening a contract spirit. But since he was now in control of this body, he figured he should be the one to decide its fate. The next day, at the National University in Xiaojing City, as Ling Xu pushed open the back door of the classroom, the room fell silent for a moment. Having become a reluctant celebrity, over the past 2 weeks, he was already accustomed to the curious and judgmental stares. With a blank expression, he walked across the room, carrying a cloth-wrapped bundle, and headed straight for his usual seat by the window in the back row. Isn't that Ling Xu? He's actually back in class. I thought he had dropped out. Or maybe he's just been hiding out in his apartment. Whispers buzzed throughout the classroom. Ling Xu carefully placed the cloth bundle against the wall. It was the knife form of his contract spirit, Tao Tai. Although he could fully merge it into his body, doing so would excessively drain his spirit energy, so he preferred to keep it in a simple manifested state. Thanks to the physical enhancements from his contract spirit, Ling Xu could clearly hear his classmates' conversations. Honestly, I feel kind of sorry for him. Getting slapped by Li Xiaoxiao in public was bad enough, but now he's constantly bullied by Zhao Lu's lackeys. Yeah, if it were me, I wouldn't dare come back to school. But what can he change by coming back? Most of the students in the classroom were ordinary people without awakened abilities. They had their own grievances against those who looked down on others after awakening, but they didn't dare voice them openly. Trouble, however, was quick to arrive. Don't you know to greet people? Wang Bo, the student at the next desk, suddenly propped his foot up on Ling Xu's desk. Have you forgotten the rules I taught you? Wang Bo was one of Zhao Lu's lackeys. Ever since aligning himself with Zhao Lu, he had become quite the tyrant at school. It wasn't surprising. There were only about 20 awakened individuals in the entire school, most of whom were D or E-ranked non-combat types. Aside from strength talents like Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao, the strongest was merely a cranked awakener. But none of this mattered to Ling Xu anymore. He ignored Wang Bo's provocation entirely, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Wang Bo raised his voice, his anger rising. The noise in the classroom came to an abrupt halt. The loud thud of Wang Bo's foot hitting the desk drew everyone's gaze towards Ling Xu. Master, I'm hungry, can I eat him? Tao Tai couldn't hold back, licking its lips as it asked. Ling Xu gently restrained Tao Tai, thinking to himself, no rush, these two aren't the main course. All right, Tao Tai replied sulkily, quieting down. Ling Xu turned his head expressionlessly, maintaining his silence. He reminded himself inwardly to hold back his laughter. It wasn't the right time yet. Are you pretending to ignore me? Wang Bo shouted angrily, raising his fist to strike, but was held back by 2 boys on either side. Let it go, class is about to start, the teacher's coming, the classmates urged. Seeing a way out, Wang Bo reined in his aggressive demeanor, shrugged, adjusted his clothes, and didn't forget to warn Ling Xu. Wait until after school, you'll get yours. Before long, the class bell rang. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually calmed down. Li Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lu, having awakened as spiritual envoys, were about to transfer to a school specifically for training such individuals. These were their last few days of regular classes. This class was a newly introduced special course at the university, focusing on the current human knowledge of the ethereal world and virtual creatures. Of course, these were the publicly safe content, as the full reality wouldn't be disclosed. Ling Xu treated it as a general science lecture. A middle-aged teacher, sporting a receding hairline and carrying a textbook, entered the classroom. Seeing that the chatter hadn't entirely stopped, he lightly tapped the podium, and the room fell silent. Clearing his throat, he began the lesson. Today, we'll discuss the ethereal world. The virtual realm is an independent world that exists alongside the real world, devoid of rules and full of chaos. When the real world is eroded, void rifts appear, allowing countless virtual creatures to enter our world, feeding on real-world matter. Their growth rate is astounding. Even the weakest insect-like firefly-level virtual creatures can, by consuming enough real matter, grow into terrifying entities capable of destroying a city. The teacher continued. Before the advent of spiritual envoys, humanity could only hide from virtual creatures. Conventional weapons were ineffective against powerful virtual creatures, and nuclear weapons would shrink our living space. It wasn't until the emergence of spiritual envoys that humanity gained the strength to combat virtual creatures, establishing the stable society we have today. This stability has allowed us to focus our research on the ethereal world itself. 90 years ago, our Dachau Bureau of Anomalies sent an elite team of border guards through a 50-meter-wide rift into the virtual realm. They discovered that the inside of the virtual realm mirrored the real world, but only virtual creatures existed there. All plants were lifeless, disintegrating into powder when touched. The virtual realm has no sun, but the sky is a luminous canopy providing a constant light source. In the virtual realm, all human detection methods fail. Worse, prolonged exposure causes mental strain, leading to madness and irreversible transformation into lost ones. This prevents humans from staying in the virtual realm long-term. Additionally, the virtual realm seems to have a life of its own, periodically renewing itself by fully replicating the real world. This renewal cycle is irregular, ranging from a day to 6 months. During each renewal, most rifts in the real world disappear, serving as a critical indicator of the virtual realm's renewal. As for the origins of the ethereal world and virtual creatures, why they've targeted our world, and whether there's a connection between contract spirits and the virtual realm, these remain unsolved mysteries. The class was just halfway through when Ling Xu was intently absorbing the knowledge about this world. As he was about to raise his hand to ask a question, a commotion suddenly erupted from the front row. Kai Shukuan, who had earlier helped him out of a tight spot, was clutching his chest and collapsing to the ground with a contorted expression. The teacher quickly rushed to Kai Shukuan's side to check on him, his previously tense expression suddenly relaxing. He's about to awaken. What? The classroom instantly buzzed with excitement. Students sprang up from their seats, and even students from the neighboring class came rushing to the doorway to peek in. This was their first time witnessing an awakening in person. The teacher swiftly pulled out his phone to contact the school's station personnel from the Bureau of Special Affairs for a contract spirit aptitude assessment. Ling Xu watched Kai Shukuan struggle on the ground without blinking. Recalling his own awakening experience, the intense chest pain, the dizzying influx of memories into his brain, and the fleeting fear that he might become the first unlucky person in history to die at the end of a crossing. About 2 minutes later, Kai Shukuan's movements suddenly ceased, and a blinding light burst from his chest. As the light faded, a fiery red spear adorned with a red tassel appeared out of thin air, hovering in midair. The spear then transformed into a red salamander, which nimbly landed on the ground and affectionately crawled onto Kai Shukuan's cheek, licking him with its tongue. Oh my gosh, a combat-type contract spirit. Even a level aptitude is impressive. I wish I could awaken too. My 20th birthday is just days away. The room erupted with envious chatter. Kai Shukuan gradually regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. When he saw the red creature on him, he instantly realized what had happened. Wow, I did it. He jumped up, shouting excitedly. I'm not just an ordinary person anymore. I'm a spirit bearer. Ha ha. Awakening as a spirit bearer just before turning 20 brought him a joy surpassing even that of passing a major exam. Just then, a voice from outside called out, "Make way, make way." The crowd parted to form a path, and a robust middle-aged man in a black uniform with a Bureau of Special Affairs badge on his chest strode in. He held a special device, scanning the contract spirit on Kai Shukuan's shoulder. Ling Xu could feel a faint wave of spiritual energy. The device's screen prominently displayed the letter B. It's a level aptitude, and the king of 100 weapons, the middle-aged man said. patting Kai Shukuin's shoulder with a satisfied smile. You're quite lucky, young man. My name is Zhongyu, but you can call me Uncle Zhong. In this perilous and chaotic world, who would want to be an ordinary person unable to ensure their own safety? Everyone longed to awaken as a spirit bearer, gaining the favor of the state, earning a generous salary, and defending their homeland. In this world, spirit bearers were the true elites. This year, there are more awakeners than ever before, and their talents are generally high. The proportion of combat-type contract spirits has also reached a new high. In the classroom, Kai Shukuin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked Uncle Zhong, "Does this mean I can skip school and join the Isu Bureau to make big money?" Zhongyu smiled and shook his head. It's a good thought, but it's not that simple. Although the Isu Bureau does offer good benefits, as a military force, we have strict entry standards. I want to join. I have to join. Kai Shukuin nodded repeatedly, afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Haha, don't rush, Zhongyu explained calmly. You need to go through training at the Spirit Master School first, or you'll just be a sitting duck on the battlefield. In a couple of days, someone will take you to Hamo Academy, the only Spirit Master School in our settlement. Thank you, Uncle Zhong. Kai Shukuin couldn't hide his excitement and even felt a bit dazed. He instinctively looked at Ling Xu, who responded with a congratulatory smile. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the crowd, Ling Xu. Ling Xu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lu walking out of the crowd. They had heard someone had awakened and came to see, unexpectedly finding Ling Xu in their class. You know each other? Zhongyu asked. Yes, there's some history, Li Xiaoxiao replied briefly. Zhongyu's gaze fell on Ling Xu, pondering. Why does this kid look so familiar? He looks a lot like the unregistered spirit master from yesterday's surveillance. He keenly sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations around Ling Xu. Zhongyu extended his hand. Young man, I'm Zhongyu, the captain of the Isu Bureau's border guard squad in C District of Xiajing City. You can call me Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong. Ling Xu politely shook hands, realizing that Zhongyu had already discovered his identity. Can we talk later? Although Zhongyu was a bit surprised, he nodded in agreement. After Zhongyu left, just as the teacher was about to restore order, Zhao Lu marched aggressively towards Ling Xu. Beside him, a deep purple fox-shaped contract spirit was faintly visible. Didn't I tell you not to show up in front of me? Zhao Lu said domineeringly. Why don't you listen? Seeing this promising student being so aggressive, even the teacher chose to stay out of it. Kai Shukuin could only stand aside helplessly, as he would soon be training with Zhao Lu. However, to everyone's surprise, the usually silent Ling Xu did not back down this time. He stared directly at Zhao Lu, lightly touching his right hand behind his ear, and coldly said, What are you barking at? What are you barking about? Ling Xu looked coldly at Zhao Lu. I didn't catch that, care to repeat? Even though he hadn't awakened as a spirit master yet, Ling Xu wasn't about to be polite to Zhao Lu. If Zhao Lu truly had the ability, he could try to kill him, but to make him submit? Not a chance. Besides, with Zhao Lu's strength, he might not even be able to harm him. If you want to see who's tougher, I'm game anytime. Ling Xu's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Zhao Lu hadn't expected Ling Xu to be so defiant. Just as he was about to retort, he realized he'd fallen into a verbal trap set by Ling Xu. Oh, my apologies, Ling Xu sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I don't understand dog barks. Go yap somewhere else. With that, he calmly returned to his seat. Kai Shukuin watched in shock. Was this the same Ling Xu he knew? When did he become so bold? Zhao Lu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared daggers at Ling Xu, as if trying to cut him into pieces with his gaze. Fine, very fine, you've got guts. Let's see if you can keep this up in the future. Determined not to lose face in front of his classmates, Zhao Lu resisted the urge to act. Dealing with someone like Ling Xu didn't require him to get his hands dirty. There were plenty of people eager to please him. Ling Xu's good days were numbered. Zhao Lu cast a contemptuous glance at Ling Xu, showcasing his strength. He extended his right hand, allowing his contract spirit to leap onto his palm and crawl up to his neck. After signaling to Wang Bo and the others, he turned and left. Li Xiaoxiao followed suit, pausing to give Ling Xu a disdainful look. To her, Ling Xu was just trying to act tough to get her attention. Too bad. Her gaze would never linger on someone with no prospects. Almost forgot about you. Ling Xu suddenly spoke up. I'm not even interested in dealing with you. Yet here you are, asking for it. Ling Xu wasn't as angry with Zhao Lu, not bothering with such a fool. But Li Xiaoxiao's dismissive attitude infuriated him. He loved seeing women like her get riled up. In college, he often made fervent fans of Little Red Book cry. What did you say? Li Xiaoxiao turned around, incredulous. Did you just call me a tramp? What else are you if not a tramp? Your mom didn't give birth to you as quickly as you switch men, Ling Xu retorted mercilessly. Only Zhao Lu would go for used goods like you. I suggest you get a charging cable. What do you mean? Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily confused. With your USB port look, Ling Xu smirked. You know what kind of hole it is. You. Li Xiaoxiao trembled with anger, barely keeping her composure. Ling Xu, don't kid yourself. No matter how tough you act now, It won't change your embarrassing past. You'll always be an unwanted dog, begging behind me. Foolish woman, your brain's as bad as Zhao Lu's. Ling Xu stopped there, letting the atmosphere speak for itself. He knew they'd embarrassed themselves soon enough. This old trick worked wonders, at least it made him feel good. Thinking she'd hit a nerve, Li Xiaoxiao smugly added, "What's the use of a sharp tongue? Our futures are worlds apart. You'll never amount to more than this." With that, she stormed out of the classroom. The classmates around watched Ling Xu, who seemed like a different person, fall silent and obediently returned to their seats. They secretly admired Ling Xu's courage. Li Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lu, who usually acted superior, were finally called out for their arrogance. Kai Shuquan stood up, patted Ling Xu on the shoulder, and gave him a thumbs up. "Well said. But a man must learn to endure. You'll become a thorn in their side like this." With that, he hurriedly left the classroom, eager to share the news of obtaining a level combat-type contract spirit with his family. The classroom returned to tranquility until the dismissal bell rang. Just as Ling Xu was about to leave, Wang Bo called over 4 or 5 people to block the doorway. The remaining dozen or so classmates were forced to stop, becoming spectators to this confrontation. "Ling Xu, oh Ling Xu, can't you see reality?" Wang Bo sneered. "Just because Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao don't want to deal with you doesn't mean I'll let you go. Now, let's talk about what happened earlier." Just when everyone thought Ling Xu was about to get beaten up again, the object wrapped in white cloth in his hand suddenly flew out and hovered in the air. The cloth fell away, revealing a sword that emitted a dark red glow resembling a Tang horizontal sword, jet black with blood vessel-like red patterns. The hilt was engraved with a fierce demon image, from which the Devourer's dark form emerged, surrounding Wang Bo and his group. "I'm done pretending. I'm revealing my hand." Ling Xu finally smiled. "Master, I'm so hungry." A chilling voice came from Tao Tai. "A talking contract spirit." Wang Bo stuttered, and his accomplices retreated in fear, with one even wetting themselves. The aura from this sword was more terrifying than Zhao Lu's contract spirit. "Ling Xu, let's talk this over. We were just coerced by that bastard Zhao Lu. He said he didn't want to get his hands dirty, so he made us." Before he could finish, Tao Tai flung the one who wet himself out of the classroom, knocking him out cold in the hallway. The black substance continued to tighten, making it nearly impossible for the remaining ones to breathe. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die." 2 more cried out. Ling Xu tossed them out of the classroom as well, leaving only Wang Bo. "Don't struggle. I'm not going to kill you," Ling Xu said calmly, casually throwing Wang Bo into the hallway. With a heavy crash, Wang Bo felt a few bones break. Just a casual blow from a spirit user nearly took a normal person's life. What shocked the onlookers even more was Tao Tai suddenly transforming into a lowly form, obediently holding Ling Xu's hand. Humanoid contract spirits were incredibly rare in the entire Xia, and their holders were invariably top-tier spirit users. This meant Ling Xu was very likely to become the next Su Shou. Ling Xu stepped out of the classroom, placing a foot on Wang Bo's shoulder. "Keep this to yourself. If Zhao Lu finds out, it won't be just a simple lesson." We definitely won't say anything." Wang Bo knelt on the ground, staring at the contract spirit that could transform into a girl, his expression dazed. He finally realized he had kicked the hardest of iron plates and regretted it deeply, now not even having the chance to cling to him. As Ling Xu left the classroom, a boy with strikingly dyed yellow hair was leaning against the corridor wall waiting for him. He wore the same uniform as Zhongyu and had a laid-back demeanor. Seeing Ling Xu come out, he immediately grinned and approached quickly. "Hey there, you must be Ling Xu, right? Is this cute little girl your contracted spirit?" His eyes sparkled with curiosity. "You saw it all just now, didn't you?" Ling Xu replied calmly. He recognized this was the guy who had signaled him earlier outside the classroom not to kill impulsively. Although Wang Bo and his group were indeed despicable, it wasn't enough to warrant their deaths. The lesson they received was enough to haunt them for a lifetime. The yellow-haired boy bent down, looking enthusiastically at Tao Tai. "Haha, it's my first time seeing a human form contracted spirit. How rare. Hello little girl, what's your name?" Tao Tai, however, was startled by his exaggerated actions and hid behind Ling Xu, tugging at Ling Xu's clothes and whispering, "Master, can I eat him?" "Hey, no." The yellow-haired boy immediately jumped back a few steps, having witnessed the terrifying power the little girl had just displayed. Steadying himself, he said seriously, "By the way, I'm Jia Tianyu, a member of the Huadong 11 Gathering Underground Jing City C District Zhongyu's Boundary Guard team. Captain Zhong asked me to wait here for you." Ling Xu then realized he was arranged by Uncle Zhong and reached out to shake hands. "I'm Ling Xu, just call me Ling Xu." "Ha ha ha, you're really funny, brother Ling Xu. I like you." "I don't like you. Don't get me wrong. I mean I don't like men." Jia Tianyu waved his hand with a laugh. "No worries, I don't like men either. My preference isn't Walmart shopping bags or armed helicopters. I only like women." "By the way, what is a boundary guard?" Ling Xu asked. "The Bureau of Anomalous Affairs has several departments, including combat, garrison, support, exploration, and so on. Boundary guards are the protectors specifically responsible for guarding the boundary between the real world and the void realm. I see. Ling Xu nodded, thinking they were just specially designated military personnel. Follow me. Captain Zhong is waiting for you. Jia Tianyu led the way to an office in another building. The door bore the official emblem of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. This was an office set up in the school to promptly identify awakened students. Although Zhong Yu was a team leader-level boundary guard, his purpose here was merely to collect information on Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao, unexpectedly also gaining Kai Shuquan and Ling Xu. Inside the office, Zhong Yu was sitting alone watching a video on his phone, a cigarette between his fingers. Seeing the two come in, he paused the video. Have a seat. Make yourselves comfortable. Ling Xu sat on a black leather sofa opposite. Jia Tianyu stood in place, playing with his contracted spirit a sparrow, whose true form was a willow leaf throwing knife. Tao Tai nestled in Ling Xu's arms, and he gently moved her to sit on the sofa. Zhong Yu handed his phone to Ling Xu, pointing at the screen. Is this person you? Ling Xu took the phone, which was playing a blurry surveillance video. Although it was only a few seconds long, it clearly recorded the entire process of his battle with the tentacled void creature yesterday, the moment the Tao Tai devoured the void creature. A close-up of Ling Xu's face, and most importantly, the transformation of the Tao Tai into human form, frame by frame. Don't get me wrong. You haven't done anything wrong. Zhong Yu's steady voice broke Ling Xu's tension. In fact, we should thank you for timely taking down that candlelight-level tentacled void creature. If we had waited until we arrived, the losses would have been much greater. Seeing that the other party meant no harm, Ling Xu relaxed. That was me. So, this little girl is your contract spirit? Yes. Ling Xu nodded in confirmation. Zhong Yu suddenly broke into a bright smile. This is fantastic news. It's been so long since a human-shaped contract spirit appeared in Xia. The sudden enthusiasm caught Ling Xu off guard. Are human-shaped contract spirits really powerful? This was indeed an area he was unfamiliar with. They are extremely powerful, Zhong Yu said seriously. Worldwide, there are only 16 known owners of human-shaped contract spirits on record. In Xia, only 3 remain alive today, and each of them is at the pinnacle among spirit users. That's incredible, Ling Xu exclaimed, finally understanding why people around him were so astonished when the Tao Tai revealed its human form. It really is incredible. Zhong Yu pulled up some information on his phone. Ling Xu, 20 years old, from the underground city of Jing in East China. Father, Ling Yunji, a spirit user with a clever functional type contract spirit. Mother, Yang Wenjia, non-spirit user. Are you checking my background? Don't worry, this is just a routine investigation for newly awakened spirit users. Spirit users are a strategically scarce resource, so we have to be thorough. Zhong Yu took out a cigarette. Do you smoke? Good student, don't smoke. Is it okay if I do? Sure, my dad smokes all the time. I've been breathing secondhand smoke for over a decade. Zhong Yu lit the cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. You must have a lot of questions on your mind right now. Every newly awakened spirit user could write a book of 100,000 whys. That's true. Ask me anything you want to know, and I'll answer them one by one. Ling Xu thought for a moment. Can I choose not to join you? You can, but could you tell me why? First, it's dangerous. Since my contract spirit is so rare, I'll have to face challenges that ordinary people can't handle. I'm not that noble. I'm afraid of dying and just want to live a good life. Ling Xu knew they were here to recruit him and decided to lay out his terms. I understand that. Zhong Yu cautiously agreed, careful not to upset this potential human-shaped contract spirit owner. Second, my dad is in the hospital. My mom's hair has turned white from taking care of him. If she collapses, they'll need me by their side. Third, I don't want to draw too much attention. I'll surely become a target for assassinations by other countries, and I'm worried you can't guarantee my safety. Fourth, I need money. I'm almost starving, my family is in debt, and my dad requires continuous medical expenses. I don't have the time or money to attend any spirit user schools. I need to work. Fifth, forget it, there is no fifth. Ling Xu couldn't think of more reasons for the moment and decided to see what conditions the other party could offer. After listening to Ling Xu's concerns, Zhong Yu's expression became serious. He nodded slightly and tapped his fingers on the table, beginning to address each of the real issues. As for joining the military, I can't make you any promises, Zhong Yu admitted. While defending our country is every man's duty, and we all have an obligation to serve, we won't force this upon you. His tone then softened. Regarding the safety of your parents, as soon as you join us, given your abilities, we will immediately assign someone to protect them. More importantly, he leaned forward slightly. We have healers who can assist with your father's illness, so you don't need to worry about that. Thirdly, Zhong Yu's voice carried confidence. Within our territory in Huaxia, no one dares to act recklessly. While we can't completely guarantee that creatures from the void realm won't threaten your life, it's not easy for others to harm you. When discussing compensation, Zhong Yu smiled. As for finances, if a spirit user is short of money, then there are no rich people in this world. Forget those washed-up celebrities and entertainers. In the Bureau of Extraordinary Strategies, as long as you work hard, the generous salary will ensure you live comfortably. Turning serious again, Zhong Yu stated, of course, if you choose not to join us, you can. But you must sign a contract spirit usage agreement. His tone was firm. If you use your contract spirit to endanger public safety, we will immediately detain your contract spirit. Depending on the severity of the threat, you might be detained as well. Even if you're released later, the contract spirit will not be returned to prevent you from joining the hunter organization and becoming a threat to social order. Seeing Ling Xu's puzzled look, Zhong Yu explained, contract spirits must merge with their owners to exert power. Once detained, they lose their function. However, most detained contract spirits are preserved, and in special circumstances, these inmates can redeem themselves by contributing to the fight against the Void Realm. Hunters. Ling Xu was curious about this unfamiliar term. Zhong Yu's expression darkened. They are a terrorist organization formed by non-registered spirit users who initially refused to join the Bureau of Extraordinary Strategies. Initially, we didn't detain contract spirits, which allowed many spirit users who didn't want to face the Void Realm to be recruited by them, leading to the organization's growth and even threatening social stability. This prompted us to implement control policies for non-registered spirit users. He continued, hunters hide in the shadows, and with our limited personnel, it's difficult to eradicate them completely. They constantly seek out spirit users who operate outside the government, either forcing them to join or, his voice lowered, they kill them. Every year, many non-registered spirit users lose their lives because of this. Ling Xu nodded thoughtfully. I understand. It's like ordinary people suddenly gaining superpowers. Without rules, things could easily spiral out of control. He gave a self-deprecating smile. Just like when I gained my abilities these past few days, from fantasizing about being a superhero to wanting to rule the world, then feeling dejected, and finally rekindling my fighting spirit, shouting Getsuga Tensho to become a hero. Without control, problems could indeed arise. He thought of policies like gun bans. These compulsory measures for social stability, though somewhat regrettable, are necessary. In such a dangerous world, not forcing military service is already quite humane. After all, many countries enforce conscription. Seeing Ling Xu deep in thought, Zhong Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew well that among all the possible choices, joining the ICE Bureau was actually the safest route. We at the ICE Bureau are special soldiers under the national system, Zhong Yu patiently explained. Apart from not being able to guarantee your survival on the battlefield, everything else is assured, including special protection from the state, various powers, and preferential policies. Ling Xu weighed his options silently. Not joining the ICE Bureau meant becoming a freelance spirit user, which not only lacked government financial support, but also required facing the constant threat of rifts and hunters alone. Joining the hunters' camp, on the other hand, would be akin to siding with terrorists. The answer to this choice seemed pretty clear. Seems like I have no reason to refuse, Ling Xu muttered to himself. He was already planning in his mind. He could leverage the educational resources of the Spirit User Academy to enhance his abilities and decide on his future path after graduation. As long as he became strong enough, the power to choose his future would be in his own hands. I have a question. Ling Xu looked directly at Zhong Yu. What are the benefits of joining you? How much is the salary? He was really tired of living off instant noodles. Zhong Yu's face broke into a knowing smile. You've finally come around. New recruits first train at Hanmo Academy, where your training is tailored to your talents and performance. After graduation, you can choose from several paths such as frontline duty, virtual world exploration, city stationing, or support roles. At Hanmo Academy, the only Spirit User Academy in the East China Gathering Place, financial support is based on talent and academic performance. Even the most basic Spirit User student can earn a minimum of 10,000 a year, not including other income sources. Zhong Yu deliberately avoided mentioning the Academy's unique ethos, fearing it might scare Ling Xu away. And what about you, Uncle Zhong? What's your annual income? Ling Xu pressed further. A base income of 10,000 was already enticing, but he believed he could earn more. Me? Zhong Yu replied nonchalantly. About 1 million a year. This number made Ling Xu's eyes widen instantly. As someone who had never seen such money, 1 million seemed astronomical. He began to plan. With that much money, he could live lavishly for most of his life, even indulge in daily spa visits. Ling Xu suddenly gasped as a sharp pain shot through his thigh. Looking down, he saw that Tao Tai had pinched him and was now glaring at him with puffed cheeks. Master, thinking about something improper. You can sense that too? This shared perception is annoying. Ling Xu sighed helplessly. Ling Xu looked at the Tao Tai in his arms and suddenly thought of an important question. Uncle Zhong, can you use the device you used in the classroom to test my contracted spirit's aptitude? Of course. Zhong Yu took the silver, shimmering device from the drawer of his desk and carefully approached the Tao Ye's forehead with it. The Tao Ye's eyes lit up, thinking it was about to be fed something delicious, and opened its mouth wide to swallow it. Zhong Yu quickly pulled the device back, shaking his head helplessly. Once the Tao Tai calmed down, Zhongyu cautiously brought the device close again. With a slight wave of spiritual energy, a golden S appeared on the device's display. Just an S. Ling Xu sighed in disappointment. Zhongyu couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean just an S? Contracted spirit aptitude is initially rated from E to S, with S being the highest. SSS is a standard for later evaluations. There are only a few S-level spirits in the entire country each year, let alone a humanoid contracted spirit like yours, which is 1 in 100. So what's so special about a humanoid contracted spirit? Ling Xu asked. Humanoid contracted spirits naturally possess a high degree of soul compatibility, allowing for rapid synergy with their spirit users, with both high potential and capability. Zhongyu explained before changing the topic. You must have awakened not long ago. Do you know how strong the virtual creature you defeated yesterday was? How strong? It would take about 15 Zhao Lus to barely defeat it. Ling Xu looked down at the Taotai in surprise. Am I really that strong? No. Are you that strong? He recalled what Zhongyu mentioned earlier. By the way, Uncle Zhong, you said SSS is a later evaluation standard. Does that mean the aptitude of a contracted spirit can improve over time? That's right, Zhongyu nodded. With effort, many people can elevate their contracted spirits to S-level. In fact, 90% of S-levels are achieved later on, though their potential can't match those naturally born at S-level. As for the SSS level, his tone became serious. Currently, only 5 people in the entire nation have reached this level, and they are revered as the Void Hunters. There used to be 6, but 1 has fallen. Do you have any more questions? Zhongyu leaned back in his office chair, looking warmly at the young man in front of him. As someone who might become an excellent talent for the future of the virtual hunt, he was eager to leave a good impression on Ling Xu. I've asked enough questions today. I need some time to process everything, Ling Xu said seriously. I'll ask if I have more questions later. Zhongyu was increasingly satisfied with Ling Xu's demeanor. This level of composure was comforting, almost like watching his own son. That's a great attitude. Feel free to ask me anything anytime, and I'll tell you everything I know. So, do I need to handle any paperwork to enroll in the Spirit Messenger Academy? Don't worry, Zhongyu said with a relaxed wave of his hand. I've already forwarded your information to the Academy. Once everything is ready on their end, a car will be sent to pick you up, and everything will be arranged. Seeing that he had finally convinced Ling Xu, Zhongyu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Securing a spirit messenger with an S-level humanoid contract spirit for the country was a significant achievement. That's efficient, Ling Xu mused. It's like you checked everything about me without me even knowing. Naturally, Zhongyu replied with a mysterious smile. We know exactly what websites you visit on your phone, we just don't bother to intervene. What the heck? Ling Xu's expression changed. This is bad, my privacy is gone. Let's go. I'll drive you back? Zhongyu stood up, then looked at Jia Tianyu beside him. You can find your own way home. Come on, Captain Zhong, that's not fair. Jia Tianyu protested immediately. I don't have a car, how am I supposed to get back? Can't you take a cab? Zhongyu raised an eyebrow. And don't let me catch you at the club. I won't. Jia Tianyu waved his hands frantically. I've given up on that lifestyle. At the school gate, Ling Xu got into Zhongyu's car. He rubbed his hands together and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Uncle Zhong, can I ask you a favor? What is it? Could you lend me some money? That's no problem. How much do you need? I can give it to you. No. Ling Xu quickly shook his head. While I dream of being taken care of, I don't like charity. Just 1,000 for emergencies would be fine. Poverty makes me humble. Zhongyu chuckled. Just 1,000? Add me as a friend, and I'll transfer it to you. In fact, Zhongyu was already aware of Ling Xu's father's severe illness when he checked his background. Not only that, but he had secretly arranged for Ling Xu's father to be transferred to a better hospital for treatment by a healing-type contract spirit. Under such treatment, cancer was hardly considered incurable and would be fully healed in less than a month. This was initially his trump card to persuade Ling Xu to join the agency, but now it wasn't needed. On their way to Ling Xu's home, Zhongyu shared this news with him. The car fell silent for a moment before Ling Xu spoke. Uncle Zhong, could you take a detour and drop me at the hospital? Soon, they arrived at the military hospital in the Xiaojing district under the agency's jurisdiction. Ling Xu followed Zhongyu into a hospital room, where familiar faces came into view, his father asleep in the hospital bed and his mother with her hair turning white. Seeing this scene, Ling Xu felt a lump in his throat. In his original world, his parents had divorced years ago due to family discord, and he hadn't spoken to them in a long time. But in this world, his mother had been taking care of his sick father for half a year. Ling Xu was overwhelmed with complex emotions, eager to know how good his parents' relationship could be in this parallel world. A long illness tests the devotion of a child. Taking care of someone who is almost paralyzed for half a year is truly challenging without deep emotional ties. The door to the hospital room opened quietly, and Ling Ma, sitting in a chair beside the bed, immediately lifted her weary face. A glimmer of joy flashed in her eyes when she saw her son, whom she had been longing to see, standing at the door. Zhongyu didn't come in. He just stood silently outside the door. Ling Xu stood still, not moving forward to hug his mother, had never been the type for such intimate gestures with family. Calmly, he asked, "Mom, how's Dad doing?" "Your father is fine, much better now," Ling Ma replied with a reassuring smile. "He's just sleeping now, and the doctor said he could be discharged in a month." "And you?" "There's nothing wrong with me. I'm doing well." Ling Ma shifted her gaze to the little girl holding Ling Xu's hand, quickly changing the subject. "By the way, who's this little girl? When did you have a daughter without telling us?" "She's quite grown up." Ling Xu hesitated. He intended to tell the truth directly, but, seeing his mother's haggard face and thinking of his father still being ill, he worried the truth might be too much for them. He decided to keep it secret for now. "Mom, she's not my daughter. She's Uncle Zhong's daughter, the man who brought Dad to the hospital." "Oh, she's from his family," Ling Ma nodded. "She's a beautiful child. By the way, why didn't your Uncle Zhong come?" "He's in the military, so he's quite busy. Let me tell you, your Uncle Zhong is really a good man," Ling Ma said enthusiastically. "Knowing that your dad worked for the country before, he arranged for him to stay here for free and even hired a spirit guide for his treatment. You must thank him properly." "Yes, I know, Mom," Ling Xu replied softly. "Let me watch over Dad tonight. You should rest." "I'm fine, really." Ling Ma waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, and Mr. Zhang called earlier to say you're finally willing to go back to school. You should focus on your studies. I can take care of your dad." "Mom, there's something else." Ling Xu took a deep breath. "I've become a spirit guide too, and I'm transferring to Hanqing Academy for further studies." "Really?" A hint of concern flickered across Ling Ma's face as she cautiously asked, "What kind is it?" "A functional type, same as Dad," Ling Xu quickly explained. "I can become an engineer in the future, and it's a promising field." "That's wonderful." Ling Ma's eyes lit up. "Our Ling family is truly blessed, having spirit guides for 3 generations. You must study hard and serve the country." "Yes." That day, Ling Xu talked with his mother more than any other day in his 20 years of life. As he left, he looked back at his mother's frail figure, feeling a mix of emotions. The life he had in this world was enviable. Teachers and parents cared for him deeply, yet he was oblivious, investing all his genuine feelings in someone unworthy. Love often flows to those who need it the least, while those who need it most go without. Parents love you deeply, and they too long for your love in return. Even false warmth is better than chilling indifference. In the North China Level 1 gathering place, Shangjing City, at the headquarters of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, the elegant white marble building gleamed. The polished floor tiles reflected the ceiling's enormous spherical lights, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. The area from the center to the front is incredibly spacious, with a holographic projection of a certain realm within the virtual world occupying the vast space in the middle. 2 centenarians, who appear young but have graying hair, are seated across from each other in the peripheral lounge area. A chess set is placed on the coffee table before them. At this moment, they are not playing chess. Instead, they are each engrossed in reviewing a resume in their hands. The resume content is clearly visible. Ling Xu, 20 years old, male. Contract spirit, Tang Dao human form. Ability, predictive ability to devour virtual world creatures. Contract spirit qualification, level. Address, East China Level 1 gathering area, Xiaojing City, C District, North City Street, Building 38, Apartment 201. Special note, adopted at the age of 2 by Ling Yunji and Yang Wenjie from Xiaojing City Children's Welfare Institute. Can his biological parents be traced? The muscular man couldn't help but ask. The secretary standing behind him respectfully replied, "Lord Baihu, it is impossible to trace. According to the orphanage records, he was a survivor of the beast tide in Xiaojing City 19 years ago and was rescued by the director. Ling Xu himself is unaware of this." The 4th human form contract spirit, huh? The man with squinted eyes across from him, known as Xuanwu, slightly opened his eyes. "How long do you think it will take him to reach our level? It seems you have high hopes for him." Baihu leaned back in his chair, speaking with a heavy tone. "Reaching our position requires more than just talent. In our time, there were many with extraordinary talent, but most perished midway. Only those who survive are worthy of being called geniuses." He paused. As the 4th human form contract spirit in China, he naturally deserves special attention. "Little secretary, is there a way to transfer him to my Danqing Academy?" Xuanwu asked. "I'm afraid not, Lord Xuanwu. Lord Qinglong already rushed to the East China gathering area yesterday. That guy got ahead of me," Xuanwu said with a hint of resentment, taking the opportunity to sneakily move a chess piece on the board. Baihu quickly returned the piece to its original position. "You sly squinty-eyed guy, always pulling tricks, and yet you're the Xuanwu virtual hunter. Besides, didn't your Danqing Academy already recruit a dual-level contract spirit this year? I'm not envious, but you've already got ideas." "Unfortunately, it's not a human form contract spirit," Xuanwu sighed. "Human form twins have never appeared in history. Who can say for sure? Just because it hasn't appeared doesn't mean it doesn't exist," Xuanwu said softly, continuing to move a chess piece. "Checkmate." "You bastard." You could play fair, but you choose to play dirty. It's too underhanded. Baihu exclaimed in anger. Xuanwu adjusted his glasses and smiled nonchalantly. Winning is what matters, the means don't. The little secretary watched these two top spirit envoys bickering like children, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. When she first took this job, she had heard of the eccentric personalities of the 5 virtual hunters and was apprehensive, worried she might not be able to handle it. But now she deeply felt that this job was far better than she had imagined. She mused to herself, Lord Baihu is combative and straightforward, while Lord Xuanwu is calm and meticulous. Their contrasting personalities complement each other perfectly. As night fell, Ling Xu returned home carrying bags of groceries. He carefully arranged the fresh vegetables in the refrigerator until it was completely full. As for the instant noodles, he handed all of them to Tao Tai, packaging and all. Tao Tai, looking like a little girl, sat cross-legged on the floor, happily devouring bag after bag of instant noodles, tearing open the packaging as if it were mere paper. Ling Xu leaned against the wall, watching the scene with interest. How could such a small body hold so much food? Was it all being converted into energy? It seemed to align with the law of conservation of energy. Lying in bed, Ling Xu began to ponder his situation. System, is there any way to enhance my mental power? I don't even have a system task right now, and my mental power level is stuck at level 1 with no progress. He glanced at the data panel, noting that his gluttony value had climbed to 30. If he didn't unlock a new contracted spirit soon, once the gluttony value exceeded 100, Tao Tai would fall into a temporary slumber. Yet, if he didn't feed her, she would also sleep from hunger. It was a dilemma, and the only solution was to delay the increase by cutting back on his own food intake. The system's voice echoed in his mind. By killing and devouring intelligent life forms, you can extract soul essence to increase mental power. What? I have to kill people? Ling Xu frowned. If I'd known, I wouldn't have let those guys go. I had my excuses ready for against one. It could easily have been called self-defense. He paused. It's all Jia Tianyu's fault. But you can't blame him. As a soldier, he wouldn't tolerate illegal acts happening right in front of him. The system continued. Devouring ordinary people yields less soul essence than devouring spirit users. The stronger the spirit user, the higher the quality of soul essence, and the more significant the mental power increase. Ling Xu pondered. No wonder the first contracted spirit is defaulted to Tao Tai. What about devouring creatures from the virtual realm? The virtual creatures you've previously defeated and devoured had low intelligence, so the enhancement effect was limited. So it really has to be humans, Ling Xu sighed. Is there any other way to improve? I can't just rely on killing people to get stronger. You can enhance mental power through practicing divided attention or by entering the virtual world to endure mental stress. However, I recommend devouring intelligent beings for its simplicity and speed. Ling Xu shook his head. Sure, it's fast, but I can't harm innocent people. Why should I kill those who haven't wronged me? Even for the sake of getting stronger, I can't commit senseless acts of violence. I grew up under the red flag. I may not be noble, but I should at least be human. Holding on to his values from his past life, Ling Xu considered other options, practicing divided attention or entering the virtual world. He muttered, I won't consider the virtual world for now. It's filled with unknown monsters, and rushing in would be suicidal. So, how do I practice divided attention? Drawing circles with one hand and squares with the other? Does using a keyboard with one hand and a mouse with the other count? It counts. Great, that's good. Feeling fatigue creeping in, Ling Xu decided to skip practice for the night. After a quick wash, he got into bed. Tao Tai obediently took off her shoes and socks, neatly placing them by the bedside before slipping under the covers next to Ling Xu. Feeling the gentle breath on his face, Ling Xu opened his eyes to see a cute, youthful face looking back at him. Through their bond, Tao Tai also opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her blood-red eyes sparkling like gems. She lay on her side, her face almost touching Ling Xu's. In this way, the master and servant quietly gazed at each other. Ling Xu's small apartment only had one bed, so when Tao Tai, the little girl contract spirit, needed to sleep, she had to share it with him. Dressed in an exquisite gothic Lolita dress, she lay on the bed like a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Do you need to change clothes? Ling Xu couldn't help but ask, trying to suppress inappropriate thoughts. Sensing her master's concern, Tao Tai softly explained, No need, master. Every time I transform, I'm brand new and very clean. So your clothes can really change? Yes. Tao Tai nodded slightly. As Ling Xu turned over, about to fall asleep, Tao Tai suddenly sat up. Master, I want to take a bath. A bath? Now. Yes, master has sweaty hands. Ling Xu paused, pondering whether this innocent little girl was trying to seduce him. He quickly used his empathy ability to confirm that Tao Tai genuinely just wanted a bath. Doesn't the sweat wash away when you transform? It does, but the feeling doesn't go away. Tao Tai wants a bath, master. Give me a bath. Ling Xu reluctantly got up and realized a problem when he opened the wardrobe. Being a single man, he didn't have any clothes for girls to change into. But he soon understood that Tao Ya's clothes were part of her form and inherently clean. With a fatherly mindset, Ling Xu bathed Tao Tai for the first time. The next morning, a rapid knocking on the door woke Ling Xu from his sleep. Standing outside wasn't the expected landlord coming for rent, but his counselor, Zhang Xuan, a middle-aged female teacher who seemed competent and stern. Ms. Zhang. Ling Xu rubbed his sleepy eyes. Why didn't you come to see me at school yesterday? Zhang Xian asked directly. At that moment, Tao Tai walked up behind Ling Xu, barefoot, and tugged at his clothes. Master, I'm hungry. Master. Zhang Xian's expression darkened instantly. Whose little girl is this? Ling Xu, you aren't involved in anything illegal, are you? Teacher, this is my contract spirit. Human-shaped contract spirit? Don't be ridiculous. Your birthday was ages ago. How could you suddenly have a contract spirit? And it wasn't you who awakened at school yesterday. Facing Zhang Xian's skepticism, Ling Xu calmly placed his right hand on Tao Ya's chest. With a flash of black and red energy swirling, Tao Tai instantly transformed into a pitch-black tang sword. It really is. Zhang Xian finally believed what she was seeing. Zhang Xian stood at the doorway, her eyes filled with undeniable shock. She carefully examined the student before her, a note of concern in her voice. When did you awaken? The day before yesterday. I just woke up and it happened. Ling Xu replied quietly. But your birthday has already passed, hasn't it? I'm not sure. It seems there's no rule saying that you can't awaken after turning 20. Ling Xu shrugged. You know, I'm the world's first case of this happening. I have 7 contract spirits, which is also a world first. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. So it's not too strange. Teacher, please come in and have a seat. Ling Xu said a bit shyly as he stepped aside. Zhang Xian nodded and walked into the room. This surprise inspection was her chance to get a good understanding of Ling Xu's living conditions. The rental space was small, but it was well ventilated and free of unpleasant odors. Her gaze swept over the hallway cluttered with household trash, the stove in the kitchen covered with a thin layer of dust, clearly unused for some time. The living room sofa was piled with clothes, and the bedroom was a mess typical of a single man's dwelling. However, she was relieved to note the absence of any smell of smoke or alcohol. She observed Ling Xu closely. He looked healthy, energetic, and his voice was strong, consistent with their phone call the day before. Opening the refrigerator, she found it stocked with fresh vegetables, indicating a fairly regular diet. Considering his recent awakening of a contract spirit, he was likely called to the school by the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs yesterday. Have you decided to go to Hanmo Academy? Zhang Xin asked, preparing to leave after surveying the room. Yes, Ling Xu nodded. Teacher, why don't you stay for breakfast? I can make you some fried eggs. No, thank you. I have to get back to class. Zhang Xian looked at Ling Xu with eyes as if she were seeing her own son, who had already sacrificed himself. This thought brought a wave of bitterness to her heart. She even wished Ling Xu had not become a spirit master, so he could live a peaceful life like an ordinary person. After all, the mortality rate for the Bureau's spirit masters was exceptionally high. But then again, given the state of the world, ordinary people weren't necessarily much better off. At least as a spirit master, he could protect himself in times of danger. The path of life is one that young people must choose for themselves, she said softly. Just make sure you're ready. Work hard at the academy, because in the future, we ordinary people will be relying on you for protection. Yes. Ling Xu watched his homeroom teacher leave and gently closed the door. Before Ling Xu could be officially enrolled at Hanmo Academy, he had to patiently wait for his information to be processed. June was nearing its end, with less than 3 days remaining until the unified enrollment date at the end of the month. As a newly awakened spirit envoy, he would join other awakeners this month in stepping into Hanmo Academy to commence systematic training. Ling Xu glanced down at the system interface, noticing that his soul quality progress had quietly risen to 22 and continued to grow. He speculated that this increase might be due to the complete integration of memories from his 2 lifetimes, which had significantly enhanced his mental strength. This led him to wonder, if he could merge with 2 contracted spirits simultaneously, would his physical abilities double? The image of wielding dual weapons flashed through his mind, and even though the form of the second contracted spirit might not be a blade, the thought was exciting. On a scorching summer day, the sound of cicadas mingled with the sporadic blare of car horns. Ling Xu stood in the shadow cast by a billboard, waiting for the traffic light to turn green, holding a shopping bag in his left hand and the hand of Tao Tai in his right. This black-haired, reedy, goth-styled cute girl drew attention wherever she went, causing passers-by to turn their heads. Mom, that sister is so pretty, a little boy couldn't help but say. Shoo, don't just blurt out what you're thinking. But she really is so pretty, I want to wear a dress like that too. You're a boy, what do you need a dress for? But I want to. Just as Ling Xu lowered his head to meet Tao Ye's gaze, the little girl suddenly raised her hand to point at the sky ahead. Following her direction, Ling Xu initially saw nothing, but the next moment, a 5-meter-long rift unexpectedly appeared in the sky. The rift showed no signs of expanding further and seemed not to be of a high threat level. Shrill sirens soon echoed throughout the neighborhood, and the surrounding pedestrians instantly descended into chaos. "Over there," someone shouted, pointing at the rift in the sky, and everyone instinctively fled in the opposite direction. The scene was reminiscent of earthquake evacuations in island nations, familiar yet requiring serious attention. In this era, rifts appeared daily around the world, inevitably accompanied by the invasion of virtual creatures. To minimize losses and ensure timely support, humanity had adopted a clustered survival strategy, densely inhabiting the same areas. Although this approach facilitated rapid assistance, a large rift occurring within a city could still lead to unavoidable significant damage. Once a crack appears, the piercing sound of sirens instantly fills the air, alerting ordinary people to evacuate quickly and summoning nearby, patrolling guardians for support. "It's time to eat." Ling Xu tightened his grip on Tao Ye's hand, who nodded obediently in response. Through their shared empathy, Tao Tai immediately understood her master's intention. She activated her devourer ability, and a dark shadow emerged from beneath her small shoes, opening a greedy mouth. Ling Xu swiftly tossed the soy sauce and vinegar he bought from the supermarket into it, and the shadow retreated back into Tao Ye's own shadow. A system notification quietly flashed, "Gluttony value 1." Next, Tao Tai placed her hands over her chest and lifted her small face as a knife handle gradually materialized in the air. Ling Xu grabbed the handle and pulled it out forcefully, accompanied by a soft hum. Tao Tai completed her transformation. Even though he had witnessed this magical transformation from a cute little girl into a sharp weapon many times before, Ling Xu still found it astonishing. He held the blade horizontally, carefully examining the patterns on it, his fingers unconsciously brushing over them. "That tickles, not there." Tao Ye's playful voice echoed in Ling Xu's mind through their empathy. He quickly withdrew his hand after the fusion transformation. Their empathy remained tightly connected, almost as if they had become one. As for where he had touched, it was best left unsaid. Ling Xu crouched slightly, like a leopard ready to pounce, and sprinted towards the direction of the crack. The rushing wind in his ears even drowned out the shrill sirens. He easily leaped onto the balcony below and, with 2 more jumps, landed on the rooftop of the 5th floor. At that moment, the crack was just 4 or 5 meters above his head. Suddenly, it opened like a slowly opening eye, revealing a dark world inside. Within, streaks of colorful light flowed slowly, brilliantly vivid yet profoundly deep, reminiscent of Tao Ye's devourer. The crack continued to expand, accompanied by a series of muffled sounds, as if something was about to burst forth. In an instant, a bizarre insect flew out from the crack, followed by a swarm of its kind. These insects resembled beetles, entirely black with massive mandibles on their heads, each about half a person's size, and they flew with astonishing speed. What the heck? An intergalactic insect invasion on Earth. Ling Xu was taken aback by the endless stream of insectoid void creatures emerging from the 5-meter-long crack. He had expected some weak little monsters, not an entire swarm of void insects. These void creatures devoured everything, but they particularly favored living beings, especially spiritual envoys. Sure enough, within seconds of appearing, the insects locked onto Ling Xu as their target. Being watched by countless compound eyes reminded him of the tentacle monster he encountered 2 days ago. Why did these creatures always target him as soon as they appeared? The swarm launched a fearless assault, like kamikaze dive bombers. Ling Xu wielded his blade in response, taking out one with each strike, but soon realized that single target attacks were insufficient against such a large-scale enemy. He raised the blade horizontally, red patterns glowing as the devourer flowed from the hilt, transforming into a large net to ensnare and devour the incoming insects one by one. Unfortunately, the devourer's coverage was limited, and its killing speed couldn't match the rate at which the insects emerged. Thinking quickly, Ling Xu retreated directly beneath the crack, directing the devourer to extend upward and envelop the entire crack, commencing a self-serve feast. System notifications flashed continuously. Gluttony value 1. Every 10 insects devoured granted 1 point of gluttony value, and soon the value soared to 68, with soul quality progress increasing by 5%. Soon, the insects that had escaped earlier were also cleared out. When the gluttony value reached 90, Ling Xu decisively withdrew the devourer. However, the swarm continued to pour out of the crack. "Hey, how many more are there? The gluttony value is nearly full." Ling Xu was anxious. If this keeps up, Tao Tai will fall asleep. Previously, devouring that tentacle monster only increased the gluttony value by 20 points. Although Tao Ye's continuous feeding could temporarily enhance Ling Xu's power, once the gluttony value reached 100, she would undergo an evolution and fall into a 3-day slumber. With the start of school approaching, Ling Xu couldn't afford that risk. Watching the increasingly dense swarm in the sky, Ling Xu realized he had only one option left: run. Without a word, Ling Xu jumped off the building. The nearly 20-meter drop made his heart race, but he didn't hesitate to leap. As he landed, he rolled to absorb the impact, and though his bones protested the jolt, The strengthening effects of the gluttonous feast he had earlier helped his body withstand it. Just as he was about to check the insect's pursuit, a flash of cold light sliced through the sky. It was a flying dagger, darting among the swarm with incredible speed, each flicker claiming the lives of several insects. The blade moved like a silver lightning bolt, quickly decimating hundreds of insects. The stunning sight made Ling Xu pause and watch in awe. "Hey, Ling Xu, you got here fast. Almost let you steal the credit again," a familiar voice called out from behind. Ling Xu turned to see Jia Tianyu, with his hair parted in the middle, striking a pose and flipping his hair. "What do you think? Impressed by my skills?" "Don't listen to his boasting. It's just that his Shiryu sparrow is suited for dealing with low-level swarm creatures." A clear voice interrupted Jia Tianyu's gloating. A young woman with short hair elegantly landed nearby, her every move exuding grace. "Couldn't you let me finish showing off first? Why expose me so soon?" Jia Tianyu complained. The girl ignored his grumbling and walked straight to Ling Xu. "Hello, I'm Ji Xiao, a member of the Eastern China Gathering's underground Beijing City C District's Guardian Squad." "Ling Xu," he replied briefly, his eyes involuntarily assessing the young woman in front of him, who stood about 1.7 meters tall. Her features were delicate, and her figure was tall and elegant, accentuated by a low-cut uniform. "This is Qing Ling," Ji Xiao said, extending her right hand. The chain sword in her hand came to life, with its blade segments writhing like a snake's spine, transforming into a black serpent that coiled around her arm. Ling Xu silently wondered why the black snake was named Qing Ling, but wisely kept his thoughts to himself. He reversed his grip on his weapon, Tao Tai, and with a flash of light, it transformed into a little girl form, who politely curtsied. "I'm Tao Tai." Jia Tianyu's eyes widened at the sight of the cute form. "Wow, I'd love to have a lowly contract spirit too." Tao Tai tugged at Ling Xu's hand, pointing at Jia Tianyu and innocently asked, "Master, can I eat him?" "Oh no, please don't think about eating me. I'm all skin and bones, not tasty at all." Jia Tianyu waved his hands in protest. "She can even eat stones." "Really? Is she a creature from the Void Realm?" "She eats everything," Jia Tianyu said in surprise. "The rift's calm now," Ji Xiao suddenly noted. Ling Xu looked up and saw that no more insects were emerging from the rift. On the rooftop, a girl with twin ponytails was holding a gourd, repairing the rift. Her name is Shangwan Lan, and her contract spirit is Kong Linger, a functional type with the ability to repair rifts, Zhongyu introduced, jumping down from the building. Jia Tianyu flicked his arm, and the flying dagger descended from the sky, transforming into a sparrow that landed on his hand. Shiryu Sparrow, originally a willow leaf flying dagger, great for clearing small pests. "Cool, right?" "Indeed," Ling Xu replied with a faint smile. "These three are my team members," Zhongyu introduced, pointing to his teammates beside him. Ling Xu examined the three in front of him and asked curiously, "Is a team in one area only made up of 4 people? What do you think?" Jia Tianyu smirked, holding up 8 fingers with his right hand. "The standard setup used to be 8 people per area," Zhongyu added gravely. "About 2 years ago, the front lines became strained, and many of the personnel from the rear were reassigned." "The front lines?" Ling Xu was taken aback, imagining a scene even more dangerous than here. "Besides these cracks that can appear at any time, are there other places with creatures?" Zhongyu noticed Ling Xu's puzzled expression and explained patiently, "We're just the city defense team, dealing with small cracks. The real front line is at the 12 Black Gates, where the Guardians faced the greatest threats." "The 12 Black Gates." Ling Xu recalled images from history books. "Are those the 12 places that suffered the most during the first great catastrophe?" "Exactly." Zhongyu's voice turned somber. "Those are 12 void cracks, each over 500 meters wide. Powerful void creatures constantly invade our world through them, which is why they're also called the 12 Purgatories." His eyes grew distant. "When I was younger, I served as a reserve soldier at the Black Gate in Tianfu. It truly was a hell on earth." Remembering the scenes of carnage, Zhongyu shivered involuntarily and continued. "In the void world opposite the 12 Black Gates, there are 12 extremely powerful void creatures lurking near the cracks. Because of them, we can't seal the cracks and can only block them from the periphery." Just hearing these descriptions, Ling Xu could imagine the grim battlefield. "We have urgent matters to attend to." Zhongyu patted Ling Xu on the shoulder. "Head back soon, and try not to face the cracks alone. Even if you're a human contract spirit bearer, you're still a rookie without battle experience. Survival is what matters most." Ji Xiao left a cold remark before turning to follow Zhongyu. Before leaving, Jia Tianyu also reminded him, "Void creatures are far more terrifying than you think. Don't be reckless." Watching them leave, Ling Xu pondered their well-intentioned advice. He wasn't a reckless hothead and understood that without sufficient strength, he couldn't face the cracks alone. Recalling the earlier battle, where Jia Tianyu easily handled the swarm of insects while he could only flee despite having a human contract spirit, highlighted the gap between practical experience and real strength. However, Ling Xu wasn't discouraged. He believed that with mastery of bladed weapons, he could handle those insects easily, even without the devourer. Having talent wasn't an excuse to slack off. It was a reason to strive harder. With this firm resolve, Ling Xu left the scene with Tao Tai. The crack overhead had been repaired, and the sirens had faded into silence, as if the earlier chaos had never occurred. Back at his doorstep, just as Ling Xu was about to take out his keys, he suddenly remembered something. Damn, I forgot to go back and buy soy sauce and vinegar. On the morning of June 30th, Ling Xu's phone rang. It was Zhong Yu calling. Zhong Yu's cheerful voice informed him that a car would soon arrive to take him to Hanmo Academy. Ling Xu was already prepared and waiting by the roadside with his suitcase in hand, anticipating the vehicle's arrival. The thought of starting his life at the Spirit Academy filled him with both nervousness and excitement. After all, Hanmo Academy was one of only 4 schools in the country dedicated to training spirit envoys. There, he wouldn't have to rely solely on his own efforts, but could systematically enhance his abilities. Over the past few days, Ling Xu had been deliberately controlling his battles with creatures from the virtual realm. His gluttony value had stabilized at around 80 because if it reached 100, Tao Tai would evolve and fall into slumber. In the current unsafe environment, he couldn't afford that risk. In his free time, Ling Xu focused on enhancing his mental strength. He experimented with various training methods, from coordinating exercises like drawing circles with one hand and squares with the other, to quick learning techniques for piano playing. Ultimately, he discovered that maintaining a long-term mental resonance was the most effective method, especially when engaging in sports while resonating with Tao Tai, which significantly improved his speed. In just 2 days, his soul quality increased by 20, reaching 50 progress. At this rate, in another 4 or 5 days, he would be able to elevate his mental strength to level 2 and unlock a second contract spirit. The thought of welcoming a second little spirit girl filled Ling Xu with anticipation. On the narrow road outside the neighborhood, a black luxury car stood out. The golden cheetah emblem gleamed in the sunlight, symbolizing its distinguished status. Inside the car, the driver, while checking the navigation, couldn't help but complain to the back seat. Lord Qinglong, is it really necessary for you to personally pick up and S-level freshmen? There are a dozen S-level students every year, and none receive this kind of treatment. In the back seat, a man dressed in an expensive suit with a tall and commanding presence was intently watching a grainy battle video repeatedly. His eyes shone with admiration as he replied in a deep voice. If the 4th humanoid contract spirit in China doesn't deserve this treatment, who does? Look at his battle, clumsy yet strategic, sluggish yet graceful. This was his first battle, not to mention that black entity that can devour virtual realm creatures. Humans have been prey for so long. It's about time we turned the tables. The man continued. Danqing Academy has produced a spirit envoy with twin S-level contract spirits. Xuanwu hasn't stopped boasting about it to me lately. This year, Hanmo Academy must win the 4 Academies Championship. It's time to end the 8-year losing streak. The driver expressed concern, but the 4 Academies Championship is only 3 months away. Isn't that too much to ask of a freshman? Geniuses thrive under pressure. The man replied with a confident smile. I believe he can do it. Qinglong Shusho spoke calmly, his eyes full of confidence in the young man holding the black tang knife in the video. I believe he will definitely bring us more surprises. We must treat him like a treasure. Be nice when you meet him, don't scare him. Yes. The driver immediately straightened up and drove towards the marked location. The early morning in June carried a slight chill. Ling Xu wore a simple outfit of a short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts, considering the hour-long drive to Hanmo Academy, where it would surely be hot upon arrival. Beside him, the Tao Tai sat quietly on the suitcase, its eyes following the passing cars, a soft rumble emanating from its throat. No eating. Ling Xu gently patted Tao Ye's head, sensing its thoughts through their shared connection. Your gluttony level is almost at its limit. Even I'm controlling my appetite. Just then, a sleek black luxury car reflecting the morning light slowly approached and stopped in front of Ling Xu. The emblem alone made Ling Xu realize this car was worth at least 20 million. The doors silently slid open, revealing a pair of polished black leather shoes, followed by an elegantly dressed man in a sharp suit. Ling Xu, yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? My name is Long Qianming, but no one has called me by that name in years. Everyone calls me Qinglong Shusho. You can call me Uncle Long or Principal. Principal, Ling Xu exclaimed in surprise. The principal came to pick me up personally. Long Qianming snapped his fingers, and his attendant immediately stepped forward to take Ling Xu's luggage. The Tao Tai nimbly jumped into Ling Xu's arms, and he followed Long Qianming into the car. The car's interior was adorned in an elegant European style, with light brown leather seats complementing Victorian floral patterns, and a subtle fragrance filled the air. Ling Xu instinctively straightened his back, feeling as if he had suddenly merged into high society. Uncle Long, how much does this car cost? Not much, around 80 million. Long Qianming's tone was casual, as if the amount was insignificant. 80. I underestimated by 60 million. Ling Xu immediately stiffened, overwhelmed by a sense of poverty. Do you want it? I can give it to you as a welcome gift. I prefer a convertible Bugatti anyway. No, no. Ling Xu waved his hands frantically. That's too extravagant of a gift. The attendant in the driver's seat chuckled. Young man, to Lord Qinglong Shusho, this amount is nothing. What is Shusho? Ling Xu asked cautiously. The attendant explained. Shusho is the highest rank of spirit master, a title only given to those who have reached the sunlight level of the dim phase. In the past century, only 13 Shusho have emerged in Huaxia, and currently, only 5 are alive, with Lord Qinglong being one of them. Then I should address you as Lord Qinglong. That's equivalent to a marshal defending the country. Ling Xu immediately straightened up. Haha, it's just a title, you can call me Uncle Long. Long Qianming laughed heartily, then took a metal strip from the compartment between the seats and handed it to Ling Xu. This is your student terminal. It functions as a student ID, phone, internet device, and pass card. Take your time to learn how to use it. Curious, Ling Xu pressed his thumb on the top of the metal strip, which immediately unfolded into a right-angle ruler shape, revealing a transparent LED screen in the center displaying his portrait. What kind of advanced technology is this? Has this kind of tech already been realized in this world? Ling Xu marveled to himself. Truly, war is the catalyst for technological breakthroughs. Ling Xu lightly tapped on the terminal screen, familiarizing himself with the operation of the new device. His personal homepage appeared, filled with detailed information from his dormitory number to his class schedule. The main interface was designed to resemble a smartphone app, making features like the school map, personal points, and ranking on the leaderboards easy to navigate. First, he checked his personal points. These points were the school's universal virtual currency, usable for shopping, ordering takeout, and even convertible to cash. The account balance showed 100,000 points, a figure that made Ling Xu's eyes light up. Such a generous starting fund for a freshman. Next, he opened the sequence leaderboard. This board displayed the strength of all 14,000 students in the school, but only showed the top 1,000. Ling Xu curiously looked at the last name on the list. Zhang Yi, glowing light level, dark phase. Glowing light level, dark phase? What does that mean? He wondered and clicked for more details. The terminal immediately provided a detailed explanation. This was a unified standard issued by Huaxia in 1914. Spirit user's strength was divided into 6 levels from low to high: glowing light, candle flame, starlight, bright moon, sunlight, and divine. Each level was further subdivided into 3 phases: new, full, and dark, corresponding to entry level, mastery, and perfection. This rating system considered factors like combat experience, spirit contract compatibility, and the contracted spirit's qualifications. Even a small difference in phase could represent a significant disparity in strength. The entire grading system was based on the intensity of natural light, symbolizing spirit users as beacons in the darkness. This standard was globally recognized and even used to evaluate the strength of virtual world creatures. Every year, Huaxia would release lists of registrants for each level and rank the top 100 nationwide for the current level. Ling Xu, having not yet been assessed, was listed as ungraded. Uncle Long. Ling Xu suddenly thought of something. Virtual hunts require reaching sunlight level, dark phase, so why are there no divine level humans? Divine level? Long Qianming patiently explained. That's a level specifically set for virtual world creatures. So far, no human has ever reached that realm, nor even come close to its threshold. Ling Xu pondered. Only virtual world creatures can be divine level. His thoughts drifted toward the 12 black gates. Yes, you grasp things quickly, Qinglong said heavily. The 12 entities beyond the black gates are indeed God-level beings. Even when the 5 of us join forces, we can't truly kill them. We can only repel them when they approach the rift. Ling Xu frowned at this. Their bodies can't even fit through a 500-meter rift? How large must they be? Not only that, Qinglong continued. When they move near the rift, they trigger earthquakes of magnitude 9 or higher. This is why the 12 black gates remain as they are. Humanity has spent centuries barely keeping the creatures of the void at bay, unable to penetrate their world. Our exploration of that realm is limited to preliminary observations. Sensing Ling Xu's concern, Tao Tai reached out and grasped his hands, offering silent comfort. I'm okay. Ling Xu forced a small smile. Seeing this, Qinglong added, humanoid contract spirits are much like humans. They have emotions and can face death. We can't just treat them as weapons. Contract spirits can die? Ling Xu asked, suddenly tense. Yes, Qinglong replied gravely. At the height of the Huaxia void hunt, there were 6 of us, each named after a mythical creature. Qinglong, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, Gaochen, and tongue snake, guarding 6 major gathering places. 20 years ago, during the Battle of the Black Gate in Tianfu, we misjudged the power gap, leading to the death of Gaochen's contract spirit. He was devastated and withdrew from the strategy bureau. Now, his position is temporarily filled by a strong warrior of the 2nd sun level. Hearing this story, Ling Xu shuddered. It was a tragedy that had left the world in fear, with no nation daring to challenge the otherworldly deities of the 12 Black Gates. The thought of a battle that claimed the life of humanity's strongest made the horror of the void creatures unimaginable. To lighten the mood, Ling Xu changed the subject. By the way, Uncle Long, what's my dorm like? Qinglong's expression relaxed a bit. I plan to have you stay in my villa at the school, enjoying the same privileges as the 10 masters of ink. It's new, equipped with smart home systems and a dedicated cleaning maid. You could even host parties there. No need for all that. Ling Xu quickly waved his hand. A regular dorm is fine. All right then, our school only has single and double rooms, the latter being couple rooms. Which would you prefer? Since Tao Tai is with me, I'll go with a double room, Ling Xu said after a moment's thought. Such privileged treatment indeed left him feeling a bit overwhelmed. Half an hour later, Ling Xu arrived at his destination. As he stepped out of the car, he was greeted by an elegant gate, intricately carved from marble. Beside it, the words Hanmo Academy were engraved with understated dignity. As one of the only 4 spirit user schools in China, Hanmo Academy's scale was truly impressive. The campus spanned 4 million square meters, resembling a small city. Although there were only about 20,000 students and staff, the facilities were incredibly comprehensive. Hundreds of fully equipped independent apartment-style dormitories stood tall, alongside cinemas, cafes, clothing stores, a large supermarket, and gyms, making it a self-sufficient commercial complex. This isn't just school, it's a vacation, Ling Xu marveled to himself. But then again, heroes saving the world deserve such treatment. He politely declined Long Qianming's offer to accompany him, opting to handle the enrollment process on his own. With a suitcase in tow and a mythical beast, Tao Tai, by his side, Ling Xu followed the new student guidance on his terminal step by step. The instructions were straightforward: simply swipe the terminal at the security gate to proceed. If someone can't understand even this, they should probably complete 9 years of compulsory education first, he thought. The terminal's navigation led him to his assigned dormitory. After unlocking the door with a card swipe, he was greeted by a luxurious single room, a shoe cabinet to the right of the entrance, and a separate bathroom with a fully automatic washing machine to the left. In the living room, a large double bunk bed stood against the wall, alongside a coffee table, chairs, fridge, wardrobe, and air conditioning, complete with a semicircular balcony. This setup was leagues above his previous rental that cost 1,500 yuan per month. As Ling Xu was lost in admiration, his terminal suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a notification. Students for the semester starting in June 2024 were to gather in the classroom at 3 p.m., with the message including a detailed location link. Clicking it, a satellite map immediately displayed the navigation route. Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao should be in this semester too, right? Ling Xu smirked. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see me. For Ling Xu, holding grudges was never a negative trait. If someone crossed him, he'd pay them back tenfold, preferably in a way that left his opponents helpless. With some time left before the gathering, Ling Xu quickly organized his belongings and planned to head to the supermarket to pick up some daily necessities. Ling Xu arrived at the classroom half an hour early, following his terminal's directions to find his seat tucked away in the far corner of the tiered lecture hall. As the room, capable of holding over 300 students, gradually filled, conversations began to echo throughout the space. While browsing through campus information on his terminal, Ling Xu quietly observed the surroundings. Around 200 students, mostly looking like high schoolers aged 16 or 17, settled into their seats. The number made Ling Xu ponder. Based on this, the annual number of awakeners in the East China gathering point was only about 3,000 to 4,000. In this region, composed of 2 first-level gathering points for second-level ones and 12 third-level ones affiliated with Huaxia, the probability of becoming a spirit master was merely 1 in 1,000 among the 2 billion population. The awakening age for spirit masters typically ranged from 16 to 20, and Ling Xu realized he might be the first exception to awaken after the age of 20. His thoughts were interrupted by the sharp sound of high heels. A woman, dressed in a professional manner with an indifferent expression, strode onto the podium and struck the lectern. The noisy classroom fell silent instantly. My name is Chen Su, and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 3 years. Her voice resonated clearly throughout the classroom. Of course, those who meet graduation standards early can leave early. We have no system for repeating years. Those who haven't met the standards after 3 years will be forcibly graduated, after which they must either accept national job assignments or follow regional deployments. She began outlining the school rules. The school terminal serves as both a student ID and a pass. Losing it will result in a deduction of 1,000 points to replace it. Points in the terminal are the currency within the school. 1 point equals 1 yuan. The school distributes 10,000 points annually, with the next distribution on June 30th next year. Ling Xu glanced at his own 100,000 points, silently amazed at the principal's obvious favoritism. Chen Su continued, there are many ways to earn points. Off-campus tasks, ranking battles in the duel arena, campus jobs, and more. The most recommended is to climb the strength leaderboard positions 1,000 to 501 earn 1,000 points monthly, 500 to 101 earn 2,000, and 100 to 11 earn 5,000. The top 10 rewards are even more generous. 10th place gets 10,000, 9th 20,000, increasing up to the first place's 100,000 points, along with an exclusive private villa. The classroom erupted in excitement. The prospect of a monthly reward of 100,000 points thrilled everyone, and even the lowest reward for the top 1,000 was enough to cover basic expenses. Remember, Hemo Academy values strength above all, Chen Su concluded. Additionally, absences, violations, and failing grades will result in point deductions. Anyone with 0 points for 10 consecutive days will be expelled. The school rules are pretty much covered. You can find more details in your terminal, so I won't say much more. All arrangements will be sent to your terminal, so remember to check for updates. The homeroom teacher concluded the briefing on school regulations succinctly and then led the students to the training room for their first strength assessment test. The students filed out one by one, and at the back of the line, Ling Xu quietly followed with his contract spirit, Tao Tai. Even though this pair stood out in the crowd, their position at the rear kept them from drawing too much attention. Soon, a circular training field the size of a soccer pitch appeared before them. The area was filled with various testing devices, resembling a university physical fitness testing site. Standing in the center, homeroom teacher Chen Su began to introduce the first test. The first test is a strength assessment, which mainly evaluates the power burst when a student merges with their spirit. Chen Su paused to add, students with non-offensive contract spirits shouldn't worry. The spiritual energy provided after merging, combined with physical skills and fitness, and aided by other weapons, can still compete with those who have offensive contract spirits. Remember, even if you're not on the battlefield, the ability to protect yourself is essential after all. The Void Realm is omnipresent. The testing instructor adjusted his glasses and called out the first name on the list. First up, Bai Muyang. A slightly nervous-looking boy stepped forward. When he revealed his contract spirit, a mouse with the physical form of a computer, mouse laughter rippled through the crowd. A mouse? What use is that? Is it supposed to boost his gaming skills? Bai Muyang's face turned red. Although the form of his contract spirit was indeed unusual, its abilities were not to be underestimated. Once it locked onto a target, it could control that target through the mouse. Currently, it could only manipulate objects weighing up to 1 kilogram, and the speed was less than ideal, but the potential of this ability was significant, which is why he was classified as having an offensive contract spirit. Bai Muyang quickly merged with his spirit, emitting a faint spiritual energy from within. Judging by the strength of the energy, the spirit's aptitude was probably only a grade. He took his stance and punched the soft pad with all his might, and the display showed a 12. The tester shook his head and sighed. That's too low. Professional boxers can hit 20. As a spirit user, you're only at 12, not much different from an average adult. He glanced down at the list. Next, Kai Shukuin? What kind of name is that? Teacher, isn't it cool? Kai Shukuin replied with a cheeky grin as he stepped forward. All right. The testing area buzzed with excitement as Kai Shukuin confidently stepped forward, a self-assured smile on his face. With a level contract spirit, he ranked among the top 10 out of over 300 freshmen, eager to make an impression. His gaze casually swept over the girls around him, already imagining potential campus romances. The thought of the school's coupled dormitories filled him with anticipation. With this in mind, Kai Shukuin quickly merged with his contract spirit, unleashing a surge of energy far surpassing that of Bai Muyang. What a powerful energy level, murmured someone in the crowd. A level spear contract spirit paired with his handsome face, if not for that middle parting. That's exactly what makes it attractive, someone quickly countered. Kai Shukuin assumed the standard stance, spear resting behind him, and braced himself. He then unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The sound echoed through the room, reverberating clearly. The numbers on the display flickered and finally settled on 44. Kai Shukuin, 44 points. Not bad at all, the tester commented. This physical strength is more than enough to take on a tiger. After disengaging from his contract spirit, Kai Shukuin proudly scratched his head and walked back to the crowd, basking in the admiring glances from the girls. The testing continued. Hu Lina, 11 points. Jiang Haoyun, 26 points. Jiang Dan, 7 points. Didn't eat, the tester mercilessly criticized. Just tickling the testing machine? Still worried about your image? These words shattered Jiang Dan's confidence, and she crouched down, crying. The boys around her were irritated by her sobbing and scratched their heads. Can we spend points to give her a beating? If you want to cry, go somewhere else. The female teacher was accustomed to such situations. Girls like this often ended up dropping out with their contract spirits. It was better for them, as contract spirit users of this level would only become fodder for void creatures on the battlefield, adding to the burden of frontline warriors. Next, Li Xiaoxiao gracefully approached the testing area. Annoyed by the previous low scores from the girls, she was determined to do better. The white rabbit in her arms transformed into a jade rui. releasing an impressive wave of energy. She punched with all her might, disregarding her image. Li Xiaoxiao, 46 points, the tester praised. Quite impressive for a healing type. Switching to martial arts is definitely feasible. In the subsequent tests, only two A-level boys scored high with 56 and 57 points. When it was Zhao Lu's turn, the tester's eyes lit up upon seeing his S-level qualification. You're one of the only two S-level students in your class. Hope you perform well. One of two. Zhao Lu asked, puzzled. Who's the other one? Stop talking and get on with it, the tester snapped. Do you think a star-level teacher like me is afraid of you freshmen? The sudden reprimand left Zhao Lu's face sour, but he swallowed his discontent in front of the teacher. Zhao Lu gently stroked the purple fox on his shoulder, and it instantly transformed into a traditional Chinese longsword. A sharp aura emanated from beneath his feet, causing the surrounding students' spirit companions to shy away. With a graceful twist of his wrist, the sword spun elegantly as he confidently walked towards the testing machine. Ah, so cool. A girl in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Keep it down. He already has a girlfriend, Li Xiaoxiao. That's such a pity. I don't mind if he has a girlfriend. Feeling the envious gazes around him, Zhao Lu's lips curved into a slight smile as he struck a confident pose, his eyes full of self-assurance. The tester calmly stated, the highest record in freshman testing was set 80 years ago by Lord Baihu Shusho at 124 points. Close. Zhao Lu sneered. I'm going to surpass it. Once his momentum was fully gathered, Zhao Lu dashed forward, his fist enveloped in a powerful gust of wind that nearly blew the list from the tester's hand. Yet the tester remained unfazed. Surpass Lord Baihu? What a joke. This record has remained unbroken for 80 years. Even the genius with a double spirit companion from Danqing Academy only reached 120. The tester thought to himself, shaking his head. The first 100 points on the tester represent 10 kilograms each. Beyond 100, each point equals 20 kilograms. If 10 students break 100 in a year, that's impressive. The numbers on the display rapidly climbed, quickly surpassing 90 and showing no signs of slowing down. 100. In strength, spirit companion is truly terrifying. We're just here to make up the numbers. A few seconds later, the number settled at 108. Zhao Lu, 108 points, quite outstanding. You're the 8th freshman to break 100 at Hanmo Academy this year. The tester nodded in approval. Teacher, what's the highest score at our school this year? Zhao Lu asked. 112 points. The student who achieved that enrolled in January and is now ranked 97th on the Hanmo Academy's leaderboard. Hearing this, Zhao Lu felt a pang of disappointment. Before arriving, he considered himself a prodigy, unrivaled among his peers, but reality showed him that talents like him were not rare at Hanmo Academy. Starting high doesn't guarantee you'll go far. Many latecomers surpass the early achievers, the tester consoled him. Next, after testing a dozen more students, only 2 remained. Ling Xu was unsurprisingly placed last, which left him both anxious and annoyed. He had hoped to follow Zhao Lu and make a dramatic entrance, but someone had placed him at the end of the line. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner outside the field, Long Qianming watched Ling Xu from afar and suddenly sneezed. Lord Qinglong, are you all right? His attendant asked with concern. It's nothing, just a tickle in my nose. Long Qianming waved it off. Don't worry, with my constitution, I wouldn't catch a cold even if I took a stroll in Antarctica. Long Qianming stood at the edge of the testing field, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. He turned to his attendant and asked in a low voice, what score do you think Ling Xu will get? The attendant frowned, pondering for a moment. Zhao Lu is already considered top-notch among this year's freshmen, scoring 108. I reckon Ling Xu can easily score 110, maybe even surpass that white tiger kid. The attendant's words were abruptly cut off as Long Qianming clamped a hand over his mouth. It's his turn. Long Qianming fixed his gaze on the testing area. Next, Ling Xu. The tester's voice echoed across the field. The name was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao exchanged bewildered glances, and Kai Shukuan stopped teasing his female classmates to look towards the crowd. Ling Xu stepped forward from the crowd, leading a little girl Taoya. His appearance immediately caused a stir. Ling Xu, Zhao Lu exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. He's over 20. How could he awaken now? Li Xiaoxiao said incredulously. Quiet, all of you, the tester shouted sternly. Make any more noise, and you're out. The two immediately fell silent, though Li Xiaoxiao couldn't resist muttering under her breath. Humph, being an ordinary person is fine, but he has to make things difficult for himself. As a rare grade healing talent, she clearly wasn't impressed by Ling Xu's sudden emergence. Zhao Lu, enscraved combat spirit wielder, also smirked internally, already planning how to deal with this overconfident guy in the future. Ling Xu seemed to sense their thoughts and turned to give them a calm smile. Beside him, Tao Tai glared at their spirits, baring her teeth and growling. I'll eat you a wool. Who's that kid? His sister. Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao exchanged puzzled glances, but remained silent due to the tester's warning. What baffled them more was why the tester was so lenient with this little girl. The tester thought to herself, who would dare scold her? She glanced towards Qinglong, who was observing from afar. As the fourth human-shaped contract spirit owner in Huaxia, personally brought to the school by Lord Qinglong, who would dare show disrespect? Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Ling Xu raised his right hand gently. Tao Tai understood, and a black and red glow enveloped her. To everyone's shock, the hilt of a tang sword slowly materialized in the air. The moment Ling Xu grasped the hilt, Tao Tai's form completely transformed into an imposing tang sword. Wait, that little girl is his contract spirit. Is he the legendary fourth human-shaped spirit owner, destined to be one of the 10 scholars of Hanmo? The future sixth void hunter. A wave of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd, all eyes fixed incredulously on the scene before them. Is he the guy everyone's been talking about lately? A buzz erupted from the crowd. I thought he'd been whisked away to the Danxing Academy in Beijing. The murmurs around grew louder. Zhao Lu stood among the crowd, his face darkening with each passing moment, his lips twitching involuntarily. As a former prodigy, he had certainly heard of the news about the fourth humanoid contract spirit in Huaxia. But the idea that this person, who once seemed insignificant as an ant before him, could be that legendary figure was hard to swallow. Li Xiaoxiao's reaction was even more intense. She stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, muttering, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Her voice trailed off, and her face turned increasingly pale. The memory of that resounding slap seemed to echo in her ears, setting off alarm bells in her mind. Did I really slap the owner of a humanoid contract spirit? She forced herself to calm down, thinking, no, even if he has a humanoid contract spirit, it doesn't mean he surpasses Zhao Lu. I still have a chance. At this moment, the testing site fell silent, with every gaze fixed intently on Ling Xu. Even Long Qianming, watching from outside, couldn't help but urge in his mind, stop keeping us in suspense. Just do it already. Ling Xu remained composed, his left hand gripping the beast-like Tao Tai behind him. As he summoned his spiritual energy, a powerful aura spread out, causing the lower-level contract spirits on site to bow their heads. Even the contract spirits of Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao instinctively cowered in fear, the oppressive power of gluttony preventing them from making any rash moves. The tester adjusted his glasses, secretly astonished. Though both were of S-level potential, Ling Xu's displayed strength was far superior to Zhao Lu's, a disparity that was hard to fathom. Ling Xu centered himself, adopting a steady stance. Under the breathless gaze of everyone present, he suddenly launched a punch. The deafening roar was like a bomb detonating nearby, causing many to instinctively cover their ears. The numbers on the display immediately surged past 100 and continued to climb, with everyone fixated on the rapidly changing digits, eagerly awaiting the final outcome. Wow, it just shot past 100. It's at 120 now. Exclamations echoed throughout the testing field. The numbers continued to climb. 121, 122, 123, 124. It had tied the world record. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the numbers finally settled at 125. Ling Xu swiftly sheathed his long sword, which gleamed with a flash of silver and transformed into a delicate little girl. She obediently held his right hand, as if she belonged there naturally. The sight filled the surrounding students with envy. Having a humanoid contract spirit, especially one as adorable as a little girl, was a dream for many. Who wouldn't want a contract spirit that could connect with them on a deep, soulful level, whether it be a cute girl, a charming young woman, or a mature lady? Ling Xu, 125. Congratulations on breaking the world record. The tester's voice trembled with excitement. She hadn't expected to witness a newcomer break the world record set by Lord Baihu Su Shou at the age of 18. Standing at the back of the crowd, Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to be gripped by a greater sense of fear. 125, it really broke the world record. Li Xiaoxiao's lips quivered, her voice filled with terror. The terms humanoid contract spirit and 125 kept circling in her mind. Ever since Ling Xu publicly reprimanded her in class, she had been living in fear. Now, the seed of regret had finally sprouted. I don't know what to do either, Zhao Lu said, equally flustered. He surely won't let us off. Li Xiaoxiao's voice was hoarse. Don't panic. A strength test doesn't reflect true power. Besides, we're both key national talents. He wouldn't dare do anything to us. You're right. Li Xiaoxiao tried to reassure herself, even though her face burned with embarrassment. She stubbornly believed Zhao Lu was superior to Ling Xu. Admitting she was wrong was like slapping herself in the face. She kept denying it in her heart. Why? Why does that loser get to awaken a humanoid contract spirit? I refuse to believe he can surpass me. It's just dumb luck. When the creature transformed back into the form of a little girl, everyone snapped out of their shock. They had witnessed a historic moment, yet words failed them. The adorable, clingy little girl was the envy of all. Some people's contract spirits were rats, others were cockroaches, But Ling Xu had such a cute humanoid contract spirit. The difference between people could be so vast. Congratulations, Ling Xu. Kai Shuquan was the first to step forward and offer his congratulations. I didn't expect you not only awaken, but also have a humanoid contract spirit. This would definitely be a talking point for him over the next 3 years being a college classmate of Ling Xu. Ling Xu appreciated Kai Shuquan's straightforwardness. You're not bad yourself. Other classmates crowded around to get closer, with many girls trying to showcase their charms. However, Ling Xu was completely indifferent, not even bothering to glance their way. To some men, this type of woman might be a saint, but to Ling Xu, she wasn't even worth a glance. His attention was entirely on his contract spirit, the Tao Tai, which was currently nuzzling his arm and saying in a playful tone, Master, I'm hungry. When do we eat? We'll eat as soon as we get home from school. I'll make sure your belly is full, Ling Xu replied, affectionately ruffling Tao Ye's head. The tests continued. Basic abilities such as reaction speed and contract spirit fusion duration were being assessed, with 300 students completing each test in an orderly manner. Though Ling Xu's reaction speed was excellent, he didn't break any records. A girl with an A-grade contract spirit in the form of roller skates, thanks to her innate speed talent, took the top spot in that category. In the fusion duration test, Ling Xu ranked first with a time of 9 minutes, but he was still far from the world record of 17 minutes. However, this result didn't fully reflect his true potential. If Tao Dai was hungry, the fusion time would naturally decrease. Theoretically, as long as there was a continuous supply of food, Tao Dai could maintain the fusion indefinitely, a capability that surpassed conventional evaluation standards. Outside the training room, Long Qianming eagerly dialed Baihu Shusho's number. On the other end, Baihu was sweating it out in the gym. Upon hearing that his 70-year-old strength test record had been broken, he was intrigued. Is it really that Ling Xu kid? Baihu chuckled. Don't get too cocky. Even if he broke the strength test record, winning the 4 Academy competition is a pipe dream. That kid from Danxing Academy in Beijing with the twin contract spirits has a better chance. How about a bet? A sly glint appeared in Long Qianming's eyes. If Hanmo Academy wins this year's competition, that limited edition Porsche of yours is mine. Baihu waved dismissively. I'm not interested in cars, but those vintage wines you've been hoarding for over 60 years, I'm very interested in. If I win, how about 10% of them? Behind this wager was a rivalry between the 4 major spirit academies, each led by one of the 4 mythical beasts Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu and Xuanwu. They were not only the commanders of the Bureau of Strategies, but also the principals of the 4 academies, Huadong Hanmo, Sinan Shens, Huanan Tianwei, and Huabei Danqing. These academies were located in the only 4 regions in China with populations exceeding 100 million and were responsible for training the nation's awakened individuals. Awakeners from smaller regions were also sent to these 4 academies for education. The strength assessment test concluded after 2 hours. Although the test included a physical combat component, it was optional since most students lacked experience in this area. Those interested in the physical combat test could go to a designated area for evaluation by professionals. This part of the test was primarily aimed at experts above the candlelight level, typically geniuses from martial arts families. The results of the test were released, determining the strength levels of all the students. As expected, the majority were classified within the Glimmer level's 3 phases, New Moon, Full Moon, and Dark Moon, akin to the lowest ranks in a game, barely stepping into the realm of cultivation. Excluding factors like combat experience, these individuals were only slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers, with a few capable of holding their own against low-level void creatures for a few rounds. Surprisingly, even Kai Shuquan, Li Xiaoxiao, and 2 other boys with a level contract spirit qualifications were only rated at the Glimmer level New Moon phase. The rating standard was indeed broad. Kai Shuquan's strength could easily surpass most present, yet he was still ranked the same as them. Only Zhao Lu and Ling Xu reached the Glimmer level's Full Moon phase. Ling Xu had hoped to progress further, but his limitations in reaction speed and sustained combat ability held back his rating. This initial test mainly accommodated ordinary spirit users, leaving out many critical factors such as the devouring specialty of Tao Dai or Ling Xu's extraordinary spirit energy talent. According to Zhongyu, Ling Xu's first battle saw him slay a candlelight-level New Moon phase tentacle monster, suggesting his strength should match that level. However, this assessment only applied to battles against void creatures. In human combat, the inability to kill would significantly reduce Tao Ye's power, as it couldn't devour, providing Ling Xu no battle advantage. Ling Xu was unfazed by not achieving a higher rating like the strongest champions in a game. Not playing the ranking match doesn't mean they're not the best. As soon as the test ended, Ling Xu was surrounded by a crowd. Sensing trouble, Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao made a quick escape. By the time Ling Xu managed to disperse the group eager to flatter him, both were long gone. Ling Xu wanted to chat with Zhao Lu and thought to himself, you can't escape. I'm not one to let things go easily. Later, Ling Xu headed to the cafeteria with Tao Dai. Hemmo Academy had 8 large cafeterias, each different from the usual canteen style, operating more like upscale restaurants with a menu-based ordering system. The variety of dishes was extensive, yet the prices were remarkably affordable, almost just covering the wholesale cost of ingredients. Even a meal of 3 dishes and a soup cost only about 30 to 40 points. Consequently, students always gathered in small groups, each ordering a dish or two, and 10 or so points would suffice for a full meal. Ling Xu ordered food for 5, swiping his terminal at the card reader with a beep, paying 186 points. He marveled at the convenience of the terminal. Not long after, a sumptuous meal for 5 was served. A girl with a high ponytail, wearing the cafeteria uniform, curiously asked, "Hey there, are you a freshman?" The waitress, a female student working part-time on campus, noticed the large amount of dishes Ling Xu ordered, and a knowing look flashed in her eyes. "You're a freshman, aren't you?" She couldn't help but ask. "Yes, is there a problem?" Ling Xu looked up, puzzled. The waitress sighed, her tone carrying the wisdom of experience. "I suggest you start saving your points from day one. The food here is indeed diverse and delicious, and the prices are cheap. But because of this, many freshmen think, I have 10,000 points, I can always earn more later, and end up spending 3 or 4,000 in just a month. After 2 months, they're left with less than half." As she cleared the dishes, she continued, "When they finally want to earn points, they find they can't compete with others. In the end, most people end up as servants to upperclassmen because they lack points and skills." Lowering her voice, the waitress added, "The school doesn't care about this. Pretty girls can rely on their looks, and the guys on the Hanmo list specifically look for freshman girls who have run out of points to sponsor. But it's tough for the guys, they end up doing hard labor." "Oh, thank you," Ling Xu replied calmly, continuing to eat. "Humph, I'm just trying to help, and this is the thanks I get? Just don't regret it in 2 months." The waitress huffed as she walked away with the serving tray. Ling Xu paid no mind to her warning. The food was meant for Teotia, portion meant for 5 people would keep her active for 2 days. Although Tao Tai could eat anything, the energy and gluttony points from regular food were far superior to inorganic matter. Without regular feeding, she would grow weak from hunger and might even fall asleep. Ling Xu ate until he was about 70% full and left the rest for Tao Tai. With his warning, she finally refrained from swallowing the tray this time. After finishing his meal, Ling Xu was about to return to his dorm when 2 girls stopped him at the door. They looked somewhat familiar, probably classmates. Both had mature, golden wavy curls, wore ultra-short shorts with black stockings, and sported off-the-shoulder, midriff-bearing tops, trying to act flirtatiously in front of him. "Ling Xu, we heard you're living alone in a couple's dorm," one of the girls said suggestively. "My friend and I are both single. Want to consider us?" Ling Xu's eyes narrowed. Then he relaxed with a sigh of relief. "Phew, you scared me. I thought it was an ambush, but it's just a pink skeleton." He began to walk around them. One girl suddenly grabbed him from behind. "Don't be shy. It's the first time for all of us. We can take it slow. Don't you like having fun?" "Fun?" Ling Xu turned around, taking control of the conversation. "Of course I do. 1,000 points per person. How about it? 1,000 points per person." Ling Xu's words made the 2 girls freeze in place, their smiles slowly fading. "What? We have to pay you?" One of the girls holding on to Ling Xu's arm forced a smile. "Ling Xu, you're really funny." "I'm not joking," Ling Xu replied seriously. 1,000 points each, no more, no less." The 2 girls exchanged a helpless glance. "Just go for it." One of them muttered under her breath. "Xiao Chu Nin is just being difficult. He'll change his mind later." "All right, so it's 2,000 points in total." The girl started to say, but noticed Ling Xu still standing there, unmoving. "Is there something else?" Ling Xu's lips curled into a slight smile. "Didn't you miscalculate? It's 1,000 points each, plus the contract spirit." Upon hearing this, the girls' expressions froze. The black and white cats on their shoulders were about to explode, but shrank back behind their owners when they met the gaze of the Tao Tai. "You little brat, you're playing us." One of the girls gritted her teeth. "If it weren't for your good looks and the fact that you're a human contract spirit owner, who would care? We wouldn't pay you 4,000 points even if you were paying us." Despite their anger, the 2 had to suppress it under Tao Ye's intimidating presence. "Whenever you change your mind, you can come find us. But we really can't afford that many points." With that, they wisely left. "Thought I could easily earn 4,000 points." Ling Xu chuckled, shaking his head as he turned back to his dorm. After unlocking the door with his terminal and changing into indoor shoes, Ling Xu was taken aback when he turned on the light. A person was sitting on his sofa, smiling at him. He instinctively turned off the light, intending to leave with a bewildered Tao Tai, but a hand stopped the door from closing. "Where are you going? This is your room. You didn't get it wrong." Ling Xu reopened the door, looking at Long Qianming sitting there. "Uncle Long, you're the principal. Entering a student's room without permission, isn't that inappropriate? Why so shy? Can I visit you?" Long Qianming said, suddenly teleporting back to the sofa without any warning. This scene left Ling Xu stunned. There was no energy fluctuation, no contract spirit. How was this possible? "Curious how I got here, aren't you?" Long Qianming seemed to read Ling Xu's mind. Ling Xu poured him a glass of water, a little curious. No tricks needed. If you want to learn, I can teach you, but you have to agree to one condition. Not curious anymore. Ling Xu decisively handed the glass to Tao Tai, who swallowed it whole. Long Qianming chuckled, pointing at Ling Xu with the finger of the great wilderness. Hey, you really don't play by the rules. I like your cheeky nature more and more. Had fun messing with those girls earlier, didn't you? You were following me? That's not appropriate, uncle. Ling Xu laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Wait, the point is, as the principal, you selectively ignore inappropriate interactions between students. Where's your professional ethics? Long Qianming leaned back into the sofa indifferently. In my school, we emphasize freedom and spontaneity. As long as a student's behavior aligns with the established rules, the methods used don't matter. Ling Xu recalled this phrase. After experiencing a whole day, he deeply understood the uniqueness of this school. The strict management of the school rules grants students the maximum freedom, much like a miniature society. If one can't adapt to the rules here, they would be nothing more than a sacrificial pawn in the harsher world outside. Ling Xu pondered, but then questioned, can this management style truly cultivate soldiers to defend the nation? What does Uncle Long want with me? Ling Xu got straight to the point, knowing that Long Qianming wouldn't seek him out for casual conversation. Long Qianming didn't rush to answer. Instead, he teased, aren't you curious about how I got here just now? It's a secret of becoming a Yaori level, a skill that many Haoyue level can't comprehend. Even if I'm curious, I can't learn it right now. Ling Xu shrugged. But learning about it in advance can give you a new understanding of spiritual energy. Guidance from a Su Shou is invaluable. Long Qianming posed, as if waiting for Ling Xu to ask for advice. Ling Xu slyly smiled. Uncle Long, if you're so eager to share, why beat around the bush? You cheeky kid, always ruining my setup, Long Qianming said helplessly. To be honest, starting from October 1st every year, the 4 spiritual academies in Huashanmo, Danqing, Shens, and Tianwai hold the 4 academies competition. This year, Hanmo Academy is hosting, and we haven't won the championship in 10 years. I hope you can help us win, and any reward you want is yours. I thought you were here to impart some wisdom, Ling Xu muttered under his breath, then asked, is the competition divided by grade? Only those who have been enrolled for less than 20 months can participate. How can a freshman like me compete with seniors? I can't even break into the top 10 of the Hanmo rankings in 3 months. Ling Xu feigned reluctance, actually probing for more benefits. I believe you can do it. The 20-month limit is designed so newcomers can catch up through effort. What about the first on the rankings? After a crushing defeat last year, he's developed inner demons and has been enrolled for more than 20 months, so he's not eligible to participate. What's my chance of winning? Ling Xu asked cautiously. Long Qianming had confidence in human-shaped contract spirits. There's hope, at least. You have immense potential yet to be unleashed. The 3rd Su Shou candidate set the record for the fastest rise to Yaori level in just 10 years. It's a pity he's now missing. Otherwise, he'd be perfect to fill Gaochen's spot. Seeing Ling Xu still hesitant, Long Qianming promised, I can guide you in your training during my free time. At this point, Ling Xu stopped beating around the bush. If I win, I hope Uncle Long will agree to one condition. What condition? Just in case, I want 2 lives from you. Just in case, I want to ask for 2 lives, Ling Xu said, noticing Long Qianming frowned slightly. He quickly added, of course, I'm not looking to start trouble. I just don't want to be cautious when provoked. After all, he paused, I have an grade offensive contract spirit and an grade healing contract spirit. Their importance to humanity is undeniable. Ling Xu spoke lightly, giving Long Qianming due respect. But he knew in his heart that, given the personalities of those 2, this issue wouldn't end well. He was paving the way to harvest their soul essence in advance. Are you talking about Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao? Long Qianming suddenly asked, interrupting Ling Xu's thoughts. Ling Xu chuckled. Uncle Long, you know everything about me, down to the color of my underwear. They are talented, but... Long Qianming looked directly at Ling Xu, his gaze calm as if discussing the weather. I said before, in school, points can buy anything. If it's self-defense, exceptions can be made. Ling Xu immediately understood his hint. How many points would that take? A million, Long Qianming said lightly. If you win the championship, I'll give you a 90 discount. At that moment, Ling Xu realized his worries were unnecessary. Even without a prior agreement, Long Qianming would probably turn a blind eye. After all, virtual hunting was the rule. Any other conditions? Long Qianming asked. That's all. Ling Xu shook his head. He truly had no other requests, only lacking money. With money, he could give his parents a good life, buy back the house they sold, and feed the glutton. Not to mention, he had 6 more to support in the future. Just the glutton alone would cost him a fortune. The prize money for the championship of the 4 academies was bound to be substantial. So even without the earlier conditions, Ling Xu would participate. His previous hesitation was merely testing Long Qianming. All right, we've discussed everything. You have class tomorrow, so I won't disturb your rest. Long Qianming stood up to leave. Take care, Uncle Long. As soon as he finished speaking, a ripple of spiritual energy emanated from Long Qianming. The light around him distorted, and he vanished without a trace. Spiritual energy can be used like that? Ling Xu marveled, as if discovering a new world. 2 lives cost 2 million points, and even with a discount, it's 200,000. He needed a way to earn points. After a quick wash, Ling Xu lay in bed and checked the Hanmo wind and cloud rankings on his terminal. The rankings were divided into 4 tiers. The first tier ranked 100,0501, earning 1,000 points monthly. The second tier 500,101, earning 2,000. The third tier 100,11, earning 5,000. And the top tier, the Hanmo Top 10, starting at 10,000 points per month, increasing by 10,000 with each rank up. Currently, Ling Xu was far from the top 10, at best aiming for the 1,000th spot, and not even guaranteed to win. Worse, even if he made it to the top 1,000 now, he wouldn't earn points. Today was June 30th, the settlement day. The ranking points are settled on a fixed date, not based on when someone enters the ranking. Ling Xu stared at the light screen in front of him, quickly calculating the time. It was either find someone to challenge now, or make it onto the leaderboard before the end of July. He noticed that the end of the month was often the period with the most challenges, as each person could only apply for 1 challenge per month, and losing would cost them 500 points. This rule spared the strong ones on the leaderboard from being constantly challenged. As his eyes scanned the leaderboard, Ling Xu's frown deepened. The top 10 were all Xingua-level spirit users, some of whom had been in school for less than 20 months. And the other academies would only have stronger competitors. Champion of the 4 academies competition. He murmured to himself, reaching Xinghue level within 3 months means I must unlock more contract spirits. Currently, his soul quality was at 72, and at his current pace, unlocking all contract spirits within 3 months seemed feasible. But the system quickly shattered his illusion. Each level of mental power required twice the soul quality of the previous level. Damn it, Ling Xu couldn't help but curse. So it's a trap, huh? 7 contract spirits corresponded to the 7 deadly sins, and killing was the fastest way to progress. This brutal reality made him ponder deeply. After exiting the leaderboard, Ling Xu started exploring other ways to earn points. Besides the leaderboard, there were options like campus jobs, off-campus commissions, and the duel arena. Among them, the duel arena offered the highest returns, so he decided to check it out when he had time. Meanwhile, in another dorm room, Li Xiaoxiao was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The agitation from the ranking test wouldn't leave her, and neither bathing nor sleeping pills helped. Ling Xu's performance at the test haunted her like a nightmare. She picked up the white rabbit beside her, and the soft touch slightly calmed her anxious mood. Ling Xu, she murmured to herself while stroking the rabbit, was it really necessary to hold a grudge just because I slapped you in public? In her mind, choosing a better person was entirely justified. You were useless at the time. I just made the most rational choice. She began convincing herself, even placing herself in the victim's position. Recalling Ling Xu's unusual behavior in the classroom a few days ago, a sudden realization hit Li Xiaoxiao. He must have awakened then, provoking Zhao Lu and insulting me to cover it up. Thinking of Ling Xu's tearful face when they broke up, she became more certain of her speculation. He must still like me. As she lay back in bed, Li Xiaoxiao felt noticeably more relaxed, indulging in her own delusions. Arrogant people often see the faults in others, but find it hard to face their own issues. At Hanmo Academy, liberalism prevails, making the curriculum for spirit envoys even more relaxed than that of a university. The entire course structure includes only 2 mandatory cultural subjects: basics of the spirit realm and fundamentals of spirit envoys, while all other subjects are elective. On the second day of school, when Ling Xu entered the classroom for fundamentals of spirit envoys, the room fell silent instantly. All eyes naturally followed this prominent figure from yesterday's ranking test, yet no one approached him to talk. In the front middle row, Zhao Lu sat next to Li Xiaoxiao, who had spent points to switch seats. When Ling Xu's gaze met theirs, Zhao Lu instinctively avoided eye contact, while Li Xiaoxiao pretended not to notice. Ling Xu simply smiled lightly, and, with Tao Tai in tow, headed straight to an empty seat in the last row. As soon as he sat down, the girl next to him, Lin Lan, visibly tensed up. She waved her hand excitedly, then forced herself to sit up straight, her hands awkwardly placed on the desk. Yesterday's ranking test had already made Ling Xu the top choice on the girls' list, despite some unfavorable rumors. Is there something you need? Ling Xu noticed Lin Lan's unease and asked. He remembered her from the roll call yesterday. Lin Lan, 18 years old. No, nothing. Lin Lan was startled by his sudden question and blurted out. Ling Xu. I'm not avoiding you. Oh, Ling Xu was somewhat puzzled. Lin Lan took a deep breath and, as if making a decision, turned to Ling Xu. I'm Lin Lan, 18, from the GX district of the 3rd level gathering place on Treasure Island. My spirit partner is Xiao Lan, a healing type, with a D aptitude. She paused, her voice growing softer. I'm single, never dated anyone. A treasure islander, but you don't have that typical accent. Ling Xu responded politely. Ling Xu, 20, local. Tao Tai introduced the spirit partner resting on Ling Xu's lap, unwilling to be left out. Hello, Tao Tai. Lin Lan managed a stiff smile, waving at Tao Tai. At that moment, Ling Xu finally understood her intentions. Lin Lan indeed embodied the characteristics of a treasure island girl, standing about 165 centimeters tall, wearing a traditional campus-style long skirt with a blouse, sporting a fresh high ponytail, and exuding youthful energy. She was less mature and sensual than Li Xiaoxiao, but sweeter and cuter, making her quite outstanding among the girls. Unfortunately, Ling Xu wasn't interested. Lin Lan gathered her courage to speak. Ling Xu, can we have dinner together after school? I'll treat. I have things to do after school. Lin Lan didn't expect such a swift rejection from the other person, who didn't even spare her a glance. Feeling a bit disappointed, she bit her lips slightly, and her voice softened. Well, all right. When you're free, would you like to have a meal together? We'll see, Ling Xu replied indifferently, his gaze already shifting towards the podium. Their homeroom teacher, Chen Su, strode into the classroom just as the bell finished ringing. Chen Su wasted no time on pleasantries and dove straight into the topic. Today, I'll explain the standards of spirit users' abilities. He quickly sketched a chart on the blackboard with his finger. The determination of a spirit user's strength is divided into two main categories: general indicators and special indicators. General indicators include the quality of the contracted spirit, soul compatibility, the spirit energy of both parties, and the user's physical condition. First is the quality of the contracted spirit, Chen Su said, drawing an upward curve on the blackboard with chalk. The higher the quality, the more spirit energy it can provide to the host. For example, the spirit energy limit of an A-grade contracted spirit is akin to a glass of water, but when you first awaken, you can only use a drop. A grade spirit's limit is a bucket of water, with half a glass usable initially. As you go up, an grade spirit's limit is comparable to a river, starting with a bucket's worth of water. He paused, scanning the classroom. As for SS and SSS grades, that's not something you should concern yourselves with at this stage. But don't be discouraged by lower grades. By repeatedly draining and replenishing the spirit energy of your contracted spirit, even in a grade can gradually be raised to its grade. It just depends on your patience. The second factor is soul compatibility, Chen Su continued. Simply put, it's the level of understanding between you and your contracted spirit. The higher the understanding, the greater the power you can harness. There's no fixed method to improve this. It relies entirely on mutual empathy. Even the strongest spirit users can achieve 100% compatibility. Among known contracted spirits, human-shaped ones are the easiest to increase compatibility with and have the highest potential. Upon hearing this, the entire class turned their gaze to the back corner of the room. There, Tao Tai sat comfortably on Ling Xu, nibbling on snacks. The reputation of human-shaped contracted spirits was well known, and coupled with yesterday's record-breaking classification test, Ling Xu had become a campus celebrity, attracting girls wherever he went. However, they were either ignored by Ling Xu or deterred by the rumor of 1,000 points per night. This was precisely the effect Ling Xu desired: either give points or don't disturb him. Stop staring and pay attention to the lesson. Chen Su tapped the blackboard, drawing the students' focus back. Ignoring the university students who were busy with their phones, he continued. The third point is the spirit energy of both parties. Many people ask, do humans possess spirit energy? The answer is yes. Spirit users can utilize spirit energy without relying on their contracted spirits, and those with great power can even defeat formidable creatures from the void realm single-handedly. How to use spirit energy is covered in the basic training course. Listening to this, Ling Xu recalled Long Qianming's ability to seemingly traverse space. It seemed that Uncle Long possessed immense spirit energy himself. Ling Xu couldn't help but wonder how one could reach that level, as without Tao Tai, he was no different from an ordinary person, unable to sense even a trace of spirit energy. Does it require reaching a certain state? Finally, let's discuss physical condition. Chen Su continued. Many offensive-type contracted spirits take the form of weapons, from swords and spears to axes and hooks, even some unusual types. Mastering the use of your contracted spirit's form can greatly enhance your combat strength. Next, we'll delve into special indicators, including the special abilities of contracted spirits and the spirit energy talents of spirit users. After the class, Ling Xu finally gained a basic understanding of the spirit envoys. These experiences, passed down through the centuries, may not be universally applicable, but they do provide guidance for spirit envoys. The Spirit Envoy Academy is precisely such a place, helping everyone find the most suitable path for their cultivation. At 1 p.m., under the blazing sun, the new students of the 24th batch, June class, gathered on the training field with their contract spirits by their sides. The field buzzed with chatter as the students formed small groups, occasionally glancing at the three instructors standing at the front. In the center stood Li Hongyuan, holding a list, checking and marking it. As the head instructor responsible for new student training at Hamo Academy, he had achieved the Haoyue level, placing him among the top instructors of the academy. Under his guidance, countless talents had surpassed his accomplishments. A smile played on Li Hongyuan's lips. This batch is interesting, having 2 levels in one class. His eyes scanned the names Zhao Lu and Ling Xu on the list. I heard Ling Xu broke Master White Tiger's new student power test record yesterday. One instructor chimed in. Power isn't everything. You're at the Xinghue level and still think that way? Another instructor shook his head in disagreement. Zhao Lu has been practicing martial arts since childhood, aiming to surpass his peers after awakening. Now, not only has he awakened and level contract spirit, but he also possesses a sword body. With such a high starting point, Ling Xu is definitely not his match right now. Li Hongyuan nodded in agreement. Humanoid contract spirits are indeed rare, but other level contract spirits are not weak either. Aren't the 4 Su Shou lords of Huaxia non-humanoid contract spirits? As long as Zhao Lu can stay focused, reaching the Yari level in the future is not an issue. The Yari level is a rank held by only 40 people in all of Huaxia, each a pillar at the rank of Guardian General. The instructor who had been contradicted retorted, there were many geniuses in the classes from last February to this May, but I believe Ling Xu can break into the top 32 in the 4 academies competition. The growth rate of humanoid contract spirits is very fast. Catching up in 3 months is entirely possible. Top 32? Reaching the Xinghue level in 3 months? That's wishful thinking. Then let's bet 50,000 points. Deal. Director Li, care to join in? I'll pass. Li Hongyuan walked forward, cleared his throat. The scar running diagonally across his face was particularly striking, and the crowd fell silent immediately. In the classroom of the Spirit Academy, 3 instructors stood side by side. In the center was Li Hongyuan, who stood tall and scanned the young faces before him. He began, "Hello, everyone. My name is Li Hongyuan. This is Zhang Antai." He gestured to the instructor on the left, "And this is Lu Nang." He indicated the instructor on the right. "From today onwards, the 3 of us will be your instructors for the basic training course. If you encounter any problems during training, feel free to ask us for help." As soon as he finished speaking, a male student eagerly raised his hand. Li Hongyuan nodded slightly to acknowledge him. "Mr. Li, will we be undergoing high-intensity military training? Is there any agreement that won't hold anyone accountable if someone dies?" The student asked with a hint of apprehension in his voice. "Where did you hear that?" Li Hongyuan frowned slightly. "I read it in a novel. It said that new students often don't make it." The student's voice trailed off. Li Hongyuan's gaze sharpened, and his tone turned stern. "If you have a death wish, I could certainly train you to death." "No, no." The student waved his hands frantically, quickly backing down. Li Hongyuan's expression softened, and he explained earnestly. "You need to understand that each and every spirit user is a valuable resource for the country. You're gathered here to help you grow quickly and safely to serve your nation. Your lives are the most precious here. There are no deadly agreements or lethal combat tests. Training is voluntary, and we won't force anyone." Upon hearing this, the questioning student visibly relaxed. He silently criticized those foolish novels. In a world facing crisis, every life is invaluable. How could they allow students to die so easily? If human life were so cheap, what would be the point of defending the country? What meaning would the continuation of a civilized society hold? Other students who had similar concerns also showed relief, grateful they wouldn't have to endure inhumane training. Watching this, Li Hongyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. These naive youngsters didn't know that the Spirit Academy didn't need harsh training to push them to excel. What truly drove them to train hard was an unwritten school where only the strong could avoid being humiliated by the stronger. Within 3 months, they would start competing fiercely, eager to surpass one another. "Are there any other questions?" Li Hongyuan asked loudly. Seeing no further inquiries, he continued. "Basic training includes aspects such as physical fitness, reflexes, mental strength, and spirit compatibility. We'll tailor the most suitable training methods for each of you based on your contract spirit and personal characteristics. But remember, we only provide the scientific training techniques. The finer details depend on you. A teacher can only guide you to the door. The journey is yours to make. How far you go ultimately depends on yourself." By Muyang, Kai Shukuan, Hulaina, stepped forward. Li Hongyuan suddenly called out. The 3 promptly emerged from the crowd and stood before the instructors. "Show your contract spirit forms." "Yes." With a surge of spiritual energy, the 3 quickly merged with their respective contract spirits. A mouse. Zhang Antai, who was responsible for guiding Bai Muyang, almost laughed at his contract spirit form. However, as a professional instructor, he quickly controlled his expression and donned a faker-like smile. "Yes, sir," Bai Muyang explained. "My contract spirit form is a mouse, and its special ability is void control. Objects locked by my gaze are controlled by my mouse. Currently, the limit is 1 object with a maximum weight of 1 kilogram. Zhang Antai didn't directly point out the ability's weakness, but analyzed. The lack of control might be due to insufficient mental strength. Do you play video games? Huh. Bai Muyang was momentarily stunned. I mean computer games. Not much. I was in my senior year of high school, and my family was strict. Since your contract spirit form is a mouse, you might want to try esports training. Aim for synchronized coordination between keyboard and mouse. Spend your breaks merging with your contract spirit to improve compatibility and mental strength. Starting low means there's plenty of room for improvement. Work hard. Yes, sir. Bai Muyang earnestly noted down the advice, deciding to use his points to set up a computer in his dormitory. Meanwhile, Li Honyuan was guiding Kai Shukuan. He focused intently on the young man holding a spear, his tone appreciative. The spear is the king of all weapons, and with your level potential, your future achievements could rival mine. Kai Shukuan shyly scratched his head at his teacher's praise, saying, Hee, thank you, teacher. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Li Honyuan explained in detail. Our Chinese spear tradition is long-standing, even attracting spear-wielding spirit contract holders from abroad. You have two choices. Enroll in the school's cold weapon course or go to a specialized spear martial arts school. There's a master of the Ma family spear there, and although it costs more points, it's worth a try. He paused and added, regular physical training and merging with your spirit contract to maintain pain sensitivity can enhance your mental strength and compatibility. Yes, Kai Shukuan responded earnestly. Time flew by, and soon it was Zhao Lu's turn. He held a 3-foot-long sword, deliberately showing off his skills before standing with his sword at his side, every move exuding an air of pretentiousness. Teacher, Zhao Lu spoke arrogantly. I'm already familiar with my spirit contract, and I've arranged my training. No need to bother yourself. Li Honyuan watched Zhao Lu's conceited demeanor, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He detested people who put on airs without real skill. Drawing a small knife from his pouch, he said calmly, Attack me. I won't use my spirit contract. Teacher, I'm afraid I'll hurt you, Zhao Lu said with a grin. Without further words, Li Honyuan suddenly launched himself like a spring towards Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Sparks flew as the knife clashed with the sword. Even in his merged state, Zhao Lu was forced to retreat repeatedly by the sheer power, as if hit by a heavy truck. After delivering a forceful warning, Li Hongyuan's movements became exceptionally agile. A flash of the knife, and Zhao Lu's clothes were left in tatters. Is this the swordsmanship you've practiced for years? Li Honyuan pointed out mercilessly. Your reaction speed is lacking, your strength insufficient, and you lack basic martial skills. Yet you claim you don't need my guidance? Of course, I won't force you. You can follow your own path. Embarrassed in public, Zhao Lu's face turned livid, stubbornly saying, I wasn't ready just now. Li Honyuan assumed his stance again, provocatively motioning him to attack. Come on, attack me. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Lu assumed a stance and lunged at Li Honyuan, launching a fierce offensive with his sword. His movements showed some martial foundation, but to a professional like Li Honyuan, it was clear they were just for show. Li Honyuan stood motionless, effortlessly neutralizing all of Zhao Lu's attacks with pure physical skill. Suddenly, he struck with precision, hitting Zhao Lu in the chest as he leaped. Zhao Lu flew several meters like a kite with a broken string, needing to plant his sword in the ground to steady himself. With your mediocre swordsmanship, any sword-wielding spirit user in the school could easily handle you, Li Honyuan said bluntly. He knew that with someone as arrogant as Zhao Lu, a harsh lesson was necessary to set him on the right path. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lu gritted his teeth, a hint of defiance flashing in his eyes. You've only lived a few decades longer than me, so why belittle my swordsmanship? I may lack experience, but I'm never sloppy when facing opponents of the same level. Li Honyuan crossed his arms, a cold smile playing on his lips. Fine, train in your own way. If you can defeat that April newcomer at the Sword and Saber Academy, I'll apologize to you. What level is he? Zhao Lu asked, staring intently at Li Honyuan. He's just reached the glimmer level, dim stage. It's a deal. Zhao Lu's eyes flashed with determination. If I reach the glimmer level, dim stage and defeat him, you'll apologize to me in front of the entire school. No problem. Li Honyuan, stand by my word. Zhao Lu sheathed his sword, swiftly transforming into a purple fox before turning to leave. Director Lu Ning hesitated to speak. Let him go. Li Honyuan waved his hand. If he can truly defeat that swordsmanship prodigy on his own, then he's a genius among geniuses, and there's no shame in apologizing. Despite his words, Li Honyuan knew in his heart that Zhao Lu was bound to lose against that opponent. Lu Ning said no more. Soon it was Ling Xu's turn, with Li Honyuan again as the instructor. Ling Xu, holding his sword that transformed into a tang knife, bowed respectfully. Student Ling Xu, my contracted spirit's form is a tang knife, with the special ability of devouring. Li Honyuan spoke bluntly. Ling Xu, is it? I have nothing to teach you. Seeing Ling Xu's puzzled expression, he quickly clarified. Don't get me wrong. You already have a teacher far more outstanding than I am. Ling Xu understood. Li Hanyuan was referring to Long Qianming. That master's contracted spirit is also a blade, though it's a crescent blade. However, he's a master of all martial arts and can teach anything. But Uncle Long has important matters to attend to, and I can't always take up his time. Uncle Long. Li Hanyuan raised an eyebrow, noting how close this kid seemed to be with the Azure Dragon. In that case, I'll boldly offer to be your temporary teacher, Li Hanyuan suggested. You can go to the Sword and Saber Academy or enroll in specialized swordsmanship courses to learn the basics. If you want to learn physical techniques, you can come to me. I can help you with some finer points. All right, thank you, teacher. Ling Xu returned to the crowd, feeling a bit disappointed. His exploration over this time had given him a good understanding of spirit user cultivation, but the mystery he wanted to solve was how to use spiritual energy without relying on his contracted spirit. However, this was a field only accessible at the Starlight level, and Uncle Long intended to teach him after he won the 4 Academies competition. With that in mind, he decided to focus on enhancing his mental power and swordsmanship. Watching Ling Xu's retreating figure, Li Hanyuan gave him high praise in his mind. Although the young man's character still needed observation, his composure and poise at their first meeting set him apart from his peers. Most importantly, his eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. While he might have flaws in his social interactions and his talent wasn't the most exceptional, none of that would prevent him from reaching the summit. The foundational training course was quite different from what Ling Xu had imagined. The classroom lacked strict military-style management, and there were no neatly organized formations typical of physical education classes. The first lesson was surprisingly simple. The teacher learned about each student's contracted spirit, developed a study plan, and answered questions, and that was it. What surprised Ling Xu even more was the flexibility of the post-class arrangements. There was no fixed meeting time, and students could freely choose whether to attend specialized training sessions. If they had questions, they could simply contact the teacher through the terminal. This almost laissez-faire freedom made him ponder. It was no wonder that Hanmo Academy hadn't won the grand competition among the 4 academies for 8 consecutive years. How could they keep up with opponents who started rigorous training from day one when the freshmen were indulging in the arcade, cinema, and swimming pool? While other freshmen gathered in small groups for fun, Ling Xu opened his terminal and followed the map to find the Sword and Blade Dojo. However, the sight that met his eyes left him stunned. It was nothing like the modern dojo he had imagined, but rather a traditional courtyard. Wooden fences surrounded the area, a small pond decorated the interior, and a Tang-style building stood quietly, resembling an ancient temple. After repeatedly confirming the terminal map, Ling Xu pushed open the courtyard door and entered, with Tao Dai following closely behind. The sound of wooden swords clashing guided them to the main house. 2 pairs of shoes were neatly placed on the steps, and inside, a boy just over 16 was engaged in a high-speed wooden sword duel with an elderly white-haired man, with moves so fast they were almost impossible to follow. Ling Xu watched in silence until the boy's wrist was struck, causing his wooden sword to fly out of his hand. The boy bowed deeply to the elder and, as he left with his sword, his cold, piercing gaze sent a shiver through Ling Xu. It was not the gaze of an ordinary boy, but one that seemed to have experienced countless life-and-death situations. Who was outside? The elder's deep voice rang out. Ling Xu, a new student at the academy, with a contracted spirit in the form of a tang knife, here to learn swordsmanship. Ling Xu replied with a slight bow, and Tao Tai also bowed in unison. Come in. With permission granted, Ling Xu removed his shoes and entered the room, while Tao Tai carefully arranged their shoes and followed him inside. In this place, there's no point system for learning. It all depends on your dedication, the old man said, seated on a straw mat. Despite his hunched figure, he exuded an aura of respect. What does it mean to be truly dedicated to learning? Ling Xu asked. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, honestly, I'm not sure how much I want to learn. It's mainly because my contracted spirit is a blade that I'm interested in studying. The old man smiled slightly. Desires to grow stronger, to protect, to pass on knowledge, or even to seek revenge, all these can be considered valid motives for learning. The purpose of seeking knowledge is neither noble nor lowly. Just then, a wooden sword suddenly sprang from the weapon rack behind the old man. Ling Xu instinctively caught it and noticed the old man was now holding a wooden sword too. A wooden sword, but I want to learn about blades, Ling Xu said, puzzled. The blade, a single-edged weapon, shares its origins with the sword. In basic usage, they are essentially alike, the old man explained as he stood up, gesturing for Ling Xu to assume a stance. Blades are more lethal than swords and more practical in combat. Mastering the sword naturally leads to mastering the blade. Please teach me, Ling Xu said respectfully, bowing before launching an attack, emulating the movements of a young warrior he had seen. Each strike was pure and powerful, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes. The old man slowed his movements, parrying while guiding Ling Xu's footwork with his attacks. After a few exchanges, he suddenly quickened his pace, disarming Ling Xu with a swift strike. Your footwork is unstable, your movements disconnected, You're too focused on my sword because you're afraid of being hit, the old man critiqued. But your attacks are fierce, raw, and Primala fighting style well suited for blades. Keep going. Strike with the determination to hit me. Ling Xu picked up the wooden sword and resumed his attack. As he parried, the old man continued explaining. There aren't many set moves in swordsmanship or blade work. Each move is meant to kill. It all comes down to your reflexes and stamina. Under the old man's guidance, Ling Xu found his rhythm. His mind became clearer, his eyes could track every movement, and he fully absorbed the old man's teachings even while attacking. This flow state was exhilarating. With a sudden smack, the wooden sword was knocked from his grip again. Not bad, not bad, the old man said with a satisfied smile. You have a talent for using blades. When you go back, practice with that same feeling. Your skills will soon reach a basic level. After bowing deeply in gratitude, Ling Xu left. Long Qianming stepped out from the shadows and asked, Old man, what do you think of him? He's talented, with a strong capacity for understanding. He learns quickly in combat. If I had met him 10 years earlier, his blade skills might rival yours. Ha ha ha, it's not too late now. Martial arts, in the hands of a spirit user with superior physical abilities, are more effective when simple and direct. Even learning the basics can be beneficial for a lifetime. Rubbish, the old man retorted, smacking Long Qianming on the back with his sword. I've taught you blade skills for decades, and this is what you say? Young people today think martial arts are useless, relying too much on spiritual power and becoming restless. You're outdated, old man. It's not 100 years ago. Advanced martial arts might be effective against humans, but against creatures from the void, simple and direct is most effective. The old man, at a loss for words, angrily tossed a wooden sword to Long Qianming. Spar with me. I'm getting rusty, playing around with young ones every day. Let's do it. After leaving the sword and saber martial arts school, Ling Xu grasped his right hand, and the Taotai instantly transformed into a sharp tang sword. Standing in the open space before the school, he swung the sword repeatedly, feeling the essence of the blade he had just comprehended. Each swing was more precise, more fierce, and faster than the last. At this moment, he truly experienced the sudden enlightenment, often described in martial arts novels as if the whole world had become clear and transparent, with no mysteries beyond his understanding. While he was immersed in this wondrous sensation, a noisy argument reached his ears. Ling Xu turned to look and saw a group of people gathered in a square not far away. Among the voices, he heard one that was familiar. Driven by curiosity, Ling Xu put away the Taotai and quickly approached the crowd. Pushing through the onlookers, he saw what was happening. Kai Shukuan was protecting an unfamiliar girl, facing 4 sneering young men. In broad daylight, 4 of you ganging up on a girl, talking about 500 a night, have you no shame? Kai Shukuan shouted angrily, shielding the girl firmly behind him. And who do you think you are? A tall, thin boy sneered. I get it, you want a free pass, huh? Playing the hero to save the damsel. The others joined in with mocking laughter. Why are the new students so arrogant these days? One of them said coldly. They need to learn the rules the hard way. Exactly, another chimed in. Consider it a favor from us, giving you a taste of the harsh reality here. The 4 of them laughed harshly. The leader turned to the girl, speaking with a flippant tone. So, have you thought it over? 500 points is a lot. It's only been 2 days since school started, and I bet you've used up quite a few points already. There's still a long year ahead. He licked his lips. Jobs on campus are hard to find. Off-campus assignments are too dangerous, and you newbies can't win in the arena. Without points, you'll have to drop out. We're just trying to help you out here, as long as tonight. The girl trembled behind Kai Shukuan. Her expression conflicted as she weighed the pros and cons. The temptation of 2,000 points in one night was indeed significant. No, Kai Shukuan abruptly interrupted her thoughts, shouting at the 4. Forcing someone into such a situation, didn't your parents teach you any morals? A new student with some guts, huh? One boy taunted. Not satisfied? Come to the arena. Pick any one of us, and let your strength do the talking. Kai Shukuan fell silent. As a freshman at the Ember level, he knew that dueling with these upperclassmen, who had been at school for months, would only lead to humiliation. Seeing his hesitation, the leader waved dismissively. If you can't handle it, stop playing the hero. She hasn't said she doesn't want to, right? He suddenly had an idea. How about this, you join us too? We'll each give you 100 points, you chip in 100, and tonight we all. Great idea. The others agreed, bursting into laughter. At that moment, the girl tugged at Kai Shukuan's sleeve, covering her delicate mouth. She leaned in closer to him, her neckline teasingly revealing a hint of her fair skin. With a trembling voice, she said, "Help me." For Kai Shukuan, who had been single all his life, this scene was an irresistible temptation. His blood surged as he straightened his back and shouted, "I want to challenge you to a duel. If I win, you must leave her alone." The tall, skinny guy smirked knowingly. "And if you lose, you'll have to pay each of us 500 points. But we won't bother her anymore. Deal." Kai Shukuan gritted his teeth. "Fine, I agree." He thought to himself that losing would cost him at most 2,000 points, But winning the favor of this girl, who was far prettier than any of the girls in his class who secretly admired him, was worth it. He even started to imagine the pleasant possibilities of the evening. The group made their way to the dueling arena, with the girl clinging to Kai Shukuan's arm. Ling Xu, following quietly behind, glanced at Kai Shukuan's smug expression and chuckled wryly. He's letting his little head rule the big one. How can he not see this obvious setup? Although Kai Shukuan didn't really need to step in back at school, since he had helped before, Ling Xu decided to repay the favor today. They arrived at a small dueling arena, a spherical building with a similarly shaped interior. Spectator seats surrounded the central circular dueling area. At the four great spirit academies, dueling was not only encouraged, but also the fastest way to earn money. Besides this small venue, the school had a large arena that could accommodate 20,000 people and 3 medium-sized arenas. The tall, skinny guy stopped and turned around. Who do you want to challenge? Just so you know, we're all at the spark level, hope stage. Kai Shukuan scanned the group and figured the tall guy was the strongest, so he chose the seemingly least conspicuous guy with a mohawk hairstyle. Me? Ha ha. The mohawk guy cracked his knuckles. Just what I needed to stretch my muscles. Both parties completed the duel application on their terminals. The information read, Kai Shukuan, Spark Level, New Moon Stage, B-Class Offensive Contract Spirit, Opponent Ma Chao, Spark Level, Hope Stage, C-Class Offensive Contract Spirit. So you're a B-Class, no wonder you're so confident, kid. Ma Chao grinned confidently. He hadn't updated his level assessment in 3 months and planned to make the most of this loophole allowed by the school's rules. In the duel arena, Kai Shukuan and Ma Chao stood facing each other, waiting for the countdown to begin. In the empty stands, only Ling Xu watched the impending confrontation in silence. He deliberately chose not to stop the duel, hoping Kai Shukuan would learn a lesson. The countdown numbers flickered on the large screen above, and in the final 10 seconds, the arena was unusually quiet. There was no usual trash talk. Both men focused intently on the screen, their muscles tense. As the last 5 seconds began, both released their contract spirits. Ma Chao's spirit manifested as a phantom of a weasel, and he wielded a pair of chained darts. Kai Shukuan gripped his fiery red spear tightly. The spear gives me the advantage, Kai Shukuan calculated, suddenly charging forward. His spear spiraled, flames entwining the shaft, aiming directly at Ma Chao's chest. Ma Chao deftly sidestepped, his chain dart skillfully wrapping around the spear, attempting to disarm his opponent. But as the chain touched the spear, flames erupted, forcing him to retreat and tear off his shirt. So that's your spirit's ability? Ma Chao sneered. I'm done playing. He flung the chain dart with his right hand, the chain mysteriously extending, the dart piercing through Kai Shukuan's defenses. Kai Shukuan barely deflected the first strike, only to be caught off guard by a sudden attack from the left. The sharp dart grazed his right hand, leaving a bloody mark. I need to close the distance, he decided, charging recklessly at Ma Chao like a madman. However, the close combat highlighted their disparity. Ma Chao wielded the chain dart as a short blade, weaving within a meter of Kai Shukuan, each pass leaving another wound. Kai Shukuan couldn't match his speed, becoming a helpless target. I concede, Kai Shukuan declared after just 3 rounds. The wagered 2,000 points were immediately transferred to Ma Chao's account. Ling Xu had seen the disparity from the start. Ma Chao wasn't even trying, like a college student bullying a kindergartner. Kai Shukuan lacked practical experience and couldn't even dodge properly. With a sense of resignation, Kai Shukuan left the arena, intending to console his sister. But when he turned, he saw his previously forlorn sister now looking at him with a mocking smile. Idiot, consider the 2,000 points a lesson, she laughed, striding confidently towards 4 other guys. Next time, don't trust others so easily. You were all in on it. Kai Shukuan finally realized the truth, his furious shout echoing through the empty arena. Damn it, I've been played by those jerks. Kai Shukuan cursed in frustration. As 5 people walked past him, their faces were filled with mocking smiles. The leader sneered. So what if you know now? You agreed to the duel and the stakes willingly. It all follows the school rules, and even if you complain to the principal, it won't help. It's an unwritten rule he turns a blind eye to. He paused. Welcome to Hamo Academy, Xiao Chunan. One of the girls disdainfully patted Kai Shukuan's face. For 100 points in the bag. Freshmen are always so naive and rich. We make a killing every month. She signaled to her companions. Let's find our next target. Kai Shukuan clenched his fists but felt powerless. He was filled with regret, already had a sister to pursue, yet he was still tempted by beauty, thinking his level talent would attract pretty girls. Just as he was about to leave in despair, a figure suddenly appeared at the door, blocking the 5's path. Who are you? What do you want? The tall, thin man asked with a frown. It was Ling Xu, who calmly opened his terminal and played the video he had just recorded. What do you think will happen if this video gets posted on the campus forum? Kai Shukuan, surprised, walked over to Ling Xu. Ling Xu, what are you doing here? So, you're in cahoots, the thin man interrupted. Trying to stand up for your friend? Everything we've done is above board. What good is a video? Planning to report us? There are worse than us in this academy. Ling Xu remained calm. I just think that posting this video on the forum will help more freshmen recognize you. The thin man's expression darkened. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. If you really do this, we'll have a grudge. How about a compromise? We'll return the money, and you delete the video. I have a better proposal, Ling Xu replied. Let's duel. You can send anyone you like. If I lose, I'll give you 5,000 points and delete the video. If I win, each of you gives me 1,000 points, and I'll still delete the video. Fair enough, right? Kai Shukoan panicked. Ling Xu, are you crazy? Their offer is already good enough. You've just awakened your powers. Don't worry, Ling Xu said calmly. The thin man considered for a moment and agreed to the proposal. Even if they lost, they'd only be down 3,000 points, and getting the video deleted was worth it. Ling Xu immediately pulled out his terminal, selected the duel arena, and initiated the challenge, setting the stakes at 5,000 points. Are you serious? Kai Shukoan said in despair. If you lose, I can only cover 2,000 at most. I've already been scammed out of 2,000. The terminal showed that the duel had been successfully matched. Ling Xu flashed a chilling smile. There was no turning back now. There's no turning back now. Ling Xu wore a confident smile as he walked steadily towards the dueling platform. As he passed Kai Shukoan, he gave him a light pat on the shoulder and said calmly, "You should focus on improving yourself instead of chasing after women all day." It was the first time Kai Shukoan had seen Ling Xu smile with such composure. There was a hint of an intimidating aura in his calm demeanor that sent a shiver down Kai Shukoan's spine. This guy? Could he actually win? He murmured to himself. Ling Xu climbed the platform, leaving behind 3 words, "I will win." On the dueling platform, Ling Xu faced a tall, lean man named Zhou Yuan. His right arm was covered with an arm guard, the embodiment of his contracted spirit. The display screen above clearly showed their information. Ling Xu, Firefly level, aspiring rank, S-class attack type contracted spirit. Zhou Yuan, Firefly level, aspiring rank, B-class attack type contracted spirit. From the data, the outcome seemed predetermined. However, Zhou Yuan remained unusually calm, knowing that if measured again, his strength would be at the candle level. The S-class contracted spirit was indeed a surprise to him. Is that S-class your reliance? A weapon focused on attack. No wonder you're so confident, Zhou Yuan said, feigning a timid tone to mislead his opponent. Ling Xu kept his contracted spirit, Tao Tai, in its original form, not reverting to human form. This was a well-thought-out strategy. Sustaining energy consumption helps increase the upper limit, and he planned for Tao Tai to revert only when reaching its limit. Because of this, the others hadn't realized the true identity of his contracted spirit. After all, there were bound to be several S-class prodigies among the new students, and as lower-level students, they didn't bother to learn about each one. With a steady grip on Tao Tai, Ling Xu said, "The realm of a spirit user is determined in a specialized place. So I wonder, could there be people who choose not to measure their strength from the start, hiding their true potential?" As he spoke, he kept an eye on the countdown. 5 seconds remaining. Zhou Yuan furrowed his eyebrows, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Did he see through my hidden strength all along? Impossible. They measure it on the first day of admission. He must be bluffing. As Zhou Yuan pondered, the countdown quietly ended. By the time he realized it, Ling Xu had already vanished from his spot. So fast. Zhou Yuan tensed up, looking around but unable to find his opponent. Noticing the audience's gaze directed upwards, he looked up to see Ling Xu descending from above with a fierce strike. Instinctively, Zhou Yuan raised his right arm to block, the dark blade clashing heavily with his arm guard. The piercing sound of metal clashing made ears ring, and the immense force pushed Zhou Yuan back several meters. His right arm felt numb, muscles trembling uncontrollably. Such powerful strength. The energy from an S-class contracted spirit is indeed extraordinary, Zhou Yuan said, shaking his numb hand as concentrated energy gathered at the fingertips of his armored hand. But if you think this is all I have, you're too naive. Like a fierce beast, Zhou Yuan charged at Ling Xu with incredible speed. He raised his arm, the metallic claws gleaming coldly as they slashed downwards. Ling Xu quickly retreated, watching as the ground before him split open with a deep crack from the vicious strike. Zhou Yuan didn't pause for a moment. He slammed his left hand on the ground for leverage, propelling himself forward with his legs to close the distance again. He swung his claws repeatedly, and Ling Xu barely managed to parry the onslaught with his Tang sword. Your speed is impressive, and your strength is formidable. It seems you've nearly reached the candlelight level, Ling Xu remarked while deflecting the attacks. You're right, Zhou Yuan sneered. I reached the Firefly level half a year ago, while you're just a newcomer who barely made it to the Watchtower level. Before his words fully settled, Zhou Yuan abruptly changed tactics. He grabbed Ling Xu's sword with his right hand and swiftly drew a dagger from behind his waist with his left, aiming for Ling Xu's right hand. He thought to himself, as long as I disarm him, without his contract spirit, a spirit user is just an ordinary person. A Firefly-level rookie can't possibly summon their contract spirit from the void yet. Ling Xu silently assessed. Zhou Yuan is indeed experienced in combat, with quick reflexes and good judgment. However, he's made a fatal mistake by approaching without knowing his opponent's true strength. Devourer, Ling Xu mentally commanded. Instantly, the glutton in his hand glowed with a blinding red light, and a pitch-black substance surged from the hilt, engulfing Zhou Yuan's entire left hand. What is this? Zhou Yuan shuddered, feeling an ominous force gripping his left hand tightly. Before he could react, Ling Xu swiftly turned, forcefully pulling the glutton from his armored right hand. Zhou Yuan was lifted high into the air by the devourer, suspended helplessly. He desperately struck at the black mass with his armored arm, but it was like hitting rubber. All his power was absorbed. Ling Xu's right fist suddenly surged with power, delivering a powerful uppercut to Zhou Yuan's abdomen. The blow carried a force of over 1,000 kilograms, causing Zhou Yuan to spit blood. If not for his spirit energy shielding him, the punch would have pierced through his body. Despite the situation, Zhou Yuan refused to surrender, raising his right leg for a sweeping kick at Ling Xu's head. However, Ling Xu, having mastered the art of divided focus, easily evaded the desperate counterattack. Then, Ling Xu commanded the devourer to repeatedly slam Zhou Yuan into the ground until he lost the strength to resist. He leisurely approached Zhou Yuan, a cold smile playing on his lips. The show is just beginning, senior. The devourer extended an arm, slapping Zhou Yuan with each sentence Ling Xu spoke. Trying to hide your strength and act like a wolf in sheep's clothing? Want to be the Dragon King? Pull a fast one. Bully newcomers. To surrender. Zhou Yuan finally broke, his voice trembling with humiliation. He was terrified. This is impossible to fight against. This guy is no ordinary freshman. Whose subordinate is he? The monitors around them promptly announced the end of the duel. Huh? Surrendering already? Ling Xu seemed slightly disappointed. Ling Xu reluctantly let go of Zhou Yuan, who had already admitted defeat, and looked at his opponent's disheveled state with a hint of regret. Just when he was getting warmed up, Zhou Yuan surrendered. This senior at the candlelight level wasn't as resilient as expected. Zhou Yuan quickly retracted his armor, transforming into a small gecko, and slipped into the pocket of Ling Xu's collar. At that moment, the physical pain he felt was nothing compared to the heartache of losing 5,000 points from his terminal. It's time for you to keep your promise, he said through gritted teeth. Of course, I always keep my word, Ling Xu replied with a slight smile, deleting the video on his terminal in front of Zhou Yuan. Beside him, his companion, the Tao Tai, also showed signs of fatigue, reverting to the form of a little girl. A humanoid contract spirit? Zhou Yuan's 4 followers outside the ring were stunned, their mouths agape enough to fit an apple. One of the girls recognized Ling Xu, exclaiming, "He's that new student." A shrewd glint flashed in her eyes. Zhou Yuan looked at the little girl beside Ling Xu and was at a loss for words. He walked off the stage in a daze, signaling his companions to leave with him. Nearby, Kai Shuquan was still shaken by the murderous aura Ling Xu had exuded earlier. Is his mental state really that unstable? It seemed like he was out for blood. He was secretly relieved that he had not only avoided offending Ling Xu, but had also helped him at school. Regaining his composure, Kai Shuquan quickly stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Ling Xu. I didn't expect you to have such hidden strength. If Xiao Lu finds out, he'll be furious. Remembering the 2,000 points Ling Xu had been cheated out of earlier, he immediately offered, "Let me transfer the money to you." Ling Xu noticed Kai Shuquan's gaze fall on his terminal, which displayed a balance of over 104,000 points. Where did all these points come from? Kai Shuquan asked in surprise. It must be a perk of having a humanoid contract spirit, Ling Xu replied nonchalantly. Since you insist, I'll accept the 2,000 points. By the way, did you really delete the video? Won't they just keep scamming others? Kai Shuquan asked with concern. Ling Xu opened the school forum and pointed to a post with hundreds of comments. I did delete the video, but I posted it on the forum earlier. I only promised to delete the video, not that I wouldn't upload it. Kai Shuquan gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. That's truly the right way to do it. Meanwhile, outside the venue, Zhou Yuan was collecting compensation from his companions. 1,000 each, as we agreed. We can always find another target later. Just then, Ma Chao discovered the video on the forum, and his face turned pale. That guy uploaded the video. Let's go back and settle this with him, someone shouted in anger. Wait. Zhou Yuan stopped his enraged companion. He didn't deceive us. The deal was to delete the video, not that he couldn't upload it. This time, we fell for it ourselves. 5,000 points were suddenly credited to Ling Xu's account. After settling Zhong Yu's loan, his balance climbed back up to 100,000 points. In the cafeteria, Ling Xu watched the voracious Tao Tai across from him, shaking his head with a wry smile. The earlier battle had nearly exhausted her energy. To appease this injury-claiming contract spirit, he had to arrive at the cafeteria early and spend 200 points on a table full of food. Tao Ye's delicate face was now beaming with joy at the sight of the feast, her demeanor far from that of a graceful Western princess. Just then, A system notification chimed. Gluttony value 2 warning. Gluttony value has reached 98. Tao Tai is about to evolve and enter a dormant state. Ling Xu frowned as he stared at the system panel. The 7 deadly sins, being the root of human vices, were inherently difficult to suppress, especially appetites tied to basic survival instincts. He couldn't help but think that among the 7 sins, gluttony and lust were the hardest to control due to their direct connection to biological instincts. As he was absorbed in the system panel, an unexpected discovery caught his attention. His soul quality had reached 90. Reflecting back, he speculated that this improvement must have occurred during his flow state at the swordsmanship gym. After all, that duel, which wasn't particularly challenging, couldn't have boosted his soul quality by nearly 20%. Hey, Ling Xu. The sudden female voice made Ling Xu instinctively close the system panel, his fierce gaze sweeping towards the source. It was Lin Lan, his tablemate who had spoken to him earlier that morning. Startled by Ling Xu's look, Lin Lan shrank back slightly, then bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, did I disturb your rest?" "No, it's fine. Just finished a fight, so I'm a bit on edge," Ling Xu explained offhandedly. "A fight? Are you hurt?" Lin Lan asked with concern, extending her right hand. A small white worm wriggled out from her sleeve and quickly stretched into a bandage with a burst of spiritual energy. "My contract spirit is a healer type. It's only level, but it can handle minor injuries." Seeing Lin Lan's effort to overcome her social anxiety to help him, Ling Xu deviated from his usual approach of dismissing other girls. "No need. I'm fine. Thank you." "That's good to hear," Lin Lan said, retracting the bandage. "If you ever get injured, feel free to come to me. I can ensure there won't be any scars." "Okay," Ling Xu replied briefly. "You've ordered a lot of food," Lin Lan observed, her gaze wandering as she twisted a lock of hair around her finger. "My contract spirit consumes a lot, so her appetite is big too." "I see. Would you like to join us?" No, I'm not hungry." Ling Xu sighed softly. "Is there something you wanted to talk about? Have a seat and tell me." He gestured to the empty chair at the 3-person table. Lin Lan's face lit up as she sat down gently. "Actually, there's nothing much." Lin Lan lowered her head, her slender fingers nervously tugging at the edge of her skirt. She took a deep breath and mustered the courage to look at the boy beside her. "Ling Xu, can we be friends?" she added softly. "I noticed you've been alone these past few days, whether going to school or eating." "Oh, so you think I'm a lonely kid?" Ling Xu suddenly turned his head, his gaze intense. "Wait, how do you know I've been alone these past few days?" The blunt question caught Lin Lan off guard, and her ears flushed red instantly. Because every time I see you, you're alone, even in class. I just find meaningless socializing pointless," Ling Xu replied calmly. "If you mean friends, I guess Kai Shukuan counts as one." "You're amazing." "I can't do that." Lin Lan's voice grew smaller. As a transfer student from the island to the mainland, Lin Lan felt like a stranger in this school. Worse yet, her contract spirit aptitude was only D-level, with healing powers that could barely handle minor injuries. Her only companion was her contract spirit, a bug that most girls would avoid. Even though she had overcome her aversion to bugs, the inability to communicate left her feeling lonely. In this prestigious school, she never felt a sense of belonging. Today, when Ling Xu spoke to her, she saw a glimmer of hope, but her awkwardness seemed to make the conversation uncomfortable. Some people need social interaction to gain attention and fill an inner void, but some don't like being noticed and find socializing troublesome. It's just different needs, Ling Xu explained calmly. "Ling Xu, you know so much." Lin Lan lowered her head, smiling bitterly. "Is this a roundabout way of rejecting me?" "I understand." Just as Lin Lan was about to leave, a voice suddenly piped up. "Heyo." Tao Tai jumped down from its seat, patted Lin Lan, and handed her a braised chicken leg, while it still had half of one in its mouth. "Thank you. I'm not hungry," Lin Lan politely declined. Tao Tai swallowed both chicken legs in one gulp and sat back in its chair, bluntly saying, "Master needs friend." Although spirit users need to actively use empathy to understand their contract spirit's thoughts, contract spirits can always sense their host's feelings. Tao Tai knew that Ling Xu was weighing the pros and cons of befriending Lin Lan. "Really?" Lin Lan's eyes lit up with hope as she looked at Ling Xu. "Kind of." With Ling Xu's affirmative answer, Lin Lan beamed with joy. "Then we're friends from now on. I have things to do, so I won't disturb your meal any longer. Goodbye." After Lin Lan's figure disappeared, Ling Xu took a sip of coffee and questioned Tao Tai. "Why did you agree for me?" "Master will need lust points." Puffed. Ling Xu nearly spat out his coffee. Hearing such words from his contract spirit, who looked like a lowly, made him feel a twinge of guilt, as if he had failed in teaching it properly. However, Tao Tai did have a point. After all, increasing lust points was indeed important. In the classroom of the June 2024 cohort, the homeroom teacher was standing at the podium, delivering an important lesson about Void Realm creatures. Void Realm creatures still hold many unsolved mysteries, the teacher said, drawing a simple biological structure diagram on the blackboard with chalk. Although they are carbon-based and composed of organic matter, their outer layer is enveloped in a special spiritual energy. Most astonishingly, they can digest and absorb almost any substance. The classroom was silent, with all the students focused on taking notes. The teacher continued, powerful void realm creatures also possess special fields that can make them immune to most thermal weapon attacks. Only the essence of a contract spirit can penetrate this field and inflict effective damage. Some of this information was familiar to Ling Xu from high school and college, but much of it was entirely new. Everyone listened intently because this knowledge directly impacted their survival. Additionally, the teacher's voice rose slightly. A few void realm creatures, like contract spirits, also have special abilities. This reminded Ling Xu of his first battle experience, a tentacled creature capable of slowing down the flow of time in an area. In hindsight, it was a formidable opponent, but fortunately, Tao Ye's ability was perfectly suited to countering void realm creatures. Void realm creatures share a common trait. The teacher drew a circle on the blackboard. They have a core inside them, similar to the inner alchemy of monsters in fantasy novels. This is their energy source and their heart. Only by destroying the core can they be truly killed. Otherwise, their powerful regenerative abilities make battles extremely challenging. At the back of the classroom, a male student raised his hand. Teacher, what is annihilation? Simply put, it means complete disappearance, the teacher explained. From a physical perspective, when a void realm creature dies, it converts into pure energy and dissipates. Moreover, all the substances they have previously consumed will vanish as well. Another student raised their hand to ask, Teacher, I haven't encountered a void realm creature yet. I've heard they share the same level divisions as our spirits, so who is stronger at the same level? The teacher adjusted his glasses, his expression becoming particularly serious. Although generally, spirituses are stronger at the same level, void realm creatures often operate in groups. More importantly, they have a particular fondness for hunting spirituses. Devouring a spiritus can amplify their power 100-fold. So, unless absolutely necessary, never face a void realm creature alone. Do void realm creatures have intelligence? The same student asked. I can't completely rule it out, but in the 200 years since the virtual world descended, there hasn't been a single virtual creature with advanced intelligence, the homeroom teacher stated from the podium, scanning the classroom with his gaze. Even the big ones from the 12 Black Gates don't possess high intelligence. So, in unknown situations, spirit users can generally defeat virtual creatures of the same level. Any more questions? Seeing a male student shake his head and sit down, the teacher shrugged. Then, that's it for today's class. I don't want to drag it out by repeating the same information. Class dismissed. The fact that the class lasted only 20 minutes took Ling Xu by surprise. It was his first time encountering a teacher who ended a lesson early because there was nothing more to teach. In reality, this was a deliberate arrangement by the school to spread important knowledge over a longer course period, with only 2 or 3 classes per week, each lasting no more than half an hour. After all, humanity's understanding of the virtual world was still very limited, but this knowledge was crucial for the future and had to be taught. Ling Xu, do you want to grab some? Lin Lan's words were cut short as a swift figure darted past. Ling Xu leaped effortlessly over 20 meters, landing steadily in front of the podium, with a dark tang sword in his hand gleaming under the light. The students, who were about to leave the classroom, stopped in their tracks. At that moment, Ling Xu stood before Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao. Is the class leader finally going to be decided? Who do you think will win? Although Ling Xu is talented, Zhao Lu has been practicing martial arts since childhood. Whispers filled the classroom. Is there something you need? Zhao Lu remained seated, his tone calm. Ling Xu planted his sword on the ground, leaning on the hilt with one hand, and gave a meaningful smile. Old Zhao, do you think that by avoiding me, the matter from before is settled? I remember you saying you'd make me pay for it. He bent slightly, his smile growing even brighter. How exactly are you going to make me pay? Just as Zhao Lu was about to respond, Li Xiaoxiao interjected. Ling Xu, this is a classroom. What do you intend to do? Idiot, did I address you? Ling Xu snapped coldly at Li Xiaoxiao. Did you consider it was a classroom when you slapped me? Do you think I owe you respect? Petty, you're still hung up on those old issues? Are you even a man? Li Xiaoxiao retorted, her face flushed with anger. Smack. A loud slap echoed through the classroom. Li Xiaoxiao clutched her reddened left cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared intently at Ling Xu in front of her. This slap not only landed on her face, but also publicly humiliated Zhao Lu. You dare hit me? Her voice trembled with incredulity. Zhao Lu sprang from his seat, fists clenched, trying to maintain his composure as he said, If you have a problem, take it out on me. What kind of man hits a woman? Ling Xu ignored Zhao Lu's provocation and instead turned to Li Xiaoxiao, a mocking smirk on his lips. Oh, holding on to petty grudges, even from moments ago. His words struck Li Xiaoxiao like a heavy blow to her weak spot. She opened her mouth but couldn't find the words to counter. Seeing the tension escalate, she abruptly changed her approach, adopting a pitiful demeanor. What do you want for you to let us go? What? Ling Xu raised an eyebrow incredulously. Li Xiao? Did your mother forget to give you a sense of shame when she had you? Did you even get the cables you were supposed to? Did you let me off before? Now you're playing the victim? He coldly swept his gaze over Li Xiao. You think I'm pestering you? Your pathetic thoughts are laughable. I can't even stand to look at you. Ling Xu took a step back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Want me to let you go? Sure, just kneel and apologize now, and all past grievances will be forgotten. I keep my word. You. Zhao Lu could no longer hold back, pulling out his terminal to quickly select a nearby mid-sized dueling arena. Ling Xu, don't push it. If you have the guts, face me unknown. Huh. Ling Xu's lips curled into a wicked grin, his demeanor that of a complete villain. I've been waiting for you to say that. I thought you'd hide behind a woman forever. With that, she accepted the duel challenge without hesitation. Extra. The two S's from the June class of 2024 are going to duel. This sensational news spread like wildfire across the campus. The June class, being the only doubles class this year, had one student who possessed a rare humanoid contract spirit, naturally drawing a lot of attention to the duel. Even more astonishing, one of the participants set a world record during the initial grading test. The medium-sized duel arena was buzzing with excitement. The 5,000 square meter venue was packed with over 1,000 spectators, all eager to witness the humanoid contract spirit in action. At the highest point of the arena, there were 4 luxurious viewing boxes, each offering a panoramic view of the entire battleground through floor-to-ceiling windows. Inside one of these boxes, a handsome man lounged casually on a leather sofa, flipping through the new students' profiles. A long-haired woman with an elegant figure approached and sat beside him, crossing her legs with a smirk that carried a hint of sarcasm. Is he really the principal's pick for the 4 Institute's tournament champion? She scoffed. From rookie to champion in 3 months, that's a fairy tale. If someone can reach the top 4 in their first October, why can't someone else win the championship in March? The man retorted with a snort, clearly picking up on her jab at his own top 4 finish last year. As the top of the 10 elites of Hanmo Academy, that result was indeed a blemish on the school's reputation. At least it's better than those seniors who couldn't even make the top 4, he replied dismissively. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting in this top spot, would I, senior? Or should I say second seat? The senior closed her fan, a glint of frost in her eyes. You have a sharp tongue, junior. Just hope you can keep your spot in 6 months. Humanoid contract spirits grow at an impressive rate. Doesn't matter, the young man replied nonchalantly. I've had my fill of being the top seat. Trying out the second seat might be interesting. Let's see about that, she replied coldly. Meanwhile, the crowd below was buzzing with excitement. Kai Shuquan was moving through the stands, loudly promoting his betting pool. He hyped up Zhao Lu's abilities, setting the odds at 1.5 for Zhao Lu and 2.5 for Ling Xu. I'm putting down 500 on Zhao Lu. 100 on Zhao Lu too. The spectators responded enthusiastically. Soon, Kai Shuquan had accumulated over 80,000 points, with only about 10,000 bet on Ling Xu winning. This way, even if Ling Xu won, he would only have to pay out 3 or 4,000, ensuring a tidy profit of over 4,000. The entire arena was filled with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, as everyone awaited the showdown between these two prodigies. Kai Shuquan stood on the sidelines, his gaze serious. He clearly remembered the strength Ling Xu had demonstrated and thought to himself. Even if Ling Xu were to challenge the top 1,000 on the Fengyan list now, he would have a 60% chance of winning. However, not everyone saw it so clearly. Li Xiao, wearing high heels, deliberately approached Ling Xu's entrance and spoke arrogantly. Ling Xu, you should just give up. Zhao Lu is no ordinary opponent. If you apologize to us now, there's still time to make things right. Ling Xu glanced at her, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. In his past life, he had seen many women who thought too highly of themselves. After being harshly put in their place by him, they would usually keep their distance and complain online. But Li Xiao was different. She seemed to think she was showing concern even after being humiliated. Do you like getting insulted? Li Xiao raised her voice when he ignored her. I really admire your parents, Ling Xu said calmly. Admire them for what? For resisting the urge to sew your mouth shut, letting you spew nonsense. You should get your brain checked. Ling Xu couldn't be bothered with her anymore and strode towards the dual platform with Tao Tai. You can keep talking tough, but you'll regret it, Li Xiao said through gritted teeth, turning to run to Zhao Lu's side. Zhao Lu, don't hold back. Let this loser wallow in regret for the rest of his life. Zhao Lu shook his head secretly. If it weren't for her looks, he would have kicked her to the curb long ago. Inside the arena, nearly 2,500 people were seated, far exceeding Zhao Lu's expectations. As he stepped onto the platform, he thought to himself, this is a battle for family honor, and he must not lose. Fortunately, he still had a backup plan. Although he hadn't expected to use it so soon, it was inevitable. Today, he was determined to ensure Ling Xu would never recover. In the audience, 2 teachers were conversing. These 2 freshmen are quite impressive, reaching the Ember level just upon entering. Most people take 3 to 6 months to reach this level. How long do you think that Zhao kid can last? Do you mean that Ling Xu will win? Absolutely. Look at his eyes. They are filled with confidence. His strength is likely more than just the Ember level. The information on the high display screen was clear. Ling Xu, Ember level, strength attack type contract spirit. Zhao Lu, Ember level, strength attack type contract spirit. As the 30-second countdown began, Zhao Lu initiated the trash talk. You think just because you got lucky and awakened a humanoid contract spirit, you can step over me? I'll show you that experience in battle is the real gap. Stop talking nonsense, Ling Xu sneered. As if your strength spirit came out of your mom with you. If you can't trash talk, just shut up. I don't care for trash talk, Zhao Lu's eyes turned cold. Because to me, even within strength spirit, you're still the same worthless opponent. I didn't want to engage with you, but you insist on getting in my way. Not bad. That actually stings a bit, Zhao Lu smirked. I was worried you'd give up too soon and bore me. The showdown between Tao Tai and Tian Yuan was about to begin. As the countdown in the arena reached the final 10 seconds, a black and a purple light suddenly illuminated the space. The contract spirits of both fighters materialized into physical forms. Ling Xu held a black Tang Dao with blood-red patterns winding along the blade, adorned with a fierce demon motif. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu wielded a silvery Huaxia sword, its purple tassel swaying gently at the hilt, complementing his upright stance, reminiscent of a righteous sword immortal. Wow, it's my first time seeing human-shaped contract spirits. They're really impressive, came an admiring voice from the crowd. I wonder if they're any good in a fight. What do you mean by good? Yeah, I'm curious too. With 3 seconds left, the entire arena fell silent. 3, 2, 1 duel start. Whoosh. Both fighters burst into action simultaneously, their black and purple silhouettes intersecting in an instant. The clash of metal reverberated through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. In the first round, they appeared evenly matched. Zhao Lu's expression turned serious as he scoffed. Just brute force, nothing more. With that, he pushed Ling Xu away, his agile footwork allowing him to dart around while unleashing a series of aggressive sword strikes. Ling Xu, a novice in martial arts, could only barely parry with his Dao. Although he had recently grasped the basics in a sword and knife martial arts class, improving his reaction speed, observation, strength, and technique, he still struggled against Zhao Lu, who had trained since childhood. The commentary from outside the arena provided timely insights. Zhao Lu's movements are indeed elegant, a testament to his years of training. However, rumor has it that Ling Xu broke the strength test world record of Lord White Tiger Virtual Hunt during his initial ranking test a few days ago. These young people today are truly something. Of course, neither fighter could hear these comments. As Ling Xu grew accustomed to Zhao Lu's attack patterns, he seized an opportunity during a gap in Zhao Lu's assault, delivering a powerful horizontal slash that disrupted Zhao Lu's rhythm. Zhao Lu quickly retreated to create distance. Is that all you've got? Zhao Lu's tension eased. To him, Ling Xu seemed inept in the face of his refined swordsmanship. Celebrating too soon? Ling Xu smirked, closing his eyes as he recalled the movements of a young swordsman he had observed earlier. Perhaps due to his enhanced mental focus, those movements played vividly in his mind like a replaying video. He shifted from Dao techniques to sword techniques, attacking Zhao Lu with a new style. Meanwhile, in another observation room, an elderly figure and a young man exchanged knowing glances. How does he know the Lung family's sword technique? The young man asked in surprise. I didn't teach him, the elder replied with a smile. He must have memorized it after watching once. Truly remarkable talent. Interesting, the young man remarked coldly. Back in the arena, Ling Xu's sudden shift in sword style caught Zhao Lu off guard. Faced with an opponent wielding unpredictable sword techniques with a Dao, Zhao Lu's instincts screamed for a swift resolution to regain his advantage. As they faced off, Zhao Lu gathered energy in his left hand and swiftly struck his right hand. A chaotic surge of energy flowed up the sword towards Ling Xu's blade. Bang! The energy exploded between them, forcefully disrupting Ling Xu's attack rhythm. A clever use of energy, the commentator's voice rang out. Instead of countering with sword moves, he used external force to interrupt. Though not the most honorable method, in a duel, any non-lethal tactic is fair game. This explanation cleared up the confusion for the students watching. Far from being angry at the interruption, Ling Xu's eyes lit up with excitement. Is this swordplay? I managed to mimic it instantly. I'm a genius. Seeing the unmistakable smile on Ling Xu's face, Zhao Lu misunderstood his expression. He gritted his teeth secretly. He was clearly more skilled in swordsmanship, yet he was being matched by someone using a saber. The audience must be laughing at him. Using a Tang saber for swordplay, it seems you're out of options, Zhao Lu scoffed, as the energy within his right hand and the Tianyuan sword surged. Unlike some who would call out their moves for show, he simply swung his sword, releasing an invisible wave of energy. Ling Xu sensed the sudden energy fluctuation but couldn't determine the direction of the attack. Instinctively, he raised his saber to block, but a sharp pain shot through his right shoulder. Looking back, he saw a cut, blood flowing freely. An invisible attack? Sword energy, or a directed strike? Ling Xu analyzed quickly. It must be a special ability of his contracted spirit, capable of penetrating even energy-reinforced defenses. Seeing his plan succeed, Zhao Lu's lips curled into a smile, and he unleashed several more waves of sword energy. Ling Xu leaped, as the ground beneath was struck, sending dust into the air. Fool, jumping into the air to dodge. Zhao Lu seized the moment, swinging his sword at Ling Xu midair. But the expected damage didn't occur. Instead, a strange black substance appeared in front of Ling Xu, blocking all attacks. What is this? Zhao Lu was astonished. My sword energy can carve 20-centimeter deep grooves in concrete. The audience widened their eyes in disbelief. The close combat had turned into a magical showdown, with two freshmen demonstrating such prowess. Zhao Lu wielded invisible sword energy, while Ling Xu had that mysterious black substance as an impregnable defense. Ling Xu landed steadily, the devourer forming a large mouth hovering beside him, its energy quickly staunching the blood flow from his shoulder. Just as he touched down, Zhao Lu suddenly lunged, purple energy enveloping his sword aimed at Ling Xu's waist. Die! Zhao Lu was beyond caring. Even if he accidentally killed someone, with his class attack type contracted spirit, the worst punishment would be a lifetime ban from dueling. As the blade was about to pierce Ling Xu, the black substance appeared again, absorbing all impact like a swamp. How is this possible? Zhao Lu couldn't believe his prized Tianyuan sword was completely neutralized. Zhao Lu's final strike was beautifully deflected. The commentator sighed in relief. Remember, duels should stop before it goes too far. Don't let anger take over. Zhao Lu's deadly strike was effortlessly neutralized. As he attempted to withdraw and seek a new opportunity, he suddenly realized his sword was being consumed by a strange, pitch-black substance. The hilt was gradually disappearing into the darkness, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it free. More horrifyingly, the black mass seemed alive, spreading to his hands and completely engulfing them. An unprecedented fear sent chills down Zhao Lu's spine, and he shouted, "What is this thing? Let go of me." Ling Xu looked down at him coldly and said, "You were trying to kill me just now, weren't you?" "It's just a sparring match. Sometimes it's hard to hold back," Zhao Lu retorted defiantly, though his hands were frantically channeling energy to break the bizarre restraint. "You have a point. So if I can't hold back later, don't blame me," Ling Xu replied, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. "If you want to kill me, you'll need the skill to do it." Zhao Lu suddenly erupted into a dazzling blue light, splitting into 3 identical figures. This was his psychic ability, Shadow Split. Each clone possessed 100 of his original strength and could last for a minute. Crucially, he could switch his consciousness to any clone to avoid deadly attacks. The commentator outside the arena exclaimed, "What kind of move is this? Could it be that Zhao Lu has a psychic ability? That's a 9 million talent." Zhao Lu quickly transferred his consciousness to a safe clone, and the body that was trapped dissipated like a shadow. The 3 figures formed a triangular formation around Ling Xu, launching fierce sword energy from the front while the side clones closed in rapidly. Ling Xu's expression remained unchanged as he manipulated the devourer to form a protective shield. However, the prolonged battle had left the gluttonous beast somewhat exhausted, creating a breach in the defense that one of the sword energies pierced through. He had no choice but to retract the devourer and retreat, creating distance from the 2 clones. "I'm quite surprised. Is your psychic ability your trump card? And if it is, so, how will you counter my trump card?" Ling Xu smirked. "If that's your final move, I'm disappointed, because I'm just getting started." With that, Ling Xu activated an unprecedented overlimit state. Instantly, a surge of energy filled his entire being, and the gluttonous beast in his hand emitted a brilliant light, as if a person with low blood sugar had suddenly been infused with a burst of energy. With a comprehensive enhancement, Ling Xu's figure became a blur in the arena. His speed was so fast it was dizzying. A wave of his right hand, and a shadow dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he flashed to the left, his weapon tracing a cold arc, and the second shadow vanished as well. Zhao Lu widened her eyes, yet she still couldn't track Ling Xu's movements. These shadows possessed the same strength as her own, but Ling Xu could easily defeat them. A terrifying realization struck her. Ling Xu had the power to defeat her instantly from the start. Fear began to spread in her heart. At this moment, Ling Xu resembled a god of death emerging from hell, each movement exuding an awe-inspiring might. A gasp erupted from the spectators. Ling Xu had a psionic talent too, and it appeared to be the enhancement type, with his speed and strength multiplied several times over. Even the usually composed Long Qianming couldn't contain his excitement. "I knew this kid had secrets. He has a psionic talent too, haha." Noticing the looks from the other teachers, he quickly stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and sat back down. The other teachers tactfully returned their attention to the battlefield. Below the stage, Li Xiaoxiao was too shocked to speak. a humanoid contract spirit, and now psionic talent. Each of Ling Xu's displays felt like a resounding slap to her face. On the field, Zhao Lu's shadow ability allowed her to continuously resummon during its duration. The shadows that were cut down quickly reformed at her feet. Ling Xu's eyes showed a hint of interest. So the clones and the original can switch. Interesting. Zhao Lu remained silent. She hadn't anticipated Ling Xu having psionic talent, especially since he had seemed to falter under her earlier assault. However, she keenly noticed Ling Xu's defenses starting to weaken. This was her chance. Three Zhao Lus raised their swords simultaneously, charging at Ling Xu from different directions with perfect coordination. It was a clever tactic, forcing Ling Xu to spread his psionic energy to defend against attacks from three directions, inevitably weakening his overall defense. And now, Ling Xu's defenses were indeed weakening, indicating his psionic energy was nearly depleted. Three sharp swords thrust towards Ling Xu. He summoned the Devourer for defense again, but this time, the blades easily pierced through the eerie black barrier. Seeing victory within reach, Zhao Lu continued her assault without hesitation. Yet, when the black defensive shield dissipated, there was no one inside. Ling Xu had somehow appeared behind her. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Ling Xu's mind. Time seemed to slow down, and the system informed him that amidst this intense mental duel, his soul quality had reached 100, and his mental strength had increased to level 2, unlocking a new contract spirit. In Ling Xu's vision, 6 dimly glowing shadows appeared. Recalling various works about the 7 deadly sins, anger and pride often represented the strongest entities. Without hesitation, he chose wrath. When the system interface vanished and time resumed its normal flow, a dazzling light erupted beside Ling Xu. Under everyone's gaze, as the light faded, an unexpected figure was revealed, up barefooted, lowly, with fiery red wavy hair and an angry expression. Huh? Ling Xu's contracted spirit dissolved its true form? No, his weapon is still gripped in his right hand. The audience's eyes collectively fell on the young girl who suddenly appeared beside Ling Xu, and everyone held their breath, sharing the same speculation, yet no one dared to break the suffocating silence. Ugh, it's so frustrating. The fiery little girl placed her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Master, why didn't you use your full strength from the start? The opponent is just a total weakling, a super weakling. And you, Tao Tai, how could you play along with Master? What if something happened to him? The Tao Tai in Ling Xu's hand trembled slightly, but remained silent. The commotion behind him caught Zhao Lu's attention. As he turned, his gaze flickered between Ling Xu and the unfamiliar little girl, filled with confusion. There shouldn't be a third person in the dueling arena, unless... Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Lu gritted his teeth as 3 figures launched an attack simultaneously. This is the dueling arena. I won't be playing by any rules. Ling Xu's peripheral vision was locked onto Zhao Lu, already anticipating his sneak attack. Come on, Rage. Empathy Link. Sensing the master's call, Rage instantly moved in front of Ling Xu, raising her right hand. Ling Xu understood and intertwined his left fingers with hers. In an instant, blazing flames erupted from Rage, turning even her hair into dancing waves of fire. The sparks enveloped Ling Xu's hands without causing any pain. When the flames dissipated, his arms were covered in dark red armor, adorned with scales resembling those of a dragon, and his fingers transformed into sharp claws. Wow, dual-arm armor weapon, so cool. The fusion with the second contracted spirit filled Ling Xu with energy. He punched the ground, and a pillar of fire erupted from the shattered floor, consuming Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu hastily gathered energy to protect himself, only to see a dark red giant hand pierce through the flames, accurately grabbing his head and yanking him out of the fire. Ling Xu lifted Zhao Lu high before slamming him onto the ground, planting a foot on his head. How does it feel to be stepped on, young Master Zhao? Each time Zhao Lu attempted to struggle, Ling Xu would increase the pressure, the relentless blows preventing Zhao Lu from concentrating enough to summon his shadow to escape. Dazed from the continuous blows, Zhao Lu reached for his sword, only for Ling Xu to kick it away. Ling Xu grabbed Zhao Lu's head, turning him to face him, and said in a near-pleading tone, "I'm sorry, I'm about to lose control." Meeting Ling Xu's cold eyes, Zhao Lu was gripped by the terror of impending death. Don't kill me, sir. Not so fast." Ling Xu slammed Zhao Lu's head into the ground again, interrupting his plea. "Weren't you going to make me suffer? Weren't you going to kill me?" Each question was punctuated by a blow, and Zhao Lu's face soon swelled beyond recognition. Aye, sir." Zhao Lu couldn't finish before blood spurted from his mouth. The audience turned away, unable to bear the sight. Someone whispered, "This is brutal, not even given a chance to surrender." What did Zhao Lu do to provoke this kind of wrath? If you intend to kill, you must be prepared to be killed yourself. Ling Xu's eyes blazed with a chilling intent to kill. Zhao Lu's vision was blurred by blood, but the fear of death grew more vivid. With his last ounce of strength, he shouted hoarsely, "I surrender! I surrender!" Zhao Lu's hoarse voice echoed. The arena's intelligence system immediately recognized the surrender signal. and the psychic barrier that enveloped the entire area slowly dissipated. On the large screen, the victory symbol for Ling Xu flashed with blinding brightness. TSK. I wasn't done playing yet. Ling Xu smirked dismissively, casually tossing Zhao Lu to the ground. Although he wanted to continue teaching this guy a lesson, he decided to hold back so as not to affect the upcoming 4 institutes competition. Nevertheless, today's battle had allowed him to vent much of his long-held grievances. Though the fight had ended, the audience's attention was captured by an even more astonishing sight: Ling Xu's armor and Tang's sword simultaneously transformed into human forms. This scene made everyone forget the fact that Zhao Lu had nearly lost his life. The commentator was so excited that he stuttered. Thythus is a twin contract spirit, and both are human forms. Quickly, call the principal. Medical team, attend to Zhao Lu immediately. His voice trembled with excitement, even forgetting he was still on air. Everyone in the audience realized they were witnessing a historic moment: the birth of the first human in history to possess twin human form contract spirits. No need, I'm already here. A powerful voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. In the center of the field, a handsome middle-aged man in a windbreaker appeared out of nowhere. Principal! Gasps erupted from the crowd. Many students were seeing this legendary figure for the first time: the Azure Dragon, one of the 6 Void Hunters of Huaxia. People whispered in awe, marveling at how this strong man, who became a Void Hunter over 40 years ago, still maintained such a youthful appearance. On the sidelines, Li Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Zhao Lu being carried onto a stretcher. At this moment, she finally understood that Ling Xu was neither fighting Zhao Lu out of jealousy nor trying to gain her attention. Ling Xu, who had only awakened a few days ago, could so easily beat Zhao Lu into an unrecognizable state, as if casually squashing an ant. Remembering how she had previously enjoyed the attention of being pursued, and had instigated Zhao Lu's followers to target Ling Xu, Li Xiaoxiao shivered. This duel had ultimately been ignited by her. Since Ling Xu had come for Zhao Lu today, would she be next? As she mingled with the medical staff, ready to escape, Ling Xu's gaze suddenly turned to her. The cold smile and the threat in his eyes were unmistakable. You're next. A chilling fear swept over Li Xiaoxiao, making her shiver. She hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to tend to Zhao Lu, and quickly left the scene. A minute earlier in the arena, Long Qianming strode toward Ling Xu, unable to hide his smile. You rascal, what other secrets are you hiding? Why didn't you tell me about having twin human form contract spirits? This old man can't handle such surprises. Everyone needs a few secrets, right? Ling Xu responded calmly. Long Qianming patted Ling Xu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. You're right. I hope there are more secrets like this. Ling Xu was secretly calculating in his mind. He indeed had 5 more secrets like this one. However, he had no intention of easily revealing the fact that he possessed 7 contracted spirits. These 5 hidden cards were not only for showing off, but, more importantly, for dealing with any potential dangers in the future. At that moment, the contracted spirits standing on either side of Ling Xu caught Long Qianming's attention. Tao Tai tugged at Ling Xu's right hand, whining playfully. Master, I'm hungry. Meanwhile, the unnamed spirit of rage stood on the left with her arms crossed, wearing an expression of disdain for everything around her. She complained. Master, if you had acted sooner, Tao Tai wouldn't risk falling asleep. You've already gotten hurt, and still act so carelessly. I don't even know what to say to you. Seeing this scene, a tender light flashed in Long Qianming's eyes. Your contracted spirits are adorable. I wish I could make them my goddaughters. As he spoke, a trace of loneliness flickered in his eyes. She remained single to prevent his family from becoming his weakness. Ling Xu cautiously asked, Uncle Long, do I need to keep the existence of these 2 humanoid contracted spirits a secret? Why would you need to keep it a secret? Long Qianming replied with a question. Don't you want to show off a bit? I'm afraid I'll become a target, Ling Xu explained. Outside the Yice Bureau, there are still scattered unofficial spirit masters. What if they see me as a threat and send someone to assassinate me? Long Qianming responded seriously. If you had awakened suddenly at your previous school or home and revealed twin humanoid contracted spirits, then yes, you would need to keep it under wraps temporarily until the school sent strong support. But now it's different. You are in one of the safest places in Huaxia, so there's no need for secrecy. He continued. Ling Xu's existence can't be hidden, nor is there a need to hide it. With me by your side to protect you, your safety is completely ensured. There's no one in this world who can harm someone I'm protecting right under my nose. Long Qianming further explained the strategic significance of making Ling Xu's existence public. Rather than hiding, it's better to announce your existence to the world. Huaxia already has 5 virtual hunters, standing at the pinnacle of global power. Other forces combined have only 7 virtual hunter-level spirit masters, so no one dares to act rashly and can only resort to petty tricks in the shadows. Take the groups in the Tokyo and South Asia enclaves, for example, he sneered. Although they are nominally part of Huaxia with some degree of autonomy, there are always those who distort facts through the media, spreading rumors of tyrannical rule in the summer, misleading the ignorant public. And you? Ling Xu, are the stabilizing force for the human world. Once you grow into a new virtual hunter, the Xia dynasty will hold absolute authority internationally. By then, all of humanity will unite under Huaxia's leadership to fight against the virtual world. Looking at Ling Xu, hope gleamed in Long Qianming's eyes. Huaxia never seeks to dominate, but fights for the survival of human civilization. When I saw your second contracted spirit, I saw the dawn of human civilization emanating from you. Perhaps, you will be the first human to touch the threshold of the divine level. Finally, Long Qianming solemnly warned, the duel is over, and I must leave. Remember, you have absolute privileges with me, but other virtual hunters won't be as indulgent. The world is never short of rule followers, so remember not to act in the duel arena next time. Before he finished speaking, Long Qianming's figure had already vanished from the spot. A twin contract spirit? That growth rate must be like a rocket. In the classroom, the second-ranked senior twirled a pen in his hand, speaking with a hint of jealousy. He turned to the calm and composed first-ranked junior beside him. Wow, these new students are something else. My second spot might be in jeopardy, wouldn't you say? The position belongs to whoever has the strength, the top-ranked junior replied calmly. Isn't losing your spot because you're not striving hard enough. Listen to you. The senior chuckled lightly. If effort alone worked, there wouldn't be any class distinctions in this world. Anyway, I'm about to graduate. You should think about how to handle it when that new student challenges you. Are you that interested in him? Kind of. The senior elegantly waved his fan and turned to leave, leaving the first-ranked junior alone in the room. He gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, twin contract spirit, huh? Don't disappoint me. I'm waiting for you at the top. Meanwhile, in a corner of the training ground, an old man watched the boy practicing, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. That kid not only wants to learn the sword, but now the fist as well. I guess I'll have to get serious for a change. How does his talent compare to mine? The boy's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, eager to compete. In terms of swordsmanship, he's not as good as you, the old man said thoughtfully. But without your contract spirit, why would he take you seriously? Then I'll make him take me seriously. The boy clenched his fist. After the duel, Ling Xu was about to head back to the dorm to change clothes. Kai Shukuan followed him like a little sidekick. Shuga, wait up. Ling Xu stopped. What's up? I did as you said and made over 40,000 points in that duel. Kai Shukuan said excitedly. I haven't transferred the points to you yet. Just transfer half to me. How could I? I'll just take a small cut. Even a small cut is over 4,000. I didn't do much. Getting over 4,000 for nothing is already a lot. All right. Kai Shukuan obediently transferred the points to Ling Xu. Ling Xu thought to himself, he hadn't expected to earn so much. What surprised him even more was how a freshman duel could attract such a large audience. He had originally intended just to teach Zhao Lu a lesson and test his own strength. Unfortunately, not even Zhao Lu could make him go all out. I hate people who pretend without backing it up. Ling Xu ordered some takeout on his terminal, planning to enjoy it back in his dorm. As a prominent figure on campus, going to the cafeteria with 2 contract spirits would only draw more attention. However, he was stopped at the dorm entrance by someone. It was an outstanding young woman, her wavy long hair gently fluttering in the breeze. She wore an off-shoulder top with ultra-short hot pants, perfectly showcasing her supermodel figure. She held a metal fan and smiled charmingly. Hey, Junior, want to earn an easy 2,000 points? 2,000 points is for ordinary people, Ling Xu said expressionlessly. For someone like you, Senior, I might have to charge 10,000. I heard you're quite greedy, and it seems the rumors are true. The young woman laughed lightly. I thought maybe my beauty could earn me a discount. It is discounted, 50% off, which is already a record high. Well, I feel honored then. The senior elegantly opened her fan, revealing a pair of rare purple synesthesia dream eyes. In an instant, Ling Xu's gaze was captivated by those unique purple eyes. Unable to look away, his consciousness momentarily frozen. The scene around him suddenly shifted, and he found himself sitting on a plush sofa in a luxurious feminine bedroom. The warm lighting enveloped the space, creating an intimate atmosphere. The senior sister, who had previously been dressed provocatively, now wore an even more seductive outfit, sitting cross-legged on the bed not far away. Ling Xu immediately became alert. Was this some kind of teleportation ability? What disturbed him more was that he could no longer sense the presence of Taotai and anger. However, this alertness quickly faded, replaced by an irresistible urge to comply with the senior sister. Don't be tense, Junior. Her voice was soft and melodious. Why not let go of all your defenses and enjoy the ultimate pleasure this night has to offer? You're right, Senior, Ling Xu replied, standing up and slowly walking over to sit by the bed. He gently lifted her chin with his right hand and said softly, this isn't just about 1,000 points anymore. A hint of surprise flashed across her purple eyes. Oh my, you're quite surprising, Junior. Despite being a newcomer, your mental strength is impressive enough to resist my charm. Before she finished speaking, the cozy bedroom illusion vanished, and the scene returned to the grassy pathway outside the dormitory. My name is Yi Ziming, she introduced. Yi as in night, Z as in purple, and Ming as in moan. Ming as in what? Ling Xu asked, momentarily confused. Did she just say moan? Oh dear, you're naughty. Yi Ziming laughed. You've already seen me in a state of undress, and now you're trying to act innocent. What are you talking about? Why did you come to see me? Just to give me a treat? Ling Xu was puzzled. Yi Ziming moved closer, tracing her right index finger lightly across Ling Xu's left chest. It's nothing, really. I just heard that 1,000 points could buy a night with you out of curiosity, so I wanted to try. But I didn't expect you to raise the price. Her eyes gleamed mischievously. If I really offer 10,000 points, can I do whatever I want? You can try, senior. Ha ha, you're amusing, junior, Yi Ziming chuckled. If you're willing to come to my room, 10,000 for a night isn't out of the question. With that, she turned to leave, leaving behind the words, I'll be waiting for you. T'Each, what a strange woman, really infuriating, Anger muttered, watching her walk away displeased. Anger level 1. Yi Ziming. That name sounds familiar, Ling Xu thought aloud, opening his terminal and checking the Hanmo Fengyun rankings. He quickly found her name in the second position. What does the second ranked in the 10 outstanding want with me? Maybe she wants to mentor you. Seriously? That would be a shame. Forget it. Returning to his dorm, Ling Xu looked at Tao Tai and Anger sitting on the sofa and began reviewing their panels. Gluttony, Tao Tai. Soul compatibility, 35. Gluttony level, LV.1. Gluttony value, 99100. Special ability devourer. As long as she's strong enough, she can consume anything. Description, though small in size, she has a vast capacity and seems never to be full. If she becomes too hungry, she will fall into a deep sleep. It's advisable to feed her before putting her to work. Anger, unnamed. The soul connection shows 20, and the anger level is at LV.1, with an anger value of 9,100. This small figure possesses a unique ability, the power of rage, capable of controlling flames that can melt anything, and the higher the anger, the more intense the heat. Despite her petite stature, she always harbors a pent-up fury with no outlet. Anything displeasing can instantly provoke her, and this anger becomes the source of her strength. Looking at this little one, Ling Xu thought it was time to give her a name. Just as eating brings to mind the Tao Tai, when it comes to anger, the first thing Ling Xu thought of was the Xieji. This mythical beast, while appearing fierce, symbolizes justice and fairness in ancient times. Statues of the Xieji, rather than ordinary stone lions, are often seen at the gates of ancient courts and modern prosecutors' offices. However, since naming a lowly Tao Tai was unique enough, naming this fiery little one Xieji seemed too unlovable. Considering this year marks the beginning of the 9th cycle, corresponding to the Li hexagram, and her ability to control the element of fire, Ling Xu had a flash of inspiration. I'll call you Li Hua. Li Hua. The little lowly repeated the name, her eyes clearly sparkling with joy. Though her tone pretended to be reluctant, it doesn't sound that great. But since it's the name my master gave me, I'll be called Li Hua from now on. This obviously contradictory demeanor made Ling Xu smile. This little one was truly proud. But as for her cuteness, that would take time to appreciate. Tao Dai suddenly spoke up. I really like the name Tao Dai. As long as you like it, Ling Xu said with a smile, patting Tao Ye's head. In retrospect, the name that was initially chosen at random had become quite fitting, especially considering her ability to devour and digest everything with her pitch black, unknown substance. The name, Tao Tai, couldn't be more appropriate. Late at night, after finishing his takeout, Ling Xu prepared to take a shower and go to bed. As he carried his clothes into the bathroom, just about to close the door, he noticed the two little ones standing in the doorway. I want to take a bath too, Tao Tai said shyly. Ever since she experienced it last time, she had fallen in love with soaking in the bathtub. I want to bathe too. Li Hua puffed out her cheeks, looking like she was about to explode, clearly unwilling to let Tao Dai have all the fun. Her tiny bare feet pattered on the floor. Although she automatically cleansed herself of dirt every time she transformed, the refreshing feeling of a bath was a different kind of enjoyment for her. Seeing the expectant look in their eyes, Ling Xu chuckled helplessly. All right, let's all bathe together. At that moment, he truly understood the saying, those who have nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who do, but they do fear those who speak up. Zhao Lu lay on his dormitory bed. His injuries mostly healed thanks to the healing abilities of a spirit user, though some internal injuries still required rest. He closed his eyes, but the scene of his duel with Ling Xu yesterday lingered, like a sharp blade cutting through his pride. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. Once, he was the untouchable genius, able to trample others with ease. If he disliked someone, he dealt with them, and no one dared utter a word of defiance. That feeling of control was intoxicating. But now, Ling Xu, whom he once looked down upon, had easily defeated him. Zhao Lu gritted his teeth, a trace of venom in his eyes. Why? He awakened later than me. His conditions were far inferior. So why can he put me beneath him? I'm a 9 million genius, meant to be revered. Ling Xu, you worthless. Suddenly, the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. Standing outside was Li Xiaoxiao, wearing a short skirt with a deep neck, her makeup immaculate. Zhao Lu glanced coldly at her deliberately displayed figure, sneering internally. This woman had been getting close to him lately, but her words and actions were increasingly distant, clearly looking for a new patron. Zhao Lu, how's your recovery? Li Xiaoxiao asked with feigned concern. Much better, come in. Zhao Lu stepped aside. Li Xiaoxiao sat on the sofa and got straight to the point. Ling Xu has been causing trouble in the class. He'll definitely continue to pester us. What should we do? Are we really going to admit defeat and apologize to him? She carefully watched Zhao Lu's reaction. She and Zhao Lu were in the same boat. Since Ling Xu had dealt with Zhao Lu, she was likely his next target. After all, she had incited Zhao Lu to find someone to teach Ling Xu a lesson. When she first broke up with Ling Xu, he kept pestering her, complaining about how much money she had spent and that his father needed money for hospital bills. It was annoying. That money was rightfully hers. Until she found a new backer, she had to keep Zhao Lu on the hook. Zhao Lu's eyes turned cold. I thought you were genuinely concerned about me. Turns out it's still about Ling Xu. He sneered internally. He had seen through many women and easily saw through Li Xiaoxiao's nature. He was only with her to try something new, but after almost a month, he hadn't even touched her. If it weren't for her looks, he would have moved on already. Once he got what he wanted, he planned to drop her immediately. There's a group of unofficial spirit users outside the school, the strongest of which call themselves hunters. Zhao Lu narrowed his eyes. They're like mercenaries, doing jobs for money. The school occasionally issues tasks outside the campus. We can make a deal with the hunters, buy Ling Xu's life. The day he leaves school will be our opportunity. Until then, we lay low. Li Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up at the suggestion. It was indeed a feasible plan. Just as she was about to express her agreement, she suddenly felt a rough sensation on her thigh. A restless hand was wandering freely. At the same time, Zhao Lu leaned in closer. We've been together for such a short time, Li Xiaoxiao said, startled, as she stood up abruptly and stepped back quickly. We can think about it after dealing with Ling Xu. She calculated silently in her mind. If I let you have your way now, will you still be interested in me afterward? All men are the same. On the first day of dating, they try everything to get what they want from me. Aren't you interested in me just because of my looks? If I let you succeed so easily, what value do I have left? Are you worried that I'll turn my back on you? Li Xiaoxiao, I've already made myself an enemy of Ling Xu for you. Isn't that proof enough of my intentions? Li Xiaoxiao immediately put on a pitiful expression, her voice soft. These things need some mental preparation and the right atmosphere. Right now, it's just too sudden. I was too hasty. I'm sorry, Zhao Lu said, retracting his hand awkwardly. It's okay, I understand. Don't worry, I'm yours. On the morning streets, a nimble figure was out for a jog. Ling Xu was dressed in lightweight athletic gear, with a bracelet on his wrist that had reverted to its original form. This made it easy to carry, helped enhance his mental strength through shared senses, and allowed him to train his body while expending spiritual energy. Although a contracted spirit can significantly enhance the host's physical abilities, battles still consume a lot of stamina. Endurance in combat relies not only on the spiritual energy provided by the contracted spirit, but also on one's own stamina. While many believe that having a contracted spirit means there's no need for physical training or high ambitions, Ling Xu thought otherwise. Having traveled to a world with superpowers and cheats, not striving to improve would be a waste. At this moment, the Taotai was in a 3-day slumber due to its gluttony level reaching 100. Once it awakens, it will level up to LV.2, doubling both the strength of the devourer and its spiritual energy. Ling Xu couldn't help but think of the sin of sloth. If he unlocked it, could he get stronger by sleeping? But then he realized that slacking off would only increase the sloth level and wouldn't help with the other 6 sins. Forget it, better to leave sloth for last. Half an hour later, Ling Xu completed a 10-kilometer run, maintaining a high-intensity pace of under 4 minutes per kilometer. He then headed straight for the sword training center to practice his swordsmanship. Inside the dojo, an old man and a young boy had just finished a sparring session and were sitting cross-legged, sipping tea. Hey kid, you're here. Come in and have a seat. The old man pointed to a cushion beside him. Ling Xu respectfully bowed, took off his shoes, and entered, sitting down at the designated spot. Li Hua followed him in barefoot, kneeling properly beside Ling Xu. Sir, I left in such a hurry last time that I didn't get your name. My surname is long, and my name is just one character Chen. But here, just call me teacher. The old man replied after taking a sip of tea, then turned to the boy beside him. This is Ling Wuya. I don't feel like moving today, so you two go ahead and spar. Ling Xu and the taciturn boy exchanged glances. Ling Wuya had already picked up a wooden sword, his eyes filled with battle intent. Since it was arranged by the old man, Ling Xu didn't refuse and walked towards the training area with his sword. Please, show me what you've got. Ling Wuya nodded slightly, his gaze turning sharp. He was the first to strike, his body lowering as he delivered a fierce diagonal slash from below. Ling Xu raised his sword to block, but saw Lung Wuya push off with his left hand, using the force from his back foot to nearly glide to Ling Xu's left side. As Ling Xu had been holding his sword with his right hand, sweeping from left to right, his left side was completely exposed. Lung Wuya seized the opportunity, striking Ling Xu's left hand with precision before rolling up and aiming for his back. He's so fast. In his normal state, Ling Xu couldn't keep up with Lung Wuya's pace. It was too late to turn and defend, so he bent forward to dodge the slash aimed at his back, then seized the gap to turn and slash with his right. Lung Wuya jumped back, spinning in the air to evade. In this exchange, Ling Xu had effectively lost his left arm. This guy could achieve such rapid and agile offensive and defensive maneuvers without relying on spiritual energy. No wonder Li Hanyuan called him a genius. In a real battle, without using his contracted spirit, Ling Xu would be defeated in the first encounter. In combat, it's more about anticipation than reaction, Long Lao observed, his gaze piercing as he watched Ling Xu. Your mind is too agile, filled with distractions. Let your instincts guide you, not your rational thoughts. Ling Xu adjusted his breathing, forcing himself to calm down. This sparring match with Lung Wuya made all his previous combat experiences seem childish. He had to be at his best, as a fierce fighting spirit began to boil within him. His body naturally assumed a battle-ready stance, waiting for the next round. A slight smirk appeared on Lung Wuya's lips. Finally taking it seriously? Let's see how much you've learned from the previous rounds. Before he finished speaking, he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. This time, Ling Xu didn't opt for a passive defense, but chose to meet the attack head-on. Lung Wuya's sword strikes were relentless, each one coming from a tricky angle. The overlapping shadows of the sword moved so fast they blurred together. Although Ling Xu's heightened mental focus allowed him to track each strike's trajectory clearly, his human body couldn't keep up with the speed of his mind. Amidst Lung Wuya's relentless assault, Ling Xu found no chance to counterattack. Is this guy even human? Achieving such incredible speed without the aid of a contracted spirit. He pondered, closely observing the pattern of his opponent's attacks. Finally, he noticed a rhythm to Lung Wuya's continuous strikes. Seizing the moment, Ling Xu parried a left diagonal slash and swiftly switched to offense. Caught in the recovery of his attack, Lung Wuya couldn't defend against the sudden counter. Ling Xu's sword tip accurately touched his opponent's left chest. Your rate of improvement in real combat is impressive, Lung Wuya spoke for the first time, his tone calm and unruffled. Thank you, Ling Xu replied briefly, acknowledging both the compliment and the deliberate handicap Lung Wuya had given him, knowing he was a novice. Let's call it a day, Long Lao approached. Your movements are too mechanical, unable to match your reaction speed. It's because you've never systematically trained your body. You need to maintain regular training, so your body doesn't go to waste. Yes. As Ling Xu left the swordsmanship hall, he was still reflecting on the recent battle. He realized deeply that the physical body's strength directly affects the combat power when fused with a contracted spirit. Like weight training, the more solid the physical training, the stronger the performance during fusion with the spirit. After changing clothes, Ling Xu headed to his afternoon class. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, the previously noisy environment fell silent. Ling Xu is here, and his lowly contracted spirit. I heard Ling Xu spends every night with his contracted spirit. Huh? Why is there only one? Where's the other one? Shoo. The classroom buzzed with whispers. Stop talking about him, one student whispered. What if he doesn't like us? I don't want to get beaten up so badly, I can't even surrender. Huh? Another voice quivered. Can I breathe? What if he gets annoyed just because I'm breathing? Li Hua listened to these comments, clicking his tongue impatiently. Ling Xu noticed the unusual atmosphere in the classroom and headed directly to Kai Shuquan's seat. Before he could say anything, Kai Shuquan's deskmate respectfully stood up, as if greeting a boss. Wow, they think I'm some kind of mob boss. Ling Xu chuckled to himself, and then turned to Kai Shuquan. What's up with these people? As one of the few guys in the class who could talk to Ling Xu, Kai Shuquan had recently made friends with several classmates, and was well informed about the class dynamics. They're all scared by your fight yesterday, Kai Shuquan explained quietly. There's a rumor that you picked on Zhao Lu because you didn't like him. Everyone's afraid they'll be next. Ling Xu smiled knowingly at this. Just when he was worried about too much attention, this rumor actually helped. There have been too many rumors about me lately. Let me clear things up. Ling Xu deliberately raised his voice and propped his legs on the table. It's not a rumor. I didn't like Zhao Lu, and I just wanted to hit him. If any of you don't like me, feel free to try and hit me. He looked around. As for the stuff between me and my contracted spirit, it's none of your business, right? Do you all like gossiping? Li Hua jumped onto the desk, a flame igniting in his right hand. Listen up, the master doesn't like being talked about behind his back. You're here to study, not gossip. Stop prying into our business and focus on what you should be doing. If I hear you chirping again, I'll burn your lungs out. The flame flared up, and the students who had been gossiping quickly averted their eyes, afraid to make eye contact. Anger points 5. Yes, that's the effect I wanted, Ling Xu thought. My infamous reputation will spread thanks to you. He wasn't trying to attract attention, but things kept happening around him that made it hard to stay low-key. Instead of letting others judge him freely, he decided to create a fearsome image. As long as he wasn't concerned with moral constraints, no one could use morality against him. The worse his reputation, the more people would hesitate to approach him, saving him a lot of trouble. Kai Shuquan looked confused at Ling Xu and Li Hua's act. Buddy, why do you seem so happy? Is being the subject of rumors something to be glad about? Any other rumors about me? Ling Xu asked back. Well, Kai Shuquan lowered his voice. There's talk that you bring girls back to your dorm every night to play cards, which is why you have a double room. Some girls even say you charge 1,000 points a night. He nudged Ling Xu. Is that true? How do you get girls to pay you? Teach me. It's true, Ling Xu said nonchalantly. 1,000 a night. Not too expensive, right? But I haven't had any business yet. In reality, some girls without contracted spirits had approached him, confident they could make him fall for them in a night. But he always managed to send them away. Seriously, you're charging even when they're willing to pay? The girls in our class aren't ugly. Try what? Seafood? Not interested. You're so enviable. What's there to envy? Aren't you close to a lot of girls? Got nothing. Nothing to get. I'm too shy to make the first move. So you're the quiet type? At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, and Ling Xu had to return to his seat. 2 days later, an important meeting concerning the future was taking place at the headquarters of the Yice Bureau in District A of Shangjing City, Daxia. In the center of the spacious conference room, 6 powerful guardians of Huaxia, known as the Xu Shou, were seated around an oval table. Their attention was focused on a large LCD screen displaying detailed personal information about Ling Xu, a dual humanoid contract spirit. The white tiger Xu Shou squinted, casting a meaningful glance at Long Qianming. Old Long, have you been keeping secrets from us? Xuanwu chuckled softly, his eyes still slightly closed. He wouldn't do that. With his personality, he'd boast without us asking and even tease us with riddles. Am I really like that? Long Qianming asked in a dissatisfied tone. Aren't you? The sound of Tingsha Xu tapping the table interrupted their bickering. Is this meeting really about that? Things have been too calm lately, and you're all getting complacent. The silent vermilion bird Xu finally spoke, her red lips parting slightly. Let's discuss whether we should reveal Ling Xu's existence to the media. I oppose making it public. Hunters have become active again, even brazenly targeting our students. If we do go public, we should first eliminate their stronghold. Calm down, Xuanwu gently advised. We not only have to protect the academy, but also periodically drive away the creatures from Tianfu and the Tokyo Black Gate. The hunters are deeply hidden, and dealing with them requires considerable time and effort. Tingsha Xu added gravely. It's rumored that a major nation is conducting human experiments, trying to fuse the core of virtual realm creatures with humans to overcome the mental pressure the virtual world exerts on people. Someone like Ling Xu, who can greatly resist this pressure, would undoubtedly become their target. I suggest keeping him at the Yice Bureau headquarters for protection. That would hinder his growth, Long Qianming replied seriously. I will ensure his safety. If growth is the concern, shouldn't he be sent to my dancing academy? You're still trying to poach talent at a time like this? Winning the 4 academies competition isn't everything. My Hanmo Academy produces the most Starlight-level graduates. Isn't that because the Huadong gathering area has a larger population? Your Huabei gathering area isn't exactly small either. Silence, Vermilion Bird shouted, cutting off their decades-long argument. Qianming, explain your reasons for insisting on going public. Long Qianming spoke solemnly. The fear of the virtual world has loomed over humanity for more than 200 years. Even though we can barely hold on now, the suicide rate climbs every year. Rifts are appearing more frequently, and the entities beyond the Black Gate are more active. We can't keep following the same old routines, merely treating the symptoms. Instead of just killing virtual realm creatures, we should create a world without the virtual realm. I believe Ling Xu holds the hope to end it all. At the very least, he could become the second God-slaying project. The second God-slaying project. Xuanwu finally opened his eyes, his tone cautionary. The last God-slaying project cost us Xiaohong. Who would we lose next time? It's worth a try, Long Qianming insisted, his gaze unwavering. You really have a lot of confidence in him. The appearance of Ling Xu undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to this turbulent era. In these times, when virtual realm creatures run rampant, various religious groups have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, with the void god cult being the most rampant. This sect, which worships virtual realm creatures as deities, incites anti-human sentiments by claiming humans are the main culprits for depleting Earth's resources, and its followers are widespread. Against this backdrop, Xuanwu was the first to speak. Give me 3 months. If Ling Xu can win the championship of the 4 academies competition within 3 months of enrollment, let him stay at Hanmo Academy. If he can't, I will personally send him to Dancing Academy to grow step by step. Winning a championship within 3 months of enrollment? Zhu Ke raised an eyebrow, then showed an interested expression. Since you're so confident, I vote in favor. I also want to see if this miracle can really happen, Xuanwu echoed. Acting Gauchin, Su Shou said briefly, I abstain. What about Tiger's opinion? Fighting is fine, I don't understand these things. Tiger shrugged. Tung Sha, with her hands on her chin, made the final decision. Then it settled. Announce Ling Xu's existence to the media, let him stay temporarily at Hanmo Academy, with Qinglong Su Shou as his protector. Meanwhile, in an upscale restaurant at Hanmo Academy, another scene was unfolding in a tastefully decorated corner booth. The alluring Li Xiaoxiao sat across from a male senior, coquettishly recounting a past story. That guy said something like, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, don't underestimate a poor young man, and then disappeared. I went to ask him if he's still poor, and he dropped out the next day. Ha ha, you're really humorous, the male senior said, discreetly eyeing Li Xiaoxiao. Feigning admiration, Li Xiaoxiao said, Senior, you truly deserve to be in S-level combat type contract spirit user, reaching the 97th rank on the Hanmo billboard in just 2 years. That's truly admirable. The male senior suddenly changed the subject. I heard you already have a boyfriend, so why did you ask me out? Li Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned, then put on a pitiful expression. Senior, you misunderstood. That person is from a martial arts family and brags about being in S-level genius all the time in class. He's stronger than me, so I couldn't refuse. The senior sneered, grabbed her hand, and leaned in. Stop pretending. At our age, who plays the innocent act? I know about your relationship with Zhao Lu and your grudge with Ling Xu. You're just looking for a stronger backer, right? His hand moved up her arm. My dad is the deputy director of the Special Strategy Bureau in District A of Xiaojing City, so I'm not afraid of Ling Xu. As long as you're willing to pay a small price. Despite feeling disgusted by his sleaziness and bad breath, Li Xiaoxiao suppressed her discomfort. This so-called genius, who couldn't even break into the top 50 of the billboard and was an official's child, was exactly the kind of backing she needed. Thinking of Ling Xu's handsome face, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Senior, can I trust your word? Don't worry, the senior smiled smugly, withdrawing his hand. I'm known for keeping my promises. As long as you satisfy me, dealing with that arrogant freshman will be a piece of cake. In the teacher's office of Hanmo Academy, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the desks. Ling Xu put away his device and walked directly to the desk of the class teacher for the April 2022 cohort. A middle-aged male teacher, dressed in a suit and appearing to be in his early 40s, was lounging in his chair, completely absorbed in a mobile game. Hello, teacher. Ling Xu greeted politely, standing in front of the desk. The middle-aged teacher glanced up indifferently, then suddenly realized. Oh, aren't you that new student from June? Ling something. Ling Xu. Right, Ling Xu. What can I do for you? Ling Xu got straight to the point. Teacher, I'm curious, do you also have to use points for transactions within the school? Yes. The teacher straightened up. Our salaries are settled in points. In this school, points are as good as cash. He looked Ling Xu over. Is that all you came to ask? Your class teacher could have told you that. On the first day, the teacher emphasized that points could be used to buy anything here, Ling Xu said keenly. I want to confirm if that applies to you as well. Pretty much, the teacher shrugged. Most of us aren't here teaching for some grand ideal. It's for the money, myself included. In that case, how about a deal? Ling Xu proposed. Oh, let's hear it. I want to buy the personal information of a student in your class, including their contract spirit and spiritual abilities. The teacher was visibly taken aback. That's not cheap. I doubt you, as a freshman, can afford it. How much? At least 10,000, the teacher quoted. Whose information do you want? Yi Ziming. 20,000. Ling Xu internally criticized the blatant price hike. You do realize freshmen only receive 10,000 points for the entire year? I'm aware, but that's the going rate. I can't lower the price just because you can't afford it. Then I'll just ask her directly. Ling Xu turned to leave. Wait, we can negotiate. The teacher quickly called after him. I can offer 5,000 at most. Deal. The teacher agreed almost instantly. Ling Xu promptly transferred 5,000 points via his device. If you need more information, feel free to come back. I have intel on students from other classes too. The teacher offered enthusiastically. This school sure is rich in teaching ethics. Ling Xu muttered to himself as he opened the newly acquired information link. The terminal displayed a detailed personal dossier. Yi Ziming, from Area A of the East China Settlement, is the daughter of Yi Xiangwang, a leader at Yunhai Technology Group. She awakened on March 9, 2022, with a contract spirit resembling a phoenix. Rated Scrade, its physical form consists of a fan blade made from 7 feather-like daggers, currently at the Starlight level. Since enrolling, her exceptional aptitude has made her a standout, undefeated over 2 years. Her fan blade spirit not only serves as a melee weapon but can also launch feathers for ranged attacks, currently capable of controlling 3 feathers simultaneously. Even before awakening, Yi Ziming had undergone years of martial arts training, making her a formidable close combat fighter, earning her the title of the #1 queen at Hanmo Academy. As Ling Xu carefully reviewed the information, he realized it didn't answer his most pressing question, the mysterious ability that had drawn him into a dreamlike scenario that night. In that space, everything felt astonishingly real, far beyond an ordinary illusion. Ling Xu continued to sift through the documents and soon found detailed records about the psychic ability known as synesthetic dream. This ability was truly formidable. Anyone who made eye contact with the caster would be forcibly pulled into the same dream. Although both parties remained conscious in the dream, the entire dream world was under the caster's control, allowing them to manipulate the other's thoughts, leaving only their bodily autonomy intact. No wonder I felt that impulse at the time. Ling Xu recalled his previous experience, frowning slightly. Luckily, my mental strength was slightly superior, and I managed to break free in time. He pondered, what exactly is her purpose in seeking me out? Just an outburst of S-attribute? No. Ling Xu shook his head. Although she was indeed strikingly beautiful, such a calculating woman was not to his liking. Wearing leather pants over cotton pants, there's definitely a reason. Could it be that she's worried I might threaten her position as the second seat and wants to test me in advance? At that moment, the system suddenly interjected. Master, you only need to consume 20 jialu to upgrade. 20? That efficient. Ling Xu became wary. System, why do you always suddenly jump in to guide me? Because it is the inevitable path to ascend to the highest. Ascend to the highest? Master. Master. Li Hua anxiously tugged at Ling Xu's sleeve, pulling him out of his daze. Ling Xu snapped back to reality, feeling a faint pain in his forehead. He vaguely remembered dreaming of a wasteland, with enormous monsters passing by and someone lifting him up. The intense headache was reminiscent of his first time crossing over, as if someone were incessantly pricking his brain with a needle. Master, if you keep daydreaming, you'll die. Li Hua, quick-witted in the emergency, heated his hand and grabbed Ling Xu's. Ouch! Ling Xu yanked his hand away from the burn and was about to complain when he saw Li Hua pointing into the distance. The familiar sense of danger made his heart race. In the night sky, about 10 meters high, a pitch-black, twisted line was slowly extending, eventually stopping at 20 meters long without growing further. Ling Xu's pupils contracted. That's a rift caused by erosion of the present world. Just as he was about to pull out his terminal to call for support, the rift suddenly expanded, and a gigantic black beast claw burst through. Following it, a creature the size of a massively enlarged Komodo dragon emerged from the rift, letting out a thunderous roar. This Void Realm beast stood nearly 8 meters tall, with a total length, including its tail, exceeding 30 meters. Its terrifying presence immediately elicited cries of alarm from the surrounding students. A star-level strength. Someone stammered. Let me finish this bowl of noodles first. Stop eating and run. A cry pierced the night sky. A massive creature from the void suddenly appeared, causing chaos at the scene. The enormous lizard-like beast set its sights on the spirit envoys on the ground, charging into the crowd. It crashed into the buildings, and the steel and concrete crumbled like paper before it. Skyscrapers collapsed with a thunderous roar. Shards of glass rained down like a storm, and chunks of concrete flew in all directions, leaving the students inside the buildings in a perilous situation. Some experienced senior students quickly reacted. These students, who had handled rift-related tasks multiple times, immediately fused with their contracted spirits, trying to hold off the beast until the teachers arrived. However, the beast's power far exceeded their expectations, with immense strength and astonishing speed, unlike any tentacled creatures Ling Xu had encountered before. The beast let out an ear-splitting roar that enveloped the entire area. Everyone instinctively clutched their heads and fell to their knees, unable to move. It then swept its claws, killing several students instantly. More horrifyingly, it extended several tube-like tentacles glowing with a strange blue light from its mouth, pulling in the unconscious or dead students. With each swallow, the beast visibly grew larger. This is way beyond starlight level, someone exclaimed. Retreat. Don't engage. Its sonic attack is paralyzing. Fall back. Fall back. At that moment, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. A 10-meter-long rift tore through the night sky, 100 meters above. Following that, a third and fourth 5-meter rift appeared in quick succession, all alarmingly close to Ling Xu. Countless insect-like void creatures began pouring out of the rifts. Impossible. This can't be happening. How can there be so many rifts in one area at the same time? The school's broadcast finally came on. Emergency alert. Emergency alert. A 20-meter rift has appeared above the square outside the 4th dining hall of Hanmo Academy. Students in the affected areas should immediately proceed to the shelters. The message was repeated over and over. At this point, the teachers finally arrived. Having completed their fusion with contracted spirits, they effortlessly leaped over tens of meters in the air and quickly took control of the battlefield. Ling Xu recognized a few familiar faces among them. Chen Su, Li Hanyuan, and the venerable Long Lao. Meanwhile, non-combat teachers were responsible for evacuating students, handling the situation with practiced efficiency, indicating that such emergencies were not uncommon. Student, it's too dangerous here. Hurry to the shelter. A familiar voice called out beside Ling Xu. Turning around, Ling Xu realized it was the homeroom teacher he had met earlier while purchasing information from the class of April 2022. It's you, they both exclaimed in surprise. It's very dangerous here right now. Let's go quickly. No. Teacher, my contracted spirit is still in the dormitory, Ling Xu said firmly. You don't have to worry, my dorm is far from here. Zhang Zhehui was silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. I'll go with you. We need to evacuate the students now. Some might forget to check their terminals for the shelter location because they're nervous. He introduced himself briefly. I'm Zhang Zhehui. You can just call me Teacher Zhang. As a non-combat type contracted spirit, Zhang Zhehui's duty was to protect the students to safeguard humanity's future with his life. Moreover, Ling Xu was a special individual whom the principal had specifically instructed to protect. Ling Xu nodded in agreement, immediately intertwining her right hand with Li Hua's fingers to complete the fusion. She barely kept up with the teacher's pace as they dashed toward the dormitory building. On the way, Ling Xu recalled the horrific scenes she had witnessed earlier. The sight of many classmates being instantly killed still left her shaken. Teacher, is the situation really that critical? Judging by the situation, those classmates who were attacked had at least candlelight-level strength, yet they were killed without even being able to defend themselves. Teacher Zhang, usually always smiling, now looked gravely serious. A 20-meter rift, plus 3 5 to 10-meter rifts appearing simultaneously. This is likely a level 4 danger. It's the first time Hanmo Academy has encountered such a situation since its founding. Ling Xu felt a tightness in her chest. She recalled what her homeroom teacher had taught in class. Disasters caused by creatures from the Void Realm are categorized into 7 levels ranging from level 1 low risk to level 7 world ending, with the 12 black gates being level 6 destruction. A level 4 disaster already requires a full moon level spirit user to handle. Does the school have any sun level teachers? There was one before, but along with several full moon level teachers, they were urgently dispatched to the front lines. Currently, the strongest in the school is the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Shengwan Shua, who is at the full moon level, Teacher Zhang explained. There are just over 200 sun-level individuals alive in all of Huaxia, and they all have fixed assignments, so they can't be stationed at the school permanently. What about the principal? The principal doesn't have time to be at the school every day? He went to a meeting in Shangjing City yesterday, Teacher Zhang said with a hint of helplessness in his tone. But don't worry, as long as that big guy isn't at the full moon dim phase, Director Shengwan can handle it alone. Soon, the two reached the dormitory complex. Teacher Zhang stopped. I'll guide the students down here. You go and get your other contracted spirit, then head to the shelter. You can find the location on the terminal map. Yes, they talked about it during the orientation, Ling Xu responded, quickly dashing up the stairs. Once in the dormitory, she picked up the still sleeping Tao Tai and leaped out of the window. Just as she landed lightly, a massive chunk of concrete hurtled toward her. Has the battle reached here already? Though the debris came at her fiercely, it was still within Ling Xu's reaction range. She tucked Tao Tai under her right arm, and with her left arm clad in armor, she swung at the flying debris, shattering it instantly. Countless tiny fragments embedded themselves in the surrounding lawn. Master, are we running away? Li Hua's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Of course we need to run. We can't handle that thing right now, Ling Xu thought to himself, frustrated as he ran. Damn it, since waking up, I haven't had a chance to fight alongside my master. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities later, Li Hua reassured him. Ling Xu raced through the memory of the map in his mind. Although Li Hua was annoyed, he wouldn't go against his master's wishes and obediently complied. But just a few steps later, Li Hua's voice echoed again. Master, here's your chance. Ling Xu abruptly stopped, a chill running up his spine. His pupil shrank as he saw the 5th rift tear through the space just 10 meters ahead. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. From the first rift outside the cafeteria to the new ones, each seemed to be tracking his movements. Could it really be that I'm attracting these rifts somehow? Before he could finish the thought, four pitch-black claws shot out from the rift, followed by a massive creature. It was a towering, three-meter-tall beast from the void, standing upright with 4 menacing arms and a head resembling a gigantic skeletal ram, its sharp horns pointing skyward. Its mouth housed a rolling crimson tongue, revolting to behold, and its ghostly green eyes were locked onto Ling Xu. In an instant, the void beast lunged, claws aiming for Ling Xu's throat. Ling Xu protected the Taodai with his right hand while blocking with his left arm. Sparks flew as claws clashed with his armored arm. The creature's waist-level hands reached to grab him, but Ling Xu used the force to flip backward, only to see the beast poised to strike as he was airborne. So clever. In a split second, Ling Xu's left hand shot out flames, striking the beast and propelling him back over 20 meters. He landed steadily, placing the Taotai aside. The beast charged through the flames, closing in once more. Ling Xu raised both hands, unleashing 2 fiery blasts that hit the beast's face. With its vision obscured, he struck with lightning speed, his sharp claws piercing the creature's abdomen. Yet, the beast pressed forward, its waist-level fists hammering Ling Xu's shoulders, forcing him back several meters as it pursued him relentlessly, upper claws slashing and lower limbs pinning his hands. This creature, though smaller in size, is far more powerful than the tentacle monster from before. It's likely at the candlelight level. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the beast kicked him hard, sending him crashing into the central fountain of the square. The impact was heavy, accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, as the fountain wall shattered and water drenched him. "Hiss me back," Ling Xu muttered as he caught his breath, spotting the beast in his peripheral vision. He rolled aside, and the beast barreled into the building behind him, shattering glass. Regaining his stance, Ling Xu quickly analyzed. Without the Taotai, relying solely on hand-to-hand combat is tough. It's not only faster and stronger than me, but also intelligent, reacting like a human combatant. As the void beast emerged from the building, Ling Xu, instead of retreating, smiled with exhilaration. This was the battle he craved, equally matched, full of surprises, where both sides used every technique for victory, with the outcome uncertain. The thrill of such a fight set his blood ablaze. He wiped the blood from his mouth, stretched, and approached the beast. Flames roared in his hands, anger level 5. Ling Xu took the initiative to attack. The phantom beast, puzzled by his words, tilted its head before raising its sharp claws and slashing downwards. Ling Xu recalled the image of Lung Wuya sliding close to the ground in daylight, and effortlessly mimicked the move in his fused state. His figure blurred as he gracefully dodged the beast's attack, swiftly closing in on the monster's other side. His right hand clamped onto the beast's waist, and with a powerful yank from his left hand, accompanied by a nauseating tearing sound, he forcibly ripped off the beast's arm. His right hand followed up with a blow fueled by fury. At this moment, Ling Xu's anger was surging, and the blazing fire within him escalated with his emotions. This furious strike erupted from the severed arm, blasting apart half the beast's body in a shower of flesh and blood. Amidst the tangled mess, the core located in the left chest cavity was exposed. Even the core is in the heart position. This creature really imitates humans in every way, Ling Xu mused to himself. There's never been a humanoid phantom creature in history. Despite the pain, the phantom beast locked onto Ling Xu and charged forward, ignoring its injuries. Meanwhile, the shattered flesh was regenerating and healing at an observable speed. But Ling Xu had already pinpointed the core, and he only needed to focus his attacks there. Sizzling, the metallic claws sliced through the air, producing a teeth-grating screech. The beast launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Ling Xu, who seemed to be dancing, maneuvering gracefully within a confined space, occasionally raising his hand to block surprise attacks from his blind spots. Anticipating the beast's assault, Ling Xu unleashed a burst of fierce flames. The fire not only obstructed the attack, but also obscured the beast's vision. Seizing the opportunity, he crouched low and aimed a powerful punch at the vulnerable left chest. However, the beast's reaction was astonishingly quick, using another hand from its waist to block the supersonic punch despite the punch's speed and the height difference that obscured its line of sight. Ling Xu was forced to release more flames, using the explosion's shockwave to create distance. After a fierce exchange, the phantom beast was clearly at a disadvantage. In a state of flow, Ling Xu made it difficult for the beast's attacks to connect. Suddenly, the beast let out an earth-shattering roar, its luminous organs flickering erratically. In the next moment, countless insects poured out of the crevices. What the heck? Calling reinforcements. That's cheating. At that moment, a deafening explosion came from afar, accompanied by a blinding light that illuminated the surroundings. Ling Xu turned to see another blinding beam of light hundreds of meters away, piercing through the mouth of a giant lizard-like phantom beast and shooting into the sky. The beam's power was astonishing, like a laser from beyond the heavens, instantly blasting a massive hole through the main beast. What was that? Ling Xu was shocked to see the phantom beast in front of him also staring in that direction. By the time it turned back, the small hand at its waist had regenerated, though it was still as small as a baby's arm. The beast shrieked and leaped into the air. Ling Xu shot flames at the swarm of insects in the sky while charging at the airborne beast. In an instant, the distance between them closed to a meter. The beast swung its claws midair, but Ling Xu deftly sidestepped, slipping past like a swimming fish. At the same time, his left hand delivered a sweeping strike, leaving 4 deep, bone-revealing gashes on the beast's thigh. Taking advantage of the moment when the phantom beast was in pain, Ling Xu steadied himself and swiftly slashed several deep wounds into its back, cutting down to the bone. With his right hand, he unleashed a burst of flames, striking precisely at the left rear of the beast's chest, revealing its crucial core. Instinctively, the beast twisted its upper body to counterattack, but it was already too late. Ling Xu had already flashed in front of it. His right hand, moving like lightning, pierced through its chest, grasped the glowing, pulsating organ, and crushed it without hesitation. The beast's body dissolved into dim particles of light, vanishing into the air. Although the battle lasted only 3 minutes, for Ling Xu, it felt like half an hour. The intense combat had accelerated his thoughts. Every clash occurred in a flash, creating this illusion of time. He looked up at the sky, thinking that there were only the bugs left to deal with. Master, the voice of Tao Tai suddenly spoke. Ling Xu turned to see Tao Tai sitting up on the grass not far away. Tao Tai, you're awake. In Ling Xu's view, Tao Ye's system panel immediately appeared. Gluttony Tao Ye. Soul compatibility, 40. Gluttony level, LV.2. Gluttony value, 0-500. Special ability, Devourer LV.2. Description, she has grown stronger, and her appetite has increased. 3 nights ago, Tao Tai had fallen asleep after eating the takeout he ordered. Now, 3 days later, Tao Tai had completed her evolution, and her gluttony value limit had doubled to 500. Ling Xu, looking at the abundant gluttony value, glanced at the nearby rift with a smile. Tao Tai, are you hungry? Yes, very hungry, Tao Tai nodded. I want fried chicken legs. No fried chicken legs, but there's bug meat. With 2 contracted spirits, Ling Xu no longer needed to hold back. Eat all you want. Tao Ye's body emitted a gentle glow as Ling Xu gripped the hilt of his sword with his armored left hand and drew it from Tao Ye's body. Even after merging with Li Hua, he could still perfectly synchronize with Tao Tai. Multiple contracted spirits did not conflict with each other. Instantly, abundant spiritual energy surged from Tao Ye's body into him, quickly replenishing the energy he had expended in battle. Ling Xu approached the rift below, repeating his previous tactic. With Tao Ye's evolution, the summoned devourer was now large enough to swallow a bus, easily sealing the rift. As for the bugs that had already escaped, they were left to Li Hua. Meanwhile, on the rooftop edge of dormitory building 114 at Hanmo Academy, 3 oddly dressed individuals were observing the battle. Their matching attire was covered in peculiar patterns, resembling members of a cult. All this effort just to open 4 rifts. The man on the left, with lip piercings and flamboyant makeup, commented as a spatial ripple appeared in his right palm. Caught the Azure Dragon off guard, and we only brought a small moonlight-class creature. Aren't we capturing him? Asked the woman with the ghostly face beside him. No need, no need. The flamboyant man waved his hand dismissively. We're just here to test the accuracy of the rift coordinates. The Archbishop specifically instructed that the kid is a training target for the young master. He snapped his fingers. Spatial positioning error of 10 to 20 meters. Largest rift 20 meters. Experiment failed. Let's go. With that, he opened a rift at the edge of the rooftop, and the 3 of them leaped in. As the rift closed, the rooftop returned to silence. Seeing that the gluttony value had stopped increasing, Ling Xu put away the devourer. In just 10 minutes, the gluttony value had skyrocketed to over 260, and the devourer's feedback filled him with strength. No more creatures from the void realm emerged from the rift, and in the next moment, it surprisingly healed itself. This sudden self-repair made Ling Xu furrow his brows. Coincidences like these warranted caution and needed thorough investigation. With a flash of light, Tao Tai and Li Hua returned to human form. Li Hua stood with her hands on her hips, looking displeased. Darn it, Tao Tai is too cunning. How come she can improve so fast? The master will definitely make her the main weapon in the future. Tao Tai shrugged in confusion. But we can both fuse with the master at the same time. That's true. Li Hua pouted. But the master still uses me to wield you, and even went out of his way to learn swordsmanship for you. It's not fair. The master is too biased. I'm planning to learn some martial arts next, Ling Xu casually interjected. Li Hua's eyes lit up, and she jumped in front of Ling Xu. Really? Of course it's true. Li Hua is just as important to me. Hearing this, Li Hua blushed and turned her head away, arms crossed. Then, I'll train with the master. Meanwhile, the plaza outside the 4th cafeteria was in ruins. The battle at the Haoyu level had leveled the area as if it had endured a magnitude 8 earthquake. The surrounding dozen buildings had all collapsed, and the dusty survivors helped each other climb out of the rubble. On the flattened ground, over 100 bodies were neatly lined up, covered with white cloth. Some male students and teachers were still searching through the debris for body fragments, hoping to give the deceased a proper burial. All spirit users with healing abilities had been summoned to the scene, including Lin Lan, who could only heal minor injuries. Thank you, a lightly injured male student said after being healed by Lin Lan, preparing to join the rescue efforts. Excuse me, have you seen the boy with 2 contracted spirits? Lin Lan asked timidly. You mean Ling Xu? Sorry, I haven't seen him. The boy replied, sensing her concern. Don't worry, that guy has strong luck. He'll be fine. I'll let you know if I see him. Okay, thank you. Lin Lan nodded, feeling downcast. Ever since hearing the school's announcement about the rift appearing near the 4th cafeteria and the male dormitory complex, with multiple student fatalities, Lin Lan had been worried about Ling Xu. Although she was summoned as a rare healing-type spirit user, her first priority was to confirm that Ling Xu was not among the bodies. Classmate, please heal this one. Another boy with an injured knee was brought over. All right, Lin Lan nodded in response. Lin Lan crouched beside the injured boy, her delicate hand hovering over the wound. A dark green insect silently crawled out from her sleeve, unfurling in the air before transforming into a bandage that wrapped around the boy's knee. With a soft green glow, the bandage unraveled, revealing skin that was as good as new, without even a scar. That's amazing. Thank you. The boy exclaimed in awe. You're welcome. Lin Lan shook her head and, after a moment's hesitation, asked, Have you seen the boy with the twin spirit pact? I haven't seen him. Is he your friend? I'll keep an eye out for you. Okay, thank you. Feeling a bit disappointed, Lin Lan stood up to leave. Just then, more injured students were being carried in, and she quickly moved to help, only to trip over a protruding stone. She fell heavily onto the ground strewn with stones and glass, embedding shards into her palms and knees. Her white stockings were torn, revealing the fair skin beneath. After tending to her own wounds briefly, Lin Lan made her way through the injured, spotting Li Xiaoxiao in the distance treating a severely injured classmate. A mix of emotions surged within her. Li Xiaoxiao, with her white rabbit spirit pact, a great potential, striking appearance, and powerful healing abilities, seemed superior in every way. It was no wonder there were rumors of her being Ling Xu's ex-girlfriend, while Lin Lan felt so different in personality and style. Li Xiaoxiao seemed to sense the gaze and squinted at Lin Lan. After finishing her treatment, she walked straight over. Lin Lan, I've noticed you looking at me a lot lately. Is there something you want to say? As Ling Xu's desk mate, Lin Lan often talked with him, which displeased Li Xiaoxiao. Her displeasure was obvious to anyone who looked. To Li Xiaoxiao, Lin Lan was nothing more than a pitiable dreamer. No, nothing. Lin Lan lowered her head to avoid Li Xiaoxiao's gaze. As a central figure among the girls in class, Li Xiaoxiao's dominant presence made Lin Lan, who was more on the fringe, feel insecure. Getting close to Ling Xu, huh? A toad trying to eat swan meat. Li Xiaoxiao sneered. Give it up. Ling Xu would never be interested in someone as plain as you. If he did, wouldn't that mean I'm less than you? A voice inside Lin Lan screamed. She couldn't show weakness to Li Xiaoxiao, or she'd regret it. Gathering her courage, she retorted, You're not anyone to him. What happens between us is none of your business. Even if he doesn't like me, so what? At least I'm not trying to climb the social ladder, or being fickle. Her words hit Li Xiaoxiao's sore spot just half an hour ago. She had been on a date with someone powerful. Her eyes turned cold, her anger barely concealed. What do you mean? She stepped closer to Lin Lan, her tone aggressive. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly passed between them, enveloping Lin Lan. Seeing this unnerving presence, Li Xiaoxiao instinctively stepped back, turning to find Ling Xu standing nearby. What do you want? Ling Xu's voice was cold. He had been informed someone was looking for him, and upon arriving, he saw Li Xiaoxiao troubling Lin Lan. Although he wasn't sure exactly what had happened, he knew it was related to him. Lin Lan was the only girl in class who interacted with him. This is school. What could I possibly do? Li Xiaoxiao hinted, implying that the setting limited Ling Xu's actions. You should be glad we're at school, Ling Xu warned as his devourer transformed into a gaping maw, hungrily directed at Li Xiaoxiao. But you can't stay in school forever. Her face twisted with anger. Li Xiaoxiao turned and left silently. Thank you, Lin Lan said, looking at Ling Xu's tall figure, feeling a deep sense of safety. Stay away from Li Xiaoxiao, Ling Xu advised, retracting his devourer before walking away, muttering to himself, before she gets herself killed. 3 days later, the tragedy at Hanmo Academy shocked the entire nation. In this disaster, 162 students lost their lives forever, the majority of whom were candle-level students striving to earn credits. In this harsh reality, handling rift incidents became the primary way for students to earn credits. Credits were settled monthly, with 1 credit equaling 10 points. The credit standard for killing Void Realm creatures increased with level. 10 insect-level creatures equaled 1 credit. 1 glow-level creature equaled 10 credits. 1 candle-level creature equaled 100 credits, and each level above that increased tenfold. This tempting point system led many students to pay the ultimate price. The direct economic loss from this disaster reached over 100 million, and reconstruction efforts were underway. Principal Long Qianming personally visited and consoled the families of each student who perished, as the entire society was engulfed in grief. However, was this truly just an unforeseeable accident? In the principal's office, Ling Xu sat opposite Long Qianming, looking grave. Taking advantage of Long Qianming's rare free moment, he decided to share his experiences and discoveries with the principal. You're saying all 4 rifts appeared near you? Long Qianming asked in shock. According to the site records, the 4 rifts appeared approximately half a minute apart and were far apart, defying logic. Ling Xu nodded solemnly. I've investigated. The last update to the Void Realm was half a month ago. Moreover, the rift I encountered disappeared on its own without any repairs. This revelation tightened Long Qianming's chest. If what Ling Xu said was true, it meant someone could control the opening, closing, and positioning of the rifts. He couldn't imagine the disastrous consequences if such power were used to create large rifts in densely populated areas. Were you in danger? Long Qianming asked. Not exactly danger, Ling Xu began slowly. But the rift that blocked me contained an exceptionally unusual void beast. It not only resembled a human, but its core was located in the left chest cavity, beating like a heart. More shockingly, its combat was not driven by instinct, but was strategic, even capable of understanding human speech and being distracted by external factors. Ling Xu paused. From any angle, it was more like a person. Long Qianming's expression grew increasingly serious. Everything Ling Xu described was beyond his realm of knowledge. Typically, a void realm creature's core should be located in the center of the body or the head, occasionally moving within the body, but never in the left chest cavity. Could it be that the core just happened to be in the left chest cavity? Long Qianming clung to a sliver of hope. Impossible, Ling Xu replied firmly. In our first encounter, I blew apart half its body, and the core was in that exact spot. The second time, my right hand pierced through its left chest, accurately extracting and crushing the core. Long Qianming fell into silence. Ling Xu pondered over the issue carefully. Even though anomalies were found twice in the same location, other doubts remained unexplained. In his understanding, creatures from the void realm, even the 12 most powerful godlike beings, behaved like ordinary wild animals, acting purely on instinct without any tactical adjustments in battle. More importantly, Ling Xu knew that Long Qianming was not one to joke or fabricate stories. It seems that as soon as I returned, I have to go back for another meeting, Long Qianming said with a frown. Ling Xu didn't show much curiosity about the upcoming meeting. Since it was a meeting attended by Su Shou himself in Shangjing City, it was bound to involve state secrets, and he wouldn't ask recklessly. However, to his surprise, Long Qianming voluntarily said, "A few days ago, I went to Shangjing City to discuss whether to reveal your existence to the world. The final decision was to make it public. A meeting just for me?" Ling Xu felt somewhat flattered. What have I done to deserve this? Long Qianming's expression was serious. Don't underestimate your importance to the country, or even humanity. All information about you is classified as top priority. The struggle between humans and the void realm has lasted for years, and we're barely holding on. At this rate, whether we can last another century is uncertain. He sighed, knowing that only someone in his position could truly understand that human civilization was like a crumbling building, with creatures from the void realm as termites eating away at its foundation. Seeing Ling Xu deep in thought, Long Qianming continued. In the past decade, the number and size of rifts have increased annually. The activity and self-renewal frequency of the void realm are also rising, soon reaching the peak of 200 years ago. It's estimated that within a century, a second great calamity will occur, possibly far exceeding the first in intensity. Having lived through nearly a century, Long Qianming had witnessed that tragic period firsthand. Because of this, he never dared to relax and constantly focused on the future of China. But you don't need to feel pressured. When the sky falls, we old folks will hold it up, he reassured. Well, you guys better hold it up for a while longer, Ling Xu joked. He was afraid of death but didn't overly worry about the distant future, always being a pragmatic person. By the way, Long Qianming changed the subject. I made a bet with a few others. If you win the championship in the 4 academies competition, you can stay here with me. And if I don't win? Ling Xu asked weakly. The conversation ended with Long Qianming insisting on starting special training immediately. Since Ling Xu's second contract spirit was a pair of arm gauntlets, he needed to train his boxing skills thoroughly. Long Qianming, eager and ready, said, "No more talking. Let's start training now." In the past 3 days, Ling Xu has been immersed in a hellish training regimen. Every morning, he runs 10 kilometers at dawn, his training clothes soaked with sweat. He then heads straight to the boxing gym to hone his skills under the guidance of Long Qianming. In the afternoon, he engages in high-intensity spiritual energy training with his contracted spirits, Tao Tai and Li Hua, pushing his energy reserves to the limit. At night, he participates in resonance training with his spirits, using high-frequency brain activity to strengthen their connection. Despite the exhausting daytime training, all his fatigue vanishes when night falls, as long as he can snuggle with Tao Tai and Li Hua. Ah, Lolas are the best, Ling Xu sighs contentedly. In the training gym, Long Qianming, wearing specially made boxing gloves, beckons Ling Xu with a finger. "Come on, let your contracted spirit lowly turn into a middle-aged man." "You mean merge with my contracted spirit?" Ling Xu hesitates. "I'm afraid I might tear this place apart." "Don't worry, with me here, you can't even kill a mosquito," Long Qianming says nonchalantly. "You underestimate my master too much." Li Hua leaps down from the spectator seat, eyes blazing with anger. "A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Master, show him what we're made of." "That's right." Long Qianming continues to taunt with gestures. "Look, your contracted spirit has more fighting spirit than you." Over the past few days, he discovered a key detail. The angrier Li Hua gets, the stronger her combat power becomes. However, Ling Xu, being smooth and adaptable, is hard to provoke. So, provoking his contracted spirit became the best choice. We're being underestimated too. Ling Xu rarely shows such determination, merging with Li Hua. Let's kill a mosquito right in front of him. Okay, Li Hua responds, full of fighting spirit. Wait, just one mosquito? Then let's kill two. Alright, Long Qianming stands with his hands behind his back, right palm facing Ling Xu. Now merge with your other contracted spirit and attack me with all your might. If you can make me move even a little, you win. Just what I wanted. Rarely finding a void hunter sparring partner, Ling Xu is eager to test his limits. He grips the air with his right hand, and Tao Dai transforms into its true form, flying into his left hand. Ling Xu steadies his stance, spiritual energy flowing within, as golden red armor covers his right hand. He clenches his fist, forming a cyclone of powerful energy around him. With his power charged, Ling Xu punches fiercely, his fist shooting towards the center of Long Qianming's palm like a cannonball. A transparent energy wall blocks the strong airflow, leaving the surrounding environment untouched. Boom. In the dull explosion, Ling Xu clearly feels that this punch could easily shatter a meter-thick concrete wall. Yet, standing before him, Long Qianming remains unmoved, as if the incredible force was instantly absorbed by a sponge. At this moment, Ling Xu truly realizes the terrifying power of a void hunter. The opponent hadn't even merged with a contracted spirit, yet his full-force attack couldn't make him budge an inch. The power gap felt as insurmountable as a mortal trying to measure the height of the sky. Not bad, not bad. Long Qianming smiles with satisfaction. This punch has reached the candle flame level of the aspirant rank. For a student who has only been in school for 10 days, this is an extraordinary achievement. In fact, even after a year at the academy, few students reach the candle flame level of the aspirant rank. Keep in mind, the graduation standard at Hanmo Academy is to reach this level within 3 years, and every month, 30% of graduates are forcibly graduated for failing to meet the standard. Candle flame level of the aspirant rank? Is it really that impressive? Ling Xu asks, eyes wide with surprise. What are you thinking about? Long Qianming shook his head with a smile. The power of that punch barely reached the candlelight level, hope stage. It doesn't mean you have that level of strength right now. Seeing Ling Xu's slightly disappointed expression, he quickly added, but don't be discouraged. Your growth rate is already impressive on a global scale. No one has ever reached the candlelight level within a month of awakening. You are the first. His eyes sparkled with excitement. I can't wait to boast to the world about our Chinese genius at the press conference. Ling Xu awkwardly scratched his head and changed the subject. By the way, have you updated your level? No, I haven't had the time to measure it lately, Long Qianming replied. Ling Xu paused and asked again, is there really a need to measure it? He remembered those guys from a few days ago who tricked people by not measuring their levels. But Ling Xu wasn't interested in such tricks. He preferred the thrill of overwhelming power. It was strange that in this world, there's no noticeable feedback when one's strength increases, not even a sense of breakthrough. You have to measure it specifically, and the gaps between levels are enormous. Long Qianming explained, there's really no need, but if you measure it at school and your level increases, you can earn a significant amount of points. Of course, once you're out of school, you don't get this benefit. Really? You can earn money by leveling up? Let's go now, Ling Xu said excitedly. Long Qianming grabbed him. You rascal, always looking for shortcuts. Finish your training first. After the afternoon training session, Ling Xu immediately headed to the grading room. As he entered, he ran into Kai Shukuan, who was also there to measure his level. Shuga? What a coincidence, you're here for grading too. Kai Shukuan greeted him with a smile. Ever since Ling Xu disciplined Zhao Lu, the troublemakers in their class had been more restrained, and no one dared to mess with Kai Shukuan, who was on good terms with Ling Xu. Yeah, I've felt a significant improvement lately, so I came to see how I've progressed, Ling Xu replied calmly. He knew Kai Shukuan wanted to curry favor with him, but since this guy wasn't a bully or troublemaker, he didn't mind. Ha. To be honest, I just need some money. I heard you can earn points by leveling up, so I came to try my luck. Let's go together. Sure thing. The grading room, unlike the large gymnasium used for the freshman grading test, is an independent space of about 300 square meters. As you push open the door, a range of precise measuring instruments comes into view, the entire space meticulously organized, exuding a professional vibe. Inside, there are 2 staff members, a man and a woman. The female staff member approaches as Ling Xu and Kai Shukuan enter, asking, are you both here for the grading? Please show your terminal personal information. I need to register you. Cooperatively, they bring up their personal information pages on their terminals. As the female staff member verifies the information, her gaze lingers momentarily on the name, Kai Shukuan, and she looks up to take a glance at him before continuing with a hint of awkwardness. When she turns to Ling Xu, she notices the 2 little girls behind him and exclaims in surprise, Ling Xu, it's really you. The freshman grading test just ended not long ago. Are you sure you want to retest? You know you can only test once a month. Yes, I am sure, Ling Xu replies decisively, with Kai Shukuan nodding in agreement. All right then, just follow the instructions. After completing the registration, they head to the strength testing machine. The counting rules for this instrument are simple. Each point represents 10 kilograms for the first 100 values, and 20 kilograms for each point thereafter. Kai Shukuan steps up first, merging with his contract spirit, and assumes the optimal power-exerting stance he has studied for a long time. Last time, he only scored 44, and this time he secretly vows to break 60. Taking a deep breath, he punches with all his might. Bang! A loud crash echoes in the room. The numbers on the display jump rapidly, quickly surpassing 50, and finally settle at 62. Yes, over 60. Kai Shukuan jumps up excitedly. Is exceeding 60 really something to celebrate? Ling Xu asks, puzzled. Shuga, don't you know? The minimum strength standard for the glowing level at the hope stage is 60. If other test items are not ideal, this can make up for it. I see. I really didn't know that. Ling Xu nods. It's my turn now. All right, Shuga. No. No. Kai Shukuan almost stumbles. You're my brother. Don't call me G. I can't handle that. Ling Xu steps up to the testing machine, holding Tao Tai in his left hand and Li Hua in his right. In an instant, two beams of light flash as he merges with both contract spirits simultaneously. This rare scene leaves the experienced staff members stunned. In all these years of conducting strength tests, this is the first time I've seen something like this. Will I break the machine with one punch? Ling Xu asks, a bit concerned. Go ahead, the male staff member says, arms crossed. This machine can withstand a full-strength hit from a Starlight-level Dawn Stage spirit user. At that level, a casual punch could shatter a building. Then how do those above the Starlight-level Dawn Stage get tested? Good question. There are 3 methods for grading tests beyond the Starlight-level Dawn Stage. The staff explained to Ling Xu the 3 ways to advance as a Ling Envoy. Obtaining a recommendation from a senior Ling Envoy, and completing a task of corresponding difficulty, defeating a higher-level opponent, or earning the Susho certification. So complicated. Ling Xu couldn't help but complain. In the world of novels, you always know exactly what level you've reached. This is to ensure the safety of the Ling envoys, preventing them from misjudging their abilities and encountering danger, the staff patiently explained. It's like needing a diploma for a job. Knowing your skill level is crucial to taking on the right tasks. Ling Xu nodded and prepared for the test. He engaged all his muscles and spiritual energy, following the martial arts techniques he had learned, took a deep breath, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the room, nearly bursting Kai Shukuan's eardrums as he exited the fusion state. The test personnel, unfazed, wore headphones with 99 noise-canceling efficiency. Watching the rapidly changing numbers on the monitor, they finally settled at 226, equivalent to nearly 4 tons of punching force. What the heck? The 2 staff members exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this kid just at 125 in the fluorescent-level Wong stage half a month ago? How did he suddenly surpass the candle-level Wong stage standard of 225? Next was the reflex test. In a 10-meter square enclosed room, guns capable of firing rubber bullets were installed behind all 6 walls. Ling Xu chose the candle-level Shu stage difficulty, with a bullet speed of 200 meters per second. After a 0.1-second warning sound, bullets began to fly at him from random directions. He adeptly dodged through the high-speed barrage, lasting 22 seconds, well above the 10-second pass mark. Finally, there was the spiritual energy endurance test. Thanks to his double spiritual energy boost, even without considering the devouring ability of Tao Tai, Ling Xu easily maintained the fusion state for 20 minutes and 56 seconds. This meant he could sustain 5 minutes of intense combat, far exceeding the average for his level. The test results were quickly compiled. Kai Shukuan, slightly lacking in endurance and reflexes, remained at the fluorescent-level Shu stage, just shy of the Wong stage. Ling Xu, however, reached the candle-level Shu stage, nearly at the Wong stage. Although he could potentially advance by participating in a martial arts combat test, Ling Xu decided against it, finding the prospect of fighting specialized instructors too troublesome. Su Gu, what are your plans now? Kai Shukuan quickly caught up with Ling Xu as they left the ranking room, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Ling Xu glanced at him sideways. Why are you asking? The sudden concern puzzled him. Well, here's the thing. Kai Shukuan rubbed his hands together. I managed to grab an off-campus mission on the terminal yesterday to collect 100 cores from Firefly-level virtual creatures. I registered your name along with mine. Seeing Ling Xu's frown, he quickly added, Don't be mad, Su Gu. We'll split it 9-1, with you getting the 9. The school offers a variety of off-campus missions, ranging from emergency rift handling to anomaly investigations, assisting police with cases, and virtual core collection, even including operations against rogue Spiritusur terror groups. The virtual core collection task Kai Shukuan took on is one of the more stable options in terms of risk and reward. The core of a virtual creature is its source of power, containing immense energy, and can be used as an energy source. Destroying the core or removing it results in the creature's death. However, a powerful core poses a risk of mental contamination, similar to how humans experience mental stress in the virtual world. The stronger the core, the greater its contaminating ability. You already signed me up? You little rascal. Ling Xu shook his head in resignation. I just thought it'd be a good way to earn some money. With your skills, Sugu, you could handle this task alone, but school missions are hard to come by. Kai Shukuan chuckled awkwardly. Ling Xu was about to respond when Kai Shukuan suddenly exclaimed, "The ranking challenge. Oh right, you're already at candle level, Sugu. I'll go withdraw the mission right now." Wait, Ling Xu grabbed Kai Shukuan who was about to leave. "No need to cancel it. I never said I wouldn't go." "But Sugu, aren't you planning to challenge the rankings at the end of the month? A mission like this will take at least 2 or 3 days." Ling Xu smiled. With his current strength, breaking into the top 500 wasn't difficult. But he chose to wait until the end of the month for a simple reason. The monthly ranking points can only be claimed once. Instead of ranking 7 or 800 now for a few thousand points, he could aim for the top 500 later. More importantly, as a special spiritus with 7 contracted spirits, Ling Xu's training approach differed from others. Rapidly unlocking all his contracted spirits was key to enhancing his strength, which required a significant amount of mental power. At school, mental power development is heavily restricted. Therefore, during this period, he focused more on improving his basic combat skills and weapon proficiency. Although Ling Xu has mastered the basics of the Tang sword and boxing, he knows that to advance further, he must apply these skills in real combat. The school doesn't offer enough opportunities for this, so he decides to check out some missions. Kai Shukuan pulls out his device and brings up the mission details. The information on the screen is clear. The mission difficulty is rated as Firefly level aspiring rank, requiring a team of at least 3, including at least 1 person at the Firefly level. Currently, only Ling Xu and Kai Shukuan have signed up. The task is to collect 100 cores from Firefly-level creatures from the virtual realm, with no restrictions on the type. The mission is commissioned by Yunhai Technology, with a reward of 5,000 points. Creatures from the virtual realm are categorized into insect, winged, beast, tentacle, and titan types, Kai Shukuan explains, pointing at the screen. The Firefly level mainly includes beast and winged types, which aren't too difficult. If we're lucky, we can complete it in 1 rift. We still need 1 more person, but we can just find anyone to put their name down. Ling Xu understands why Kai Shukuan hasn't invited anyone else. This is exactly the effect he wanted to create. He even criticizes himself anonymously on the campus forum, relishing the villainous life. This mission's reward isn't bad, Ling Xu thinks to himself, his gaze lingering on the name Yunhai Technology. It's China's largest company, with branches worldwide, involved in biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, new energy, home appliances, and many other high-tech fields. "I'll go alone," Ling Xu says. "You just take your share of the points." He prefers to operate solo, so he doesn't have to worry about holding others back if something unexpected happens. "Isn't that a bit unfair, Su?" Kai Shukuan hesitates. "You're doing all the work, and I feel bad taking the money. In the future, whenever you get a mission, just sign up, and I'll do it," Ling Xu adds. "Consider it your commission for signing up." "All right then, I'll do as you say, Su." Kai Shukuan agrees happily, seeing it as a win-win situation. After they part ways, Ling Xu doesn't return to his dorm, but instead heads to a small, elegant villa. When he rings the doorbell, a handsome young man in an apron answers. Ling Xu briefly wonders if he's at the wrong place and checks his device to confirm the map. "Are you Ling Xu?" The young man smiles and explains. "This is Miss Ye's residence. She's been expecting you." "And you are?" "I'm Miss Ye's butler, in charge of cleaning and receiving guests." Ling Xu follows him inside, suspecting he might be a student working part-time due to a shortage of points. At the foot of a curved staircase, a maid takes over from the butler, leading him upstairs. It's not surprising for the second-ranked talent of the Ink 10 to have such a setup, especially since Yi Ziming is the heiress of Yunhai Company. At the door, the maid informs him that Miss Yi is inside before leaving. Ling Xu gently knocks on the door. "Come in, it's open," a sweet voice calls out. Ling Xu enters, and is suddenly met with a pair of pink eyes. His desire level spikes by 5 points. Tao Tai is astounded by the impressive size, while Li Hua blushes, nervously covering its eyes with its fingers, yet peeking through in curiosity, stammering, "I am ashamed." Ling Xu quickly shuts the door and calls out through it. "Put some clothes on, please." Ling Xu, who has been single all his life and has never even held a woman's hand, felt a bit restless standing outside Yi Ziming's room. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his youthful excitement. "You can come in." Yi Ziming's lazy voice came from inside the room. Ling Xu pushed open the door, and the sight before him took his breath away. Yi Ziming was lounging on a beanbag chair, wearing a nearly transparent nightgown, casually flipping through a book. The soft, sheer fabric outlined her shapely figure, with her slender waist faintly visible, rising and falling gently with her breathing. System alert, lust value 5. Ling Xu forced himself to look away and sat down on a nearby chair. His two contract spirits, Tao Tai and Li Hua, occupied his legs, and the door closed silently behind him. He glanced around. The bedroom was exactly as he had seen in the shared dreamscape before. Why did you want to see me? Ling Xu asked directly. Yi Ziming smiled alluringly, deliberately crossing her long, graceful legs. You're really a man who doesn't understand romance. On such a beautiful night, with a beauty inviting you into her room, and yet you show no reaction. Am I really that unattractive? She said, deliberately crossing her arms in front of her chest to accentuate her figure. Stop playing games. Let's get to business. Ling Xu replied with a blank expression. Despicable woman. Don't think you can use such tricks to confuse the master. Li Hua shouted angrily, while Tao Tai, feeling a bit sleepy from hunger, leaned softly against Ling Xu. Yi Ziming clapped her hands, and soon a maid wheeled in a cart, setting out dishes on the table. Help yourselves, she said. With Ling Xu's permission, Tao Tai immediately summoned the devourer to indulge in the feast, even thoughtfully offering food to Ling Xu and Li Hua, both of whom politely declined. Human-shaped contract spirits are really nice. Yi Ziming mused, resting her chin in her hand, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. Finally, she put away her playful demeanor and spoke seriously. Do you know about Yunhai technology? Ling Xu raised an eyebrow. I think there's no one who doesn't know about it. Yunhai technology is renowned worldwide, even more so than Gree in the past. As a leading global enterprise, it has become a household name. Yi Zitong's beautiful eyes sparkled as she recounted a little-known history. My great-grandfather, Yi Yunhai, founded Yunhai Technology. Initially, the company focused solely on home appliances and construction. Logically, our Yi family should control the company. Her tone carried a hint of resignation. However, over the years, other department heads have gradually gained power, especially the Gao family, who manage biopharmaceuticals and energy. Our family's influence within the company has been slowly eroded. In this perilous world, where cracks could appear at any moment, the frequency of injuries surpasses even wartime. This unique environment has led to a booming construction and pharmaceutical industry. Yunhai Technology, with its 3 revolutionary technologies and new self-healing pod developed from the regenerative abilities of virtual creatures, a medication using virtual core technology for mental illness, and virtual core energy technology, has risen from obscurity to become one of the top 3 global giants in just a decade. These words made Ling Xu acutely aware of the Gao family's immense power. He deliberately displayed impatience. So, what does this have to do with me? His intentionally unpleasant demeanor was a negotiation tactic. If the other party had conditions to discuss, they would have to make more concessions. If there was a risk of your century-old family business being taken over by outsiders, would you accept it? Yi Zitong probed. That depends on the specific situation. Ling Xu refused to follow her line of thought. Yi Zitong's purple eyes narrowed slightly, and she flashed a sly smile. Your guard is strong. Even my dream allure doesn't work on you, and yet you're so wary of me. But I like smart people. It proves I made the right choice in finding you. Go on. Ling Xu responded expressionlessly. Yi Zitong elegantly shifted her position, coquettishly crossing one leg. Recently, the Gao family has allied with other department heads to secretly support competitors, attempting to squeeze our family's market share in home appliances and construction. The crisis is imminent, and we need a force to counter them. So, I propose a deal with you. What kind of deal? I hope you can join the Yi family under the guise of marriage, she explained seriously. It's just a superficial arrangement. Once you help us through this crisis, the truth will naturally come to light. Wait, marriage? Ling Xu frowned. Aren't you the Yi family's only child? It's not a real marriage, Yi Zitong playfully said. We'll treat you like a young master. That's not the point, Ling Xu insisted. You approached me just to marry you? Correction, it's you marrying me, Yi Zitong softly replied, her voice carrying a teasing tone. Is marrying me something you find burdensome? Is marrying me something that makes you feel resentful? Yi Ziming lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I thought I could at least barely match up to you. As she spoke, she inadvertently straightened her back, her slender figure outlined by the light in an elegant curve. However, Ling Xu merely raised his hand calmly, stopping her performance. His lack of any reaction to her beauty made it clear that he was unaffected. What do I get out of this? Ling Xu asked directly, his gaze steady as he looked at her. Yi Ziming immediately sat upright, her voice becoming serious. First, all the resources of the Yi family will be at your disposal. If we have a child, you could even become one of the controllers of the Yunhai group. Second, my loyalty. My social circle is clean. I've never had any romantic experiences, let alone contact with other men, and my first time is still intact. She paused. Feelings can develop over time. The important thing is that love grows with familiarity. I am confident I can remain faithful to you, which is all gain and no loss for you. Those are indeed tempting conditions, Ling Xu acknowledged with a nod. Marrying into a wealthy family and marrying a beautiful heiress is indeed a dream scenario for many. But he quickly noticed a flaw in the logic. Why me? He pressed. There are plenty of rich young men out there, any of whom would be more suitable than me. It can't just be because of my twin humanoid contract spirit, can it? Such an undeveloped talent is nothing more than an empty promise. Yi Ziming had anticipated his question and explained calmly. Ever since Director Ling Xu of the Bureau of Unconventional Strategies announced your existence at the press conference, you've gained quite a reputation. Some even revere you as a deity, establishing a religion to spread your name. What? Ling Xu's eyes widened in disbelief. People worship me? They've started a religion? How is it that I know nothing about this? This world is full of religions, Yi Ziming explained. There's the god worship cult that believes in Shu, the void sect that worships the rift, the sun and moon church that worships the sun and moon, and even the anti-human void god cult that believes in the void world. She continued, among them, the void god cult has grown into a large religion with millions of followers. They believe the void world is the will of the world, Earth's immune system, meant to eradicate humanity, which harms the ecosystem. Every day, there are numerous bloodshed incidents caused by cults. I've personally handled over 100 such cult-related cases. Ling Xu was intrigued, sitting up straighter. What's the name of the religion that worships me? Always having a strong curiosity in unusual areas, Ling Xu was pondering when Yi Ziming chuckled and began explaining the origins of the Dome Church. This is a new religious sect rebuilt by members of a once-extinct religious organization. They seized the opportunity of Ling Xu's appearance to widely proclaim him as the savior of humanity, embodying the divine protection of the heavens. In just a few days, the number of followers has exceeded 10,000 and continues to grow rapidly, with the potential to rival the three major religions, the Void God cult, the Worship God cult, and the Hollow cult. And behind all this was Long Qianming. It was precisely because of this that the Dome Church was able to rise swiftly among the major religions and continue to expand. The Dome Church. Ling Xu repeated the name, finding it quite intriguing. This seemingly righteous religious organization didn't appear to engage in any cult-like activities. He had never imagined that one day he would become the object of worship for many, a feeling that was both novel and amusing. Suppressing a smile, he said, even if I am a big name, I can't provide substantial support to you. That won't convince me. After all, he couldn't incite the followers to restore the Yi family to the pinnacle of power in the Yunhai group. You underestimate the power behind you, Yi Ziming said seriously. The fact that 6 directors of the Special Strategy Bureau held a meeting just for you indicates that you have the support of the highest levels in China. If you become a member of the Yi family, others would have to think twice before opposing us. As long as the Gao family doesn't interfere, our Yi family still has a fighting chance. Is this your decision, or the family's? Who came up with this idea? Ling Xu asked earnestly. It's my decision, Yi Ziming admitted candidly. I long for a sweet romance too, but my status doesn't allow for whims. Besides, I've been quietly observing you and think you're quite impressive. In this matter, the family's intentions align with mine. Was using charm on me that day a test? No, that day I just wanted to explain this to you in a dream, with a simple spell. I didn't expect it to backfire. Ling Xu pondered for a moment and politely declined. Thank you for your favor, but I must refuse. He didn't want to get caught up in the power games of capitalists, nor did he wish for his future marriage to be based on interests. Most importantly, he had no romantic feelings for Yi Ziming. Li Hua jumped off his lap, and he stood up, leading Tao Dai and Li Hua as he took his leave. If there's anything else you need help with, we can discuss it, but this path was wrong from the start. I look forward to our next conversation. By the way, thank you for the hospitality. The cake was delicious. As Ling Xu left, Yi Ziming leaned back in her chair, her right hand resting on her forehead in thought. She had believed that using herself as leverage was the most reliable plan, but she had erred in assessing Ling Xu with ordinary reasoning. Leaving Yi Ziming's villa, Ling Xu headed straight to the cafeteria with Li Hua and Tao Dai. Although only Tao Dai had an appetite, watching her devour the food made Ling Xu and Li Hua swallow involuntarily. This time, Ling Xu generously ordered meals for 6. Since his gluttony value cap had increased to 500, he no longer had to worry about dieting. What pleased him even more was that, with Long Qianming's approval, Tao Dai had cleared away the debris from the school's disaster zones, saving considerable resources and raising his gluttony value to 400. Ling Xu calculated silently. Currently, his anger value was only 55, and in comparison, his gluttony value not only increased faster, but was also easier to control. He planned to have Tao Tai undergo a new round of evolution before his anger value reached the dangerous level of 80. This way, while nurturing other contract spirits, Tao Tai would remain clear-headed, and he wouldn't have to worry about dieting. More importantly, a level 3 Tao Tai would be the most reliable combat support during the dormancy of other contract spirits. Here's your order, the waiter said, approaching with a tray and giving Ling Xu a familiar look of helplessness. The table's already full. Oh, no problem. Tao Tai. Tao Tai understood and quickly fed the large plates to the devourer. Being of the same essence, she and the devourer were essentially one. When the devourer ate, it was as if she was eating. The only downside was that the devourer couldn't taste the food. In no time, the table was cleared. The waiter frowned and couldn't help but comment, "Look, I know it's none of my business, but at this rate, you'll run out of points in a month." She had been wanting to say this for a while contract spirits can eat, they don't need to. Yet he fed them so much every day. It cost hundreds of points each day, and even though he had a dual human-shaped contract spirit, he was just a rookie at the flicker level. The country wouldn't subsidize him just because of his special status. 10,000 points wouldn't last long at this rate. She was also puzzled by the little girl's appetite. How did such a small body consume so much food? Was it some kind of spatial ability? You're right, Ling Xu quickly calculated. A meal cost over 200 points, and just food and drink would cost 500 a day. Damn, this is just for 2 girls. If I had 5 more, it would cost over 1,000 a day. My tens of thousands of points would only last half a year. I need to make it to the top 10 of the Fengyan list to support so many mouths. Why don't you switch tables? There are more dishes coming. No need, the table's not dirty. Ling Xu waved it off, suddenly noticing Li Hua's gaze fixed on the cake menu. He picked up the menu and pointed to the strawberry millefeuille. I'll have one of these too. You're ordering more? All right, guess I wasted my breath. The waiter sighed. Fine, fine, forget I said anything. Moments later, the waiter returned with the new dish. Here's your order. Ling Xu pushed the strawberry millefeuille toward Li Hua, who had been sitting quietly. Li Hua looked at him in surprise. Master, is this for me? She thought it was for Tao Tai. Of course it's for you. Tao Tai already had dessert earlier, Ling Xu said, cutting a piece with a plastic knife and offering it to Li Hua with a fork. Here, open wide. 2 can eat it myself. Li Hua lowered her head, her red hair partially concealing her flushed cheeks as her eyes flickered with hesitation. The bustling crowd around her made her feel a bit hesitant. Come on, open your mouth, Ling Xu gently coaxed. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Li Hua tucked her fallen red strands behind her ear and cautiously opened her mouth, leaning closer to the cake. She took a small bite, and the cool, sweet strawberry flavor blossomed on her tongue. The rich sweetness of the cream perfectly blended with the tartness of the fruit, making her crave more. How is it? Ling Xu asked. It's all right, Li Hua replied with feigned indifference, though her eyes couldn't help but linger on the remaining cake. Then have another bite. Okay. Ling Xu chuckled to himself. Li Hua's stubbornness stemmed from her fiery and explosive personality, which made her seem exceptionally straightforward. This was in stark contrast to the naturally honest Tao Tai. Before long, Li Hua had finished the entire cake, and a sense of satisfaction was conveyed to Ling Xu through their bond. After leaving the cafeteria, Ling Xu planned to return to the dormitory to wash up with his contracted spirits. The recent battles had left everyone exhausted. Li Hua, do my hands feel sweaty? Ling Xu suddenly asked. As an armor-type contracted spirit, Li Hua possessed flame abilities, yet Ling Xu never felt the heat when she used them. No, they're not. Li Hua shook her head. Your hands feel quite comfortable inside. Stop, that's enough. Ling Xu quickly interrupted, as the conversation was becoming increasingly awkward. Master, there's someone there. Li Hua suddenly pointed to the cobblestone path leading to the dormitory entrance. Under the street lamp, Zhao Lu's figure was clearly visible. What's he want with me? Ling Xu walked over. Upon seeing Ling Xu, Zhao Lu immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry, I was misled by Li Xiaoxiao before. That's why I acted that way towards you. Oh, go on, Ling Xu said with a teasing look. We didn't have any issues between us. It was all that woman stirring things up. I hope you can forgive me. I'll make it up to you over time. You think a simple apology can erase the humiliation my master endured? Li Hua crossed her arms, casting a cold sidelong glance. You only came to grovel after realizing the difference in strength. Such a person isn't even fit to be fed to Tao Dai. Through their bond, Li Hua was well aware of Ling Xu's past experiences. This man wasn't truly remorseful. He was just forced to bow his head. A surge of anger ignited within her. Li Hua was right. Ever since Ling Xu publicly humiliated Zhao Lu in the arena, he had been like a wounded beast, hiding in his dorm, replaying the one-sided defeat over and over in his mind. He knew well that his own strength was no match for Ling Xu, and pretending to ignore it was impossible. The guy would always come looking for him. After days of contemplation, Zhao Lu finally came up with a brilliant plan to leverage the power of the Hunter organization. These bounty hunters, who only cared about money and not reasons, could solve any problem for him. However, the bounty amount was far beyond his current means. Left with no choice, he had to find a way to temporarily appease Ling Xu. But then, an unexpected discovery completely altered his plan. As he was about to seek Li Xiaoxiao's advice, he saw this woman, who usually acted so innocent and shy around him, heavily made up and scantily dressed, on a date with a stranger. Zhao Lu secretly followed them and witnessed them flirting in a restaurant before finally entering the man's apartment together. What infuriated Zhao Lu even more was discovering through investigation that the man had a highly influential background, was the son of the deputy director of the city's branch of the Exotic Strategy Bureau, and his father was a high-ranking, powerful figure. Zhao Lu knew he couldn't afford to provoke such an opponent. However, that reckless Ling Xu never cared about such things. A perfect plan formed in Zhao Lu's mind. He would redirect Ling Xu's wrath towards Li Xiaoxiao and that man. With Ling Xu's temperament, he might actually lose his temper and attack the man. By then, even if Ling Xu was a powerful dual-form contract spirit, he wouldn't escape punishment. Meanwhile, Zhao Lu could remain completely uninvolved. Get lost, or I'll burn you. Li Hua's furious shout interrupted Zhao Lu's thoughts. But he could no longer be bothered by the threat from the red-haired contract spirit and directly looked past her at Ling Xu, saying, "Forgive me, Ling Xu. I was wrong." This action completely enraged Ling Xu. "Was Li Hua talking to you? Are you deaf?" Ling Xu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sense of authority. Zhao Lu nonchalantly replied, "She's just your contract spirit. I'm here to apologize to you." A contract spirit is just like a dog by its master's side, not in charge. Apologize? Sure, Ling Xu sneered. "I said before, if you kneel and apologize in front of the whole class, I'll forgive you. There's a class tomorrow, just do it, and it's settled." With that, he walked past, and Zhao Lu instinctively stepped aside. As Li Hua passed by, she glared at Zhao Lu and made a throat-slitting gesture, while Tao Tai playfully stuck out its tongue. "Ling Xu, isn't my apology enough for you?" Zhao Lu tried to catch up, but was blocked by a sudden black wall. The suffocating darkness made him instinctively retract his Honda, already had a psychological shadow from this thing. Watching Ling Xu's figure disappear down the hallway, Zhao Lu spat on the ground in anger. "Won't take soft or hard approaches, huh?" Zhao Lu stood there, frowning. He couldn't understand why, after lowering himself so much, Ling Xu still refused to forgive him. The gentle Ling Xu he remembered seemed lost forever, replaced by someone domineering and dismissive. Clenching his fists, Zhao Lu was filled with resentment. Not only had Li Xiaoxiao abandoned him, but now Ling Xu was also being aggressive. Was he really going to have to kneel and beg for forgiveness tomorrow? He gritted his teeth, pondering his next move as he slowly walked away. Meanwhile, Ling Xu had already entered the dormitory building. Li Hua couldn't help but ask, "Master, that jerk is so awful. Why didn't you just give him a good scolding? He must be up to something." Ling Xu chuckled softly. "Just scolding him won't satisfy me anymore. He always likes to look down on others, doesn't he? I want to let him taste humiliation in front of everyone. If he really kneels and apologizes tomorrow, will you forgive him?" Li Hua asked worriedly, thinking her master was usually too soft-hearted. A hint of coldness flashed in Ling Xu's eyes. "Forgive? That's God's job. I'm just here to send him to meet God." He analyzed. "If he's really afraid of me, the smartest choice would be to transfer schools. If he insists on kneeling and apologizing, it only means he's prepared a plan to deal with me." He then outlined 3 possibilities. First, they might find someone to back them up. Second, they might hire a bounty hunter. Third, they naively think I'll forgive them so they can strike back later. Although the third possibility is low, I just need to guard against the first 2. "What does Master plan to do?" Li Hua pressed on. "You'll find out tomorrow," Ling Xu replied with a meaningful smile. "My revenge isn't about momentary satisfaction. It's about making them slowly perish in eternal regret, yet helplessly." He gently patted the heads of Li Hua and Tao Tai, asking, "Do you hate me for being like this?" "Quite the opposite," Li Hua said excitedly, clasping her hands together. "I love seeing Master like this." Tao Tai shook her head. "I just want to eat him." Ling Xu smiled affectionately, ruffling the hair of the 2 girls. He took off his coat, casually draped it over the sofa, and entered the bathroom to run a hot bath. This reminded him of a previous discovery. Humanoid contract spirits were astonishingly similar to humans. Not only did they have the same organs, but they also breathed, ate, slept, and even secreted saliva, blood, and sweat. Theoretically, they should possess all the functions humans do. It was just unclear whether they would grow over time or remain forever in their youthful forms. The next day, in the classroom, "That streamer last night had an amazing figure. Tell me her name." A boy exclaimed excitedly. "My punching power finally broke through 40, another student said nonchalantly. "Anyway, the graduation requirement is just the candlelight level, and there's still 3 years to go. I can put in the effort next year." "Exactly, the school guarantees job placement," someone chimed in. "Those who are really strong have to go to the front lines, and I hear the death rate is insanely high. I'd rather work in logistics." At the classroom door, Zhao Lu stood there, hand on the frame, hesitating for a moment. When she pushed the door open and entered, the noisy classroom fell silent instantly. "Look, Zhao Lu is here." Zhao Lu, who hasn't been here for days, is actually attending class. Could it be she's finished her training and is here to take revenge on Ling Xu? Whispers rippled through the classroom. Those boys who usually disliked Ling Xu but didn't dare provoke him now watched with anticipation. Zhao Lu ignored them, quietly walked to her seat, and sat down. Li Xiaoxiao's seat was empty. And she knew exactly what that woman was doing now, but it didn't matter anymore, as Li Xiaoxiao was doomed anyway. Half a minute later, under the expectant gazes of everyone, Ling Xu walked into the classroom. He was accompanied by two spirit companions. The black-haired girl on his left carried a bag of snacks, while the red-haired girl on his right fixed her gaze on Zhao Lu as soon as they entered. Many were secretly envious of his two guardian-like companions, yet critical of his arrogant demeanor. As Ling Xu made his way to the podium, Zhao Lu suddenly stood up and walked towards him. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight. Let's join in. I've had enough of him. Yeah, what's he gonna do against all of us? A few rebellious students followed behind Zhao Lu, ready to seize the opportunity to teach Ling Xu a lesson. Seeing this, Li Hua's hair ignited with flames, her anger level rising, ready to intervene. But Ling Xu stopped her with a gesture. Understanding her master's intent, she suppressed the flames and stepped back beside Tao Tai. Ling Xu glanced at the group behind Zhao Lu, a playful smile curling his lips. Oh, you want to fight? Perfect. I've been itching for some action. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became tense, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the impending conflict. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhao Lu walked up to Ling Xu and suddenly knelt down heavily in a standard posture. Kneeling? Zhao Lu actually knelt before Ling Xu. The crowd, expecting a spectacle, was dumbfounded. Wasn't the usually proud Zhao Lu here to seek revenge on Ling Xu? Zhao Lu gritted her teeth, her voice low yet clear. I'm sorry, Ling Xu. I was a jerk before and did things that wronged you. Please forgive me. Internally, he consoled himself. A real man knows when to yield. This humiliation is nothing. The three followers behind her were frozen in place. Dude, why did you kneel? Where's your backbone? Now that you've knelt, what do we do? Li Hua toyed with a fireball in her hand, sneering. What do you want with my master? Nothing. We just wanted to go to the restroom. The three exchanged glances and hurriedly fled. Yes, we're going to the restroom. The three of them nodded hastily and turned to head down another aisle. Hold on. Ling Xu's voice rang out behind them, cold and slightly amused. The boy at the front froze, his voice trembling. Is there something you need? Regret was written all over his face as he cursed himself for being swayed by the two fools. Ling Xu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. I'm a bit conflicted. Do you think I should forgive Zhao Lu? The three exchanged glances, knowing this was a loaded question. But after weighing the pros and cons, they quickly made their decision. They couldn't afford to offend Ling Xu. No, you shouldn't forgive him, one of them spoke up first. Yeah, if apologies worked, we wouldn't need the police. Anyone who can commit such a heinous act of campus violence is capable of anything. Ling Xu clapped lightly and leaned down to look at Zhao Lu, who was still kneeling on the ground. He playfully tapped Zhao Lu's cheek. See, it's not that I don't forgive you, it's that everyone else thinks you're a beast. With that, Ling Xu stepped over Zhao Lu's body. The three boys immediately cleared a path for him. Their eyes filled with fervor. No one dared to cross Ling Xu again. Zhao Lu stood up, his face as dark as thunder, his jaw clenched. But he forced himself to stay calm. Although he wasn't forgiven, at least Ling Xu probably wouldn't come after him in the short term, which suggested Ling Xu had let his guard down. Zhao Lu smirked inwardly. He'd have plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. Back at his seat, Zhao Lu glared venomously at the three boys. If he hadn't been worried about missing class and getting double the penalty, he wouldn't have come today. Since he had already knelt, he no longer cared about others' opinions. Once Ling Xu was out of the picture, his life would be smooth sailing, and no one would dare disrespect him. At the podium, the homeroom teacher, Chen Su, leaned lazily against the desk and yawned. He had planned to teach for just 10 minutes today. The workload had indeed been heavy lately. In light of the recent Fisher incident at the school, I want to add a point, Chen Su said, straightening his posture. The real world has resistance to the void's encroachment. Typically, a region will have only 2 fissures at most. If the encroachment is severe, a single large fissure over 50 meters will appear, rather than multiple small ones. Teacher, a student raised his hand to ask. I heard there were 4 fissures at the school that night. Why was that? Chen Su patiently explained. This is indeed unprecedented. The most reasonable explanation is that the void's encroachment on reality has reached a more severe level. In the future, we may see multiple large fissures over 50 meters appearing simultaneously, so everyone needs to focus on improving their abilities, at least to the point of self-preservation. Ling Xu listened thoughtfully. He had discussed with Long Qianming before that the appearance of these fissures seemed to be controlled by someone. Coupled with the unprecedented humanoid void beasts, the simultaneous occurrence of these anomalies was no coincidence. Clearly, a dark force had set its sights on him, and not even the school was safe anymore. But what puzzled him most was why the strongest void beast hadn't attacked him, and instead, weaker ones had been sent to assassinate him. Was it a test? Or an accident? In any case, the other side seemingly lacked the intent to kill, for now. Although Uncle Long had arranged for protection, the priority was to investigate the truth while rapidly improving his strength. After all, he couldn't rely indefinitely on a strategic level power like a solar class entity. Any questions? Chen Su scanned the classroom. Seeing no hands raised, she announced the end of class. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Kai Shukuan dashed up to the podium. Teacher. He quickly handed over a form. I'd like to request a leave. Although the task was to be executed by Ling Xu alone, as the applicant, Kai Shukuan needed to submit the request. Chen Su took the form, her eyebrows furrowing immediately. It was a campus task application, and at the highest difficulty level for virtual core collection, no less. She was secretly astonished. It was the first time she'd seen a freshman daring to take on such a challenge. Denied, Chen Su stated flatly. Although she wouldn't be held responsible for any student fatalities, she didn't want to see her students heading into danger. Teacher, we've already met the requirements, Kai Shukuan quickly explained. Have you reached the Wang level? I haven't, but someone in our team has. Ling Xu? That's even worse. One Wang level isn't enough for this task. Chen Su shook her head. Unless Ling Xu and Zhao Lu go together. But given their strained relationship, that's clearly impossible. Teacher, Ling Xu just advanced to the Zhu level yesterday, Kai Shukuan said, his face beaming with pride, as if it were his own achievement. What? The class erupted, all eyes turning to the back corner of the room where Ling Xu sat. How could someone jump from the Ying level to the Zhu level so quickly after the semester started? Such rapid advancement was unheard of. Chen Su immediately checked the class data on her terminal, and sure enough, Ling Xu's status was listed as Zhu level Shuatier, with test scores nearing Wang level. Such talent was unprecedented in her teaching career. Beside her, Zhao Lu's face turned pale. She hadn't even reached the Hui tier, and Ling Xu had already left her far behind. This campus task might be an opportunity. Chen Su found the task number on her terminal and pressed the approval button. I've approved it, but remember, your safety is the top priority. Nothing is more important than your lives. Thank you, teacher, Kai Shukuan said excitedly. As the classroom emptied, Lin Lan hesitated before approaching Ling Xu. Ling Xu, are you going out for the task? Who else is going? She wondered if, apart from Kai Shukuan, another girl might join. I'm going alone. Anyone else would just be a burden, Ling Xu replied coldly. Lin Lan breathed a sigh of relief. At least she wasn't being deliberately excluded. She knew she wasn't strong enough and would only hold them back if she went. Then be careful, she said softly. Okay, Ling Xu replied tersely. As Ling Xu left the classroom with Tao Tai and Li Hua, he could feel Lin Lan's gaze following them. He was well aware of what she was thinking. She likely believed he was going out on a mission with others, deliberately excluding her. But since he didn't have any feelings for her, keeping a distance was the most rational choice to avoid giving her unnecessary expectations. Time would reveal everything. After exchanging 50,000 points for cash, Ling Xu took a taxi to his residence in District C of Lower Jing City. It was only 20 kilometers from Hanmo Academy. Even accounting for traffic lights and slight congestion, it was just an hour's drive from the center of District A, where the academy was located. Because of this reasonable distance, he hadn't given up the apartment when he enrolled, knowing it might come in handy, like now. The sound of the key turning in the lock echoed softly in the corridor as Ling Xu stepped into the small rental apartment after 20 days. Li Hua followed him in, curiously surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wow, is this where the master used to live? It's smaller than the school dormitory. How can the three of us fit on this tiny bed? 1,500 a month for rent, and it's worse than a free dormitory. Damn greedy landlady. Even greedier than greed itself. Li Hua complained indignantly, his anger level rising by 5 points. With a smack, Ling Xu's hand landed on Li Hua's head. Don't speak of the landlady like that, he said sternly. When I was at my lowest, she never gave me trouble for late rent or utility bills and often checked in on me. Humph, she's probably just afraid you die here and affect her rental business, Li Hua muttered under his breath. Stop stating inconvenient truths. Ling Xu shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Hanmo Academy, Zhao Lu stood in front of Li Xiaoxiao's door and knocked lightly. Coming, came the response from inside. When Li Xiaoxiao opened the door, a hint of awkwardness flashed in her eyes but was quickly replaced by a warm smile. Zhao Lu, why didn't you say you were coming? Come in. Is your illness better? Zhao Lu asked with feigned concern. For the past few days, Li Xiaoxiao had used illness as an excuse to avoid her and skip classes, but Zhao Lu had noticed her sneaking out of the dorm every night. As for her destination, there was likely more to the story. Much better, Li Xiaoxiao nodded. Oh, I have some good news. Ling Xu has left the school. Where did he go? Li Xiaoxiao asked casually, though she didn't really care. With a powerful ally now, Ling Xu no longer mattered to her. He should be back in District C. Zhao Lu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is our best chance. I know where we can contact those bounty hunters. Let's go now. Li Xiaoxiao hesitated. She had other plans for the night, and her ally wasn't fully secured yet. They had only been having meals together these past few days. She couldn't let him succeed in dealing with Ling Xu just yet, or she'd lose her bargaining chip. But in the end, hatred overcame hesitation. Ling Xu was the source of everything. the root of all her suffering. Only by seeing him disappear could she truly be at peace. Let's go, she said firmly. Lu Ren, his name, seemed particularly ordinary within the hunter organization. His real name was Lu Wei, but in this underground group that was heavily targeted by the Chinese authorities, everyone operated under an alias. His chosen name was so plain it was almost ironic, yet it was precisely this simplicity that he prided himself on. In his dimly lit office, Lu Ren scrutinized the photograph in his hand. It showed a young man in his early 20s, whose youthful face made Lu Ren smirk with disdain. He had dealt with targets like this countless times before. A student of candlelight level, Shua rank, standard price is 20,000, Lu Ren said, setting the photo down and looking at his two guests. One was his old client, Zhao Lu, the young master of the Zhao family, which was involved in both construction business and martial arts, wealthy and influential. The other was an unfamiliar young woman with striking looks. In the hunter circles, Lu Ren's skills might only be considered average, but he boasted a 100% success rate. This perfect record was due to his caution, never took on jobs he couldn't handle, and always picked the easy targets. This, playing the fool while being the predator strategy allowed him to thrive in this dangerous underground world. Whenever his underestimated prey showed regretful expressions before their demise, he felt immense satisfaction. I have a request, said the woman named Li Xiao. What request? Don't be in a hurry to kill him. Disable him first, and leave the final blow to me. Lu Ren toyed with the bat contract spirit in his hand and said leisurely, I'm afraid that's not possible. You know, I'm a kind-hearted person, and my principle is to kill without torture. He paused, so it'll cost extra. How much extra? Zhao Lu asked. Outside of school, this amount of money was trivial to him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eye. She wanted Ling Xu to pay tenfold for his previous actions. Lu Ren held up 3 fingers. 3,000. 30,000. 30,000. Zhao Lu frowned. But he understood well that hunters preferred small profits and quick returns and wouldn't raise prices without reason. To survive under the Chinese authorities' watchful eyes, maintaining these networks and funding channels was essential. Fine, 50,000 it is, Zhao Lu agreed through gritted teeth. What did this guy do to make you so angry, young Master Zhao? Lu Ren asked, feigning curiosity. Nothing you need to know, Zhao Lu replied coldly. All you need to know is that he's just a candlelight-level kid you can easily crush. I've already sent you his address. I expect good news from you. No problem, Lu Ren nodded. With that, Zhao Lu left with Li Xiao, leaving Lu Ren alone in the light, thoughtfully gazing at the photograph. Lu Ren picked up the photo, imprinting the person's appearance in his mind. A burst of crimson flames leapt up in his palm, reducing the photo to ashes. Just as he was about to act, Zhao Lu appeared at the doorway again. Mr. Zhao, did you forget something? Lu Ren asked. By the way, where's your girl? Zhao Lu didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Didn't you already pay the deposit? Lu Ren raised an eyebrow. I need you to do me another favor, Zhao Lu said, a cold edge to his voice. Who do you want me to deal with? The woman I brought earlier. When you're ready to move against Ling Xu, I'll bring her here. A playful smile appeared on Lu Ren's face. Wouldn't it be easier for you to kill her yourself? Or is Mr. Zhao just looking for ways to spend his money? No, I need your skills, Zhao Lu said through gritted teeth. I want her to die in front of me, consumed by endless fear. He wanted Li Xiao to understand the price of betrayal. Whether he succeeded or not was irrelevant. He had no interest in a woman who had been with someone else. Simply killing her would be too lenient. Lu Ren counted the cash on the table, 5,000 in total. Such a hefty sum for using his abilities. No problem, we'll do it your way. Meanwhile, Ling Xu lay on his bed, planning to wait for the sirens signaling a nearby rift before making a move. Suddenly, Tao Tai nudged his hand gently from the bedside. Master, I'm hungry. Oh, I forgot to take Tao Tai out for a meal today, Ling Xu realized. Soon, they arrived at a McDonald's. As for Wallace? I don't really know it. Ling Xu mused to himself. Though it did bring me to this world. Welcome, a cheerful female employee greeted them in uniform. After placing his order on his phone, Ling Xu sat with Tao Tai and Li Hua in a secluded corner. The whispered conversation of the two employees reached his ears. The female server repeatedly confirmed the number of items ordered, nudging her colleague with her elbow. That guy bought a lot. Could he have made a mistake? No way. He would notice when paying, replied the busy male server. True. But those two little girls with him are so cute. Are they his sisters? One even has dyed red hair and no shoes. The male server glanced over, thoughtful. Could he be that Ling Xu who's been trending on TikTok? The one with the humanoid contract spirits? What? No way. The female server said in surprise. Those two girls are obviously human. To ordinary people, contract spirits were rare, let alone humanoid ones. They wouldn't know that humanoid contract spirits were indistinguishable from real humans. Ling Xu noticed the pair glancing over frequently and thought to himself, they must be looking at Tao Tai and Li Hua. Surely not me? Sorry for the wait. The waiter gracefully pushed the cart towards them, the trays laden with mouth-watering, high-calorie delights: golden, crispy fried chicken, steaming fries, stacked burgers, and an array of tempting desserts. For a glutton like Tao Tai, these foods not only provided a far greater sense of fullness and indulgence than rocks or plants, but also the pleasure of savoring delicious flavors. After all, even Tao Tai prefers tasty meals over endlessly gnawing on tasteless stones. As Tao Tai devoured the feast, the gluttony value surged like a fountain, quickly reaching 420. Ling Xu glanced at Li Hua, and with a thought, his internal status panel appeared, showing his rage value had climbed to 70. He calculated silently, planning to let them evolve in sequence once this mission was completed. Just as Tao Tai was enjoying the meal, Li Hua suddenly turned toward the window, causing Ling Xu's heart to skip a beat. Sure enough, Li Hua pointed to the sky and said, "Master, over there." Before the words faded, a rift appeared low in the sky. Ling Xu recalled that both Li Hua and Tao Tai had the ability to foresee the appearance of rifts and pinpoint their locations. Ling Xu jumped to his feet and shouted to the two staff members, "Run! There's a rift." Huh. They looked confused. "We didn't hear any alarms. Where's the rift?" As soon as they spoke, the crowd outside had already descended into panic, scattering in all directions. In the sky, a massive rift, about 10 meters long, had fully opened, gaping menacingly. Out poured beast-like creatures, resembling ravenous wolves but as large as elephants, with claws like knives and fangs the length of an arm. The beasts howled into the sky and charged into the terrified crowd. In the chaos, people jostled and pushed, scrambling to escape, creating a scene of utter disorder. Only half a minute later did the piercing alarm finally sound. The two staff members dropped their work, preparing to escape through the back door, but not before calling out, "Hey, you guys, come over here, run this way." However, their expressions froze instantly. The boy in front of them was leading two little girls towards the main door instead of retreating. The girls suddenly emitted a black and a red glow, transforming into golden dragon scale patterned armor covering their hands, and a black tang, sword with vein-like patterns in one of their right hands. "So cool," they exclaimed, then realized, "Oh no, he's really Ling Xu." This is our first time witnessing a humanoid contract spirit transform into its true form. Without hesitation, Ling Xu leapt into the beast horde. The flash of his blade severed the head of a beast that was feasting on a man, its throat revealing bits of clothing, flesh, and bone, the details starkly visible. This scene vividly demonstrated the vulnerability of ordinary people before these beasts, having no chance to escape, let alone fight back. Rest in peace. Ling Xu's left hand conjured explosive flames, obliterating the beast's body into fragments, the intense heat scorching nearby saplings to charcoal. The wolf-like beast's core lay exposed in its center, but unfortunately, the excessive force destroyed the core as well. Ling Xu sliced through the damaged core with his sword, simultaneously commanding the devourer to consume it before the beast's remains vanished. This beast's strength ranged between the lower levels of the Ember and the Wane stages, a challenge that most freshmen could barely handle on their own. Tao Tai blocked the rift. Ling Xu ordered decisively. Ling Xu threw the Tao Tai, placing the devourer at the fissure. The giant Tao Tai opened its massive jaws, staunchly blocking the ever-expanding crack of the void realm. But the void beasts that had already escaped were fleeing in all directions, and he needed to eliminate them quickly. Being away from the Tao Tai meant losing its spiritual energy support, significantly reducing his combat power, but there was no other choice. He had to hold on until the Guardians arrived. In the distance, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. "Run! Yang Yang, run!" A mother with a leg in a cast was struggling to push her crying toddler. The 2- or 3-year-old boy was too frightened by his mother's shouts to move, only wailing loudly. Leaning on a walking aid, the mother tried to both comfort and urge him. "Stop crying. Listen to me. I'm begging you." Those who could run had long fled, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled as prey for the void beasts. Behind the mother and child, a void beast was gnawing on the remains of a bicycle, its blood-red eyes locked onto the vulnerable pair. In despair, the mother instinctively shielded her child in her arms. Boom. With a loud explosion, a scorching wave of heat rushed over them. The void beasts remained scattered everywhere. The mother looked up to see a young man standing before her. She hurriedly pushed her child towards him. "Young man, please, take my child and run. There are too many void beasts, you can't handle them alone." Seeing the mother who mistook him for an ordinary spiritual user, Ling Xu said solemnly, "Can you still move? If you can, take your child and run. But, no buts, hurry. If there's a chance to live, no one wants to die." The woman struggled to pick up her child and hobbled away, occasionally glancing back at the young man, silently praying, "Please don't die." Ling Xu's presence was like a lamb among wolves, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding void beasts. He remained calm, maneuvering deftly within the encirclement. Explosive flames shattered the foremost void beast, followed by a powerful punch that crushed the skull of the second. Although its head was slowly regenerating, it bought him precious time. In mere seconds, the attacking void beasts were all down. But just then, a harrowing scream echoed. Ling Xu whipped around, pupils contracting. A void beast, appearing from nowhere, had bitten the upper half of the woman who had managed to escape just a dozen meters away, raising its head to swallow her. In her final moments, the mother used all her strength to push her son away. The boy, his forehead scraped, sat dazed on the ground, watching his mother being devoured, unable to stop crying. Ling Xu froze in place. A vibrant life had just vanished before his eyes. Rage 5. He sprinted forward, snatching the boy away just as the void beast was about to bite him. Stabilizing his stance, he conjured flames with his left hand, blasting the void beast's head apart. His claws tore through flesh, precisely extracting the void beast's core. Without its core, the void beast disintegrated instantly, along with the woman who had just been swallowed. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness weighed on Ling Xu's heart like lead. If he had kept the mother and child by his side for protection, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Yet at that moment, he felt no sorrow, only a faint self-reproach and anger for his misjudgment. He set the boy down, tore off a Matewan delivery box from the roadside, and tossed the void beast core into it. Then, cradling the boy in one arm, he continued to pursue the remaining void beasts. Even after having grown once from consuming, the virtual beasts couldn't last a few seconds against Ling Xu. His movements were swift and precise, taking just 3 minutes to eliminate all 16 virtual beasts that emerged from the rift. After the battle, he counted his gains 13 intact virtual beast cores, with 4 more unfortunately damaged during the fight. Li Hua exited her original form and transformed into a lowly form, lightly touching the ground with her bare feet. She noticed Ling Xu standing there, absent-minded, and gently shook his hand. "Master, what's wrong?" Although she could sense the complex emotions intertwined in his heart, she couldn't understand the reason for his silence. Ling Xu was deeply engulfed in self-doubt. As a model student who grew up under the red flag, he always believed he had normal values and basic empathy. Yet, when faced with the death of ordinary people, he felt no emotional ripple. This unusual indifference made him ponder. Was the system subtly altering his emotions, or was this his true nature? Forget it. No need to overthink, he reassured himself silently. Judge a man by his deeds, not his heart, as long as my actions are right. He then offered Li Hua a comforting smile. "I'm fine. Let's go." He walked towards Tao Tai, with Li Hua following closely. The summoned Tao Tai flew back to his hand and transformed into a human shape. The system showed that the gluttony value had stopped rising a minute ago, increasing by about 20 points, indicating that no new virtual realm creatures would emerge from the rift. Ling Xu opened the panel to check. Mental power level, level 2. Soul quality progress, 34. Contracted spirits, Tao Tai, Li Hua. Gluttony value, 440500. Wrath value, 80100. Pride value, 10100. Envy value, 5100. Sloth value, 0100. Lust value, 20100. Greed value, 0100. Psychic talent, exceeding limit. He noticed that all the 7 sins values were now displayed. Thinking back, there were indeed situations where other values increased, but the 7 sins values corresponding to the unsealed contracted spirits seemed harder to raise. However, what concerned him more was the soul quality progress. The system had mentioned 2 ways to enhance soul quality, either by devouring spirit bearers or entering the virtual world to endure mental pressure. Ling Xu looked up at the rift, weighing the pros and cons. Entering the rift posed many risks. There could be stronger virtual realm creatures inside. The rift could close at any moment, trapping him in the virtual realm. And most importantly, the mental pressure, unbearable even for solar-level warriors, might be too much for his current mental strength. But just taking a look inside should be fine, right? If there's danger, I'll retreat immediately, he encouraged himself. Hesitation leads to defeat. With determination, he had Tao Tai and Li Hua revert to their original forms and leapt into the rift. Just as Ling Xu entered the rift, Ji Xiao and arrived at the scene. The chaotic scene left them staring at each other in disbelief. The blaring siren of an electric scooter, the crackling sound of a burning car, and in the distance, the cries of a child. "There's still a child." Jia Tianyu hurried over, picked up the child, and gently asked, "Little one, where's your mom?" The child's cries grew even louder, echoing through the empty streets with a heart-wrenching intensity. The scene was horrifying. Bloodstains were scattered across the ground. Deep claw marks marred the walls, and scattered belongings silently told the story of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Ji Xiao clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. As the closest member of the Guardian team, she and Jia Tianyu had rushed over as fast as they could, but they were still a step too late. She understood why this had happened. Ever since their team had been reduced from 8 members to 4, they had been struggling. Each Guardian team had a designated patrol area, meant to ensure they could reach any breach within a minute, but now they were simply too short-staffed to handle the frequent incidents. What's the situation? Zhong Yu's steady voice came through the earpiece. Ji Xiao pressed the earpiece and replied. Reporting to Captain Zhong, the scene has been dealt with. There are clear signs of a battle, and the casualties are likely significant. There's also a little boy here, about 2 or 3 years old. A child? Can he speak? He's been crying the whole time, very unstable emotionally. Captain Zhong, what should we do with him? Stay where you are. Shang Wanlan will arrive in 5 minutes. Once she seals the breach, bring the child back to the station and see if we can find his family. Understood. Ji Xiao looked at the still sobbing child, knowing that his parents were likely among the casualties. Such children would be temporarily placed in C District's Special Response Bureau or the police station, and if no relatives could be found, they would eventually end up in an orphanage. This kind of tragedy was becoming increasingly common. Looking up at the breach, Ji Xiao couldn't help but wonder, when would the war between humans and the netherworld finally come to an end? As Ling Xu leaped into the breach, a strange force enveloped him. A warm, slippery sensation flowed through his body, quickly followed by a feeling of weightlessness. Thanks to his fusion state, he landed steadily from over 10 meters high. This was the netherworld. Contrary to expectations, the place wasn't dark and bloody. The world before him was so bright that it was blinding, with a wide expanse of sky overhead and snowflake-like particles floating in the air. The surrounding buildings were identical to those in the real world. Even the parked cars on the roadside were perfectly still, as if this was a flawlessly replicated mirror world. It didn't resemble the red wastelands of the Onmyoji, but was more like the golden fields of the abyss, bright to the point of seeming heavenly. The surroundings were eerily quiet, not a single netherworld creature in sight. Only the greenery by the roadside showed signs of life. Ling Xu reached out to touch a plant, only to see it wither instantly and turn to dust. When he checked the data panel, Ling Xu was surprised to find that in just 1 minute, his soul quality had increased by 2%, a rate much faster than when resonating with both Taotai and Lihua. Stranger still, despite being in fusion state, his energy consumption was nearly negligible, and the legendary mental pressure was nowhere to be felt. Maybe it's just too soon for it to show, Ling Xu thought. To prevent the rift from suddenly disappearing, Ling Xu cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Master, look at the rift. Taotai and Lihua almost simultaneously called out in warning. Ling Xu quickly looked up, witnessing the spatial rift closing at a visible speed, shrinking by half in the blink of an eye. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, immediately sprinting and leaping forward. However, he was a moment too late. Just as his fingertips brushed the rift, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Damn it, just what I feared. I'm trapped in the virtual realm. Ling Xu cursed inwardly. At that moment, the ground began to shake more violently. Heavy footsteps approached from the right rear, and Ling Xu turned to look. Holding his bray, the massive creature resembling a giant deer was stepping over him. This beast stood over 50 meters tall, with its slender legs and neck accounting for over 40 meters of its height, each step covering more than 10 meters. Its sharp hooves easily pierced the concrete road, leaving footprints 3 to 4 meters deep. Longzong Luojian? The name suddenly surfaced in Ling Xu's mind. The giant beast seemed oblivious to his presence, simply passing overhead. Ling Xu dared not make any sudden moves. A creature of this size was at least of star-level strength, far beyond what he could handle at the moment. Analyzing the situation, the rift's disappearance and the lack of self-renewal in the virtual realm likely indicated a deliberate sealing by someone with spatial abilities, similar to the attack on the school days ago. The immediate priority was finding another exit. Ling Xu was already feeling the mental strain, his head heavy as if from sleepless nights and fever. Lihua, Taotai, can you locate the rift in the virtual realm? Ling Xu asked, conserving his energy by avoiding shared perception. Both shook their heads, and Lihua explained. We can only sense spatial energy fluctuations within 50 meters. Existing rifts don't emit these fluctuations, so we can't detect them. I can see within 50 meters with my own eyes, Ling Xu thought to himself. I'll have to search blindly. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow the road. Fortunately, since the virtual realm was a replica of the real world, he was familiar enough with the surroundings to avoid getting lost. After walking just a few hundred meters, Ling Xu encountered a second virtual realm Creaturia giant spider. The spider immediately noticed him, rushing toward him with the speed of a hungry predator. Taotai, Ling Xu commanded, and Taotai instantly transformed into a sleek black tang sword, landing in his hand. As the spider raised its front legs to attack, Ling Xu slid beneath it, dodging the assault and passing under its abdomen. The sharp blade of Taotai, aided by Ling Xu's momentum, easily sliced open the spider's belly, spilling its innards and fluids onto the ground. Ling Xu stood up and launched a second wave of attacks, his blade flashing as he precisely severed all the legs on the spider's left side. The massive creature from the void realm crashed to the ground, unable to stand. With agility, he leaped onto the spider's back, continuously slicing with his blade, and each piece of flesh he cut off was devoured by the Taotai. It wasn't until the spider's body was reduced to half its original size that he found the void core within the large creature. This firefly-level, dark-tier spider was not a formidable opponent for him. Casually, Ling Xu tossed the void core into the air, and the devourer caught and swallowed it with precision. This wasn't merely feeding. It was storing the void core within the devourer's internal space, clever use he had recently devised. Although storing items could affect the devourer's efficiency, as long as the quantity was moderate, it wouldn't be troubling. After dealing with the spider, Ling Xu continued forward. He halted abruptly upon reaching a crossroads. In the distance, a small plaza and the surrounding tall buildings were teeming with void realm creatures engaged in a bloody feast. They bit and devoured each other, evolving and growing through this brutal slaughter. He recalled what he had learned in class. Void realm creatures, although carbon-based life forms, lacked reproductive capabilities and were instead generated by the void realm itself. The void realm was like a colossal organism, feeding on blue star, constantly self-repairing and growing, while endlessly producing new void realm creatures. These creatures engaged in relentless self-destruction, continuously giving rise to more powerful beings. Observing the scene before him, Ling Xu couldn't help but smile wryly. Humanity had been fighting these monsters for over 2 centuries, and it was no wonder they struggled to persevere. The current peace was merely an illusion. He decided to bypass the horde of creatures and explore another direction. The concentration of void realm creatures suggested there were no rifts nearby. However, just as he turned, a glob of viscous liquid suddenly shot towards him. Ling Xu swiftly leaped back to evade it, only to discover that the distant void realm creatures had ceased their infighting, all eyes now fixed on him. They can detect me from so far away, he thought in surprise. The beast horde and insect swarm emitted piercing screeches as they converged on his location. With no escape, he had no choice but to fight. Ling Xu took the initiative, summoning the leaf fire to merge with himself. Against a large group, the leaf fire's power far surpassed that of the Tao Tai. His left hand continuously launched fireballs, each exploding among the airborne swarm, creating gaps. Since the cores of these insects were not what he needed, he had no qualms about damaging them. Simultaneously, he dashed into the beast horde, striking down the right-side attackers with speed surpassing that of the void beasts. Facing a massive beast-type void realm creature, Ling Xu aimed for its neck, swinging his dark blade horizontally. The blade sunk deep into flesh, momentarily pausing at the spine. He adeptly adjusted his attack, slashing downward with his right hand to navigate around the bones, while his left hand propelled his body with jets of fire, circling halfway around the creature and carving a massive gash in its neck. Purplured blood gushed forth as the enormous beast let out a pained roar, swinging its claws in retaliation. Ling Xu leaped onto its head, driving his blade straight down through the skull, injecting pure spiritual energy to detonate within its brain. The creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, yet despite losing its head, it wasn't dead. Ling Xu bombarded it repeatedly, blasting its body until it was riddled with holes, finally exposing a core the size of an adult human head. Judging by the core's size, this void beast possessed at least candlelight-level dark-tier strength. After Ling Xu defeated the largest of the void creatures, the pressure of the battle significantly decreased. Tao Tai devoured the fallen void creatures to replenish energy, while Li Hua circled in the air, unleashing continuous streams of fire that formed an impenetrable web of flames. With the cooperation of these two contracted spirits, thousands of void creatures quickly became a field of corpses. Huff, huff. Ling Xu released his fusion state, breathing heavily. His arms ached from swinging his weapon thousands of times, and he collapsed to the ground. Taking advantage of this rare moment of respite, he opened his panel to check his stats. Mental power level, level 2. Soul quality progress, 52. Contracted spirits, Tao Tai, Li Hua. Gluttony value, 474500. Wrath value, 85100. Pride value. Ling Xu frowned. Damn, he thought to himself, these two values are about to max out. Tao Tai can only fight 2 more battles at most, so I need to stop her from devouring corpses for now. I also have to find a way to calm Li Hua down. If these two go into evolutionary slumber due to maxed out sin values, I'll be as vulnerable as running naked on a World War II battlefield in the void. However, to his surprise, the persistent headache he had been experiencing vanished after this battle. Isn't it said that the longer you stay in the void, the heavier the mental pressure? Ling Xu was puzzled. Could it be that my mental power is special? After resting for about 10 minutes, Ling Xu got up and started walking in another direction. Shortly after he left, a man quietly appeared at the spot where Ling Xu had just been. Behind the man, the head of a massive beast, comparable to an African elephant, crumbled and turned into wisps of black smoke that vanished into the air. The man, with a cigarette in his mouth, silently followed Ling Xu's trail. Meanwhile, in the real world, Shangguan Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead, having just completed the repair of a rift. When I get back, I need 2 ice creams and a cup of milk tea to replenish my energy. Isn't it the spirit energy of your contracted spirit that's consumed? Jia Tianyu remarked bluntly. If you want to eat, just say so, don't worry about gaining weight. I. Mental activities also need energy replenishment, Shang Wanlan argued. In fact, her figure was quite standard. With a height of 1.65 meters and a weight of 54 kilograms, she had no need to worry about her physique. All right, enough chit-chat, Ji Xiao interrupted. Xiaolan, you take this child back first. We need to continue patrolling the area to prevent multiple rifts like those at Hanmo Academy. With that, she handed the little boy's hand to Shang Wanlan. Although Shang Wanlan was already at the Starlight level, as a non-combat unit, taking care of children was indeed the most suitable task for her. Shang Wanlan took the child and pulled an Alpenliebe lollipop from her pouch, skillfully unwrapping it and handing it to the boy. Don't cry, little brother. Here, have some candy, she said. With the candy in his mouth, the little boy gradually calmed down, and his tear-stained eyes stopped shedding tears. I'll head back now. You guys be safe. All right. After Shang Wanlan left with the child, the surroundings returned to silence. At this moment, they noticed two young people in McDonald's uniforms not far away, a young man and a young woman. The young man's left leg was injured, and he was hobbling along with the help of the young woman. Ji Xiao and Jia Tianyu quickly approached, with Jia Tianyu taking over supporting the injured young man. Did you encounter any danger? Ji Xiao asked. The young woman shook her head. It was a bug, but we managed to kill it. Ji Xiao's gaze fell on the young man's missing left foot, and she understood it must have been bitten off by the bug just as they killed the void creature. Even with emergency treatment, he would only be able to walk with a prosthetic. Ji Xiao looked at the boy in front of her, barely clinging to life, with a mix of emotions. Compared to those who had left forever, he was indeed lucky. A sense of helplessness washed over Ji Xiao as she bowed deeply. I'm sorry, we came too late. The situation had become increasingly dire. The rifts were appearing more frequently, and the strength of the creatures from the void was escalating. The guardians were stretched thin, with casualties almost inevitable every time a rift appeared. Public fear was mounting, and if things continued this way, the credibility of Huaxia would be shaken. The root of the problem lay in the scarcity of spirit users. Ordinary military forces were ineffective against the powerful creatures from the void, yet many spirit users were unwilling to join the Bureau of Anomalies to fight together. In this life-and-death struggle for humanity, they only cared about self-preservation. Although the non-affiliated spirit users were weaker, at least they assisted the guardians in fighting the rifts. More distressing were the hunters, who took advantage of Xia's preoccupation to stir up trouble in the shadows, even targeting students from the spirit user schools. Ji Xiao saw no hope. The so-called prosperity was merely a facade spread by the state to calm the public, masking the harsh realities of the battlefield. Humanity was desperately holding the last line of defense. A girl misunderstood Ji Xiao's apology, quickly waving her hands. No, it's okay. You've done your best. Only Jia Tianyu understood that Ji Xiao was apologizing for all the victims in this place. This sensitive girl trained diligently every day, keeping track of the casualties and disasters, recording the details of each deceased person, and then visiting their families with condolences. If it weren't for your other companion being in our shop, we might not have made it. Another companion? Ji Xiao looked up, puzzled. Yeah, the guy who's popular on Tremor, Ling Xu, the one with the twin humanoid spirit contract. Ling Xu? Wasn't he supposed to be at Hanmo Academy? What's he doing here? He saw the rift and rushed out. We haven't seen him since we escaped. Jia Tianyu immediately took out his phone to call Ling Xu, but the message said, the number you have dialed is out of service. They exchanged a glance, looking warily into the sky while Shang Wanlan could repair rifts. She couldn't open new ones. I'll take him to the hospital first. You contact Captain Zhong to discuss a plan, Jia Tianyu said as he quickly carried the injured boy away. Ji Xiao immediately called Zhongyu. Captain Zhong, we might have made a big mistake. Ling Xu is trapped inside the rift. Ling Xu? What was he doing there? Zhongyu was momentarily stunned but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This is trouble. Even Void Hunter can't create a rift connecting the two realms out of thin air. I'll contact the Guardians in other regions to enter the void through different rifts. In the meantime, we can only hope Ling Xu can hold on. In the virtual realm, Ling Xu swiftly dealt with the bloated giant worm, cutting it into hundreds of pieces to extract the core. However, he ended up covered in the foul-smelling, slimy fluid of the worm's body. Even though the worm's corpse had vanished, the sticky residue stubbornly clung to him, emitting a nauseating stench. Master, you stink, Li Hua exclaimed, pinching her nose and turning away. Unfazed, Ling Xu smeared some of the slime on Li Hua's face. I never complained when I had to give you a bath, and now you're complaining about me. Yuck, Li Hua gagged, but with an empty stomach, she couldn't vomit. Meanwhile, Tao Tai seemed eager, even tempted to lick Ling Xu clean. Don't even think about it. Save that for when we're sleeping. Ling Xu quickly stopped Tao Ye's dangerous idea, his affection meter rising by 5 points. He placed Tao Tai on the ground, watching her transform back into human form, then hurried to the nearby plaza fountain. Unable to bear the stench any longer, Ling Xu stripped off his clothes and tossed them aside, thoroughly washing himself. After all, it's the virtual realm. No one can see. Aren't we people? Tao Tai and Li Hua chimed in simultaneously. Wow, Tao Tai remarked in awe. And master, what are you doing? Li Hua hastily covered Tao Ye's eyes with her hands, turning her own head away. Why so excited? It's not like you haven't seen it before. This is completely different, okay? I can't see, Tao Tai said, pulling Li Hua's hand away, and let out another wow. After cleaning himself, Ling Xu glanced around and noticed a men's clothing store nearby. He dashed over at lightning speed. Luckily, there's a mall right here. I must be the first human to streak in the virtual realm. Grabbing a set of clothes, he put them on. Achievement unlocked. Zero-cost shopping. Only then did Li Hua dare to look at her master again, her cheeks still flushed. Seeing the embodiment of anger looking so bashful, Ling Xu couldn't help but muse. Indeed, the key to being tsundere is the deer part. So, is arrogance tsundere, or is it just arrogance? Like a little devil. Finally rid of the stench, Ling Xu continued searching for cracks. The street was lined with various dining establishments, including noodle shops, restaurants, and a Mishua Bingching, but they were all empty shells with nothing inside. This suggested that the virtual realm couldn't replicate organic matter. The virtual realm periodically copied and pasted from the real world, creating everything except life with remarkable accuracy, resembling a brand new world. Ling Xu wondered why the virtual realm's creatures didn't consume the materials here. Was the composition different from the outside world? He pinched his new clothes, but couldn't discern any difference. Clearly, humanity's understanding of the virtual realm was still very limited. As far as he knew, the available information was restricted to a few photos and videos. In this unique space, only non-information transmitting devices like cameras could function, while all other electronic and communication devices were rendered useless. Suppressing his curiosity, Ling Xu continued to advance into the unknown area, carefully avoiding the Void Realm creatures along the way. Although the Void Realm could help him recover his spiritual energy, controlling the sin value was not as easy. He silently calculated his soul progressed had reached 70. At this rate, in 2 or 3 more hours, he could reach 100 and unlock the third contract spirit. Until then, Tao Tai and Li Hua had to continue supporting him. Suddenly, Tao Tai and Li Hua both stopped, pointing their small hands into the distance. Ling Xu followed their direction and his gaze froze. The end of the street wasn't the expected crack, but several Void Realm creatures sitting around playing cards, eerily resembling humans. Their appearance was very similar to the humanoid Void Realm creature he encountered at school, except their limbs seemed to be pieced together from various creatures. Despite the 100-meter distance, Ling Xu's exceptional eyesight could clearly capture the black, thread-like patterns on their bodies. He quickly averted his gaze, hid behind a building, and pulled out his phone to zoom in and start recording. Just then, the ground trembled. Thump. Thump. A massive giant lizard leapt down from a nearby high-rise, its spine and limbs adorned with menacing bone spurs glowing a yellowish hue. It charged towards the group of humanoid Void Realm creatures like an out-of-control war chariot. The creatures scattered in all directions with astonishing agility. Only one reacted slightly slower and was instantly devoured by the giant lizard, whose body visibly swelled. To Ling Xu's surprise, the other Void Realm creatures didn't instinctively fight back, but instead vanished without a trace, leaving only the giant lizard behind. This behavior convinced Ling Xu that there was something unusual about these Void Realm creatures. He recorded the entire event, intending to send it to Uncle Long later. Just as he was putting away his phone to leave, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Startled, Ling Xu instantly fused with Tao Tai and Li Hua, assuming a defensive stance. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in a black trench coat, around 40 to 50 years old, wearing sunglasses and a cigarette in his mouth. For a human to appear silently in the Void Realm and exude such a strong spiritual energy, he was clearly at least a bright moon-level expert. The man flicked away his cigarette butt and said casually, "Your vigilance isn't quite there yet." "Who are you, mister?" Ling Xu asked. "Just an ordinary passerby." "Where do ordinary people come from in the Void Realm?" Seeing that the man didn't show hostility, Ling Xu relaxed his guard. "Don't you know staying here too long will turn you into a lost one?" "I know, but I ran into some unexpected trouble." Ling Xu disengaged the fusion state. The man smirked. "Oh? You're bold to defuse without being sure of my identity." Ling Xu calmly replied. "Mister, you were sent by Uncle Long to protect me, weren't you? What makes you think that?" "First, the mental pressure of the Void Realm can't be withstood by even a Sun-level expert for half a day. You must have just entered, likely through the same crack as me. Second, you're not surprised by my dual humanoid contract spirits, which means you know me. Third, you didn't kill me." The man took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it skillfully. The smoke slowly rose in the dim virtual world, adding a touch of human warmth to the dead silence. Lin Su only creates questions based on the answers because he knew from the start that such a person existed, the man said as he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. "So, Uncle, are you here because you found a way out? Ling Xu asked, staring directly at him. No, I haven't. The man shook his head. Why? Are you reaching your limit? Ling Xu closed his eyes, assessing his state. I'm fine, not feeling anything uncomfortable at the moment. The man took a deep drag on his cigarette, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. They say those who possess humanoid contract spirits have some resistance to mental stress. It seems to be true. You've been here longer than the limit for Starshine level spirit users. I'm going to catch those guys who just ran away. You keep looking for a way out. Before he finished speaking, the man gracefully leaped onto a building dozens of meters high, his figure vanishing from sight. Did he come all this way just to check on my mental state? Ling Xu murmured to himself. He carefully avoided the large lizard in the distance and went to the place where the group of humanoid contract spirits had gathered. After a thorough search, he was disappointed to find no trace of a crack nearby. They're not being sent out, nor were they just sent in. Could it be they're deliberately hiding in the virtual world? With this question in mind, Ling Xu continued his search. Time ticked by, and the soul quality progress had reached 82. Puzzlingly, Ling Xu still felt no discomfort, not even the most basic first-stage reactions. He recalled his teacher's lecture. When humans endure mental stress, they go through 4 stages from rapid breathing to severe headaches and eye pain, then blurred vision and bleeding from the orifices, ultimately becoming deranged and attacking everything around them until devoured by virtual creatures. Another hour passed, and the soul quality progress hit 92. In this desolate, silent world, the search for an exit was incredibly taxing on one's patience. Ling Xu began to feel irritable, cursing the damned probability theory cracks were everywhere when you didn't want them, yet now, when desperately needed, they were nowhere to be found. He calculated the time. He'd been in the virtual world for 6 or 7 hours. If that uncle had entered at the same time as him, he was probably nearing his limit to even a sun-level expert couldn't last more than 10 hours in the virtual world. Contract spirits, however, seemed unaffected by the mental stress of the virtual world. Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Xu. System, do any of my contract spirits have the ability to create a crack? No, the system's cold voice replied. The sin of greed can acquire any contract spirit traits you desire. If you encounter a contract spirit with the ability to create a crack, you can replicate its ability when it's used. That's useless. Where am I supposed to find a contract spirit with the ability to create a crack right now? Ling Xu retorted helplessly. Just as he finished speaking, a subtle distortion in the air appeared in the distance, resembling the refraction of light above a flame due to high temperatures. Ling Xu immediately identified the anomaly's location, glanced down at the 2 young girls beside him, and received nods of confirmation from Li Hua and Tao Tai. In the virtual realm, does a rift appear in this form right before it opens? Ling Xu marveled at this rare sight. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The sound of rapid footsteps approached from all directions, as countless creatures from the virtual realm charged toward the distorted light. Among them were massive beings over 20 meters long, and within half a minute, hundreds had gathered. This scale, it's at least equivalent to the level 4 disaster that attacked the academy before, Ling Xu thought grimly. At that moment, a virtual realm creature, over 10 meters long, spotted Ling Xu hiding in the alley. This creature resembled a smaller version of a gazette, with 6 slender limbs supporting its pale body and bat-like membranes between its forelimbs and torso. It immediately changed direction, clambering up the building's exterior, demolishing it as it advanced toward Ling Xu. Following closely were a dozen smaller minions. Damn, Ling Xu cursed under his breath, knowing he had no choice but to fight. He gathered a wave of heat in his palm and launched an attack at the skinny gazette, dismantling the building. The explosion of flames tore through its wing membranes. The pained creature opened its mouth wide, emitting an ear-piercing screech. The echo in the narrow alley almost shattered Ling Xu's skull, causing him to stagger. A special ability, huh? Ling Xu quickly commanded the devourer to envelop him, blocking out most of the sound waves. The other smaller creatures repeatedly struck the black shell, but were slowly consumed by the devourer, like sinking into a swamp. As the sonic attack ceased, Ling Xu seized the opportunity. A gap opened in the devourer's shell, and he propelled himself out, bouncing between walls to accelerate, reaching the gazette in an instant. Black threads extended from the hilt of his blade, wrapping tightly around the creature's throat. Within 3 breaths, Ling Xu severed all 6 of its legs. The gazette, losing its support, plummeted from the building, with Ling Xu following closely, delivering a meteor-like punch to its head. Amidst the rising dust, the blow struck its vital point, shattering the candlelight-level core within, causing the gazette to explode on the spot. With the battle concluded in under a minute, Ling Xu turned to the distant rift. The area of distorted light had doubled, measuring roughly 20 meters wide. If the rift opened at this scale, all the gathered virtual realm creatures could pass through. Worse yet, it was located in the city center, and if it opened, the consequences would be dire. Ling Xu stood solemnly at the edge of the skyscraper, his mind in turmoil. He had always been a staunch believer in self-interest, indifferent to the lives of others. Yet now, a voice of conscience urged him to act. His eyes flicked to the gluttony meter displaying 494, and he quickly calculated. Even without considering the largest void creatures, he could at most handle a fifth of the smaller ones. His soul energy was still 5 short of 100. In such a precarious situation, acting rashly could not only fail to annihilate the enemy, but might also cost him his life. Every day, countless people fell victim to void creatures, but those deaths occurred far from his sight. Now, with the weight of fate's decision upon him, Ling Xu, who once prided himself on being a detached observer, found himself in unprecedented confusion. With a determined grit, Ling Xu turned and leaped, weaving through the towering buildings until he was above the gathering void creatures. Clenching his fists, he squeezed out the last bit of spiritual energy within him, forming the most powerful blast of rage he had ever conjured, and unleashed it on the horde below. Whoosh boom! A massive fireball exploded amidst the creatures, the deafening blast accompanied by searing heat waves. This all-out attack drained Ling Xu of all his power, breaking the fusion state of Tao Dai and Li Fire. Nearly a third of the smaller void creatures were vaporized instantly, but the larger ones only suffered significant damage, not fatal. At that moment, a colossal creature approached. It was the deer-like void entity he had first encountered when he entered the rift, towering with a neck higher than a 10-story building. Its 4 eyes, each larger than Ling Xu himself, fixed on him. "Hey, buddy, with your height, you might get high blood pressure," Ling Xu quipped, waving casually. Beside him, Tao Tai was ready to digest the stored nuclei in the devourer to replenish his energy. In that critical instant, a bolt of purple lightning, accompanied by a sharp thunderclap, pierced through the head of the dragonman void creature. The tremendous energy exploded, shattering its head like a watermelon. Ling Xu looked towards the source of the lightning and saw the uncle he had encountered earlier standing on a distant rooftop, holding a composite bow. The purple lightning crackled as the bowstring. In a flash, a second purple arrow formed, striking the creature's body with lightning speed. The electric blast obliterated half its body, destroying its core, and its massive form dissipated into black smoke. With just 2 arrows, he had taken down a moon-level void creature. This was the power of a sun-level warrior. The uncle's movements were fluid and continuous. Within half a minute, he had wiped out the gathered void creatures. Due to the lightning's high temperature, some cores remained intact and fell to the ground. The body of the void creature shattered into pieces before Ling Xu, leaving only a crystalline core. He casually picked up a piece of rubble and tossed it to the devourer, replenishing a bit of energy before merging with the Tao Dai. He then leaped off the tall building. On the ground, cores of the firefly level were scattered, glowing faintly in the dim light. As Ling Xu bent down to pick them up, the compound bow in the man's hand transformed into a hawk, which landed beside him with a couple of flaps. The man looked at Ling Xu, a gleam of relief in his eyes. In the life-or-death battle just now, the young man had risked everything without hesitation, and although the man didn't know what backup plans Ling Xu had, his courage spoke volumes about his character. "Kid, did you find the rift?" The man's voice was a bit slurred. "The rift is right there," Ling Xu began, but suddenly noticed something was wrong with the man. Blood was seeping from the corners of his eyes and mouth, trailing down his cheeks from his ears, his eyes bloodshot, and he was on the brink of collapse. These were latest-stage symptoms of enduring prolonged mental pressure, and his vision was so blurred that he couldn't even see the distortion caused by the spatial rift. "Hang in there a bit longer, the rift is about to open," Ling Xu said urgently. A solar-level lost one is far scarier than a void creature. The man clutched his head in pain, shaking it violently. "I can barely hear you. Remember, those guys are human." Before he could finish, he collapsed backward. Ling Xu quickly caught him, checking his breathing was still alive, not suicidal. But Ling Xu knew that when the man woke up, things might be worse than death. Hoisting the man onto his back, Ling Xu headed towards the rift, the blood from the man's 7 orifices warm and sticky on his face. Seeing such a powerful solar-level warrior become so vulnerable in the void, Ling Xu felt for the first time the insignificance of humans in the face of the void. "Why did you follow me into the rift? You might get killed because of me." He had intended to enter the rift alone to replenish his soul matter and satisfy his curiosity, not expecting the man to follow. "Why isn't this rift opening already?" Just as Ling Xu was growing anxious, the distorted space condensed into a deep black line, hovering in the air. A few seconds later, it slowly opened. He stepped into it without hesitation, his figure gradually disappearing into the void. The real world was already enveloped in night, with people fleeing in panic, unaware of Ling Xu emerging from the rift. A chill ran through him as the night wind blew, making him realize that his clothes had vanished during the crossing. Things from the void couldn't be brought to the real world. He immediately controlled the devourer to cover himself, pulled out his phone, and saw a missed call from Jia Tianyu. Dialing back, the call was answered immediately. "Hello? Ling Xu, it's me. I'm near Hope Primary School. There's a 20-meter rift here. You guys should come quickly. Ji Xiao and I are nearby. We'll be right there. After hanging up, Ling Xu glanced at his venom-like suit, quickly walked into a nearby clothing store, and spent over 300 on a set of clothes to change into. Half a minute later, Ji Xiao and Jia Tianyu arrived on the scene. Good evening, ladies, Ling Xu greeted, as Jia Tianyu acknowledged the Tao Tai and Li Hua, then noticed the stranger on Ling Xu's back. Who's this? It's a long story. He's been under mental pressure in the void for too long and has reached the third stage. He's currently unconscious. Is his condition dangerous? Seeing no void creatures emerging from the rift, Ji Xiao and Jia Tianyu quickly understood the situation. There's no treatment for mental pressure. He just has to recover on his own. Even a spirit-type contract spirit is powerless at the third stage. I'll take him to the military hospital at the Special Operations Bureau. You guys stay here and wait for Officer Sheng Wanlan. With that, Jia Tianyu took the man and left. Why did you venture into the virtual realm? After Jia Tianyu left, Ji Xiao walked over to a nearby vending machine and bought 2 drinks. She handed one to Ling Xu, who took a sip and immediately felt a surge of hunger. The system notified a gluttony value increase of 1. This increase wasn't just due to the drink itself, but was triggered by the act of eating and the satisfaction it brought. Unlike the normal calculation of gluttony value, only devourers calculate the value based on actual consumption, with organic food offering a greater boost compared to non-organic substances. Just curiosity, Ling Xu explained. I'd heard so much about the virtual realm in class and seen some photos, so I wanted to see it for myself. I didn't expect the rift to suddenly close. That was indeed a major slip-up. It's a shame Xiaolon can only mend the rift and not reopen it, Ji Xiao sighed. Luckily, you found another rift to escape through, or the consequences could have been dire. Don't take such risks in the future. Ling Xu, however, was determined to continue exploring. Not only did she not feel any mental strain, but the virtual realm also allowed her soul quality to grow rapidly. She planned to enter through less frequented rifts from now on. There were many such rifts outside the settlements, processed by the guardians but not yet repaired, often with someone stationed there. Ji Xiao was about to ask about the man Jia Tianyu took away, but she quickly realized anyone capable of handling a 20-meter rift creature must be at least at the crescent moon level or higher, likely Ling Xu's protector. How's everything at school? Going well. Pretty good. I've learned a lot. Ling Xu reflected on her past 2 weeks at the Spirit Wielder Academy, feeling quite fulfilled. Choosing not to become a non-staff spirit wielder was indeed wise. The growth at school far exceeded personal training. At that moment, Tao Tai, who had reverted to human form, tugged on Ling Xu's sleeve. Master, hungry. Meanwhile, Li Hua stood quietly nearby, keeping a close watch on the rift. Take them home to rest. Guarding the rift is my duty, Ji Xiao said. After saying goodbye, Ling Xu led her 2 companions home. It was a good time to let them evolve since the crisis had passed and school tasks were completed. Home at last. I can finally take a proper bath. Li Hua stretched, her bare feet covered in dust. Noticing Li Hua's bare feet, Ling Xu suggested, why not wear some shoes? Your delicate feet walking around barefoot all the time makes me feel bad. Although transforming could restore her feet to their original state, Ling Xu still felt guilty. No way. Li Hua rejected decisively. This is my signature trait, just like Taoya's little shoes and overthinny socks. I need my own distinctive feature. What about your 5 other sisters? What unique traits will they have on their feet? In the taxi, Ling Xu held the gluttonous Tao Tai in his arms, who had fallen into a deep sleep after reaching a satiety level of 500. He noticed that the anger level was still stuck at the last 5 points and decided not to let Li Hua enter a dormant state, just in case, until Tao Tai woke up for evolution. Back at his place, Ling Xu carefully laid the Tao Tai on the bed in a Princess Gary style, while Li Hua was busy running hot water in the bathroom. He opened the system panel to plan the next few days, but was drawn to the soul quality value 97. He remembered it was 95 when he came out of the rift, and now it was climbing visibly, quickly reaching 98. After Li Hua's bath, we can resonate and unlock the 3rd contract spirit tonight, Ling Xu thought. I originally planned to choose pride, but the versatility of greed is tempting, as it can acquire the abilities of other contract spirits. Unfortunately, the system is vague about the specific effects. Putting away the system panel, Ling Xu stood up from the bedside and suddenly felt a warm, sticky liquid on his hand. He looked at his hand in confusion, his pupils contracting violently upon seeing the blood. The nauseating stench of blood filled the air, and he turned to see Tao Tai lying in a pool of blood, pale and lifeless. Tao Tai! A piercing scream came from the bathroom. Li Hua! Ling Xu turned to rush to the bathroom, but a cool little hand tugged at his clothes. The Tao Tai on the bed weakly pleaded, Master, I don't want to die. Before the words were finished, the lights suddenly dimmed. Rushing into the bathroom, Ling Xu saw Li Hua lying in the bathtub, blood trailing from the bathroom to his feet, mingling with the overflowing bathwater into a murky red pool. His heart pounded violently, almost bursting from his chest. His breath hitched, and he was engulfed in extreme panic. In a daze, the scene shifted, and he found himself standing on a rooftop facing Ling Xu. Master, run. Li Hua ignited herself, pushing him away, using her body to block the energy blast from Ling Xu's horn, shattering instantly. A red death notification flashed in his vision. In the explosion's aftermath, Tao Tai shielded Ling Xu with the Devourer, only to be consumed by white energy and vanish. No, don't. Ling Xu was overwhelmed with fear and remorse. Extreme fear under mental suggestion. Soul quality increased to 100. Mental power level increased to level 3. Unlocking a new contract spirit. Please select a spirit to unlock. Tao Tai and Li Hua died because of me. Do I need to unlock a new contract spirit just to send it to its death? Please select a spirit to unlock. As his mental power increased, real memories became clearer. Wasn't he waiting in the room to bathe Li Hua? Why was he in battle? Please select a spirit to unlock. Pride, greed, envy, lust, sloth. Ling Xu raised his hand and chose greed without hesitation. Lu Ren dragged the target back to his lair and casually tossed him onto the ground. I brought the person you wanted. How do you plan to deal with him? He asked indifferently. Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao rose from the bench and slowly approached. Zhao Lu's slender fingers brushed his chin as he scrutinized the figure on the ground, a cold smile playing on his lips. It's him, all right. I don't make mistakes, Lu Ren replied coolly. Just a kid at the candlelight level. Zhao Lu glanced around, noting only Ling Xu was present. He frowned and asked, where's his contracted spirit? You only asked me to bring him, not his spirit, Lu Ren shrugged. Besides, without the spirit by his side, there's less chance of any surprises. In truth, Lu Ren's abilities were ineffective against contracted spirits. He could only manipulate Ling Xu himself to walk out of the room and obediently get into his car. The bat-like contracted spirit on his shoulder soul bell was Lu Ren's most effective weapon. This bell-shaped spirit possessed the unique ability of nightmare envelop. Its chime directly struck at the depths of a person's consciousness, forcibly stirring their emotions and plunging them into deep fear. Those with weak wills might even die within their nightmares. However, due to special requests from esteemed clients, Lu Ren merely induced a state of confusion in Ling Xu's mind this time. Beyond that, Lu Ren could control a target's mind and actions when they were completely off guard. If the target was alert, this ability could only immobilize them for a few seconds, lacking practical combat value. This limitation led him to drop out of Hanmo Academy and become an unofficial spirit wielder, joining the Hunter organization. His abilities had limited effects on void creatures and contracted spirits, but were potent against humans. The Hunter organization was truly where he belonged. Suddenly, Zhao Lu kicked Ling Xu's shoulder hard, bursting into maniacal laughter. Ah, Ling Xu, you have your day. His laughter abruptly ceased, his expression turning icy cold as if his rage was forcibly paused. Looking at the unconscious Ling Xu, this venting was far from quenching his hatred. He wanted Ling Xu awake, begging for mercy, dying in regret. Can you wake him up? Zhao Lu inquired. It's hard to say, Lu Ren shook his head. The duration of the sleep varies. It could be as long as a day or as short as 4 to 5 hours. 4 to 5 hours? Zhao Lu squinted. Then we'll wait for him here. He then turned his gaze to Li Xiaoxiao. Lu Ren, do it. Lu Ren snapped his fingers, and the bat transformed into a bell. As he gently shook it, a soul-piercing sound shot through Li Xiaoxiao's brain. Her body went limp, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and she could only stand by leaning on the table. What have you done to me? Li Xiaoxiao asked, panic-stricken. Why are you doing this to me? I'm your client. Lu Ren remained expressionless. I fulfilled your commission. Now I'm working on someone else's. In business, I pride myself on my reliability. Someone else's commission? Li Xiaoxiao glared at Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu, why are you doing this? I've done nothing to wrong you. Zhao Lu slapped her and then kicked her to the ground. He straddled her, gritting his teeth. You filthy cheater, you know exactly what you've done behind my back. Li Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered, her gaze restless as she stammered. You've got it all wrong, darling. I just wanted someone to teach Ling Xu a lesson. I didn't know I could get in touch with brother Lu Ren, so I had to find someone else. You're holding hands already, and you say nothing happened? Zhao Lu sneered, his eyes scanning Li Xiaoxiao's revealing outfit. Dressed like that, you think I don't know your little schemes? Just trying to find a backer to climb up the ladder and ditch me, right? Caught off guard, Li Xiaoxiao turned to Lu Ren with a fawning smile. Brother Lu Ren, whatever he offered you, I'll double it. Seeing no response, she bit her lip and added seductively. I can give you my body. Just kill Zhao Lu, and you can have whatever you want from me. Don't listen to this witch's lies. Zhao Lu urgently looked at Lu Ren. Lu Ren simply shook his head. I have my principles. You're now my client's target. Until he finishes what he needs to do, I won't interfere. He glanced at Li Xiaoxiao, thinking to himself, a woman of her caliber can't even stir my desires. Under the control of the soul-capturing bell, Li Xiaoxiao was almost immobilized. Zhao Lu sneered down at her, ripping open her shirt. Her fair skin was exposed to the air, and Li Xiaoxiao pleaded tearfully. I'm sorry, Zhao Lu. I just lost my mind for a moment. I'll give you everything. I'll belong to you alone. Just don't kill me. Li Xiaoxiao. Oh, Li Xiaoxiao. Zhao Lu laughed coldly, standing up. Do you still think you're the high and mighty prodigy? No skills, no background, always playing little tricks. People like you are bound to meet a bad end. Watching Li Xiaoxiao's true nature come to light, Zhao Lu lost interest in tormenting her further. His attention turned to the white rabbit controlled by the contract spirit. Killing her contract spirit would render her powerless. That was the real revenge. The rabbit let out a chilling scream under the fox's fangs. No, I don't want to be ordinary. Li Xiaoxiao lay on the ground, silently crying in despair, regret washing over her. If she hadn't betrayed Ling Xu, she would still be the admired prodigy. If she hadn't always acted superior, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Just then, a mocking voice came from the corner. Well, what a show. Turns out, a bitch and a dog can't last forever. The voice made Zhao Lu shudder, turning around in fear. There stood Ling Xu, who should have been unconscious, looking at them calmly. Impossible. Lu Ren jumped up, staring at Ling Xu in disbelief. How can a mere candle level wake up so soon from the soul-capturing bell's trance? 2 minutes ago, Ling Xu lay on the cold ground, slowly regaining consciousness. A piercing headache stabbed into his brain like a sharp spike, but he was accustomed to this kind of pain, strengthened by the flow of information. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the bloodshot whites gradually returned to normal. As he tried to get up, Ling Xu realized he was tightly bound with hemp rope. Recalling the strange memory that had flashed in his mind moments earlier, he quickly calmed down and carefully assessed his surroundings. The dim room was filled with the stench of mold and strong tobacco smoke, and the worn-out walls indicated it was an old, neglected apartment. 3 people stood in the room, familiar faces of Zhao Lu, Li Xiaoxiao, and an unknown person. They were engaged in a low conversation, completely unaware that Ling Xu was awake, relaxed, and unguarded. Ling Xu attempted to sense the presence of Tao Tai and Li Huo, but found nothing. After confirming with the system, he breathed a sigh of relief. Both contract spirits were safe, either detained elsewhere or not captured at all. Do they think I'm just a defenseless ordinary person without my contract spirits? Ling Xu sneered inwardly. Even in his semi-conscious state, he had unlocked a new contract spirit, greed. More importantly, he discovered his uniqueness as a Kai Gui. The system could store contract spirits without leaving any trace. A blue information panel appeared automatically in his view. Greed unnamed. Soul compatibility 20. Level LV.1. Greed value 5100. Special ability illusion. The system detailed this powerful ability. Greed could replicate any contract spirit ability he had seen with his own eyes. The current replication limit was 3, with an additional slot for each level gained, and no limit at the maximum level. To copy more, existing traits had to be cleared once the limit was reached. Greed, merge. Ling Xu murmured internally. Yes, master, here I come. In the next moment, abundant spiritual energy surged through his body. A palm-sized oval mirror appeared out of thin air, slowly rotating. The mirror's frame, adorned with golden dragon patterns, formed a seamless loop, and its crystal-clear surface reflected Ling Xu's image perfectly. When the mirror was directed at Zhao Lu, Ling Xu's mind was instantly flooded with all the information about the purple fox. Tian Yuan sword. Soul compatibility 20. Special ability invisible sword chi. An invisible sword aura flickered across the blade, nearly imperceptible. The system notification promptly sounded. Greed value 5. Ling Xu looked at the contract spirit in front of him and chuckled as he named it Tian Yuan sword. This name suited both its sword form and its fox form. To him, the contract spirit was indeed a handy weapon. He manipulated the mirror, turning it towards the unfamiliar man beside him. New information immediately flooded his mind. Soul capturing bell has been named. Soul compatibility 20-inch. Special ability nightmare entanglement. Shaking the bell emits a sound that directly impacts consciousness, forcibly affecting others' emotions and plunging them into their deepest fears. The system chimed again. Greed value 5. Using the illusions of greed, Ling Xu instantly grasped everything about the soul-capturing bell. He finally understood that the previous nightmare was the bell's handiwork. That dream struck at his deepest fear. Li Hua and Tao Tai were the closest people to him in this world, his greatest vulnerabilities. Suddenly, a crisp bell sound resonated through the air. Ling Xu was momentarily dazed, but quickly regained clarity. He saw Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao in the distance, already arguing with each other, completely ignoring his presence. After analyzing the information, Ling Xu closed his eyes. With a thought, the mirror floating in the air transformed into a familiar silver longsword. He used it to cut the ropes binding him, then changed the Tian Yuan sword into the soul-capturing bell. Oh, what a show we have here. A bitch paired with a dog, yet they can't last forever. Ling Xu's voice abruptly broke the tension, and the 3 turned their terrified gazes toward him. Lu Ren, what's going on? Zhao Lu shouted angrily. Don't take that high and mighty tone with me. We're just partners, not employer and employee. And why are you afraid of him? He's an ordinary person without a contract spirit. This seemed to restore Zhao Lu's confidence. He regained his arrogant demeanor, looking at the purple fox that leapt back onto his shoulder and said, no need. Without a contract spirit, he's useless. Even without you, I can take him down with one hand. Is that so? You're welcome to try, Ling Xu sneered. Zhao Lu, you still don't see reality. To me, you're just a clown, not worth my attention. Zhao Lu's pupils trembled slightly, burning with anger. Ling Xu, you always manage to infuriate me. Let's see how tough you really are. Zhao Lu, who prided himself on his martial skills, clenched his fist, convinced that even without a contract spirit, he could easily handle 5 Ling Xus. In his eyes, awakening 2 humanoid contract spirits was nothing to boast about. He approached Ling Xu, looking down on him, and said, without a contract spirit, you're nothing. Only geniuses who survive until the end are true geniuses. Ling Xu, your biggest mistake is being too arrogant. Zhao Lu swung his massive fist, aiming directly for Ling Xu's abdomen. However, the anticipated impact didn't come. Instead, he saw a sharp white sword light flash by, followed by a cool sensation in his right hand. In the next instant, his clenched fist, along with his entire arm, flew past his eyes, a trail of blood droplets tracing an arc in the air before splattering against the wall. The severed arm landed on the ground with a thud. A sharp pain shot through Zhao Lu's right arm, and as he looked down, he saw blood gushing from the severed end. Raising his eyes to Ling Xu, he saw the man holding the Tianyuan sword, a blade he knew all too well. Before he could react, a powerful force struck his chest, shattering his ribs instantly. Zhao Lu's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the wall opposite, leaving a mist of blood in the air. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and every breath tugged at his shattered lungs, causing blood to spill from his mouth with each cough. Yet, more than the physical agony, it was the shocking scene before him that left him stunned. You! How can you wield my Tianyuan sword? Zhao Lu managed to gasp out, his eyes wide with disbelief. Ling Xu elegantly ran his fingers along the blade, casually flicking away the blood droplets. Your contracted spirit thinks you're too useless, so it decided to switch sides. Impossible. Zhao Lu instinctively turned to the table, where his contracted spirit still watched him anxiously. Seeing this, he felt a slight relief. Fusion. Zhao Lu forced his energy to stem the bleeding from his severed arm. The Tianyuan sword hovered nearby, but refused to return to his hand. Without the sword, he could muster only a fraction of his strength. Even though the contracted spirit enhanced his physical attributes, it couldn't heal his severed hand or his internal injuries. He was merely surviving on the spirit's power. Lu Run, help me! Zhao Lu cried out desperately. Release Li Xiaoxiao from control, so she can heal me. There's something strange about this guy. Lu Ren gave up, pondering how Ling Xu could use Zhao Lu's contracted spirit. He knew his own contracted spirit wasn't suited for combat, and even as a Starlight-level expert, he couldn't guarantee victory against a prepared Ling Xu. His spirit specialized in mental control, not direct combat, and there was no need to take that risk. Hey, kid, I'm just here for the job, Lu Ren said, waving a hand at Ling Xu. I've done my part. What you do with them is your business. I'm out. With that, he turned to leave. Hey, Lu Ren, don't go. Zhao Lu screamed hysterically. I'll pay you. Whatever you want. Just help me kill him. Without turning back, Lu Ren waved his right hand dismissively. I've got enough on my plate today, no overtime. Ling Xu didn't stop Lu Ren from leaving. He wasn't sure of Lu Ren's true strength, and a direct confrontation was too risky. But that didn't mean he intended to let him. Gousing the soul-capturing bell in an unguarded moment would be most effective. To deal with Lu Ren, he needed the most assured method. For now, he focused on Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao. The Tianyuan sword danced joyfully around Ling Xu, like a princess finally free to play after being cooped up at home for too long. Lu Ren, you can't go, you can't. Zhao Lu pleaded desperately. Ling Xu slowly walked over to Zhao Lu, crouched down, and flashed a bright smile. Weren't you going to take me down with one hand? Hearing Ling Xu's calm and emotionless taunt, Zhao Lu's lips trembled, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Li Xiaoxiao beside him. It was all Li Xiaoxiao's plan. She was the one who instructed people at the school to go against you. Li Xiaoxiao was so infuriated by this accusation that she laughed, but she was too weak to speak. Ling Xu looked at Zhao Lu coldly, lightly tapping his face with the long sword in his hand. I gave you a chance, and you blew it. With a flash of the sword, Zhao Lu's left arm was severed, blood gushing out. His agonizing scream echoed through the empty space, and he lost all courage to even hold a sword. I'm sorry, Ling Xu. I was wrong. I truly know my mistake now. Zhao Lu, unable to support himself with his hands, fell heavily to his knees, pressing his forehead against the cold concrete floor. I've lost both my hands. I can never defy you again. Please, don't kill me. Zhao Lu pleaded, his voice trembling. Ling Xu stepped on his head, his voice icy. Now you realize your mistake? Too late. When you were plotting to kill me, you should have considered today's outcome. Misty Mirror, gluttonous copy. With Ling Xu's whisper, the Tianyuan sword transformed into a pitch-black Tang sword, exuding a chilling aura. The Black Devourer emerged from the hilt, and despite being limited by its greed level, it was still enough to completely engulf Zhao Lu, who was like a lost dog on the ground. The Devourer swallowed Zhao Lu's screams, erasing his existence from this world. A system prompt followed, Gluttony value 5, soul quality increased by 3. Devouring one person can actually increase soul quality by 3%. Ling Xu thought in amazement. Even though his spirit power was already at level 3, devouring Zhao Lu provided such a significant boost, much faster than in the virtual world. Having dealt with Zhao Lu, Ling Xu turned to Li Xiaoxiao. She lay on the ground, eyes vacant, with a deranged smile on her face. I'm useless, haha. I've become a worthless wretch, ah. Even if she were cured, she'd be nothing more than a drooling mess. Consider it my mercy to give her a quick end, Ling Xu said softly. Another devouring followed, with the system prompt, Gluttony value 5, soul quality increased by 0.5. Without her contract spirit, Li Xiaoxiao was just an ordinary person, offering only slightly more soul quality than a common person. Meanwhile, Lu Ren hurriedly got into his car, ready to flee from the old, deserted apartment building. It dawned on him that Zhao Lu had asked him to deal with the newly famous holder of the dual humanoid contract spirit. Damn it. I should have realized Ling Xu's name sounded familiar. It's that kid. Lu Ren's heart raced. His identity information has been made public by the Bureau of Anomalies, practically a warning not to mess with him. Someone must be secretly protecting him. Otherwise, how could a mere candlelight-level kid wake up from my hypnosis so quickly? Luckily, I'm smart and didn't let greed get the best of me. Almost got into big trouble. Lu Ren muttered to himself, still puzzled by the situation. And his contract spirit isn't supposed to be a Tang sword with arm gauntlets? How can it transform into Zhao Lu's sword? This kind of spirit ability defies common sense. I need to get to another gathering place fast. Staying in the East China gathering place will definitely spell trouble. Lu Ren started the car and drove out of the garage. But as he turned on the headlights, he saw the exit gate was completely covered by a strange black substance. What the hell is that? He floored the gas pedal to crash into it, but was bounced back. On his second attempt, the black substance began to spread, enveloping the entire car. Just then, a melodious ring echoed through the night. Lu Ren's consciousness plunged into darkness, his eyes losing their sparkle. Ling Xu emerged quietly from the shadows and approached the car parked by the roadside. Through the window, he could see that Lu Ren, in the driver's seat, had completely lost his composure. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white and veins bulged. He clenched his jaw, drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were unfocused like a marionette. How effective, Ling Xu thought to himself. For those with weak mental strength, it was indeed hard to resist without any defense. But what pleased him more was the power of illusion granted by greed. By replicating contract spirits, he could not only discern his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, but also confirm that Lu Ren was merely a hollow shell in actual combat. As the level of greed increased, the power of the replicated contract spirit would also grow stronger. Gaining one greed was equivalent to acquiring the power of other contract spirits. Moreover, the condition for replication was merely witnessing it firsthand, which was an incredibly advantageous ability. The bell in his hand began to distort and transform, quickly becoming a jet-black Tang sword. The devourer surged forth like a tide, engulfing the entire car along with the person inside. Gluttony value 8, soul quality increased by 10. Ling Xu was slightly surprised. An increase of 10% in soul quality? This guy was actually a star glory level. He was relieved that he hadn't tried to detain him forcibly. Even though Lu Ren's contract spirit wasn't combat-oriented, purely based on spiritual energy usage, Ling Xu might not have been able to match him. After all, both Li Hua and Tao Tai were not present, and greed had just been unlocked, remaining at the first level. The black Tang sword reverted to a mirror, and with a flash of light, greed manifested in her humanoid form. A petite girl. She had shoulder-length white hair, with the tips tinged in a soft pink, and a strand of blue dyed at her forehead. Her scarlet vertical pupils hinted at a vampire's mystery. She wore a black and white off-shoulder gown, adorned with intricate white lace trim, and a bonnet of the same style. The dress was accented with a red bow, her slender legs wrapped in thick black tights, and her feet donned black high heels, even taller than Tao Yes. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees, pounding the ground in frustration. Money. He had so much money on him. Master, why didn't you take the money before devouring him? Ling Xu also knelt down, filled with regret. That guy was a hunter, he must have had a lot of money on him, and Zhao Lu probably did too. Is this considered robbery? No, this is self-defense. Taking a little for emotional distress seems reasonable. He turned to greed. deciding to give her a name. Your true form is a mirror, and you have the power of replication, like a flower in the mirror or a moon in the water. Let's call you Shui Yu. The girl stood up cheerfully and said, then I'll be Shui Yu from now on, hee hee. Let's go, it's time to head back. Li Hua and Tao Dai are waiting at home, Ling Xu said. As soon as he woke up, he had contacted Li Hua through their bond, asking her to wait at home. Okay. After a 20-minute drive, Ling Xu finally returned home. As soon as he stepped into the entrance, Li Hua, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed into his arms. Master, where did you go? I called for you in the bathroom and got no response. I was so scared. Ling Xu felt a lump in his throat and hugged Li Hua tightly. I ran into some trouble. Sorry for making you worry. Shui Wei hugged Ling Xu tightly from behind and playfully said, if you disappear suddenly again, Master, I won't talk to you. Li Hua lifted her head, a flash of anger in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. She thought to herself, if I get angry again, I might fall asleep. Better wait until after the bath to discuss this with Master. It's okay, Li Hua, you can go to sleep. Shui Wei patted her flat chest proudly and announced, for the next few days, I'll take on the task of protecting Master. Whatever you can do, I can do too. Ling Xu knew that while the other contracted spirits were asleep, Shui Wei was indeed the most suitable to ensure his safety. Although her strength was slightly less, her abilities were quite comprehensive. I'll take a bath before sleeping, Li Hua said softly, then remembered something. Oh, right. The water in the bathtub is getting cold. I'll heat it up. With the sound of running water, Li Hua slipped out of her clothes and into the bathtub. She closed her eyes and focused on heating the surrounding water. In less than a minute, steam filled the bathroom, creating a warm, humid atmosphere. Although it was late July and the East China region was already getting hot, taking a hot bath wasn't necessary. Ling Xu personally preferred a cool shower, but the little girls clearly enjoyed soaking in a hot bath. With a bubbling sound, Li Hua surfaced, flicking her wet red hair and wiping the water off her face. Crystal droplets slid down her smooth skin, forming beads on her delicate complexion. It's ready, the water's hot enough. Okay, I'm coming in. Shui Wei quickly removed her dress and socks, neatly tucking the stockings into her shoes, and ran barefoot into the bathroom, joining Li Hua in the bathtub. Their petite frames fit perfectly side by side. Ling Xu was secretly relieved that Tao Tai was asleep. If three of them were to bathe together, they might have to sit. Considering they would often bathe together in the future, it seemed necessary to prepare a private bathhouse. He suddenly remembered that the student villas at the school were equipped with hot spring rooms and swimming pools. To ensure they could bathe comfortably, it seemed worthwhile to strive for a place among the Hanmo 10 outstanding talents. Master, come in quickly. Li Hua and Shui Yue urged in unison. Ling Xu recalled being enveloped by the foul-smelling slime in the rift earlier. Even after washing, a slight odor lingered on him. He indeed wanted a good bath. As he entered the bathroom wrapped in a towel, the sight of two ethereal little girls with snowy shoulders and jade-like skin greeted him, like exquisite delicacies awaiting savoring. Despite considering himself immune to such sights, the enchanting scene still made him inhale sharply. A wave of warm steam filled his lungs, and the dense humidity cleared his mind a bit. Feeling a warmth in his nose, as if something was about to flow out, he quickly grabbed 2 tissues from the high shelf to block his nostrils. Li Hua's body heating function is really handy, he mused. In winter, having her in bed would keep the cold at bay. Master, sit down, I'll scrub your back. Li Hua stood up in the bathtub, holding shower gel and a scrub towel. I want to help too. Shui Wei chimed in eagerly. Ah, this feels great. Ling Xu sighed contentedly under Li Hua's skillful scrubbing, while Shui Wei attentively observed and learned. The next day at Hanmo Academy, Ling Xu gently pushed open the dormitory door, carrying the sleeping Tao Tai on his back. He carefully placed it on the bed. The task had been completed surprisingly smoothly, and he immediately contacted Kai Shuquan. Within minutes, the doorbell rang urgently. Ding dong ding dong. Shui Wei gracefully walked to the door and opened it, leaving Kai Shuquan momentarily stunned. He instinctively took 2 steps back, checked the room number carefully, and then looked up at the door plate. Huh? Did I get the wrong place? He muttered to himself. No, I'm sure this is the right one. At this moment, Ling Xu walked to the doorway with a bag of glow-level virtual cores and handed them to the perplexed Kai Shuquan. Shuga, you completed it after just a day and a half? Wow, that's fast. I went into the virtual realm, so of course it was quick, Ling Xu replied calmly. Go and submit the task. Let me know if you have any more commissions in the future. Got it. Kai Shuquan accepted the virtual cores, but his gaze remained fixed on Shui Wei. By the way, Shuga, is she your sister? Or is she your 3rd contracted spirit? She is Shui Wei, my 3rd contracted spirit. Kai Shuquan gasped, momentarily speechless with shock. Do I need to keep this a secret? No need to keep it a secret. It'll be known sooner or later. I didn't plan to hide it, but don't make a fuss about it either. I understand, keeping it low-key, Kai Shuquan nodded. I'll go submit the task now, and I'll send you the points later. Wait a moment. Ling Xu suddenly stopped him. Hit me. What? Hit me, quickly. Kai Shuquan hesitated and lightly patted Ling Xu on the shoulder. Did you not eat? Use some strength. Are you afraid you'll hurt me or something? Spurred by the challenge, Kai Shuquan swung his arm and aimed a punch at Ling Xu's chest. Oi, what are you doing? A fiery figure suddenly burst from the room, and Li Hua's red hair ignited into flames as she collided with Kai Shuquan, sending him flying. Anger value 5. Before the words had fully escaped, Li Hua collapsed like a kite with a broken string into Ling Xu's arms, the flames in her hair extinguishing. Ling Xu caught her gently, as if cradling a small daughter, while using his other hand to help the fallen Kai Shuquan. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine, just a bit shaken, cough cough. Kai Shuquan rubbed his chest as he stood up. But Shuga, your contracted spirit, why did she faint after bumping into me? Is she alright? She's fine, just asleep. It's her special trait. That's why I asked you to hit me. Trait? A guardian instinct. Kai Shuquan scratched his head. I don't get it, but I'm quite impressed. I'll take my leave now. Watching Kai Shuquan depart, Ling Xu turned and gently placed Li Hua onto the lower bunk, letting her sleep beside Tao Dai. He gazed at his two sleeping contracted spirits, lost in thought. Among the 7 deadly sins values, gluttony increases the fastest, as it can be easily boosted by continuous eating. Wrath mainly relies on Li Hua herself to increase, since Ling Xu rarely encounters situations that make him angry. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Off these sins, gluttony and lust, being the most fundamental desires of living beings, not only increase the fastest, but are also the easiest to enhance. As the saying goes, if a creature knows how to enjoy food and love, it's a competent being. If its mind is solely occupied with food and love, then it's an outstanding being. Ling Xu sat on the edge of his dormitory bed, contemplating his situation. It was challenging to increase the values of the 7 sins beyond gluttony and lust, but now that he had unlocked 3 contract spirits, he no longer needed to cautiously manage his sin values as before. He glanced around. This was one of the safest places in the country, a perfect opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength. The term virtual realm suddenly crossed his mind, reminding him of the uncle who had risked his life for him. Ling Xu picked up his phone, exhaled softly, and dialed Uncle Long's secretary. As Long Qianming, a virtual hunter, was rarely seen at the school and was always extremely busy, Ling Xu knew better than to disturb him recklessly. Fortunately, he had already obtained the contact information of Long Qianming's close male secretary, and it was wise to reach out through him first. The call connected quickly, and a familiar voice came through. Hello, Ling Xu. What can I do for you? Mr. Secretary, is Uncle Long busy? You're looking for Lord Qinglong? He went to the Japanese Autonomous Region yesterday with Lord Baihu and Lord Tingsha. The secretary's words brought out a piece of history. After World War II, Japan, unable to resist the Tokyo Black Gate, became a provincial autonomous region of Daxia, the only power capable of opposing the Black Gate. Not only Japan, but the surrounding areas such as South Asia, Southeast Asia, the Hingan Mountains, and Mongolia also sought refuge under Daxia's protection due to the rampant virtual realm, establishing several level 3 gathering places. Went to Japan? Ling Xu raised an eyebrow. Are they causing trouble again? The secretary laughed. Haha, Ling Xu, you have quite the sense of humor. While there are indeed some restless individuals over there, the majority know who is protecting them. For survival, they have to behave, and many even take pride in being part of Huaxia. Rebellion is out of the question. The virtual hunters are there to fend off Izanami at the Tokyo Black Gate, as that being has been lingering near the rift, causing heavy casualties among the local Special Policy Bureau's troops. Ling Xu nodded silently. He knew Izanami was the goddess of the underworld in Japanese mythology, used to refer to the god-level virtual realm being beyond the Tokyo Black Gate. In contrast, the god-level virtual realm being at the Tianfu Black Gate was simply called the Disaster Beast. If you have any messages for Lord Qinglong, you can tell me, and I'll pass them on. I just wanted to ask about the uncle who was secretly arranged to protect me by Uncle Long. How is he doing? You're asking about Su Li. He regained consciousness yesterday after being brought to Shanjing City, but his mental state is still poor and needs some time to recover. So his name is Su Li, Ling Xu murmured. I never asked for his name before. Will the mental pressure from the virtual realm cause irreversible damage to his body? Don't worry, you got out in time, so there won't be any lasting harm. Okay, I understand. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll hang up now. After putting down the phone, Ling Xu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift from his heart. But then he frowned. A Yao-level guard who valued his life more than his own was too heavy a responsibility. He preferred to be a lone wolf, even if it meant facing danger as his own choice, rather than having others bear such a cost for him. A guard should ideally be there to give him a hand in critical moments, not to sacrifice their life for him. Ling Xu shook his head, thinking that such a high sense of duty might be due to some strict orders from Uncle Long. He thought to himself that he should bring this up with Uncle Long when he had the chance. Lin Lan always thought that becoming a Ling Xu would change her life. However, reality hit her hard. It had been nearly 20 days since she arrived at this school from the Bao Dao Level 3 gathering place, yet she hadn't made a single close friend. To fit into the class, she deliberately suppressed her accent, often jokingly referred to as motorbike, and carefully considered every word she spoke. Even so, she could count the classmates she spoke to on one hand. When her male desk mate rarely initiated a conversation, she responded with surprise, only to find that their entire exchange consisted of less than 10 sentences. The situation was even more distant with the girls, as she hadn't even experienced the common bathroom diplomacy, with only 2 or 3 girls occasionally talking to her. At this moment, Lin Lan looked at the empty seat beside her and sighed softly. She irritably ran her fingers through her hair and lay on the desk, blaming herself. Why am I so stupid? A small white bug crawled out of her sleeve and gently rubbed against the back of her hand. Lin Lan turned her head, gently stroking the little creature named Bye-Bye, her contract spirit. What am I doing wrong? Squeak, squeak, I don't know, the bug replied. The classroom suddenly fell silent. This familiar atmosphere made Lin Lan immediately turn to the door. Sure enough, Ling Xu walked in. However, this time he was accompanied by a contract spirit she had never seen before, which puzzled her. Ling Xu's presence seemed to freeze the classroom. No one dared to speak loudly. A contract spirit resembling a little girl Xiu followed closely behind him. She curiously looked around while holding Ling Xu's hand, shaking it slightly. Master, it seems like everyone is afraid of you. This saves some trouble, Ling Xu responded calmly, clearly enjoying the unique atmosphere. In his view, socializing in class was completely unnecessary. Can I ask them for protection money? Shuiwei asked innocently. No, you can't. Why not? If we did that, we'd be the bad guys. But we don't seem that different from bad guys. Can't argue with that. But still, no. After Ling Xu returned to his seat, the class gradually returned to normal. Shuiwen naturally sat on his lap, and Lin Lan cautiously spoke up. Ling Xu. Seeing her sitting so upright and cautious, Ling Xu asked, What's up? Your task is already completed? That was fast. She awkwardly tried to make conversation, clearly having put a lot of thought into this opening line. Yeah, it wasn't too difficult. Dealing with a Firefly-level virtual core was indeed easy for him. It would take at most 2 or 3 days, even without entering the virtual realm. I see. Lin Lan's gaze fell on Shuiwei. By the way, who is this? I'm Shuiwei, the master's contract spirit. The little girl introduced herself. Lin Lan's eyes widened in surprise. A third contract spirit? And a human-shaped one. For some reason, Lin Lan wasn't surprised that this incident happened to Ling Xu. She had long been accustomed to the bizarre occurrences surrounding him, as if it were all perfectly normal. Hello, my name is Lin Lan, she said politely, with a slight bow, greeting Shuiyu. Shuiyu turned around, lazily sitting sideways on Ling Xu's lap, her crimson eyes sizing up Lin Lan with a hint of disdain. This girl looked quite ordinary, with nothing of value on her except perhaps for lust. Disinterested, Shuiyu straightened up and withdrew her gaze. Where are Tao Tai and Li Hua? Lin Lan asked, glancing around and not seeing the two who were usually inseparable. A ridiculous thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could the two have merged into one? They're resting, Ling Xu replied succinctly. Although he had little interest in social interactions, he appreciated Lin Lan's polite approach to Shuiyu. Her ability to regard contract spirits as independent entities resonated with him. The teacher suddenly asked us to gather in the classroom. Do you know what it's about? Lin Lan inquired. Ling Xu shook his head. I'm not sure. But since it wasn't announced through the terminal, it must be something important. That makes sense, Lin Lan nodded in agreement. 2 minutes later, Chun Su strode into the classroom and got straight to the point. There are 2 important things to inform you about. First, Zhao Lu and Li Xiaoxiao are dead. At this, the entire class turned their eyes to Ling Xu. Everyone was aware of the grudges between these two and Ling Xu, and this realization cast a heavy atmosphere over the room. Whispered conversations erupted in the corners. Did he really dare to do it? That ruthless. Will the school handle it? They'll probably cover it up. Quiet. Stop speculating. Chun Su sternly interrupted the murmurs. According to the school's investigation, they had contact with a hunter before their deaths. Their demise is likely related to the hunters. So, I warn you all, do not leave the school alone and avoid any dealings with hunters. Those people are ruthless killers. Unease spread through the classroom. Someone muttered, who would dare leave the school now? But another quickly countered, but leaving the school's protection is necessary for outside commissions and going home during breaks. There's no need to be overly concerned, Chun Su reassured them. Li Xiaoxiao and Zhao Lu met their fate because they tried to collude with hunters. As long as you don't provoke them, hunters generally won't act recklessly. Targeting students increases their exposure risk, and those hiding in the shadows usually won't take such risks. She paused. This is also the biggest headache for the Bureau of Unusual Strategies. Hunters hiding among ordinary people are difficult to track down unless they reveal themselves, making it extremely challenging to eradicate this force. Additionally, Chun Su continued, shifting topics, the second matter. You've been enrolled for almost a month, but most of you haven't truly faced virtual creatures, and your understanding of them is only theoretical. Therefore, the school has decided to arrange an off-campus training session entering the virtual realm to personally hunt virtual creatures. Chun-Su adjusted her glasses, her gaze sweeping across every young face in the classroom as she solemnly announced, "Your first training session involves entering the rift and hunting void creatures." What? The classroom erupted in shock. Students exchanged bewildered glances, and some even jumped up from their seats. "Are you kidding?" a boy exclaimed. "The void is full of creatures, not to mention the mental pressure that can erode us. Isn't this a death sentence?" "I didn't come to this school to die," another voice chimed in. Chun-Su tapped the podium, the crisp sound restoring order in the classroom. Her eyes glimmered, and a slight smile played at her lips. "Hold on, I'm not finished. The school wouldn't send you to your doom." She tapped the podium with her finger as she continued. "The mental pressure in the void is a gradual influence, not an immediate assault. Even ordinary people can safely stay inside for up to half an hour. It seems my lectures from the past few days have been forgotten." Chun-Su's voice grew clearer. During the training, the void areas on the other side of the rift are carefully selected by the teachers. The remaining creatures are at most ember level or lower, ones even ordinary people can handle, like insect-type creatures. "Is the training mandatory?" a timid voice asked. A meaningful smile spread across Chun-Su's face. "The purpose of this school is to train spirit envoys to resist the void for the nation. That's why the state offers you free education and advanced training. If you don't want to participate, you're free to leave. The school isn't obliged to support you for nothing." The classroom fell silent. The previously vocal students lowered their heads, unable to refute the truth. They all understood that the essence of the Spirit Envoy Academy was to cultivate a special force against the void, and most graduates would join the Special Strategy Bureau. They had simply become too comfortable, forgetting that practical training was necessary. "Sweat more in training, bleed less in battle." Chun-Su continued. "This training is a rare opportunity for practical experience, and there will be more like it. Plus, the school will award points based on your success in hunting void creatures." She glanced at her watch. "The training starts tomorrow and lasts 3 days, held at a distant location off campus. Prepare and be ready to depart in the morning. I'll explain the details then, as you won't remember them now." Class dismissed. After Chun-Su left, the classroom buzzed with chatter again. "Hey Lee, I heard you fought void creatures before enrolling. Any tips?" "You've come to the right person," Lee replied with a grin. "Void creatures aren't as scary as they seem. Unknown, we can usually take them down. Ember level ones can be taken out with bullets, nothing to fear. The real danger is their numbers and rapid growth." "That makes me feel better," someone sighed in relief. "I wonder what the training will be like." "Who cares? Getting some points is a good thing. I've spent over 3,000 in the past half month." The atmosphere in the classroom was sharply divided. Some students were eagerly rubbing their hands together, excited for the long-awaited opportunity to test their true strength as spirit wielders in a battle against virtual creatures. Others, however, wore solemn expressions, their brows furrowed. The harsh reality of daily deaths at the hands of virtual creatures was enough to make those lacking confidence in their abilities shiver. Yet, they all understood that no one could avoid the virtual realm forever. Rifts could appear at any moment, and rather than run, it was better to strive to become stronger and increase their chances of survival. As night fell, Ling Xu returned to his dormitory after his daily training. After a quick shower, he lay on his bed, deep in thought. There was still a week left in the month, and he had originally planned to challenge the gatekeeper at the bottom of the Hanmo Wind and Cloud rankings once Tao Dai and Li Hua awakened. But the sudden training camp disrupted his plans, forcing him to postpone. To be honest, he wasn't very interested in climbing the rankings. He was more drawn to the life-and-death battles with virtual creatures. Suddenly, a sense of pressure washed over him. Ling Xu opened his eyes to find Shui West sitting astride his stomach, her hands pressing against his chest, her red eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. "No way!" Shui West suddenly exclaimed. "What do you mean, no way?" "Master, you can earn money by climbing the rankings, right?" "Yes." "How much can you get?" "The top 100 get 5,000 a month." 5,000. Shui Yue's eyes lit up. "Why not go for it? Even if it's just you, you should try." "What are you thinking?" "Without Tao Dai and Li Hua, I probably can't make it into the top 100 right now. But I didn't say I wouldn't try. That's 5,000 points, enough for our monthly food expenses." Shui Yue's greed level increased by 2. "But I just sensed a strong aura of sloth coming from you, master." Indeed, for over 20 days since starting school, Ling Xu had been training hard without giving himself any rest. Seeing others enjoying campus life leisurely inevitably made him feel a bit weary and unmotivated. Sloth level increased by 2. "Let me help you relax, master." Shui Yue twisted her body, one hand pressing against Ling Xu's chest, and the other moving to her own, a seductive smile on her face. This impish demeanor suited her perfectly. "Stop it. You're greed, not lust." "It's not just lust who can do this. I can too." Shui Yue laughed smugly. "Oh, master, you're blushing, you little fish." Get down, go sleep downstairs. Ling Xu quickly picked her up and set her aside. Seeing Ling Xu's flustered expression, Shueihua smiled with satisfaction. This was a look even Tao Dai and Li Hua had never seen. For her, greed wasn't just a desire for wealth. She was willing to mimic others' personalities to gain her master's complete affection. But Tao Tai and Li Hua are sleeping downstairs, and there's no room. Shueihua mimicked lust's tone coyly. I have restless sleep, afraid I'll disturb them. And you're not afraid of disturbing me? Master wouldn't mind being disturbed by me, right? Shueihua leaned closer, her bright red eyes emitting a hazy glow. Captivating. Who could resist that? Fine, you can sleep with me, I don't mind the noise. Loud. It can be loud, really loud. Yay. Shueihua cheered, preparing to take off her thick black tights and long skirt. Although her spirit attire was part of her contract spirit's essence, sleeping in clothes was never comfortable. Ling Xu had already prepared 7 sets of children's pajamas for them. Ahem. There's no need to take off your socks. This is where the soul resides. Oh, on the day of the training camp, 10 brand new white buses were neatly parked on the eastern field of Hamo Academy. Students orderly placed their luggage into the storage compartments below the buses and then began to board. Besides the homeroom teacher, Chen Su, there were 5 other teachers carefully checking the attendance list and maintaining order. Just as Ling Xu was about to step onto the bus, Chen Su stopped him. Where are your 2 contract spirits? Ling Xu tapped his suitcase lightly and replied casually. To save space, I had them transform into spirit tools. This was, of course, a well-intentioned Liaha had actually stored Tao Tai, Li Hua, and Shuei Yu in the system space. This wasn't to hide the contract spirits, as he was already famous for being the first in the world to have twin humanoid contract spirits. Much like having 2 girlfriends, a few more wouldn't cause much of a stir. What he truly cared about was not letting anyone discover the fatal weakness that contract spirits could fall into a deep sleep. Chen Su frowned, pondering for a moment. The seating arrangements were made considering your contract spirits. After a pause, he waved his hand. Never mind, get on the bus. The bus traveled for about an hour before reaching the destination. As the students disembarked with their luggage, they grew increasingly puzzled by their surroundings. What lay before them were rolling green hills, clear streams, and a vast meadow dotted with a few uniquely designed buildings, a scene reminiscent of a vacation resort. Isn't this Yinshan Resort? Someone exclaimed. A resort? Weren't we here for training? I even brought camping gear, thinking we'd be surviving in the wilderness. This high-end hotel costs thousands a night. Wait, Yunhai Group. Ling Xu was startled upon hearing this, suddenly recalling that Yi Ziming was the heiress of the Yunhai Group. No, that title wasn't quite accurate. After talking with Yi Ziming that night, he had thoroughly investigated the history of Yunhai Group. Even before Yi Ziming was born, the Yi family had lost actual control over the group. Yet this hadn't hindered Yunhai Group's development. On the contrary, its influence was astonishingly extensive from healthcare and construction to every aspect of daily life. Yunhai Group's presence was ubiquitous. As a semi-official organization, its close cooperation with the Daxia government was widely acknowledged. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Chen Su, dressed in green military pants, a black t-shirt, sunglasses, and a baseball cap, stepped forward and clapped his hands a few times. Quiet. He surveyed the group. Now, let me introduce the specifics of this training camp. Starting today, it will last for 3 days and 3 nights, concluding at 8 a.m. on July 29th. The training has only one focus: to hunt as many virtual creatures as possible in the virtual realm and to understand their characteristics. Shinsa stood in front of the trainees, her gaze stern as she looked at each of them. In a moment, I will take you into the rift. First, we'll test your mental strength to determine how long you can operate in the virtual realm. Her voice was clear and reached everyone. After the test, whether you choose to work in teams or alone, you have 3 days to complete the task: kill 100 glowing level Dauntier virtual creatures. She raised a finger and explained further. 10 bug level creatures equate to 1 glowing level Dauntier, and 1 gaze tier is equivalent to 10 Dauntier. Even if you choose to hunt the lowest level bugs, you must kill 1,000 to meet the goal. Those who complete the task within 3 days will receive a basic reward of 1,000 points. For exceeding the target, each additional bug level kill earns 1 point, Dauntier 10 points, and gaze tier 100 points. She paused. Those who fail to meet the target will not receive any points. Additionally, those who complete the goal early can stay for free at the luxury hotel here, with all expenses covered. Until then, you either sleep on straw or use points to buy a tent from the store. You'll also need to handle your own food and drink. She turned to Ling Xu, who stood nearby. Ling Xu, with your candlelight level strength, this training is too easy for you. The principal has arranged other tasks for you, and you can choose any room to stay in. Her words immediately sparked dissatisfaction among the other trainees. Why? Isn't this just to make us envious? Teacher, this special treatment is unfair. Complaints rose one after another. Either set higher difficulty limits for him, or don't let him participate at all. Why treat him differently? Someone loudly questioned. Chun Su glanced at the restless crowd. If any of you can single-handedly defeat a candlelight-level virtual creature, you can choose any room in this place. This immediately silenced the complaints. In fact, this was the principal's requirement, and she had to comply. Otherwise, she would have set a specific training standard for Ling Xu. Gather here in half an hour. Now go sort out your luggage. Ling Xu dragged his suitcase into the opulent hotel lobby. After registering his identity information at the terminal, he received the key card for room 526. The elevator took him to the room, and after swiping the card, he entered the luxurious single-soot of floor-to-ceiling windows, full-cover curtains, smart furniture, and a spacious round bed, enough for 4 or 5 people. No wonder it costs thousands a day. After setting down his suitcase, Ling Xu summoned Shueihua. With a flash of light, a white-haired, magical girl like Loli appeared beside him. Finally, I can stretch my legs, Shueihua yawned and asked. Master, do I have to stay inside you the whole time? We'll see, at least until Taodai wakes up tomorrow. Until then, it's best not to draw attention to their absence. But Taodai and Li Huan not being here doesn't directly prove they're asleep. I think you're overthinking it, Master. While it doesn't directly prove anything, it might lead others to think in that direction. This training came unexpectedly, right when both Taodai and Li Huan were in their dormant phase, catching Ling Xu off guard. Let's just say it's to train compatibility with Shueihua. Half an hour later, Ling Xu pushed open the hotel door, only to be met with an unexpected sight. What was once an empty field was now densely packed with tents, forming a campsite far larger than any typical training session. Standing on the steps, Ling Xu surveyed the camp, his mind filled with questions. Logically, the current priority should be assisting the guardians in various districts with the surge and rifts. Yet this centralized setup clearly had another purpose. What was so special about this place that it was chosen specifically for the new recruits' training? Moreover, why conduct training in the virtual realm without worrying about the risk of rift closures due to refreshes? With these questions in mind, Ling Xu mingled with the crowd. Soon, the instructor began distributing gear. Each person received a simple designed wristwatch. This device can monitor your mental stability in real time while in the virtual realm, the instructor explained while demonstrating. If it alerts, you must exit the virtual realm within 10 minutes. It also has a small camera that detects energy levels and automatically records the intensity and number of virtual creatures you defeat, with data transmitted to the backend in real time. Teacher, a student raised a hand. What if a refresh in the virtual realm causes the rift to close and we're trapped inside? This question immediately caused a stir, with many showing concern. The instructor reassured them. Don't worry, this rift has been specially reinforced and won't close due to a virtual refresh. Even if a refresh occurs, you'll be able to return safely. Once all questions were addressed, Chun Su led the students to a large, empty factory building. In the center was a striking 506-meter-long rift. Other instructors are already inside, ensuring safety, Chun Su continued. Once inside, activate the timer on your watch immediately. The training ends only when the alarm goes off. This time will be your maximum duration in the virtual realm, and the system will alert you 10 minutes before reaching the limit. Remember to keep an eye on the remaining time and don't push too far, or the rotating instructors might not reach you in time. His tone turned serious. This watch is crucial for your safety. Don't try to be clever and ignore the timer. If it's damaged or lost, exit the virtual realm immediately and request a replacement and recalibration. Finally, Chun Su addressed a key question. Some might wonder why we enter the virtual realm when our main battles are in the real world. It's because the virtual realm could descend on the real world at any moment tomorrow or next year. This uncertainty is the most terrifying aspect. Familiarizing and adapting to the rules of the virtual realm might save your life when it matters. The mental pressure endurance training begins now. With the instructor's announcement, students began entering the rift in groups. Standing next to Ling Xu, Kai Shukuan could barely contain his excitement. The virtual realm, I've been waiting to see it for so long. When you go inside, you'll find there's nothing unusual. Everything is just as the teacher explained in class, Ling Xu said calmly, and then added, though I didn't really pay attention in class, so I'm not sure what exactly the teacher said. Kai Shukuan scratched his head, looking puzzled. Why does it sound like you've been there before, Sugo? I have been there. How else do you think I completed that task in just one day? Wow. Did you actually go into the virtual realm to get the virtual core? That's impressive. Kai Shukuan gave him a thumbs up and then turned his gaze to Shueihua, standing next to Ling Xu. By the way, why do you only have one contract spirit, Sugo? Have you thought about developing her to improve your soul compatibility? Define develop, Ling Xu asked with interest. Kai Shukuan proudly patted the contract spirit on his shoulder. I don't have that problem. My compatibility with mine is already at 20%. 20. Ling Xu chuckled. I started at 20. Is that the advantage of having a humanoid contract spirit? Lucky guy. Ling Xu turned to look at Shueihua, who was tilting her head. The system screen displayed. Greed, Shueihua. Soul compatibility, 24. Greed level, LV.1. Greed value, 40100. Special abilities, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Current copied traits, Abyss Sword, Soul Bell, Tao Tai. Ling Xu quietly recalled that the way to increase soul compatibility was to keep fighting alongside the contract spirit. Just on the night he unlocked Shui Yu, the compatibility increased by 2, and it grew another 2 after sharing senses with her while sleeping last night. He remembered that his soul compatibility with Tao Tai was as high as 50, and Li Hua was close to 40. However, the rate of increase did slow down as it went higher. Soon, it was Ling Xu and Kai Shuquan's turn to enter the rift. The familiar sensation of being pulled washed over them as they passed through into the virtual realm. Ling Xu pressed the timer button on his wristwatch. Although he thought it was unnecessary, had stayed in the virtual realm longer than even some Sun-ranked experts. He even suspected that he might be immune to the mental strain, thinking that his previous reaction was just physical discomfort. After crossing the rift, they found themselves in the same factory. Out of the 253 students in their class, only Ling Xu had been to the virtual realm before. Everyone else was a first-timer. The students wore curious expressions as they ventured outside the factory to explore this unfamiliar world. It was similar to the real world but lacked much greenery, and the sky was paler, resembling a perpetual overcast. Don't wander too far, and always pay attention to your watch's alerts, the teacher reminded loudly as the group dispersed. If the alarm sounds, leave the virtual realm immediately. Ling Xu casually found a spot to sit and prepared to test whether he could indeed ignore the mental strain. If not, he at least wanted to determine his limit. Just then, Chun-Su approached Ling Xu with a puzzled expression. Ling Xu, why does your contract spirit look different? She only now noticed that the contract spirit beside Ling Xu was neither of the previous black or red ones, but an entirely new presence. This is my third contract spirit, Ling Xu said calmly. Hello, I'm Shui Yu. Shui Yu said elegantly, lifting her skirt in a perfect curtsy. Hello. Wait, this isn't the time for pleasantries. Chun-Su snapped back to reality. What on earth is going on? I'm not entirely sure, teacher. It might be a second awakening, Ling Xu fabricated. There has never been a case of a second awakening in history, Chun-Su said seriously. Before you, there were no instances of dual or triple humanoid contract spirits. She stared at Ling Xu. This is a strategic-level discovery, enough to shock the nation. How are you not surprised? How many people know about this? Quite a few people at school are aware. What? How have I never heard of it? Does the principal know? Not yet. Chun-Su felt a headache coming on. This was beyond her capacity to handle. She needed to report to the principal immediately. Before leaving, she sternly instructed, until the principal gives further instructions, you must stay with the teacher at all times. After stepping out of the virtual realm, Chun-Su immediately called the principal's secretary. Her fingers moved swiftly over the communication terminal, and soon the secretary's gentle voice came through. Ms. Chun, is there something you need? Is Lord Qinglong available? I have something important to report, Chun-Su said with a hint of urgency in her voice. Please hold on. A few seconds later, her teacher's terminal beeped. Chun-Su quickly opened the terminal, and Long Qianming's imposing figure appeared on the holographic screen. He sat upright in the seat of a private jet, his face serious and eyes sharp. Lord Qinglong, I have an important report regarding Ling Xu. Go ahead. Long Qianming's voice was steady and powerful. It seems he has undergone a second awakening and now possesses a third humanoid contract spirit. What? Long Qianming sat up straight, his usually stern face showing rare shock. A second awakening? A third humanoid contract spirit. As a top-tier expert, Long Qianming understood better than anyone what this meant. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ha! Truly, heaven blesses Huaxia. Chun-Su seized the opportunity to ask, Lord Qinglong, our class of June 24th is currently undergoing their first training session for new students in District B of Xiangjing City. How should we handle Ling Xu? No worries, let him train. Long Qianming waved his hand. I've said before, don't restrict his freedom. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Understood. I recall that the new student's training at this time includes a virtual realm mental pressure endurance test, Long Qianming mused. Ling Xu shouldn't follow the usual testing methods. Su Li, who had previously entered the virtual realm with Ling Xu, showed a resistance to mental pressure higher than a Yao Ri level. What? Chun-Su's eyes widened in surprise. A Zhu Hua level, actually. Besides that, his training should proceed as usual, but apply some pressure when necessary. Understood. After the call ended, Chun-Su exhaled deeply, finally relieved of the burden on her shoulders. Meanwhile, the new student training in the virtual realm was underway. Half an hour in, several students' wristbands began to emit a piercing alarm. You're not doing so well, are you? The alarm's going off after just half an hour, someone teased. The boy being mocked forced a smile. I don't know. I don't feel anything right now. Maybe. I'll stay a bit longer. Only a few sensible students chose to exit the virtual realm immediately. However, those who stayed for pride soon paid the price. 5 minutes later, The boy whose alarm had sounded earlier began to falter, eventually collapsing to his knees, clutching his temple tightly. Hey, are you all right? A companion asked worriedly. What are you saying? I can't hear you. The boy's voice was slurred, his consciousness gradually fading. He felt dizzy, his vision blurred as if he were wearing glasses with a 1,000-degree prescription, and his ears were filled with a sharp ringing sound. A boy nearby was about to help him, but recoiled in horror upon seeing blood seeping from his ears and eyes. Bleeding from the orifices, the boy exclaimed. He remembered the teacher's warning. When mental stress reaches its final stage, symptoms like sensory confusion and bleeding from the orifices occur, followed by a complete loss of reason, turning one into a lost soul. How could this happen? He was fine 5 minutes ago. How did it escalate to the third stage so quickly? Teacher, a male teacher stationed outside the factory, ran over immediately upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the bleeding student kneeling, he scooped him up without hesitation and sprinted towards the rift. Damn it. Every year there's a student who doesn't listen. The teacher cursed through gritted teeth, crossing the rift back to reality. What's going on? Ling Xu, who had just finished reporting and was about to return to the rift, encountered the scene heated. Same mistakes year after year, the male teacher sighed. Kids at this age just love to show off. Leave him to me. Ling Xu took the student and placed him in a prearranged hotel room. Luckily, we caught it in time, so he hasn't reached the level of mental loss. But he's already at the third stage. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days for him to wake up. Half an hour later, half of the students had already left the virtual realm. To Ling Xu's surprise, Lin Lan was still holding on, becoming one of the few girls remaining in the area. This wasn't about gender bias in fact. In terms of mental strength, boys generally have a higher overall intensity than girls, though their potential is the same. Mental strength is a mysterious thing, unlike spiritual energy, which can be tangibly sensed. However, it directly affects reaction speed, observational skills, and the rate of soul bond enhancement with a contracted spirit. There is no precise scientific method to enhance mental strength. Some people naturally develop mental strength quickly, while others struggle despite their efforts. The only known method is to repeatedly endure mental pressure in the virtual realm, but this training method is extremely risky. Ensuring the safety of a large number of students training in the virtual realm requires enormous resources, making it very cost-ineffective. Therefore, this training is not included in the regular curriculum of the Spirit Master Academy. Even the venue for this freshman mental pressure test requires regular clearing of powerful virtual creatures by experts of Hallyu level and above to maintain normal testing conditions. Lin Lan was crouching by the edge of the factory, intently staring at her wristwatch, which had been running for over an hour. From the moment she entered the virtual realm, tension had been her constant companion. Watching her classmates leave one by one only intensified this feeling. But she told herself she had to persevere as a healing-type contract spirit master. She didn't want to be a burden to her teammates in future training. Besides, Ling Xu had his own tasks, and she couldn't always rely on him. Forget about the 1,000 points, she silently told herself. I have to become stronger during this training session. Watching the watch tick past an hour and 21 minutes, Lin Lan closed her eyes and prayed silently. Hey Lin Lan. A sudden call accompanied by a pat on the shoulder startled Lin Lan. Looking up, she saw Yang Ruolin from her class smiling at her. Yang Ruolin has a contract spirit, a hibiscus phoenix chicken, and her essence is a bow, classified as a D-level offensive spirit user. Standing beside her were 2 girls who often accompanied her. He Xiao, with short hair, whose contract spirit is an orange-tailed gecko, and her essence is a flute, and a level amplification type, and Fong Yuan, whose contract spirit is a spider, and her essence is a kanai, also in a level offensive type. These 3 were quite special in the class, being among the few who were not part of Li Xiaoxiao's group, but were willing to talk to Lin Lan. What's up? You seem really startled, Yang Ruolin asked with a smile. Nothing, Lin Lan replied, putting her right hand down and standing up cautiously. Do you need something from me? Oh, come on. It's not like we're here to bully you, Yang Ruolin said cheerfully. We're inviting you to team up with us. You're a healer type. You can't complete tasks alone. But what? Do you already have teammates? No, Lin Lan quickly waved her hands. I'm just worried I might hold you back. Haven't you ever played a game? Healers are the core of the team. Leave your part of the task to us, don't worry. All right then. Hee. Yang Ruolin affectionately linked her arm with Lin Lan's. Lin Lan, you're just too hard on yourself. You know, you're quite popular among the guys. Exactly, He Xiao chimed in, moving to Lin Lan's left side. At first, I thought you were as aloof as Li Xiao, but it turns out you're just socially anxious. Is that so? Lin Lan awkwardly responded to their enthusiastic conversation. Suddenly, He Xiao's watch beeped. Oh dear, it's my turn to go out. I'll wait for you guys outside. She stuck out her tongue, waved goodbye, and her figure disappeared from the virtual realm. 20 minutes later, the virtual realm training had lasted 100 minutes. For the spirit users at the fluorescent level of the first stage, this was the limit. with only 7 out of over 200 classmates still holding on. Except for Ling Xu, the remaining 6 were all A or B level in aptitude, including Kai Shukuan, all possessing fluorescent level strength. Even so, they could only hold on for another 10 to 20 minutes at most. At this moment, Kai Shukuan's watch beeped, and he left the virtual realm with disappointment. 7th place, huh? He murmured to himself. I wanted to compete with other A-level aptitudes, but it seems the aptitude gap is significant. The supervising teachers present, including Li Hanyuan, Lu Ning, and Zhang Antai, who were responsible for the basic ability training of the June class, nodded in satisfaction. Lu Neng remarked, although virtual realm activities have become more frequent in recent years, the quality of spirit users continues to improve. In the tests of the past 2 years, each class has had more than 5 students break the 100-minute mark. Zhang Antai casually mentioned something with a hint of regret in his voice. I heard that 2 outstanding students from this class had an accident a couple of days ago. One had an S aptitude, and the other an A. If it weren't for that, there would have been 9 students in this class with over 100 minutes. An accident? Someone asked, puzzled. How come I haven't heard about this? Li Hanyuan coughed lightly, his expression slightly serious. If you haven't heard about it, just leave it. We've been specifically instructed not to ask too many questions. Anyway, there's no hidden truth worth exploring. Who instructed you? Lu Ning pressed. Who else? The principal. Lu Ning nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting in 2 directions. One towards Ling Xu, who was playing with a little girl, and the other towards Chun Su, who was happily drinking water. He turned to Chun and asked, Chun Jia, do you think Ling Xu from your class can break the record this time? He broke the record of Lord Baihu during the freshman assessment, and that was at the end of the month when he awakened. Chun Su put down the water bottle, a confident smile on her lips. Break the record? For him, does such a record even hold any meaning? As a human contract spirit holder, not only does he improve quickly, but his mental growth rate is far ahead. Such world records are just child's play for him. You have that much faith in him. Lu Neng was a bit unconvinced. But that's the record left by the former Lord Go Chen Su Shou. He can't possibly surpass Lord Su Shou in every record, can he? That would be too extraordinary. Chen Su just smiled silently. She knew that Ling Xu's mental strength had already surpassed that of the Euro-level Shootier warrior, Su Li. That's the confidence brought by 3 human contract spirits. He carries the future of humanity. Lu Neng continued to analyze. Even if he can break the record, he probably won't exceed the previous record of 150 minutes set by Lord Go Chen Su Shou by much, right? After all, Lord Su Shou was also a human contract spirit holder. 2.5 hours is the limit for the glimmer level. Even the candlelight level finds it hard to last that long. He explained the characteristics of mental pressure. This isn't like poison gas or electric grids in games. It's an invisible force that acts directly on the soul. From the moment you enter the virtual realm, the pressure begins to accumulate. Although the body doesn't react at first, once the limit is reached, you'll fall unconscious within minutes. In such cases, no amount of willpower can help. If you remain in the virtual realm after fainting, your soul will collapse under the pressure, and upon waking, you'll become a lost soul without consciousness, an irreversible state. That's why students are required to evacuate the virtual realm immediately upon hearing the alarm. But there's always someone who doesn't believe it. Chun Su removed her sunglasses, her gaze falling on Ling Xu. But that kid reached the candlelight level Shootier a few days ago. During the assessment, many of his data exceeded the Wangtier standard, except for the fusion duration, and it seemed like he was holding back. In other words, before this test, Ling Xu already had the strength of the candlelight level Wangtier. What? Lu Ning's jaw almost dropped to the ground, and Li Hanyuan and Zhang Antai were equally shocked. This is the first time a genius of the candlelight level Wangtier has appeared in the freshman mental pressure endurance test. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, Zhang Antai sighed. Chun Su was thoughtful. He has many secrets we don't know about, which might be why Lord Qinglong chose him so decisively. She didn't tell them about Ling Xu's second awakening. This unprecedented phenomenon, for safety's sake, she chose to keep this secret buried deep in her heart. However, even she didn't know that what Ling Xu called a second awakening was actually just something he made up. Whether such a phenomenon truly exists remains unproven and unrefuted. Another 10 minutes passed, and Ling Xu's watch showed that 110 minutes had elapsed. Outside the factory, only one person remained besides Ling Xuan of the 3 A-grade contract spirit holders in the class. This young man's contract spirit was a white tiger, which manifested as a broad-bladed saber. It was impressive, but in Ling Xu's eyes, it still couldn't compare to the might of Tao Dai. The young man occasionally glanced in Ling Xu's direction, a look of eager anticipation in his eyes. Since Zhao Lu left, he naturally became the second-in-command in the class. With Ling Xu's poor reputation among classmates, he had emerged as a key figure among the boys. Seeing Ling Xu alone now, his desire to win ignited what a triumph it would be to surpass this mountain of a rival at this moment. However, he could already feel his body sending out warning signals, his mind muddled, as if he were nearing his limits. In contrast, Ling Xu seemed perfectly at ease, playing a game of rock, paper, scissors with his contract spirit. Watch out, Shueiyue, rock, paper, scissors. Ling Xu called out as he threw his hand forward, while Shueiyue revealed scissors. That's my 10th win in a row. You owe me another $1. Agmaster, you're cheating? You must be secretly using your empathic abilities. Shueiyue exclaimed, frustratedly ruffling her hair. 10 losses in a row, losing $10 in total. Even though it was all pocket money Ling Xu had given her, she just couldn't accept it. You know whether I used empathy or not. Then how did you win? Shueiyue asked seriously. I'm not telling you. It's my secret to victory. Ling Xu chuckled to himself. This innocent girl always gave away her move by positioning her right hand on her shoulder just before playing, and he never missed it. Master, please tell me. Shueiyue pleaded sweetly, leaning close to Ling Xu's ear. Whatever you want me to do tonight, I'll do it, just like last night. I didn't do anything to you last night. Don't say things that could be misunderstood. Officer, let me explain, she continued playfully. Go on, I'm listening. But master, you clearly asked me not to take off my socks last night, Shueiyue teased further. Oh, master, you're such a pervert, asking your contract spirit to do such things. Maybe Taodai never resisted before, so you got used to it. But, since I'm your contract spirit, taking care of your needs is part of my duty. Wow, this cheeky little girl isn't just arrogant, she's greedy. Ling Xu thought to himself. Alright, let's see how I straighten you out tonight. You need to learn your place. Suddenly, a familiar beeping sound startled Ling Xu. He looked down to see that it was the watch of the young man behind him. Hearing the alert, the young man sighed, turned, and headed towards the rift. Is Ling Xu really a mountain standing in front of everyone? Is there truly no one who can surpass him? He finally understood the mindset of side characters facing the protagonist in novels. The resignation and acceptance must be a true reflection of those people's feelings. Hearing the end of the test, Chunsu stood up from his seat and waved to the surrounding teachers, saying, let's go. Everyone, hurry back and rest. Don't forget to change shifts every 4 hours. The 6 teachers accompanying the students for the training were all experts at the Xinghui level or above, each capable of enduring 4 hours in the virtual realm. To ensure the students' safety, they needed to take turns on duty. Even during the night, when no one was training, someone had to monitor the distant insect nests and drive away virtual creatures that had reached the Yingguang level. In this virtual realm devoid of electronic signals, only those within it could communicate with each other via shortwave radio. Ling Xu is still here, so why are you leaving? Aren't you going to continue testing? Lu Ning asked, puzzled. Test what? He could go 2 rounds, and you might not even last. Chinsu replied, shaking his head. Lu Ning was immediately indignant. You've got it wrong, haven't you? I can hold out for more than 5 hours. You're underestimating me. I've been a Ling Shi for over 10 years. How could I lose to a kid who's only been awakened for a month? Seeing Chunsu's serious expression, Lu Ning's confidence began to waver. You're not joking, are you? Do I look like someone who jokes around? Chunsu said bluntly. The principal arranged for Commander Su Li to guard Ling Xu a few days ago. 2 days ago, Ling Xu went into the virtual realm on a mission, and Commander Su followed him in. They ended up trapped inside by the space-controlling Guardian in Area C. Guess what? They were in the virtual realm for more than 9 hours, and in the end, it was Ling Xu who brought the unconscious commander out. Wow! Lu Ning gasped in surprise. In Xia, commanders must be at the Ryu level, while leaders require Wang level strength. Hui level experts are at the level of the 6 virtual hunting directors of the Yice Bureau. There are only about 100 Ryu level experts in all of Xia, each representing the nation's highest combat power. If a commander can only last 9 hours in the virtual realm, doesn't that mean Ling Xu's mental strength has already surpassed the Ryu level? It's simply unbelievable. Chunsu approached Ling Xu and said, we need to go out and arrange further training for the other students and relieve some mental stress. If you want to test your limits, you can stay here. If not, you can go out and rest now. I'll stay here, Ling Xu said calmly. He indeed wanted to know his limits. All right, I'll have the on-duty teacher bring you some food later. Chunsu nodded, then was asked by Ling Xu about the task. Your task? Chunsu pondered for a moment. Let's say 20 Zhuohua level virtual cores, with 1 Wang level counting as 10 Zhuohua levels. The teacher will leave you a few. How much is a virtual core worth? Shueiyue suddenly asked. Chunsu stopped, slightly surprised, and replied. Zhuohua level is worth 100 points, Wang level 1,000, with no upper limit. How's that? Quite a lot, right? Shueiyue started calculating with her fingers. 100 each, 20 makes 2,000, with no upper limit. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, that's a lot of money. That's right. It depends on how much you and your master can take from me. Chunsu said before leaving the virtual realm. Ling Xu's expression didn't lighten. With Shueiyu's greed ability only at level 1, dealing with Zhuohua level wasn't difficult, but ensuring the integrity of the virtual cores would be challenging. Obtaining 50 intact virtual cores was quite a pressure. It seemed they would have to wait for Taotai to wake up tomorrow. Ouch! A sudden sharp pain in his thigh almost made Ling Xu cry out. Looking down, he saw that Shui Yu was pinching him. What are you doing? Shui Yu crossed her arms, turned her head in a huff, and said in a delicate voice, pinching on behalf of jealousy. Humph. In the real world, after the mental stress test concluded, the students gathered anxiously outside the fissure, waiting. As the teachers gradually emerged from the crack, the noisy crowd quieted down. Everyone's wristwatch had been calibrated to the time limit for actions in the virtual realm. The next task was straightforward. Hunt virtual realm creatures within a 3,000-meter radius testing ground. There are 5 void nests distributed in this area. The teacher explained the task requirements in detail. Each nest houses tens of thousands of insect-type virtual realm creatures. Additionally, fluorescent-level creatures of the waxing and full moon stages may appear randomly. His tone turned serious. Remember, however long you stay in the virtual realm, you must rest for the same duration in the real world to neutralize the negative pressure effects. It's okay if you can't complete the task. Staying alive is more important, so don't overdo it. Your wristwatch is equipped with shortwave communication for emergency calls, usable in some areas of the virtual realm. Teachers will accompany you in the virtual realm to execute the task. After the instructions were given, the crowd began to disperse. Yang Roland and her 2 friends immediately approached Lin Lan. Lin Lan, let's go eat. The shops here accept point payments, so the restaurants should too. Lin Lan nodded in agreement, as she was indeed a bit hungry. However, as she scanned the surroundings, she couldn't spot Ling Xu. Was he still in the virtual realm? What was he doing? She shook her head, setting aside her curiosity for the moment. Let's go. After eating, we can start the task. With the 4 of us, killing 4,000 insects should be enough. Inside the virtual realm, the students began their tasks one after another. Li Hanyuan also entered, holding a device resembling a tablet. This was a sound wave detection device specifically used for detecting virtual realm creatures, capable of capturing the regular sound waves emitted by powerful virtual realm creatures in motion, allowing for the timely discovery of potential threats. As a supervising teacher, his duty was to eliminate these extra creatures beyond the students' capabilities. The virtual realm creatures in this area were regularly cleared, and there were special isolation measures on the periphery, so creatures exceeding the starlight level waxing stage typically would not appear. Even if they occasionally did, as long as they weren't at the full moon level, Li Hanyuan could handle them. As for full moon level creatures, such monsters were extremely rare, and once they appeared, they could be detected from tens of kilometers away, providing ample warning time. Carrying the lunchbox prepared for Ling Xu, Li Hanyuan searched around the virtual realm for the elusive young man. Where did that kid run off to? Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the virtual realm. No, don't move. Shui Yu let out a low groan. Shoo, don't make strange noises. Ling Xu quickly stopped her. But this feeling of something entering my body. Shui Yu trembled as she spoke. Is this how it feels for Master when merging with Li Hua? It's just you transforming into the Li Hua state using greed value 5. Is it really that exaggerated? Ling Xu waved his hand in exasperation. The armor quickly reverted to Shui Yu's human form, still trembling slightly, her cheeks flushed with a peculiar redness. He had intended to test how much of Li Hua's power Shui Yu could exert with a 24-soul compatibility, but it seemed she was unusually sensitive. I might need some time to get used to it, Master, Shui murmured, her voice as soft as a whisper, her hands nervously twisting together as she remained immersed in the unique sensation from moments ago. Ling Xu pondered quietly, deciding to continue using Taoya. In the virtual realm, Shui's performance was indeed more stable when she transformed into Taoya. However, this approach meant that they couldn't quickly increase the wrath value through diverse methods. Through previous observations, Ling Xu had discovered an intriguing phenomenon. When Shui mimicked the Taoya form, the devourer not only increased the gluttony value by consuming matter, but also elevated the wrath value in the Li Fire state, regardless of whether it was his own or Shui's exhibited anger. This indicated that Shui could assist in unlocking later-stage contract spirits by boosting the corresponding 7 sins values. The mechanism for increasing the greed value was equally fascinating. As long as Shui's greedy desires were satisfied, the greed value would rise. For instance, the commission points transferred from Cai Shuquan's off-campus job, or the pocket money Ling Xu gave her, effectively increased the greed value, with efficiency nearly matching the speed of the gluttony value's growth. However, Ling Xu noticed that excessive spending on his part actually caused the greed value to drop. Now, with Taoya and Li Fire both in a dormant state, Ling Xu had to find a way to control the growth of the greed value. He often played rock, paper, scissors with Shuiwe, deliberately winning her private stash of money to maintain the greed value at around 50. Suddenly, a loud hiss interrupted Ling Xu's thoughts. Before him, an enormous pitch-black serpent was drawn by the spiritual energy fluctuations in the area. The snake, about 7 to 8 meters long, had a thick body capable of swallowing an adult whole. Its black tongue flickered as its body twisted rapidly, and the spiritual energy it emitted indicated it was a luminescent-level virtual realm creature. Copy, Taoya. Ling Xu quickly placed his hand on Shuyu's flat chest. Shuyu's eyes flickered, skipping the process of becoming a mirror, transforming directly into a jet-black Tang sword. The black serpent lunged like an arrow released from a bow. Ling Xu calmly swung the sword, the sharp blade effortlessly slicing through the serpent's head. His figure flashed, and in just 2 breaths, he had cut the long serpent into several pieces, which were then devoured completely by the devourer. The system prompt, Gluttony value 5, appeared. Even with only the power of a level 1 Taoya, such luminescent-level monsters posed no threat to Ling Xu. The virtual realm creatures in this area generally maintained luminescent-level strength, mainly to facilitate new students' training. To hunt stronger, candlelight-level virtual realm creatures, one would need to venture to the outer regions. Driven by curiosity, Ling Xu explored outward. About 4 or 5 minutes later, he stopped. Before him lay a chasm over 20 meters wide and unfathomably deep, extending in a circular shape to both sides. From a bird's eye view, this chasm formed a complete circle with a diameter of about 6 kilometers, tightly enclosing the entire training ground. Wow, what a grand design, Ling Xu realized. So they created a circular isolation zone in the virtual realm to protect the new students. No wonder the school dares to let students train in the virtual realm. They selectively eliminate virtual realm creatures within this range for screening. Ling Xu looked across the chasm, where a considerable number of virtual realm creatures roamed. For some reason, a strong urge surged within him to cross the chasm and delve into the heart of the virtual realm. Just then, a mysterious voice from the world whispered in his ear, "My lord." Ling Xu suddenly stopped in his tracks, frowning slightly. "Shueyu, did you hear something just now?" "What sound?" Shueyu asked, puzzled. "It sounded like someone was calling me." Ling Xu looked around, trying to catch the fleeting sound. "I didn't hear anything, just the sounds of battle behind us," Shueyu replied. Ling Xu glanced once more across the ravine, but the strange feeling had vanished. Trusting his instincts, he sensed something in the virtual realm was drawing him in. Without lingering at the border, he turned and headed back. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yang Roland was showcasing her unique combat style. She drew her bow and released an arrow, which soared through the air and precisely struck an ugly insect larger than a human head. The arrow pierced through the creature, causing it to collapse and vanish. But this was not the end. Yang Roland's gaze remained fixed on the ascending arrow. After tracing a graceful 180-degree arc in the air, the arrow accurately hit another insect. This was the special ability of her contracted spirit, Mind's Eye Target. The arrows, being part of the spirit's essence, could alter their trajectory based on her line of sight. In simple terms, once the arrow was released, its path was entirely controlled by her gaze. However, her control was not yet fully refined, and she needed intense concentration to achieve this feat. After a round of attacks, Yang Roland retrieved her arrows, which had taken down over a dozen insects. Seeing her companions easily dispatch their targets, Feng Yuanyuan couldn't help but remark, "Wow, no pressure at all. We used to just run from these bugs, but now even ordinary people could handle them without needing any healing." Feng Yuanyuan glanced at the time, saying anxiously, "We've only killed less than 100 bugs in all this time. At this rate, it's not enough. 100 bugs in 2 hours means it would take 80 hours to kill 4,000. Even if we don't sleep, we only have 72 hours in 3 days. We won't make it." Yang Roland understood. So far, no one in the team had been injured, and the anticipated need for treatment hadn't arisen at all. This meant Lin Lan's presence was unnecessary. They could easily earn 1,000 points just by hunting near the insect nest. But if they brought Lin Lan along, they wouldn't complete the task. Although virtual realm creatures of the same level usually weren't a match for spirit users, they couldn't guarantee they'd come out unscathed. Yang Roland put away her bow and approached Lin Lan, who was standing at the back of the group. "Lin Lan, you see we're not getting hurt over here. Maybe you should join another team? Other classmates might need you more than we do." "Yeah, right," others chimed in. "You're the only healer in the class, and we're not under much pressure here. You should team up with others. We can't hog your skills." "Okay," Lin Lan nodded, understanding the true meaning behind their words. The earlier flattery was just to monopolize her healing abilities, and now that she wasn't needed, they wanted to cast her aside. Though dissatisfied, she couldn't argue and quietly left the way she came, familiar voices echoing behind her. Lin Lan stood alone at the end of the corridor, absent-mindedly fiddling with the hem of her clothes. She heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Ling Xu approaching, with his contract spirit Shui leisurely perched on his shoulder. "Why are you here by yourself?" Ling Xu asked. "I was hoping to find someone to team up with," Lin Lan replied softly. Shui tilted its head. "I thought you already had a team?" "Ah, that," Lin Lan laughed awkwardly. "I guess I didn't quite fit in with them, so I left." "Got rejected, huh?" Shui said bluntly. Lin Lan's smile froze instantly. Ling Xu looked at her expression and understood the situation. As the only healer in the class, she shouldn't have trouble finding a team. Healers, like amplifiers, are rare and valuable support roles. Anyone with experience knows that in a good team, the value of support is irreplaceable provided the team appreciates it. Shueyue's words cut to Lin Lan's core. She lowered her head in shame, her shoulders slightly hunched. Come on, it's dangerous to be alone. I'll walk you back, Ling Xu offered. Okay, thank you. They walked side by side, with Ling Xu leading and Lin Lan taking small steps behind. Her gaze occasionally drifted to Shueyue on Ling Xu's shoulder, a hint of envy in her eyes. Such a close bond. How nice, she thought, then quickly shook her head. Oh, that's his contract spirit. What am I thinking? After a moment of silence, Lin Lan gathered her courage to speak. Ling Xu, can I ask you something? Go ahead. How do you manage to not care about those around you? I can't communicate well with my classmates or fit into their circles. I always feel like I'm out of place and can't connect with anyone. Friends are optional. There's no need to force it. A forced relationship is like an unripe fruit, neither satisfying nor sweet. Being alone isn't so bad. Ling Xu paused. People can be hell. Unless I'm sure interacting with someone won't bring me harm, I don't get involved. I dislike most people, so I don't care what they think of me. Lin Lan pondered his words, but felt increasingly insecure. You're amazing, Ling Xu. I can't be as strong as you. I worry about everything and lack the courage to face things. Her voice grew quieter, not just in strength, but in mindset too. It's admirable. Compared to Ling Xu, she felt acutely aware of her own timidity and fear. Fear of failure, fear of being disliked, fear of not being accepted. The more you fear something, the more likely you are to encounter it, Ling Xu said, looking straight ahead. You care too much about others' opinions and how you're perceived. You're afraid that any mistake will make people dislike you or gossip. Don't you think that's exhausting? His words struck at the heart of Lin Lan's character. People like her often grow up with constant familial disapproval, leading to a lack of self-confidence and an unhealthy need for validation. Simple advice can't change her. She needs to attempt seemingly impossible tasks and gain recognition to gradually transform her personality. Are you going to help her? Shueyue asked Ling Xu subconsciously. In their shared state, Ling Xu's thoughts were almost transparent to Shueyue. No, I have no such plans. Besides, I couldn't help her even if I wanted to. I thought you might want to turn her into a loyal servant, exploiting her value every day. I'm not a saint, but I'm not that bad either. I consider myself to be of the lawful neutral alignment. Lin Lan stood there, filled with inner turmoil. She looked up at Ling Xu, her voice tinged with confusion. Ling Xu, what do you think is the best way for me to handle this? She was well aware of her struggle to fit in with groups, but both the current training assignment and her future work required her to learn to collaborate with others. This conflict left her feeling troubled. Ling Xu gazed at her calmly. Everyone has their own way of living. You don't always have to worry about what others think. What matters is your own opinion. Just do things the way you like. In fact, Ling Xu didn't dislike people like Lin Lan. To him, Lin Lan was one of the few who was completely genuine, always wearing her emotions on her sleeve. Interacting with someone like her was actually quite easy and worthwhile. Okay, I understand. I'll try my best. Lin Lan jogged ahead of Ling Xu, a faint smile on her face. This is as far as you need to accompany me. Thank you, Ling Xu. You're welcome, Ling Xu replied briefly. The small figure of Shueyue on his neck waved goodbye to Lin Lan. As he watched Lin Lan's retreating figure, Ling Xu pondered. For someone who is naturally shy, forcing oneself to fit into a group might not be ideal. Yet, the training assignment's demands were the same for everyone, which seemed somewhat unfair to non-aggressive spirit users. Perhaps the school deliberately arranged this group action ability training for people like Lin Lan. Lin Lan stood still, her right hand slightly raised before she slowly lowered it. She wanted to do something for Ling Xu, more than just saying thank you. Feeling the power within her, she silently made a firm resolution. 9 hours had passed since Ling Xu entered the virtual realm, nearing the maximum time he had previously spent there. Strangely, his body showed no signs of discomfort. This situation caught his attention. Staying so long in the virtual realm was unusual even for a dual-form contract spirit. According to his teacher, a regular humanoid contract spirit user could typically operate in the virtual realm for only twice the usual time at the same level. Even those with the strength of Go Chun and Tung Shi, at the highest level of their kind, could only last a day. However, Ling Xu had already surpassed 9 hours with ease and seemed capable of continuing. Reflecting on the mysterious voice he heard earlier that day, Ling Xu began to question his physical condition. Was it the contract spirit that granted him this special adaptability, or some enhancement from the system? Unfortunately, the system offered no response. Standing at the edge of a ravine, Ling Xu gazed across to the other side. Cold winds blew upward from below, while Shueyue sat nearby, swinging her little feet. Master, there are so few prey here. Should we check out the other side? In 4 hours, they had only acquired 4 candle-level Phase 1 virtual cores, which was indeed inefficient. Yet, without the support of Tao Tai and Li Hua, would it be too risky to venture to the other side? When Ling Xu checked his personal panel, he discovered that his mental power level had reached level 3, but his soul essence progress had only increased from 24 to 52 over the past 9 hours. He frowned as he calculated, realizing that this rate of improvement was over 5 times slower than before. To unlock the fourth contract spirit, he estimated that he would need at least another day and a half. He stretched his body, rotated his arms, and twisted his stiff torso. "Let's go. Let's have some fun," he said. "Yay, we're going to make a fortune." Shuai cheered, grabbing Ling Xu's hand. She quickly transformed into her gluttonous form, and devourer energy gathered at her feet, extending across the gap, like liquid metal, to form a narrow bridge. The two of them steadily crossed the bridge, and once they reached the other side, the devourer energy retracted, spiraling around Shuai like a hungry hound, waiting to be fed. "Just pick on the candlelight level Shua stage once," Ling Xu whispered as a reminder. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was already 4 a.m. The watch showed that 18 hours had passed, reaching the limits of the virtual hunt. However, Ling Xu had an epiphany might be immune to the mental pressure of the virtual realm. It wasn't just ordinary resistance, it was complete immunity. He clearly felt that the growth of his soul essence wasn't from enduring pressure, but rather from being nourished by the virtual realm, a sensation strikingly similar to the feedback he received when devouring humans. Although the reason was unclear, if his guess was correct, then the virtual realm was not a hell for him, but a paradise. The training ground was now empty, with only the on-duty teachers conducting regular patrols and clearing virtual creatures. Testing the limits of time further was pointless, so Ling Xu left the virtual realm. Meanwhile, in an underground space in the B district of the underground capital city in East China, a room resembling a secret research lab was brightly lit by shadowless lamps illuminating the operating table. The air was still, with only the sound of a heartbeat and a scalpel slicing through flesh echoing. A man in a white coat was intently working, holding a heart-shaped object glowing with a bluish light. Carefully, he placed it into the open chest cavity of a young boy on the operating table. The blue heart seemed to come alive, immediately drawing in the surrounding flesh, adhering and merging with it until it was completely enveloped. "Beautiful! This is simply art," the man in the white coat exclaimed, his hands stained with blood, yet he raised them in excitement, letting out a cry of joy. "An energy core that naturally fuses with flesh. It's a perfect heart made for humans." His expression suddenly turned serious as he adjusted his blood-smeared glasses and looked down at the boy on the operating table, murmuring, "But why does rejection occur? The fusion with lower intelligence creatures is so successful, yet it fails with humans." The boy on the operating table suddenly let out a pained moan. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to suture you up," the man apologized hastily, beginning to carefully stitch the wound, his movements as gentle as handling a precious piece of art. Amazingly, the sutured wounds were healing visibly fast. On the boy's bare right shoulder, a number was clearly engraved, 3956. After completing the surgery, the man carried the boy into another room. It was set up like a temporary hospital, with spacious areas filled with beds, each occupied by patients of various ages, all wearing white hospital gowns with different expressions. Each patient had a medical staff member by their side, monitoring and recording data. As the man laid the boy on an empty bed, a medical staff member approached, handing him a record sheet. "Doctor, number 3942 passed away at 3 a.m. Here is her record." The man took the record, a short-haired girl's face flashing in his mind. 3942, she was a good girl, he said softly. She wanted to be buried under an osmanthus tree where the sunlight could reach, so bury her under the tree she planted. "Yes," the medical staff member responded respectfully. "Master, look, I've persisted for 2 days." In the hospital room, a boy of about 12 or 13 sat on a pristine white bed, his face adorned with an innocent smile. The man turned around, his slender fingers gently stroking the boy's hair with the tenderness of a loving father. "Is that so? Number 3902 is really impressive." He paused, "But here, you should call me doctor." Even though the boy wore a standard white hospital gown, the man's gaze could accurately identify his number. In this place, no one had a name, or rather, their number was their only identity. "I'm sorry, doctor, I forgot." As soon as the boy finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared on his pale cheek, and bright red blood began to seep out slowly. "Oh, my face feels itchy." Instinctively, number 3902 touched the wound, and when he saw the blood on his fingers, terror quickly spread across his young face. "Doctor, I'm bleeding." The change happened in an instant. The boy's white hospital gown was gradually stained with dark red, spreading from his arms to his thighs, then to his back, and finally covering his entire body. His body began to swell and mutate at a visible speed, his skin turning a bluish gray, twisting into a monstrous humanoid form. "It hurts, doctor, it hurts so much." The boy's screams echoed throughout the hospital room. The man stood by the bed, watching everything with an expressionless face, showing no intention of offering help. He calmly observed as the boy writhed in agony on the bed, watched the blood turn the once pure white sheets into a glaring red. In just half a minute, number 3902 stopped breathing, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Those who survive can't retain their minds, and those who retain their minds can't survive. What is missing? The man reached out to close the boy's eyes, his face still devoid of any emotional fluctuation. For him, number 3902's death was a predetermined outcome. Nearby, a staff member responsible for care quietly took out a record sheet and began to detail the boy's condition. The other patients who witnessed this scene began to show signs of fear. The man stood up and, with a steady voice, reassured them. Your sacrifices are for the future of humanity. God will grant you rebirth in another world. Do not be afraid, do not panic. The Lord is with us. As the man left the room, a female attendant in white immediately helped him remove the blood-stained doctor's coat, replacing it with a solemn religious robe. Next to the guard, a man in a suit and sunglasses knelt respectfully on one knee. Master, the followers have been waiting for you. Report the situation. There are 1,123 people in the venue, mostly families with children, and the rest are adults of reproductive age. The second batch of newborns in the hive numbers 86, and in half a month, they will reach experimental maturity. Yesterday, the Gao family delivered 100 pure and stable Starsheen grade virtual cores. What about Lu Dongyuan? The man showed no interest in the previous report. Rest assured, Master, that guy fled into the virtual realm. We tracked him for 2 hours to no avail and waited at the rift without seeing him reappear. No new rifts have been found nearby. He should be dead in the virtual realm by now. Did you see him die with your own eyes? Although the man in the suit thought to himself, how can I confirm if he's already in the virtual realm? He dared not say it aloud and could only reply. Even if he's not dead, he would become a lost one, unable to reveal any information. Continue looking for him until you confirm his death. He may be carrying important information, and no one must know about it. Yes. With the attendant's escort, the man stepped towards the spacious venue. The venue was enclosed and dimly lit, with only the spotlight on the podium shining like a beacon of hope. Below, a crowd of people murmured anxiously, their faces filled with worry, some soothing restless children in their arms. As the curtains slowly rose, the spotlight illuminated the center of the stage in vivid detail. A figure walked up with calm steps, and the black snake coiled around his arm suddenly transformed into a microphone. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone, thank you for your patience. I am the 7th leader of the Sushin sect, he announced, his voice resonating throughout the room. Subtle energy fluctuations around the microphone hinted at the special ability of his contract. Spirit will assimilation was quietly taking effect, stripping the consciousness of thousands in the audience as soon as his voice reached their ears, their eyes becoming vacant. Our Sushin sect boasts a century-long history, with followers worldwide. There may be many unfounded rumors, but they cannot shake our faith, he continued. The real threat is not the virtual realm, but humanity itself. Look at the wars, chaos, poverty, and death in this world, all stemming from human selfishness and greed. The arrival of the virtual realm is meant to purify human savagery and bring true peace and prosperity. Meanwhile, outside the mental pressure testing grounds of the virtual realm, Ling Xu was locked in battle with a tentacled monster. He swung his blade with lightning speed, severing the approaching tentacles, which were then devoured by the water moon's replica of the devourer. The water moon then transformed into a fiery blaze, incinerating the monster to ashes at temperatures of thousands of degrees, leaving only the blue core flickering among the remains. Even dealing with a candle-level Shudier is challenging without the support of a contract spirit, Ling Xu thought to himself. To complete the second day's training task of 50 candle-level Shudier virtual cores, he had been battling alone in the outer regions for some time. His soul quality progress had reached 60, with an hour remaining until the awakening of Tao Tai, and Li Hua needing 17 hours. Before you proceed, be aware that there's mention of cross-dressing in personal updates. Ling Xu deftly picked up the virtual core from the ashes and casually tossed it to the devourer, as if feeding a pet. He continued to search for his target on the outskirts of District B. This area was far from the resort, resembling a rural urban fringe with neatly arranged low-rise houses and narrow, winding streets. The streets were deserted, and the silence was occasionally broken by the heavy footsteps of some giant creature in the distance. However, being close to the quarantine zone, Ling Xu wasn't worried about safety. Suddenly, several insects swooped down from above. Ling Xu reacted quickly, grabbing the nearest one and effortlessly crushing it. Meanwhile, the devourer transformed into a sharp spike, precisely piercing the remaining 3 insects. At that moment, a familiar sense of unease washed over him. Following his instincts, Ling Xu looked up and immediately spotted a massive purple cocoon on the rooftop of a distant building. It was covered in branch-like patterns, resembling a hollow purple fruit hanging from a withered branch, only much larger than the entire building. The nest pulsed rhythmically, releasing hundreds of insect pods with each beat. These pods rapidly hatched, with hard-shelled insects emerging from them. This reminded Ling Xu of what he had learned in class. These nests weren't breeding grounds, but special spatial nodes filled with chaotic spiritual and spatial energies, continuously nurturing virtual world insects. As taught, virtual creatures couldn't reproduce and relied on the virtual realm for creation. Insect nests, the most abundant species, were ubiquitous in the virtual realm, with each nest producing tens of thousands of insects daily. During training, students often gathered around these nests to hunt these sub-glow level insects. Only students confident in their abilities dared to team up and hunt glow-level virtual creatures. Other types, such as tentacle, beast, and winged virtual creatures, also emerged similarly, typically from a single cocoon. This was Ling Xu's first time witnessing the birth of virtual creatures. However, more than curiosity about the cocoon, he was intrigued by the familiar sense of uneasy, a compelling urge that called him closer as he gazed at the nest. Without hesitation, he merged with Shui Yue and leaped onto the three-story rooftop, then continued jumping towards the nest. The feeling intensified as he approached. Finally standing beneath the nest, he was struck by the sheer size of the spherical structure, which had a diameter of about 15 meters. The entire cocoon was enveloped in an eerie purple glow that sent shivers down one's spine, pulsating rhythmically like a beating heart. Ling Xu could distinctly sense the dense spiritual energy within, along with a faint trace of life. In the moment he absent-mindedly reached out to touch it, Shuamu's alarmed cry pierced the silence. "Master!" This warning jolted Ling Xu from his daze, but it was too late. The hive in front of him began to thrash violently, causing the entire building to tremble and shake. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Xu quickly leapt backward off the building, distancing himself from the hive. Just then, the surface of the hive started to crack, with countless sharp bone spikes tearing through the outer shell, shredding the cocoon. In the next instant, a massive creature emerged, a giant centipede, or more accurately, a long-legged scolopendra, spanning 20 meters in length. Each of its legs stretched several meters, but most terrifying was its hiata, human face eerily resembling that of Alan Yeager, inverted, with a menacing set of mandibles below. With a thunderous crash, the creature spiraled down the building, each step gouging deep claw marks into the concrete walls. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Ling Xu, exuding a terrifying aura that signaled its formidable power at the candlelight level of the dusk stage. Damn it! What kind of hive is this, hatching a monster like that? Ling Xu cursed as he sprinted away. Against a candlelight-level dawn opponent, he might manage, and even have a 50% chance against a mirror stage foe, but facing a dusk stage was sheer suicide. Despite its massive size, the creature moved with astonishing agility, reaching speeds of 20 meters per second. It chased Ling Xu relentlessly, closing the 100-meter gap in an instant, its gaping maw capable of swallowing a car whole, emitting a piercing shriek as it lifted its sharp forelegs to strike. In a split second, a shield formed by the devourer materialized behind Ling Xu. With a deafening clang, it blocked the lethal blow, but the immense force still sent Ling Xu flying dozens of meters. He rolled to a stop, dizzy and nauseated, the impact nearly costing him his life. Barely managing to get up, Ling Xu was immediately confronted with the Scolopendra's second assault. Fortunately, his training at the sword and saber martial arts school instilled in him the habit of constantly monitoring enemy movements. As the Scolopendra raised its forelegs again, he rolled aside just in time, his tang sword transforming into its fire entity. Adopting a Kamehameha stance, he gathered a ball of fury and launched it at the Scolopendra. The fireball hit its mark, erupting into a grand display of flames, giving Ling Xu the opportunity to retreat further. The moment the giant centipede paused in pain, Ling Xu seized the opportunity to create some distance. However, the pain slowed him down significantly, and the pounding headache only made things worse. The sound of heavy breathing closed in behind him, as the massive creature, moving at over 600 speed, relentlessly pursued him. Ling Xu gritted his teeth, sprinting while turning back to shoot flames, trying to obscure the creature's vision. His psionic energy was depleting rapidly, but every second he could delay was crucial. Each time the giant centipede got too close, he dodged with all his might, narrowly evading in a life-or-death dance. In the distance, the black isolation canyon became visibly clear. Ling Xu's eyes lit up, and he shot flames diagonally backward with both hands, propelling himself forward with a powerful leap. He soared through the air, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake, and gracefully landed several meters beyond the edge of the chasm, thanks to his lightweight advantage. The massive centipede was forced to stop on the opposite side, letting out a frustrated roar. Shui Yu, having exhausted her psionic energy and returned to human form, stood beside Ling Xu and regretfully said, "What a pity, that creature must be worth a fortune." "Don't worry, I'll be back soon," Ling Xu replied confidently. "The Taodai will wake up in half an hour. 30 minutes in the east, 30 minutes in the west. Don't underestimate the young and poor." "Ugh, you're always talking about the Taodai. Why don't you just spend your life with it?" Shui Yu grumbled, crossing her arms. If I can get its virtual core, all the money will be yours. Really? Shui Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course it's true. Great. When the Taotai wakes up, we'll give it a good beating. Shui Yu raised her middle finger at the giant centipede on the other side, while Ling Xu chuckled internally at how easily this little girl could be coaxed. Back at the training grounds, Ling Xu noticed Li Hanyuan sitting and resting, having apparently just finished clearing out virtual creatures for the new students. After some thought, he approached and asked, "Teacher, can I ask you something?" "Oh, it's Ling Xu. Go ahead," Li Hanyuan replied, looking up. "Can the insect nests only produce insect-level virtual creatures?" Ling Xu recalled the earlier encounter and felt something was off. Of course, what else could they produce? Li Hanyuan responded, puzzled. "What I mean is, could there be something bigger hiding inside the insect nest?" Ling Xu expressed his concern. If that's the case, the other 5 nests in the training grounds could hatch at any moment. If students doing tasks nearby encounter a virtual creature like that centipede, they might not even have a chance to escape. While the nests do resemble some sort of biological cocoon, in the century since humans discovered them, no other creatures have emerged. We've dissected the nests, and they're completely empty inside. Ling Xu fell into deep thought, ultimately deciding to inform his teacher about the recent encounter. "What? You went outside the perimeter?" Li Hanyuan stood up abruptly, looking worried. "What were you doing outside the perimeter? Don't you know it's dangerous out there?" Li Hongyuan's voice carried a clear tone of reprimand. "What if something happens to you outside the perimeter? How am I supposed to explain that to the authorities? Is that really the point?" Ling Xu retorted urgently, gesturing with his hands. "There are monsters in the nest, teacher. Those students could be in danger at any moment. I just went out to have a quick look, I didn't go far." Li Hanyuan sternly advised, "Don't take any more risks outside the perimeter." Then his expression turned grave. "By the way, you mentioned that after touching the nest, a Zeo-level Huitier virtual creature hatched from it. Is that true?" "I wouldn't joke about something like this, teacher," Ling Xu replied with unusual seriousness. Li Hanyuan inhaled sharply, his brows furrowed. This kid always seemed to encounter things beyond the ordinary. "I'll go check it out immediately." He took a couple of steps before abruptly turning back, pointing at Ling Xu with his right hand to reiterate, "Do not go outside the perimeter alone again." Ling Xu flashed a sunny smile. "All right, teacher, you know I've always been well-behaved." "Well-behaved, my foot," Li Hanyuan retorted, heading towards the nearest nest. Ling Xu quietly followed, calculating in his mind. The awakening of the Taotai would still take some time, so now was a good moment to confirm whether his experience was unique. However, he secretly vowed he would not rest until he avenged his enemy. To be well-behaved would have to wait until he dealt with that foe. The pain in his body reminded him that he was one to hold grudges. Soon, they arrived at the first nest in the center of the parking lot. The base of the enormous tree trunk was wrapped in a purple cocoon similar to the previous one. Ignoring the attacking insects around him, Li Hanyuan placed his palm on the surface of the nest. The surrounding students paused their battles, their eyes fixed on the teacher. What's the teacher doing? Maybe he's checking the status of the nest. After over 10 seconds, the nest showed no reaction, continuing to churn out ugly insects. Li Hanyuan circled the nest a few more times, still seeing no signs of mutation. "It doesn't seem to be happening as you described," Li Hanyuan said to Ling Xu. "Could you have been mistaken?" Ling Xu's gaze narrowed slightly as he pondered. Could it have been an exception? Perhaps that giant centipede had emerged from a building and just happened to enter the nest? But he distinctly remembered the energy reaction he felt when he touched it. Could it be that only his touch triggered a response? "Maybe I did see it wrong, teacher," Ling Xu said, feigning a relaxed tone. With so many people around, he didn't want to experiment recklessly. If he truly had some connection with the virtual realm, it was best not to let others know until he understood it better. "Just to be safe," Li Hanyuan said, "I'll inform the other teachers to check the nests during each shift change." "That sounds like a good idea," Ling Xu nodded in agreement. "I've left a few Zuhua level ones for you. Let me show you the way," Li Hanyuan said, starting to lead the way. "That's generous of you, giving me free points. Do you really lack points? This is your chance to hone your skills. Real combat is the fastest way to improve." Half an hour later, Taotai awoke from her slumber. Ling Xu gently released her, and as soon as the little girl's figure appeared, she stretched lazily like a cat. Her bright eyes looked at Taotai, and the system panel appeared. Gluttony Taotai. Soul compatibility, 60. Gluttony level, LV.3. Gluttony value, 1205000. Special ability, Devourer LV.3. The system notification confirmed that she had indeed grown stronger, and her appetite had increased significantly. Satisfying her hunger was no longer an easy task. It required feeding her more nutritious food. The maximum gluttony value had increased tenfold, prompting Ling Xu to reflect. Previously, a gluttony value of 500 would keep Taotai fed for half a month. Now, with a cap of 5,000, it would take a whole month of binge eating to fill. Tao Tai rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked up at the pure white sky and the floating white fluff, instantly recognizing the familiar virtual world scene. Huh? Master, why are we back in the virtual world again? She asked, puzzled. Through their shared senses, she quickly understood the situation and her cheeks puffed up with anger. Wow. While I was away, Master got bullied. Suddenly remembering something important, Tao Tai immediately hugged Ling Xu from the left, her eyes fixed on Shuiyu. Shuiyu, you sneak. You took advantage of me and Li Hua being asleep to secretly sleep with Master. That's so sneaky. I did not. Shuiyu, standing on Ling Xu's right, retorted immediately. I slept with Master openly, as a reward with his permission for protecting him these past few days. The argument between the two grew more intense. Tao Tai looked up at Ling Xu with a determined expression. Master, I want it too. Let's take turns sleeping one night each. I agree. Shuiyu chimed in immediately. When arrogance and the others wake up, we can each have a days, even days a week. Just perfect. Why can't we all sleep together? Ling Xu said helplessly from the middle. You are all my wings. I can't do without any of you. No way. Shuiyu and Tao Tai said in unison. Why not? Ling Xu raised an eyebrow. Afraid the bed's too small? Don't worry, I'll get a bigger one. Worried my body can't handle it? Trust me, I definitely can. It's just 1 versus 7, right? He added. I can drink goji berry-infused energy drinks and show you what stamina really means. That's a different matter, Shuiyu said softly. Occasionally we can all be together, but I prefer to have Master to myself sometimes. Me too. I want to hog him, Tao Tai agreed. Hog him? Ling Xu chuckled. Where did you learn that term? A thought suddenly struck Shuiyu, and her expression changed. If Master finds someone he likes, wouldn't that make it 8 people? Then we'd have to wait even longer for a night alone with Master. There might even be 9 or 10. She clutched her head in a deep sense of crisis. If jealousy were here, she'd go crazy. Watching the two little ones vying for attention, Ling Xu couldn't help but laugh. When did I ever say I was looking for a wife? He gently patted their heads, thinking that with them by his side, he was already more than content. Let's go. We have serious business to attend to. Shuiyu shouted excitedly. Oh yeah, it's time for revenge. The important thing is not revenge, but getting the money. As Ling Xu completed his fusion with Tao Tai, a surge of spiritual energy washed over him like a tidal wave. The pain from the injuries inflicted by the giant centipede vanished instantly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power. The strength of Tier 3 Gluttony was exponentially greater than Tier 2, easily tenfold. Ling Xu could clearly sense that if he were to be ranked now, he'd undoubtedly reached the candlelight level of the dim phase. This speed of advancement was astonishing just a month into awakening. He had achieved what would take others 3 years of hard training. And this was solely the enhancement from Tao Tai. If Li Hua and Shuiyu could similarly break through to Tier 3, the threshold of the starlight level might soon be within reach. When Ling Xu merged with Shuiyu, a mirror hovered around him. Compared to Tao Tai, the spiritual energy provided by Tier 1 greed was less than 1% of gluttony. This significant gap was due not only to the tier difference, but also to soul compatibility could wield 60% of Tier 3 gluttony's power, but only 30% of Tier 1 greed's potential. Suddenly, a daring idea flashed through Ling Xu's mind. He immediately used Mirror Flower Water Moon to replicate a Tang sword identical to Tao Ye's. Whoa, dual wielding. He was thrilled to discover that both Tao Tai swords could simultaneously summon devourers. Behind him, 2 differently sized black energy forms appeared on either side. This meant not only double the endurance efficiency in battle but, more importantly, the feedback effect from the devourers would bring substantial reinforcement. Even a small increase would be a tangible accumulation of combat power. With 2 devourers operating simultaneously, the growth rate of his gluttony value would increase significantly, far surpassing simple stacking. Having fully mastered the upgraded gluttony ability, Ling Xu returned to the edge of the training ground from half an hour earlier. The giant centipede still perched atop the opposite building, like a hunter waiting for its prey. Damn it, that thing's still there, really has it out for me. Anger level 3. Ling Xu leaped into action, easily crossing the more than 20-meter wide chasm. Sensing his presence, the giant centipede let out a frenzied screech and dove down from the rooftop. Though not as massive as the centipede elder, its 20+ meter length, covered in a spiky exoskeletal armor and equipped with menacing mandibles, was still fearsome. It charged at Ling Xu like a runaway train, its momentum shaking the ground. This time, Ling Xu chose to confront it head-on. The devourer behind him formed a fist, ready to strike. As the giant centipede closed to within 5 meters, the black fist shot out, striking its inverted humanoid face and slamming its head into the ground. The tremendous impact was transmitted through the devourer. Even with Shuiyu transformed into Tao Tai, providing support by turning Ling Xu's feet into large paws, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. After sliding over 10 meters, he finally came to a stop, leaving 2 deep furrows in the concrete ground. Without Shuiyu's Tao Tai protection, even his shoes might have been worn to shreds. The high-speed train screeched to a halt as Ling Xu forcibly engaged the brakes, causing a piercing sound of metal grinding against metal. With both hands gripping the gluttonous blade, he launched himself into the air like an arrow, landing precisely on the head of the giant centipede. Crossing his hands, the blade flashed, leaving a deep-shaped mark on the creature's hard head. However, the effect was disappointing. The tough exoskeleton only fractured on the surface, leaving the fragile internal organs unscathed. Most of the force was absorbed by this natural armor. Ling Xu frowned, cursing inwardly. High sensitivity, high attack, and high defense eats the ultimate stat monster. He knew that the stronger the virtual creatures, the more terrifying the pressure they exerted. Trying to take down such a beast with a single cold weapon strike was ambitious. Even with the blade known for its devouring capabilities, it could only rely on sharpness to prevail. The giant centipede violently thrashed its head, leaving Ling Xu without a foothold on its smooth back, forcing him to leap away. At this moment, the centipede raised its front half high, resembling a giant cobra, with several spear-like front legs, each 6 or 7 meters long, thrusting toward Ling Xu with suffocating pressure. Yet, these attacks appeared in slow motion to Ling Xu. He effortlessly dodged the onslaught, thinking this was simpler than the bullet-dodging exercises in the ranking tests. Every time a spiked leg descended, Ling Xu's blade was there to meet it. The metallic clangs were incessant, and one by one, the legs were severed. After several exchanges, all of the centipede's front legs were cut off, leaving only the twitching stumps. The concrete ground was left pockmarked with battle scars. The centipede remained upright, and if it had facial expressions, they would be quite spectacular at this moment. Seemingly enraged by this humiliation, the giant centipede let out a deafening roar, its massive body lunging directly at Ling Xu. Quickly, Ling Xu transformed the water moon in his left hand into fire, clenched his fist, and crouched to gather strength. Energies converged in his fist, stirring up dust around him, and a scorching wave of flames rose from his hand. 1, 2, 3. Just as the centipede's body was about to crush him, Ling Xu aimed for the joint of the exoskeleton and unleashed a full-force punch. The moment his fist connected, the exoskeleton, which could withstand armor-piercing rounds, shattered like a fragile eggshell. The tremendous impact blew half of the centipede's head apart, leaving a gaping wound, and its massive body was knocked backward, raising a cloud of dust. Chunks of flesh and green slime rained down from the sky. The devourer in Ling Xu's hand transformed into an inverted black umbrella, collecting and consuming the falling flesh without missing a drop. A system notification followed, Gluttony value 5. Dealing with exoskeletons, blunt force is indeed the way to go, Ling Xu concluded to himself. The giant centipede lay in agony on the ground, its numerous legs thrashing wildly in an attempt to rise again. Utilizing his powerful aerial ability, Ling Xu easily leapt onto the centipede's head. Through the opening in its head, he could see the nauseating innards still writhing and regenerating. Ling Xu fired several bursts of rage from his right hand, explosions echoing one after another, as the centipede's flesh splattered and was caught by the devourer, replenishing his energy. Yet, even so, he still couldn't locate its core. In most cases, the core of a void creature is located in its head. However, the core of the giant centipede before Ling Xu clearly had a different hiding place. Ling Xu calculated silently. If it weren't for obtaining the core, he could have already chopped this creature into pieces and devoured it. This is precisely why acquiring a core is far more challenging than simply slaying a void creature. The giant centipede writhed violently in pain, letting out an angry roar as it sensed its life was threatened. To Ling Xu's surprise, the centipede's wounds began to regenerate at an astonishing speed, and its severed front legs shot towards him like arrows. Ling Xu quickly jumped back to avoid them, and in an instant, the centipede's front legs had regrown, and the wound beneath its head had fully healed. A special ability? A hint of excitement flickered in Ling Xu's eyes. He knew that some void creatures, much like spirit envoys with psychic talents, possessed special abilities. Although these abilities were rare, they were not necessarily linked to the creature's strength, including the one before him. This was the third void creature with a special ability that he had encountered. The first was a tentacle monster with a bulletime-like ability during his initial battle with a gluttonous beast on the Day of Awakening. The second was a spider that emitted a sound to disrupt the 5 senses when he first entered the void realm. And now, this giant centipede seemed to possess a kind of enhanced regeneration ability. Instead of feeling intimidated by this turn of events, Ling Xu's fighting spirit was ignited. A smile played on his lips. This was exactly what he craved. A thrilling battle where both sides revealed their trump cards. The fully recovered centipede quickly adjusted its posture and began to scuttle rapidly. Ling Xu stuck to his old tactics, transforming the devourer into a fist to grapple with it. But this time, the giant centipede's strength was noticeably greater than before. Caught off guard for a moment, Ling Xu's fist was knocked aside, and he was sent flying. In the nick of time, the devourer transformed into 2 threads, latching onto a nearby building and pulling Ling Xu away from danger. In midair, Ling Xu deftly adjusted his posture, and Shuiwei transformed into a gluttonous beast, with both hands gripping tightly, one upright and the other upside down. The devourer shot out two more threads, anchoring onto the giant centipede's head and propelling Ling Xu towards it in a dive. As he neared his target, Ling Xu spun rapidly in the air, using the momentum to drive his dual blades into a deadly spinning slash. The sharp blades easily sliced through the tough exoskeleton, repeatedly striking the same spot until the centipede's defenses crumbled, and Ling Xu, now a human meat grinder, pierced through it with a single blow. Upon landing, Ling Xu didn't pause, unleashing a fierce assault with his dual blades on the already torn wound, finally severing the giant centipede's head from its body. The devourer swiftly flew from behind Ling Xu, consuming the head on the ground. Gluttony value 4. However, the core was not in the head, and the wound at the centipede's severed point was rapidly healing. Ling Xu decisively activated his second psychic talent over limit. His body transformed into lightning, moving at speeds too fast for the naked eye to track. His blood boiled as he entered an unprecedented state of clarity, where every detail around him was vividly clear, as if time itself had slowed down. Facing this rare, formidable foe, Ling Xu unleashed his full strength without reservation. His figure flickered continuously in the air, launching a relentless barrage of attacks on the exoskeleton's joints. The dazzling blade light flashed incessantly, slicing the centipede's body into 5 segments within seconds. At that moment, several bursts of fire erupted from the severed ends, striking the fresh flesh and causing the centipede's body to explode into fragments from within. In the third segment, Ling Xu finally discovered a fist-sized blue core. At the moment when the virtual core was stripped away, the devourer swiftly moved to consume all the scattered fragments before the body was completely obliterated. The system notification Gluttony value 15 flashed across his vision. Ling Xu silently assessed his own strength. Level 3 Gluttony combined with Level 1 Greed had already brought him to 90% of his full combat potential. With this level of power, he was just capable of battling against Candlelight-grade Twilight-level virtual realm creatures. He couldn't help but marvel at the vast differences between levels just a short while ago. With only Level 2 Gluttony and Level 1 Wrath, he was barely at the Candlelight-grade Glance level. Now, even with an increase in Gluttony by 1 level, it only afforded him a single step up in rank, reaching the Starlight-grade Glance level within 2 months. Ling Xu frowned slightly. Although his rate of improvement was already exceptional, with many unable to reach his current height in a lifetime, having the humanoid contract spirit as an advantage, he felt compelled to push forward with all his might, lest he waste his potential. In fact, his current level of strength had already surpassed most spirit users who had been enrolled for 2.5 years. After the battle, Ling Xu, still in fusion mode, returned to the location of the nest. The nest before him was completely shattered, like a broken cocoon, devoid of its former rhythmic purple glow and vitality. He cautiously stepped inside the cocoon, observing carefully. The spiritual energy fluctuations had vanished, spatial disturbances were no longer present, and there were no signs of any further insect incubation. This was clearly the hatching site of the giant centipede. He had previously consulted teacher Li Hongyuan, a Starlight grade Twilight level mentor on the verge of reaching the Moonlight grade only to receive the answer. I've never heard of such a situation. If such a knowledgeable teacher hadn't heard of it, Ling Xu was likely the first discoverer. But if others had encountered nests before, why did the giant centipede only appear when he touched it? Was the voice calling to him also coming from the nest? Ling Xu began to doubt his own identity but quickly dismissed the thought. Of course, I'm human. That's beyond question. After all, I was born to my mother. He decided to investigate other training grounds nests late at night to see if it was related to his unique nature. Leaping gracefully down from the 3rd floor, Ling Xu intended to continue hunting in the surrounding area. With his understanding of virtual realm creatures where the powerful ones were often large and clumsy, and refined strong ones were rare, along with the fact that large creatures were conspicuous, he was confident he could escape even if he encountered Starlight or Moonlight grade beings. Although virtual realm creatures posed different threats in the virtual realm versus the real world, this area was almost free for him to roam. Of course, he wasn't entirely reckless. He still needed to stay within the controllable boundaries of the training grounds, though his range and time were much more generous compared to others. Not far ahead, about 100 meters away, appeared a group of beast-like virtual realm creatures, standing on 4 legs. Their size rivaled that of elephants, with heads nearly taking up half their bodies, and gaping mouths occupying 2/3 of their heads. Judging by their size, they were likely Candlelight-grade, Dawn-level beings. Ling Xu's lips curled into a slight smile. For him now, they were just small fry. However, the unusual scene of the phantom beasts forming a circle immediately caught Ling Xu's attention. Within the circle, bursts of intense spiritual energy glowed, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Suddenly, with a loud crash, one of the beasts was flung out like a cannonball, slamming into a low building 10 meters away, sending debris flying into the air. Ling Xu squinted, realizing this wasn't the usual inter-beast devouring of the virtual realm, but a person trapped inside. He quietly approached and hid in the shadows, finally seeing the full scope of the battle. A man in a blood-soaked lab coat was swinging a steel rod wrapped in concrete, fending off the beast swarm. Each strike sent a beast flying, but without using a contracted spirit weapon, he couldn't deliver fatal blows. The number of beasts remained unchanged, and at this rate, he would eventually be worn out. The fact that the man could wield such a heavy object indicated he had fused with a contracted spirit, yet he wasn't using it to fight, suggesting it wasn't an offensive type. More intriguingly, despite being covered in blood and almost unrecognizable, he continued to fight tirelessly. Judging by the chaos at the scene, this brutal battle had been going on for a while. A sense of foreboding surged in Ling Xu, and he decided not to watch any longer. With a firm grip of his right hand, the gluttonous beast from his system materialized. He leaped forward, delivering a spinning slash from above, precisely striking down a four-legged beast. Master, you hit the phantom core, my points. Shui Yu's frustrated voice echoed in his mind. Greed value 2. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Remembering the position of his previous hit, Ling Xu moved like a specter through the swarm. His swordsmanship had reached millimeter precision wherever he passed. Beast heads fell smoothly, blood gushing out. Meanwhile, the devourer, in the form of a giant hand, efficiently harvested the phantom cores, swallowing the remaining corpses. Gluttony value 3. The notifications kept coming. In just over 10 seconds, 14 candle-level first-tier phantom beasts were all slain, their cores collected. Ling Xu was about to sheath his sword when he sensed an unusual airflow passing in front of him. The man in the lab coat suddenly erupted, swinging the steel rod in a fierce attack. Ling Xu barely stepped back in time to avoid it, only to see the man continue his frenzied assault, his right fist moving stiffly and instinctively. Most striking was the string of wind chimes clutched in his left hand, continuously channeling faint spiritual energy to him. As expected, the next moment, the fox-shaped contracted spirit was forced to dissolve its fusion due to depleted energy. However, even then, the man continued to attack mechanically. At that moment, Ling Xu finally confirmed his worst suspicion. The person before him had become a lost one. Once humans spend too much time in the virtual realm beyond their limits, they lose their sanity due to the mental strain that erodes their brains, turning them into mindless creatures that attack everything around them. This transformation is irreversible. Becoming a lost one is just another form of death for humans. Ling Xu stared at the man in front of him who was already dead and quickly activated his ability, Mirror Flower Water Moon, to replicate the man's contracted spirit. Information instantly appeared in his mind. Ning Shun, Soul Compatibility 30. Its special ability is Dream Catcher. It can filter nightmares, leaving only pleasant dreams. If placed on a specific person, it can even force them into a dream state. A mental-type contracted spirit. No wonder his combat power is so weak, Ling Xu muttered, observing the man before him. The man wore a white coat, clearly a doctor, but there were no hospitals in this area. Could he have been brought here with the school, specifically to treat students affected by mental strain? Even so, why would a doctor venture alone into the rift? The man continued to attack Ling Xu frantically, but his attacks were so weak they barely tickled. Behind him, a red fox anxiously nuzzled the ground, squeaking as if trying to awaken any remaining sanity in its master. Ling Xu decisively transformed the water moon into Ning Shun, a string of wind chimes appearing in his hand. As he gently shook them, the sound, affecting the subconscious, caused the man to faint instantly. It worked, though it only temporarily calmed him without restoring consciousness. It was better than letting him go berserk. Let's take him back, Ling Xu thought to himself. We can't just leave him here to become food for the creatures of the virtual realm. Returning to one's roots is a sentiment unique to us Chinese. If he truly dedicated himself to humanity's cause, he deserves this kindness. As Ling Xu prepared to control the devourer to move the man into an isolated space similar to a stomach, a bloodstained file folder slipped from the man's body. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and opened it. Experimental records immediately caught his eye. June 24, 2024, subject 3578, male, 21 years old. Physical condition good, no mental illness. After implanting a fluorescent-grade virtual core, rejection reactions appeared, but symptoms disappeared after injecting compound C. Initial success of the experiment. The subject gained strong regenerative abilities. June 25, subject 3578 maintained sanity without dreamcatcher assistance. Regenerative abilities persisted, strength significantly increased, normal appetite. Breakthrough in the experiment. June 26, 328, subject 3578 exhibited virtual transformation, turning into a virtual realm creature like previous subjects. Same day, 3:30, Subject 3578's body cracked, unable to withstand the power. Regenerative abilities failed. Died 2 minutes later. Cause of death, self-disintegration. Experiment failed. After reading the first page, Ling Xu got goosebumps. This was clearly a record of human experimentation, and the content involved implanting virtual cores into humans. Ling Xu stood still, his mind flashing back to the humanoid creatures from the virtual realm he encountered at school, and the group of virtual realm entities that Uncle Su had once pursued. He looked down at the experimental records in his hand, his expression growing serious. A record dated June 24, 2024, caught his eye. Subject 3579, male, 16 years old. Physically healthy, no mental illness. Implanted with a fluorescent-level virtual core, no rejection reaction observed. The next day's entry read, Subject 3579 remains rational, but emotional agitation led to increased heart rate and rejection reaction. Symptoms subsided after injection of compound C, but emotions remained unstable, calmed only after sedatives were administered. The third day's record was chilling. Sedatives lifted the doctor's brainwashing, and Subject 3579 committed suicide. A personal note from the researcher followed. Subject 3579 was the most ideal experimental material so far, but the doctor's brainwashing wasn't thorough enough? This might be some sort of opportunity. The researcher's summary stated, Special data. Age 16, male, no mental illness, mental state affected by incomplete brainwashing. Analysis conclusion. Mental state and age may be key factors. Recommend waiting for the next batch of children from the cult of the virtual god, avoiding the use of contract spirit abilities. Considering physical maturity, suggest selecting samples aged 6 to 12 for comparative experiments. Ling Xu's fingers paused on this page, not turning further. The terms cult of the virtual god, doctor, brainwashing, child experiments, these words echoed in his mind. This was clearly not an individual act, but supported by a large organization. The cult of the virtual god was not a surprising name. As one of the largest emerging religions today, it reportedly had millions of followers worldwide. Their doctrine mirrored that of the ETO organization from The Three-Body Problem, believing that the virtual world is humanity's salvation and humans are but pests on Earth. Due to a lack of concrete evidence of societal harm, the government of Xia had been unable to take action against them, given the vast number of ordinary citizens involved. Ling Xu couldn't help but think of the Yunhai Group. He had once been suspicious of this company until he learned that they collected virtual cores for pharmaceuticals and energy, gradually easing his concerns. After all, under the supervision of the Xia government, Yunhai Group had no opportunity to conduct such experiments in secret. He placed the experimental records into a file bag, then stored it in the Devourer for safekeeping. He planned to report this to Uncle Long when he saw him. Just as Ling Xu was about to leave, a cold gleam shot towards him from the right rear. He keenly sensed the killing intent behind him, but had no time to dodge. The dual Devourers instantly formed a shield in front of him. A dark spear struck the shield heavily, causing a shockwave that kicked up surrounding dust, the sharp spearhead piercing half a meter into the shield before stopping. The spear then withdrew and vanished into the distance. In the blink of an eye, 3 men in suits and sunglasses appeared in Ling Xu's view. One tall man stepped forward, standing in front of Ling Xu, and asked coldly, "Who are you? What are you doing in the virtual realm?" Seeing Ling Xu's lack of response, he added, "Don't recognize me? That makes things easier. Uncle, you almost killed me just now, and now you're asking who I am?" Ling Xu stared coldly at the man in front of him. From the lingering force of that deadly strike, he could clearly sense that the man's strength was far above his own. Fortunately, it seemed the man had temporarily withdrawn his intent to kill. The man standing in the middle frowned and thought for a moment, then showed an apologetic expression. "Sorry, we were pursuing a fugitive. From such a distance, I mistook you for him. To be honest, we didn't expect to encounter anyone else in the Void Realm." Ling Xu feigned an innocent and harmless demeanor, his voice carrying a hint of panic. "I'm a student here for training. My teacher should be nearby looking for me. There are so many monsters here. Can you take me back? I'm really scared." "Student?" The man scrutinized Ling Xu suspiciously. Why would there be students training in the Void Realm? His companion immediately explained, "This area is the testing ground for new students of Han Mo Academy. It's specifically used to test the mental stress endurance of students who have been enrolled for a month. It happens to be testing time now." The man nodded thoughtfully. As a non-registered spiritualist, he rarely dealt with external affairs and was unaware of these details. But then, his gaze sharpened. "So, Lu Danyuan came here for this training ground. But you say you're a new student? That's ridiculous. Even though I didn't use my full strength in that strike, no one without at least a glimmer-level obscure stage power could withstand it. Unless, your contract spirit's aptitude is level." He paused, his eyes falling on the black shield Ling Xu had just displayed. "Considering your defensive ability, your contract spirit should be defense-oriented." "Young man," the man said seriously, "we are from the Special Operations Bureau, pursuing a cult fugitive." "White coat, Middle-aged man, about 1.75 meters tall. He should have run this way. Have you seen him? No. Ling Xu shook his head, continuing to play the role of an ignorant student. I was just curious to see what the void realm looks like and wandered too far. I heard a commotion and thought it was my teacher looking for me, so I ran over. Uncle, since you're from the Special Operations Bureau, can you take me back? We have urgent matters. Just wait here for your teacher. As long as you don't wander off, you'll be fine. The three of them left quickly, their actions betraying a hint of unusual urgency. Sensing something amiss, Ling Xu also swiftly left the area. Supervisor Tan, a subordinate whispered. There was clearly a battle there just now. Lu Dongyuan is likely nearby. That kid is suspicious. Are we just going to leave like that? Didn't you hear him say his teacher is nearby? Supervisor Tan sneered. Don't mistake yourself for a real member of the Special Operations Bureau. Lu Dongyuan is just a liberal arts student. How could he stay in the Void Realm for more than 12 hours and kill so many Void Realm creatures? The battle marks there are likely left by Han Mo Academy teachers. Our identities can't withstand scrutiny. We can't take risks. The supervisor is right. However, another subordinate who had remained silent suddenly spoke up. But I feel like that kid looks familiar, like I've seen him somewhere recently. Familiar? Supervisor Ten turned to look at him. In what way familiar? The man referred to as the bishop squinted his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of realization. Ah, now I remember. I saw him on TV. That twin humanoid contract spirit, Ling something. So it was him. Do we still need to go back? No need. Another person interrupted. He's the stepping stone designated by the young master, so we don't need to worry about him. Besides, such an important figure wouldn't be without protection, and it's a good thing we slipped away quickly. Meanwhile, Ling Xu stood at the edge of the training field, deep in thought about the encounter he had just experienced. Those three who claimed to be from the Bureau of Special Affairs were clearly lying. They weren't wearing any badges, didn't even know this was Hanmo Academy's training ground, and were ready to kill, without confirming his identity. This was nothing like capturing a fugitive. It seemed more like a premeditated silencing operation. The experimental records and the attire of the lost man were undoubtedly key clues. Ling Xu keenly realized that meeting him was no coincidence. There was a long open rift here, and that man had been escaping along it. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength and reached his limit just before the training ground, ultimately becoming a lost one. From this, it could be deduced that the location of their experiments must be nearby. After recording this information, Ling Xu decided to return to the training ground. He initially wanted to inform his teacher about it, but remembering Uncle Long's specific instructions not to mention the humanoid contract spirit to others, he planned to discuss it with Long Qianming first. As Ling Xu was about to cross the rift to leave the virtual realm, Li Hongyuan's voice called from behind. Turning around, he saw his teacher approaching with a shortwave detector. A few more candlelight-level creatures have appeared here, saved for you. So, do you feel confident to challenge the gaze level now? Gaze level. Ling Xu chuckled lightly. I just killed a shadow level. But let's not brag about that now. We'll see later. Teacher, I have something to attend to. All right, Li Hongyuan nodded. Since you have something to do, I'll go handle those creatures so no one else stumbles upon them. Once I'm done, I can take a break. Before he finished speaking, the detector in Li Hongyuan's hand suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. He quickly checked it, and a conspicuous red dot appeared on the screen about 800 meters away at 4 o'clock, indicating a star-level reaction. That location was precisely where he had recently checked the insect nest. Teacher, what's happening? Ling Xu followed his gaze. Li Hongyuan put away the instrument, his expression serious. There's a star-level fluctuation at the insect nest. I need to check it out. With that, he rushed in that direction. There are still many students over there. Hopefully, they're okay. Insect nest. Ling Xu followed closely. Has that nest also hatched? I haven't even touched it yet. Something's up. Swoosh. A crimson spear shot out like a dragon from its lair, precisely piercing through the body of a luminescent-strength virtual beast. The spearhead aimed straight for the core, killing it instantly. The wristwatch automatically recorded this swift and decisive battle. Awesome, Kai. The teammates' praises echoed one after another. Soloing a luminescent-strength virtual creature absolutely stunning. Kai Shukuan retracted his spear with a graceful motion, a slight smile on his lips. At this pace, we should hit the target tonight. Everything after that is just bonus, might even rack up 1,000 points. He stretched his muscles. Finally, no more sleeping in a tent. I've almost been crushed to death these past few days. Who would complain about too many points? A teammate laughed. Come on, let's move to another spot and keep going. Let's get more done today. Just as they were about to head to another area, a sharp scream echoed from afar. What's going on over there? Is someone in trouble? Look at the sky. Everyone looked up to see a massive swarm of insects swirling in the sky, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. In the same direction, amidst the rising screams, a group of students was frantically running towards them. Kai Shukuan stopped one breathless boy. What's happening? A giant centipede crawled out of the nest. The boy's face was pale, his voice trembling. Chi Shua's team was wiped out in an instant. Several people are already dead. What? They were too shocked to speak. Qi Shuo was one of the few luminescent ranked in the class, within a grade contract spirit, among the top in strength, even surpassing Kai Shuquan. Dead? People are dead. Deaths were rarer than plane crashes during freshman training, yet several had died at once this time. Where are the teachers? I don't know. We ran as soon as it happened, and no way the teachers could get here that fast. You should run too. Fear filled the boy's eyes as he turned and fled without looking back. Meanwhile, near the chaotic insect nest, young Roland and her two companions were desperately sprinting away from the nest. Just a minute ago, they were happily hunting insects. Suddenly, a massive centipede-like virtual creature burst from the nest, claiming several lives instantly. Worse still, with other escapees running in the same direction, the monster was now chasing them. The three of them ran like mad, abandoning any semblance of dignity. Their rapid breaths matched their racing hearts, which felt like they would tear through their chests. Young Roland's contract spirit, fused for only 7 minutes, automatically disengaged as its energy depleted, leaving her struggling to keep up. She stumbled and fell heavily, sliding several meters. Roland, her teammate, reached out to help, but, hearing the approaching roar, withdrew her hand and kept running. Help me. Don't leave me. Young Roland shouted, her voice breaking with sobs. Damn you, he shall fong you on. You heartless bastards, help me. She gritted her teeth against the pain, forcing herself up, limping as she continued to flee. Young Roland. A light, airy voice sounded from behind, and young Roland turned her head to see Lin Lan standing there with a group of 3 male and 2 female classmates. Lin Lan, help me. Young Roland cried, clutching onto Lin Lan like she was her last hope. I'm injured. There's no time for treatment now. You're putting us all in danger. One of the girls in the group snapped, pulling young Roland's hand off Lin Lan and attempting to drag Lin Lan away. In a situation like this, who has time to look after others? No, please help me. Young Roland fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Lin Lan, do you hate me? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pushed you away. Please help me. You troublemaker, let go, the girl shouted angrily. With the situation growing dire, Lin Lan glanced at the approaching creatures from the void. She gritted her teeth and took young Roland's hand. A warm flow of spiritual energy surged into young Roland's body, and she was surprised to find the pain in her leg reduced by half. Lin Lan was sharing the injury with her through an equal exchange. Before young Roland could express her gratitude, Lin Lan had already hurried off with her teammates. Young Roland hesitated for a moment, then ran after them. However, her delay had allowed the void creatures to get within 100 meters. The tremors from the ground grew more intense, like the relentless footsteps of death. Lin Lan's team members were reaching their limits, forced to break their fusion, and their running speed plummeted. One girl was already exhausted, panting heavily in place. I can't run anymore. Leave me. But in reality, none of them could run any longer. The adrenaline had faded, leaving them overwhelmed by fatigue. The giant centipede, which had devoured many and grown to 30 meters in length, appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Boom! A massive iron hammer suddenly flew through the air, striking the centipede's head with precision. Its head exploded like a watermelon hit by a bullet, splattering blood and mucus on everyone. The hammer arced back, and Li Hongyuan approached with long strides. Teacher. The group sighed in relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Are there any more besides this one? Li Hongyuan asked, scanning the surroundings. We only saw this one, replied the male leader of Lin Lan's group. Qi Shua's team was wiped out. As Li Hongyuan frowned, contemplating the sudden appearance of the void creature, the centipede, which should have been dead, suddenly rose again, emitting a piercing shriek. The void core isn't in the head. Li Hongyuan tightened his grip on the hammer, shielding the students. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he felt dizzy, stumbling. Teacher, your ears are bleeding. Young Roland pointed shakily at Li Hongyuan's face. Li Hongyuan touched his ear, finding his hand covered in blood. He then felt a nosebleed starting, and the severe headache made it hard to stand. He was shocked there should have been another half-hour before he reached his limit, but the centipede's sound waves were intensifying the mental pressure, pushing him into the first and second stages of a breakdown. He looked at the students, who, though not showing abnormal reactions, were filled with anxiety and fear. Knowing he had to act quickly, Li Hongyuan raised the hammer to deliver a fatal blow. But just at that critical moment, his spirit contract suddenly dissolved. Without the support of spiritual energy, Li Hongyuan immediately lost consciousness and collapsed heavily to the ground. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. A massive centipede reared up, its enormous body blocking out the sky and plunging everything into darkness. Under the looming shadow, everyone's faces turned ashen with terror, their instincts to flee frozen by the overwhelming fear of death. What's the point of running? Someone murmured. It caught up with us from so far away. The centipede's sharp forelegs rose menacingly, and everyone closed their eyes in despair, bracing for the end. Thud, 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 thud. A series of heavy thuds echoed, but the anticipated pain never came. Lin Lan and the others opened their eyes to find a pitch-black shield that had somehow appeared in front of them, blocking all the attacks. The surface of the shield was dented with several sharp impressions, marks left by the centipede's stabbing legs. There was something oddly familiar about the texture of this black substance. In the next instant, the same black substance transformed into threads, binding everyone and lifting them high into the air, pulling them swiftly out of the creature's attack range. Once they landed, all eyes were fixed intently on the figure standing before them. Ling Xu, a boy exclaimed. Relief washed over the group, but it was quickly followed by a sense of guilt. They remembered how often they had joined in mocking this savior of theirs. What's wrong with the teacher? Ling Xu asked, his gaze falling on the fallen Li Honyuan. He had arrived just in time to see him collapse. Not sure. It seems like his mental pressure reached its limit, the boy replied with a shake of his head. That's impossible, Ling Xu immediately countered. He's a starlight level Hui stage. He lasted 4.5 hours in the virtual realm during the first round. He should have at least half an hour left. It must be the special ability of that virtual realm creature, explained Zhang Mingqiao, the leader of Lin Lan's team. It seems to amplify mental pressure. Ling Xu pondered why the others were unharmed but didn't voice his thoughts. They probably didn't know either. Li Hongyuan's conditions certainly suggested a similar ability at play, though the exact mechanism remained unclear. You all need to take Teacher Li out of here and alert the other teachers about the emergency, Ling Xu instructed. Other insect nests might also face unexpected issues. What about you? Lin Lan asked. I'll hold this thing off to buy you time, Ling Xu replied calmly, showing no sign of pressure. But that's a starlight-level virtual realm creature. You can't possibly win. Zhang Mingqiao insisted urgently. Although he didn't dislike Ling Xu and acknowledged his exceptional skills, he couldn't see how even a prodigious youth could stand against such a powerful creature. I can't just watch you throw your life away. You should escape with Teacher Li too. Just go when you're told. Why argue? Before they could continue the debate, the centipede attacked again. Ling Xu swiftly commanded the devourer, recreated by the water moon technique, to bind them and hurl them backwards with force. Ling Xu raised the shield formed by the legitimate devourer, directly confronting the fierce attack of the void creature. When the massive figure appeared, his pupils narrowed. A giant centipede, measuring 35 meters in length, far surpassing the one he encountered before. Its power was astonishing, beyond the reach of a candle-level creature. Ling Xu's muscles were taut, and his internal energy was depleting rapidly. Seeing this, Shuaiyu quickly let go of the people she was supporting, bent down to grab some sand and stones from the ground, and stuffed them into her mouth, trying to replenish even a bit of energy. Zhang Mingqiao gritted his teeth, carried the severely injured Li Honyuan on his back, and shouted to everyone, Go! Find the teacher! The group turned and ran towards the rift, but no one noticed a figure still standing in place. On the other side of the battlefield, facing Tadakai's second wave of fierce attacks, Ling Xu manipulated the devourer to transform into tentacles, precisely grabbing the sharp protrusion on the opponent's head. Using the momentum, he leaped into the air, accelerating with directional force, and spun to slash. Since it was the same type of monster, he decided to use the same trick again. However, even with the sharpness of the devourer, the slash barely broke through the defense, failing to cause any real damage. More alarming was that the shattered shell was slowly healing. Ling Xu quickly distanced himself, his eyes serious. This creature's defense was far beyond expectations. Even with the devourer, he could only consume 2/3 of it at most, making a decisive victory impossible. Thinking it was ambitious for a level 3 glutton to easily kill a starlight-level void creature, Ling Xu analyzed quickly. The previous one's void core was located at the 3-7 point of its body, and breaking the defense required an overlimit state. But the current energy reserve couldn't sustain for long, and Shuaiyu's stone-chewing replenishment speed couldn't keep up with the consumption. This candle-level madman wasn't thinking of escaping, but rather planning how to defeat a starlight-level opponent. Ling Xu gave up his aerial advantage, gripping the devourer with both hands as he landed. The giant centipede's numerous legs stamped forward, causing the entire ground to tremble violently, with concrete fragments flying everywhere. Holding his breath and focusing, Ling Xu entered a flow state, enhancing his perception to the limit. He opened his eyes, his figure becoming a blur as he precisely dodged the continuous stomps. The black blade flashed brilliantly, slashing 4 times in a second, each strike accurately hitting the joints of the legs. The severed legs were immediately devoured, replenishing the urgently needed energy. Overlimit state activated. Energy surged through Ling Xu's body, pushing all his abilities to the limit: strength, perception, speed, reaction, all reaching their peak. His observational skills became so acute that he could catch the drifting white fibers in the air with his peripheral vision and even sense the exact positions of insects flying overhead. At this moment, the devourer transformed into 4 massive, pitch-black tails, lifting Ling Xu to eye level with the giant centipede. Ling Xu now appeared as the void creature's nemesis, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and greed. Facing the giant centipede's furious roar, He disdainfully made a silencing gesture. Shh, quiet. Arrogance level 5. The surroundings fell into a deep silence, an eerie stillness. The pitch-black monstrosity stood in stark contrast to the milky white sky, with Ling Xu looming like a nightmare in this void realm. Swarms of insects surged from the sky, and the gluttonous devourer, a replica from Shueiyue, opened its abyssal maw, greedily consuming these creatures. Each bite sent the gluttony index soaring, with the insects bursting in its mouth, spraying juices, their texture crisply reminiscent of chicken, boasting protein levels 6 times that of beef. As his psionic energy replenished, Ling Xu's twin tails merged into a single conical hammer. He targeted the vital point of Tataka and struck fiercely. The power concentrated in the conical hammer instantly shattered the carapace on the back of the giant centipede, driving its entire body into the ground. Against creatures like this, blunt weapons are the most effective, Ling Xu sneered. Seeing the centipede thrash wildly, the conical hammer transformed into 2 massive hands, gripping the wound tightly. With a ripping sound, the centipede's body was torn in two, the snapping of tendons resonating sharply. Blood and viscera gushed forth, pooling on the rugged terrain. The devourer's massive hands delved into the centipede's body to search for the elusive core, but found nothing. In that brief moment, the severed body began to heal. The flesh, as if magnetically drawn, rapidly intertwined and grew, fully regenerating within seconds. Damn, this regeneration speed. Ling Xu's rage index spiked by 3 points, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. No wonder it's a starlight class void creature, far beyond the candlelight class. He realized he had miscalculated. That strike had consumed half of his psionic energy, and he had expected it to be a fatal blow, only to find the core had shifted within the body. In the void realm, he needed to rely on the devourer to continually replenish his energy to keep fighting. If they were in the real world, these void creatures could strengthen themselves through devouring, just like him. Ling Xu couldn't help but admire humanity's resilience, knowing they were battling creatures far more terrifying than this. The reborn giant centipede opened its menacing maw, emitting a piercing shriek. This was no longer a simple, intimidating roar, but a high-pitched sound wave akin to white noise, unsettling and irritating. Ling Xu's rage index increased by another 5 points, but he then discovered an unexpected benefit. His soul quality enhancement rate skyrocketed 5 to 6 times, leaping from 1 millionth per second to 5 or 6 millionths. So that's it. This is its special ability to increase mental pressure, Ling Xu chuckled. Too bad I'm immune to mental pressure and can convert it into strength. It's just a pity that Mirror Flower Water Moon can't replicate the special abilities of void creatures. The sharp wailing continued for half a minute, and in that short time, Ling Xu's third-level soul quality progress increased by a full percentage point. It's almost the equivalent of consuming a person's worth of energy. Facing this sudden attack, Ling Xu remained remarkably calm. The massive centipede paused for 2 seconds, seemingly puzzled by his lack of fear. Does this creature actually have some low-level intelligence? How cute, Ling Xu remarked softly. What's cute about that? Shueiyue, unusually, chimed in during the battle. Well, not as cute as my Shueiyue. Of course not. Ling Xu could almost see Shueiyue's smug smile. What about me? Tao Tai, usually silent, suddenly asked. You're cute too. All of you are adorable. Ling Xu's words trailed off as he pictured Li Hua's shy expression in his mind. Cute. If that's what you think, master, then it must be. Meanwhile, the centipede had quietly closed in. Its enormous body appeared slow, but moved with lightning speed. Like a massive truck, it swung its body and charged at Ling Xu. Unable to dodge in time, Ling Xu instinctively raised his hand. Though the devourer blocked the attack, it couldn't withstand the impact. He was sent flying, crashing through a building. As the structure collapsed, the exoskeleton on the sides of the centipede's body suddenly cracked open, revealing countless eyes. With a thunderous roar, several high-energy beams shot towards Ling Xu like a laser web. Amidst flying debris, the entire building was reduced to dust in an instant. 100 meters away, Lu Ning and Chun Su were observing the scene. They had arrived as reinforcement after receiving a distress signal from Zhang Mingqiao and the others. While the other 4 teachers headed to different insect nests, they were responsible for this one. Oh no, we need to save him, Lu Ning exclaimed. No rush, it didn't hit, Chun Su said, reaching out to stop him. With Chen's assurance, Lu Ning immediately calmed down. They arrived just in time to witness the fierce battle between Ling Xu and this star-level void creature. What was astonishing was that Ling Xu, who had awakened only a month ago, seemed to be gaining the upper hand. This was a genuine star-level creature, even in the void realm. Wasn't he just promoted to the candlelight level, dawn stage? Lu Ning remarked in surprise. Now he's holding his own against a star level, at least at the candlelight level, dusk stage. His spiritual energy consumption is too fast, Chun Su observed, but his contracted spirit seems to be able to replenish it. Before the words were fully spoken, a shadow emerged from the rubble, consuming the remnants of the collapsed building. A system prompt followed, Gluttony value 10. Ling Xu darted out like a phantom, deftly dodging the centipede's concentrated beam attacks. Using the devourer's tail, he swiftly climbed onto the centipede's back, the devourer firmly wedged into the exoskeleton's crevices. No matter how the centipede writhed, it couldn't shake him off. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xu reached its head. "Li Hua," he called out, as the gauntlet covered his hands, launching waves of fury into the centipede's mouth. "Swallow it," Ling Xu sneered, as the intense flames triggered a chain of explosions inside the centipede. Since the void core was moving within, he planned to shatter it from the inside. After dozens of fiery blasts, he finally hit the void core. The centipede's body exploded and disintegrated instantly. A system notification promptly appeared. Achievement unlocked, solo kill of a star level, dawn stage void creature. The massive centipede's body disintegrated with a loud crash. Although the battle was over, Shueiyue was consumed with regret. That was a starlight level virtual core. Shueiyue was almost frantic. It was worth at least a few $1,000s, enough to buy countless meals of braised pork with eggs. If I had used the gluttonous value 10 technique to break its defense, I could have obtained the virtual core the usual way. Why did I have to be so violent? Ling Xu shook his head slightly. It wasn't that he didn't want this precious virtual core, but in an overlimit state. Even with the help of the devourer, the consumption of psionic energy was like a flood breaking through a dam. Without the continuous supply of luminescent level and above virtual creatures nearby, the scant psionic energy of insect-level creatures wouldn't even suffice to fill a gap. As Shueiyue and the gluttonous beast disengaged from their fusion, Ling Xu felt a dizzying whirl. Intense fatigue swept over him, and a burning pain emanated from his waist and abdomen. Looking down, he saw a ghastly penetrating wound, with blood gushing out and the surface of the skin scorched black by high temperatures. This was caused by a high-energy beam shot from the side eye of the giant centipede in its final moments. Hiss, Ling Xu drew in a sharp breath. It's like having a kidney ripped out. He forced himself to stay upright. Shueiyue and the gluttonous beast wanted to support him, but given their petite frames, they could only prop him up from the front and back. Just then, Lin Lan came running over anxiously from a distance. "Ling Xu," she looked worried. "You're hurt. Let me heal you. What are you still doing here?" Ling Xu looked at the girl in surprise. "You're really not afraid of death, are you?" "I just want to help you," Lin Lan said earnestly. "See, now you can use my help, right?" Xiaobai crawled out of her sleeve and transformed into a slender bandage, slipping under Ling Xu's clothes and gently wrapping around his wound. A warm energy flowed in, and the burning pain gradually subsided. "My skills are limited right now. This kind of penetrating wound needs time to heal slowly. For now, Xiaobai will have to stay with you," Lin Lan said as she withdrew her hand, inadvertently noticing the faint outline of Ling Xu's muscles beneath his clothes. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she thought, "I didn't expect him to have such a strong, powerful physique." "Thanks, but it's just a minor mortal wound," Ling Xu joked. He did need Lin Lan's help at the moment. Although the abdominal wound wasn't fatal, it was painful without treatment. He knew he wasn't lacking in offensive capabilities, but rather needed more defense and healing abilities. Mirror Flower Water Moon. He silently replicated Lin Lan's contract spirit. "You're welcome," Lin Lan replied with a smile, feeling a weight lifted from her heart. She had been worried Ling Xu might be in danger during the battle with the starlight-level virtual creature and hoped her low-level psionic talent could be of use in a critical moment. However, Ling Xu emerged not only unscathed but victorious. Remembering the thrilling battle scene, she felt genuine joy for Ling Xu. Yet, as she thought of his rapid growth compared to her own stagnant progress, a deep sense of frustration welled up inside her. "I no longer feel worthy of walking beside Ling Xu." In the distance, applause echoed as Chun Su and Lu Nung approached with steady steps, their faces showing a satisfied smile. "Teacher," Ling Xu and Lin Lan greeted in unison. "Not bad, not bad," Chun Su commented seriously. "To defeat a starlight-level shootier virtual creature on your own, even in the virtual environment, proves you've reached the candlelight-level Hui-tier strength." Everyone present was taken aback by this statement. Rising from fluorescent-level Wang-tier to candlelight-level Hui-tier in just a month was nothing short of a miracle. Ling Xu's existence undeniably represented humanity's greatest hope. At that moment, Chun Su finally understood Lord Qinglong's foresight. From the beginning, he had placed humanity's future on Ling Xu, fighting against all odds to give this young man enough room to grow. It was a gamble, and this raggedly dressed boy was slowly revealing a glimmer of victory in this wager. "Teacher, how is Teacher Li doing now?" Ling Xu asked. Chun Su's expression turned grave. "The situation isn't good. Although we've used the virtual core healing medication developed by Yunhai Group to alleviate the mental burden's erosion, he came out too late." She paused. "He's in a deep coma, barely pulled back from the brink of loss. At best, he might be comatose for 10 days to half a month. At worst, he could suffer memory loss or even remain in a long-term sleep. The nests in other areas have been cleared by other teachers, and the students have been safely evacuated. This training session is over. We should leave. The training is over, so can we still get the points? Shui Yu asked innocently. Ling Xu gently gave her a light chop on the head, making Shui Yu clutch her head and let out an ouch, looking at him with innocent eyes. This little money grubber cared about nothing but her owner and money. Teacher, I'm sorry, it's just childish talk. I'll make sure to teach her better when we get back, Ling Xu said, rubbing Shui Yu's head while promising her through their bond that he would make it up to her later. Only then did Shui Yu quiet down, though she was still muttering in her mind. Losing a Starlight-level virtual core and not even getting the training reward feels like such a waste. It's practically losing $1 billion. Shinsu wasn't bothered by Shui Yu's straightforwardness. It was indeed a concern for many. She explained that the decision about rewards would be up to the principal, and she had no authority over it. Her primary task now was to ensure the students' safe return to school, and then wait for the school's judgment. This insect nest upheaval was unprecedented, marking humanity's first observation of virtual creatures hatching within a nest. Although the main responsibility might not lie with the leading teachers, given that there were student casualties, the accompanying teachers couldn't escape blame. Reflecting on the loss of 1S-level and 2A-level students just a month into the school year, along with the earlier criticism from the Zhaolu incident, Chen Su felt a pang of bitterness, fearing a demotion was imminent. As the cracks continued to spill out wave after wave of students onto the training grounds plaza, the noise of chatter grew increasingly loud. Several severely injured students were urgently carried away to the infirmary for treatment. The atmosphere on the plaza was heavy and chaotic, with some people anxiously searching for their companions and others still in shock, their faces blank from the harrowing ordeal they had just endured. What on earth happened? I heard a Starlight-level virtual creature suddenly appeared in the insect nest, causing heavy casualties. Qi Shua's team was completely wiped out. Weren't their teachers present? The thing came so suddenly that even the teachers were sent to the infirmary. Voices buzzed with speculation. Everyone present knew that the insect nest, a unique virtual organ, had only ever spawned insect-level virtual creatures for a century, never anything of a higher grade. This unexpected event shattered their understanding. What about our training points? Someone asked quietly. People died, and you're worried about points? These are two separate issues. Without points, I'll be as good as dead anyway. Being realistic doesn't mean lacking empathy. As the crowd anxiously waited, another group emerged from the crack, including a teacher. Zhang Mingqiao immediately approached to inquire. Teacher, where are Ling Xu and Lin Lan? It was then he realized that after notifying the teacher, he had been waiting outside, yet Lin Lan was nowhere to be seen. It was clear she must have gone to find Ling Xu. Chun and Lu are already with Ling Xu, the male teacher replied, shaking his head with a sigh, not feeling optimistic. For these freshmen, a Starlight-level virtual creature was an overwhelming force, and escaping was nearly impossible. 10 minutes later, several more figures emerged from the crack. Shinsu, Ling Xu, and a few students who had witnessed the entire event from hiding. These students had seen Ling Xu stay behind to fight the giant centipede to buy time for others to escape, and astonishingly, he had managed to kill it. Their gaze towards Ling Xu had shifted from initial fear to genuine admiration. The other teachers visibly relaxed when they saw Chun Su safely escort Ling Xu back. If anything had happened to Ling Xu, the principal would have been furious with them. Look, Ling Xu is out. Wow, he's not only alive, but unharmed. The students on the plaza buzzed with amazement, finding it incredible that Ling Xu had managed to hold out against a Starlight-level virtual creature until reinforcements arrived. That was a Starlight-level creature. The Starsheen-level spirit masters are the backbone of human society, tasked with maintaining peace and stability, and they enjoyed generous annual salaries. When the last group of students emerged from the virtual realm, Chun Su was among them. The teachers solemnly took attendance, with 8 empty seats silently testifying to the harshness of this training session. 8 students with dreams had been lost in the virtual realm within just a month of enrollment, leaving not even their remains behind. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the training is now terminated. Everyone, pack your belongings and prepare to return to school immediately, the teacher announced, struggling to suppress the weight in his heart. Teacher, what about the unfinished tasks and points? A confused voice emerged from the crowd. These students had been resting in the real world when they were suddenly called to the plaza, only to see their classmates emerge one by one from the rift, clueless about what had transpired. Didn't you understand? It's terminated, not ended early. Something must have happened, someone whispered nearby. Seeing this, Chun Su stepped forward to clarify the situation and prevent rumors from spreading. He explained how Ling Xu protected Zhang Mingqiao and others, and his solo feat of defeating the source of the chaos. Witnesses were present, so there was no need to hide the truth. The revelation caused an uproar. Everyone's attention was riveted on the unbelievable fact. Ling Xu, alone, defeated a Starsheen-level virtual realm creature. Is it true? Absolutely. I saw it with my own eyes. His contracted spirit grew to match the size of the virtual creature. The scene was indescribably breathtaking. I recorded it on my watch. Want to see? Let me see it. Of course, there were voices of skepticism. Some doubted Ling Xu's abilities, while others questioned his motives. After the announcement, students returned their watches and went back to their rooms to pack. Ling Xu had just changed into clean clothes when he realized someone else was in the room, startling him. Uncle Long, you saw everything? I did, said Long Qianming, dressed in a gray suit, sitting in a soft chair with a pleased smile. You've developed well, your physique is impressive. It seems you haven't slacked off in your training. He had rushed over immediately after his flight to check on his cherished apprentice. Ling Xu felt a bit uneasy under the direct gaze and instinctively adjusted his clothes. You're grown up now, still shy? Long Qianming turned to look at the Taotai and Shui Yue on the bed. They seem fine with it. Why can't I look? That's different. You're not a pretty lady. You rascal, Long Qianming chuckled. True, they are your contracted spirits. But you really did undergo a second awakening, huh? So, where's that red-haired little girl? Where's that little red-haired girl? Long Qianming's voice suddenly came from behind, catching Ling Xu off guard as he turned around. This old fox always managed to pinpoint the most critical issues and appear unnoticed. Yes, her name is Li Hua. Ling Xu paused, meeting Long Qianming's all-seeing eyes. She's currently in a deep sleep. Since there was no point in hiding it, he decided to share the truth with this trustworthy elder. My contract spirits have a unique trait, Ling Xu explained slowly. When they reach a certain stage of growth, they enter a brief sleep. Upon awakening, their power significantly increases. Long Qianming raised his eyebrows, clearly intrigued by this information. Interesting. The humanoid contract spirits of Tung, Shi Su Shou Zhou Zhao, and Gochin Su Shou Xia Hung don't have this trait. Nor have I heard of such a thing among other humanoid contract spirit owners in other countries. Even the twin contract spirit owner in Shangjing doesn't have spirits that sleep. He looked at Ling Xu meaningfully. Perhaps this is a unique feature of twin. No, now it should be called triple humanoid contract spirits? Seeing Ling Xu's somewhat stiff expression, Long Qianming smiled knowingly. It seems you've been keeping this a secret. Don't worry, I'll keep it for you. But his gaze suddenly became sharp, as if trying to see through all of Ling Xu's disguises. How many contract spirits are you hiding? Are you afraid that standing out will draw unwanted attention, so you've been concealing your strength? Uncle Long, Ling Xu sighed, spreading his hands. Do I look like someone who enjoys hiding their strength and showing off silently? Yes, Long Qianming nodded without hesitation. Ling Xu was speechless. Indeed, as a 20-year-old with youthful enthusiasm, he once wanted to experience the thrill of playing the underdog. But now, that desire had faded considerably. Since it's a secret, there are reasons not to disclose it. But rest assured, when the time is right, I won't hold back from telling you. He silently added to himself. The fact that there are 7 contract spirits is something he can't reveal now, fearing Uncle Long might get excited and throw a press conference, which would completely disrupt his peaceful life. All right then, I'm not the kind who doesn't know when to back off, Long Qianming laughed, though he was even more curious about what this young man was hiding. By the way, Uncle Long, Ling Xu changed the subject. Did you come here because of the training camp? No. Long Qianming's gaze shifted to Shui Yue. I came specifically to see you, or rather, to see her. He paused. But I've heard about the incident during the training, and I'll be looking into the insect nest situation closely. Mentioning the insect nest stirred a sense of confusion in Ling Xu. He initially thought that triggering the first insect nest led to the hatching of Tatakai, but he had never encountered the second rampaging insect nest. The only certainty was that there was some connection between the virtual realm and himself, though what exactly it was remained unknown. Uncle Long, Ling Xu hesitated. I have a question, though it might be a bit presumptuous. What is it? With the training terminated, can we still earn points? These points, though not much, were something Shui Yue had been constantly thinking about. This reward can significantly increase my greed value, so I should definitely go for it, Ling Xu calculated in his mind. Long Qianming sat calmly behind his desk and said, regarding the points, I'll have Chen Su distribute them according to the usual procedure. The death of a student and the distribution of rewards are 2 separate matters. Many students need these points to continue growing. When mentioning death, Long Qianming's expression remained unchanged. Over his decades-long career, he had witnessed over 1 million deaths. It had become commonplace for students to die in accidents or on the battlefield every month at the school. Speaking of training points, Long Qianming suddenly showed a look of approval. I heard you've already managed to solo hunt star-level virtual realm creatures. At this rate, do we even need to hold the 4 academies competition in 2 months? In Long Qianming's mind, Ling Xu's status had surpassed that of a blood relative. This old man, who had no family of his own, even thought about this kid while on business trips to Japan, often joking that not even a woman had occupied his thoughts as much. Why not just declare me the champion then? Ling Xu joked, secretly thinking that it would be best to save the trouble, and the prize money could boost his greed value. Shui Yu immediately fell into a deep sleep. Long Qianming shook his head with a smile. Don't take jokes seriously. We don't have that kind of authority. Time to talk business, Ling Xu said, his smile fading. Uncle Long, What did General Su Zhan find out about humanoid virtual realm creatures? The few that Su Li captured only displayed fear and the instinct to flee, showing low intelligence, Long Qianming analyzed. Considering that most virtual realm creatures have real-world prototypes, and with the evolution of the virtual realm in recent years, the emergence of humanoid contract spirits might be one result of this evolution. Ling Xu recalled that the giant centipede also exhibited similar low intelligence, but humanoid contract spirits were clearly different. He pressed on Tao Ye's chest, and the latter immediately revealed its true form, opening its small devouring mouth to spit out a still-breathing man. Although Long Qianming knew Tao Dai had devouring and transformation abilities, he didn't expect it could preserve a living person. This is a lost person I encountered in the virtual realm, and I've already subdued him, Ling Xu explained as he handed over a dossier. Long Qianming quickly flipped through it, his spiritual energy leaking out in excitement, creating a powerful energy wave that made it difficult for Ling Xu to keep his eyes open. The Void God sect is indeed conducting human experiments. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Long Qianming had long suspected this. Since last year, mysterious disappearances had pointed towards the Void God sect and the Hollow sect, but there had been a lack of concrete evidence. Ling Xu, you're truly my lucky star. Long Qianming stood up, lifting the unconscious man. I need to take him back to investigate his memory. Don't delve any deeper into this. Be careful not to attract the attention of the Void God sect. Don't worry, I don't have the time or inclination to get involved, Ling Xu replied calmly. The following day, the training camp came to an end. Students gradually returned to campus, although some would never return. Hemo Academy promptly released the details of the unexpected incident, including important intelligence about the possibility of the insect nest spawning other creatures from the virtual realm, and shared footage captured by some students' wristwatches. Despite the unforeseen disaster, the 6 teachers responsible for the training were suspended and demoted, even after Long Qianming's efforts to protect them. The Academy's handling of the incident was thorough. All participating students were deemed to have met the standards, and any extra kills were counted towards their points as usual. The families of the deceased students received substantial compensation, which provided some comfort to most people. During the training, Ling Xu gained significantly: 56 Zuhua-level virtual cores, 8 1-level virtual cores, and 1 Hui-level virtual core. After deducting the basic points and the 50 Zuhua-level virtual cores required to meet the standards, he earned an additional 19,600 points, an amount several times greater than the total earned by the rest of the class combined. Without hesitation, Ling Xu transferred all the points to Shui Yue and even got her a prepaid card. Shui Yue took the card, holding it close to her chest like a treasure, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Now I have my own little treasure trove. Shui Yue cheered. I want to get lots and lots of cards, each filled to the brim with money, so much that I can't even count it all. What do you need so much money for? Can you spend it all? Ling Xu asked, puzzled. You don't understand, Shui Yue explained seriously. Saving money becomes addictive. The more you save, the more you want to save. It's not about spending, but the sense of achievement from watching the numbers grow. Ling Xu nodded silently. As one of the 7 deadly sins, greed was indeed part of Shui Yue's nature. By satisfying her desire all at once, after keeping her in suspense for so long, her greed value surged by 30 points. For Shui Yue, who was now penniless, this money was as thrilling as a windfall of $20,000 for a homeless person. If she already had millions, this amount might only increase her greed value by 1 or 2 points. Her greed value quickly climbed to 96, and Ling Xu pushed it to 100 points, causing Shui Yue to briefly faint. He carefully placed Shui Yue and Li Hua on the lower bunk in the dormitory. After all, Li Hua still needed more rest. Then, Ling Xu left the dormitory with Tao Ye to treat her to a feast. Meanwhile, Lin Lan stood in the bathroom, focused on drying her freshly washed long hair. The phone screen suddenly lit up, showing the caller as Mom. Lin Lan put down the hairdryer and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Lan. Her mother's anxious voice came from the other end. I heard something happened during your training. You weren't in any danger, were you? Lin Lan tightened her grip on the phone, recalling the moment she faced the star-level virtual creature. If she had been a second slower, she might have been one of the students in peril. Yet, she softly replied, I'm in logistics, so I'm not in any real danger. That's good to hear, that's good to hear. Her mother sighed in relief, then worriedly asked, how's everything at school? Are your classmates treating you well? Remember to tell your teachers if anything happens. Don't suffer in silence. The teachers will support you. You're the only spirit user in our family, and we can't help you much, so you must take care of yourself. Yes, I know, Mom. My classmates are great. Oh, Lan is making friends. You should get along well with them. Yes, Mom. I have something to do right now. I'll call you back later, okay? Don't worry, go ahead. I just wanted to check after seeing the news. Okay, bye, Mom. After hanging up, Lin Lan's expression gradually turned somber. Get along well with classmates. She had thought that when she first enrolled, but now, that idea had quietly changed. Meanwhile, in another luxurious house, Yi Ziming was reclining on the sofa reading a book. The soft light filtered through the veiled lampshade, outlining her graceful figure. She wore a thin white shirt, her long legs casually draped over the sofa, creating an elegant and sensual image. Her distinct and deep features appeared even more stunning under the light, and her lips were as vivid as rose petals. The only sound in the room was the rustling of pages, but with her keen hearing, she clearly detected the approaching footsteps downstairs. From the rhythm and force of the steps, she had already identified who it was. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, the master is here. All right, I know. Yi Ziming changed into a simple t-shirt and tight jeans and followed the maid to the hall. Father, is there something you need? She asked calmly. Sitting on the sofa was Yi Xiangwang, one of the leaders of Yunhai Group. His light gray eyes were completely different from his daughter's, and his black suit accentuated his commanding presence. Is it wrong for a father to seek out his daughter? It should be a normal thing. Yi Xiangwang gestured for her to sit down. Yi Ziming replied bluntly, but that daughter doesn't see her father for 360 out of 365 days a year. Unless there's something to discuss, that father is rarely around. Yi Xiangwang was at a loss for words, a hint of guilt crossing his stern face. He realized he still saw his daughter as she was in high school. Over the years, he had been preoccupied with family affairs and had indeed neglected her too much. So, what do you want to talk about? Yi Ziming asked with a hint of resentment. Relationships? Someone I like? Academic performance? Or are you interested in some other family's young master again? That was indeed my fault, and I won't do it again. You don't need to be wary of me. Just take care of your own matters. As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Xiangwang took out a small bottle from his bag. The bottle was clear, resembling a common blue calcium bottle, and contained a light blue oral liquid that shimmered faintly under the light. What is this? Yi Ziming asked, gazing at the small bottle. Our new product to outdo Yunhai Pharmaceuticals, Yi Xiangwang replied with a glint of determination in his eyes. He explained that Yunhai Pharmaceuticals, a core pillar of Yunhai Group, had been focused on developing human medicine using the characteristics of creatures from the virtual realm. Their main products, medications for mental illness treatment and recovery alone, contributed a quarter of the group's revenue. Because of this, the Gao family, who managed Yunhai Pharmaceuticals, had gradually begun to rival the Yi family, even starting to erode the Yi family's control over the group. But this small blue vial would completely change the current situation, allowing the Yi family to regain full control over Yunhai Group. What does this medicine do? Yi Ziming inquired further. It can heal the erosion of mental pressure. Yi Xiangwang replied with a touch of pride in his voice. Although it can't yet cure the lost ones, this breakthrough is enough to counter the Gao family. It will be a game-changing drug that greatly increases the time humans can spend in the virtual realm, whether combating virtual creatures or investigating the realm. Yi Ziming paused for a moment. So, why are you telling me this? She wondered, as her father rarely discussed work with her in private. Since your mother passed away, I've rarely involved myself in your affairs. But you're grown now, and will eventually take over Yunhai Group. There are things you need to understand in advance, Yi Xiangwang said seriously. In half a month, I will hold a global launch event to showcase this new product. Important figures from all sectors will be present, and I will introduce you to them. As the leader of Yunhai Group, Yi Xiangwang had extensive connections with the Void Hunt organization, corporate leaders, the church, and the general public. To become an effective leader, Yi Ziming needed to integrate into this circle and establish her own network. Yi Ziming nodded in understanding but pondered silently. Why had her father suddenly ventured into the pharmaceutical field and managed to develop a drug to treat mental pressure erosion before the Gao family? After all, the Yi family had always been in charge of Yunhai real estate. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Ling Xu spent over 2,000 points to order several tables of sumptuous dishes for the gluttonous creature. Although indulging in a feast caused his gluttony level to surge by over 100, it was still negligible compared to the 5,000-point limit. Ling Xu quickly calculated that to fully satisfy Tao Ye's 5,000-point gluttony value, he would need to spend all his savings on food. The amount required was terrifying, so he needed to find a way to earn money faster. His eyes fell on the ranking board. There were only 2 days left in June, just enough time to challenge the students on the list. Su Gu, is it really okay for her to eat that much? Kai Shukuan, sitting at the next table, stared intently at Tao Tai, who was occupying a table by herself. Even though he knew her nature, watching her elegantly devour the food spread out before her was still astonishing. No wonder she could become so enormous as a contract spirit, rivaling even star-level virtual creatures. Speaking of which, the video of Ling Xu defeating Tai Kai in the virtual realm had already spread across the campus. Although the footage was blurry, the incredible battle scenes were still vividly clear. Kai Shukuan, who had been nearby at the time but missed the scene due to avoiding danger, regretted it deeply and vowed to stick close to Ling Xu to witness his combat prowess firsthand. No worries, her stomach is a space of its own, Ling Xu replied nonchalantly. Even if she ate the whole world, she probably wouldn't feel full. Wow, How much gluttony value would that add? Kai Shukuan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out his terminal. Oh right, Sugo, I almost forgot the main thing. I snagged a candle-level commission for you early this morning. You stayed up all night to grab it? Only a fool wouldn't earn money. Just accepting a commission gives you 1/10 of the points. Who wouldn't want that? Kai Shukuan opened the commission details. Candle level, challenging difficulty, requiring 3 or more people, with at least 1 candle-level expert. The applicants listed were Ling Xu, Kai Shukuan, and Lin Lan. The task was to assist the border guard team in dealing with the emerging cult, the Bliss sect, from July 2nd to July 7th, with a reward of 40,000 points. I specifically chose a commission in our hometown, District C. We're familiar with the terrain, so it'll be easier to move around, Kai Shukuan explained, noticing Ling Xu had seen that the commission was from Uncle Zhong's border guard team. This was indeed good news. Since the border guard had reduced from 8 members to 4, handling supernatural cases had become increasingly difficult, forcing them to seek help from students. This not only solved the manpower shortage, but also provided students with practical experience. Sugo, I have a request, Kai Shukuan hesitantly spoke up. Go on, are you a man or what? I actually just want to tag along on this commission and gain some experience. I'm excited to join you on this mission to gain some experience, Kai Shukuan said, sitting across from Ling Xu with eager eyes. He had already made up his mind to accompany Su Gu on all future missions, regardless of the danger. He wanted to witness Su Ji's strength firsthand and, more importantly, to gain practical experience. The training in the virtual realm had made him painfully aware of the significant gap between his abilities and those of the other boys in his class. Deep down, a sense of dissatisfaction and competitive spirit burned within him, making it impossible to continue with the routine school life. Don't worry, the points distribution will remain the same. After all, Su Gu, you are the main force, Kai Shukuan added. Ling Xu took a sip of his drink, looking serious. Are you sure? Being with me might mean facing a lot of danger. He thought about the incidents with Su Li and Li Hanyuan, and how even his own safety couldn't be guaranteed. I'm not afraid of danger, Kai Shukuan replied without hesitation. Besides, this world is full of dangers. You could die even in school, so where is safe? That's true, Ling Xu nodded. Even training with teachers can be risky. But sometimes, I will need to act alone. I understand, Kai Shukuan said with a smile. Just call me when you need to do the mission. I'm just here for the assist. So, Sugo, when are we going? I don't want to attend class anymore. It's just the same content repeated every 10 or 20 minutes. No rush. The mission starts on July 2nd, right? Ling Xu opened his terminal. I have something to take care of in the meantime. What is it? Ranking challenge. Oh, you're finally starting. Kai Shukuan got excited. Which one are you going to tackle first? I know a classmate who specializes in gathering intelligence. They can get you the information you need. For powerful students on the ranking list, their contract spirit abilities weren't exactly a secret. Once they displayed their abilities at school, they were recorded and sold as intelligence. The prices weren't high. Even the intelligence on the top 10 students wouldn't exceed a few hundred points. No need. Ling Xu shook his head. He enjoyed the process of deducing and analyzing an opponent's abilities, which was a crucial part of real combat. Besides, with Shuai Yu, he could replicate and understand an opponent's contract spirit abilities. What he truly needed was information on their spiritual energy talents. If he were solely focused on winning, he wouldn't let Shuai Yu continue to sleep. Ling Xu carefully reviewed the ranking list. He skipped over those ranked beyond the 100th position because from the 100th rank onwards, the levels were at the candlelight grade, which matched his current level. By the 30th rank, the levels had reached the starlight grade. The 5th rank, the 5th seat among the top 10 in Hanmo, was even at the starlight grade. These were the most elite students at Hanmo Academy, and except for the first seat, the others had been enrolled for over 2.5 years. But this first seat is really impressive, Ling Xu thought as he looked at the information of the top ranker. To become the top student in just 2 years, surpassing all the senior students, such a genius makes people eagerly anticipate the day they can face off against him. Ling Xu glanced at the ranking list with a calm expression. Let's start with the top 100. If anyone else had said this, it would surely be dismissed as nonsense. After all, even the fastest genius in the history of Hanmo Academy took a full 5 months to barely squeeze into the 97th spot. Moreover, Ling Xu was merely a freshman who had been enrolled for only a month. Even aiming for the 1000th spot would be shocking. But Kai Shukuan knew that Ling Xu was different from ordinary people. When he said he wanted to challenge the top 100, it wasn't because he thought he might have a chance and wanted to try. It was because he was confident and determined to succeed. In late June in the south, the sun blazed down. Ling Xu returned to the dormitory from the cafeteria with Tao Dai, and the post-meal heat made Tao Tai pant heavily. His black clothes absorbed the heat, and the thick socks made him sweat profusely. Master, you're thinking about something naughty again, aren't you? Li Hua, sitting barefoot on the bed, suddenly spoke up. No way. That's a false accusation. Ling Xu defended himself. I just want to engage in in-depth communication with the contract spirit, which is very helpful for improving soul compatibility. Yes, I'm doing it to become stronger. For some reason, Ling Xu didn't feel anything wrong in his heart. Instead, he felt a tinge of guilt. Indulging in inner darkness isn't that the 7 deadly sins? Being chosen by such a system, could it be that he's really morally corrupt? But then he thought, so what if he's bad? As the system said, arrogance is confidence, envy is aspiration, anger is justice, sloth is contentment, greed is ambition, gluttony is sustenance, lust is legacy. Good and evil are but a thought away, and everyone inevitably touches on the 7 deadly sins. Instead of struggling with the good and bad within, it's better to emulate the virtuous who judge actions and not intentions. Embracing one's weaknesses can lead to invincibility. Except for foolishness and cowardice, everything else can be a virtue. Ling Xu's gaze fell on Li Hua, and her panel automatically appeared. Wrath, Li Hua. Soul compatibility, 45. Wrath level, LV.2. Wrath value, 0500. Special ability Inferno LV.2. Description, Oi, feeling a bit fiery. Her temper is quick to ignite, and maintaining anger is her secret to strength. Do not provoke her lightly, she's no pushover. Leveling up Li Hua to level 2 was indeed not easy. Ling Xu knew well that the rate of increasing the wrath value was much slower than that of gluttony and greed. Even without deliberate control, it took nearly half a month to accumulate these 100 points. If Li Hua were to rely solely on stewing in her own anger, it would be tough to quickly raise the wrath value by hundreds unless something genuinely provoked her. Ling Xu pondered. Perhaps he could mimic the approach used for greed, suppressing her emotions first and then igniting them all at once. Putting away the panel, Ling Xu noticed Tao Tai tugging at his clothes. Since she hadn't transformed, the impurities on her body hadn't been cleansed. Ling Xu's gaze fell on Tao Tai's bare, yet rosy and tender face, making one want to take a bite. Tao Tai, not tasty. Tao Tai shook her head. Ling Xu patted her head. Silly child, this kind of deliciousness is different. Ugh, it's so hot. A sweet, youthful voice broke the afternoon silence in the shared dorm room. Tao Tai lay sprawled on the smooth wooden floor, sweat trickling down her rosy cheeks as she lay in a starfish position. As a contract spirit with an indifferent demeanor, she exuded a strong sense of laziness at the moment. Relax, feeling hot is normal. But, Master, Tao Tai complained with a flushed face, Li Hua won't let us turn on the air conditioning. The outdoor temperature had already climbed to 30 degrees, making the heat unbearable even for contract spirits. However, for Li Hua, who possessed fire attributes, this level of heat was nothing, and it was the cold that would calm her down. If Shui Yu were around, she would certainly argue with Li Hua, but the laid-back Tao Tai would quietly comply. Just then, Ling Xu's terminal suddenly rang. It was a call from Kai Shukuan. Shuga, there's something exciting happening. Do you want to come and see? What's going on? Isn't it the end of the month? It's the peak time for ranking matches, and the dueling arenas are packed. I'm at the medium-sized arena next to the gym, where 2 top 100 ranked experts are dueling. I'm running a betting pool here, and since you're aiming for the rankings, you could come and check it out. What? A fight's happening. Li Hua perked up immediately, springing to her feet with a clenched fist. I can smell the scent of battle. Her fury had reached level 2, eager to fight alongside her master. Such battles were the best opportunities to increase her fury level, and Li Hua was eager to reach level 3, becoming a key force for her master. Feeling Li Hua's intense fighting spirit, Ling Xu couldn't bring himself to dampen it. All right, he'll be right there. Come on, Tao Tai, hurry up, Li Hua urged while swiftly helping Tao Tai put on her shoes and socks. Hungry, Tao Tai mumbled quietly. You just ate. 5 minutes later, when Ling Xu entered the dueling arena with his distinctive black and red duo, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. His fame was comparable to a campus celebrity, and the sight of these 2 distinctive girls was enough for everyone to recognize him. Look, isn't that Ling Xu? Yeah, it's him. I saw his duel 2 weeks ago. Why is he at the dueling arena? Who's upset him this time? I heard this rank he dueled with passed away a few days ago. Damn, is he that ruthless? I was planning to hit the pool afterward, but I guess I'll stick around a bit longer. Soon, Ling Xu found Kai Shukuan, who was wrapping up his betting operation. Kai had a sign around his neck displaying the betting odds, surrounded by a crowd waiting to collect their winnings. This guy had found a profitable niche, Ling Xu mused, thinking Kai was probably the wealthiest in their class after himself. Betting's closed, betting's closed. Anyone who wants to place bets, wait for the next match. Spotting Ling Xu, Kai Shukuan quickly packed up his stand and hurried over. Shuga, you're here. Too bad you missed it. The 94th rank challenged the 86th rank, and the 94th one, becoming the new 86th. Hearing 94th rank, Ling Xu felt something stir within him, as if the number was oddly familiar. He is the person who set the record for the fastest rise in the Hamo Academy rankings. Yuan Xiang, a genius student from the January 2024 class. His contracted spirit is inscribed macaque, and its true form is a staff he personally named the Panlong staff. In just 6 months, he advanced to the candle flame level, reaching the 86th position on the Hamo leaderboard, a feat that caught the attention of students who had been enrolled for over 2 years. How many matches are left? Ling Xu found an empty seat and began contemplating his ranking strategy. Just one more, someone next to him replied. It starts in 10 minutes, a match between the 101st and 99th ranks. Their abilities are quite similar, so the outcome is uncertain, likely attracting a lot of bets. Shuga, I'm going to set the odds now. All right, go ahead. Ling Xu looked around, needing to find a suitable opponent to challenge. Ranking too far back wouldn't do, as at the end of each month, the points gained from the 100th to the 11th rank are the same, leading many to specifically challenge the lowest ranked players. According to the ranking rules, once a challenge is issued, the opponent cannot refuse. Although losing requires paying points, one can only challenge the same person once a month. Because of this, the top 50 ranks are relatively stable, with only those eager to improve themselves or prove something consistently challenging upward. Place your bets. Kai Shukuan called out while writing down the details of the competitors on his badge names, contracted spirit grades, sequence rankings, and levels. He knew the game well. Competition among ranks 95100 was intense, and the odds for outside challengers were actually low. So, he deliberately set the winning odds for the 101st rank at 2.5, attracting many bets. After some calculations, he realized that winning this time could net him over 50,000 points, whereas losing would cost him at most 20,000, just enough to offset his previous game's earnings. Just as he was feeling smug, 2 men suddenly approached. Hey, this spot's taken, find another place. Kai Shukuan recognized these two. He had seen them many times in the dueling arena, but they usually avoided each other. This time, however, they approached him directly. Why? He asked bluntly. The two were evidently surprised by his straightforwardness. One of them sneered, why? You've made quite a bit here, time to move on. No way, I've already set up my bets. Why should I move? Is this your turf? I'll set up wherever I want. What's it to you? Hey, you've got some guts. What's your name? Me? Kai Shukuan. So what? Never heard of you. What's your rank? Off the charts. When the man heard it was someone outside the rankings, he sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A kid who can't even make it onto the rankings, acting so cocky. Didn't your homeroom teacher ever tell you that our school values strength above all? Kai Shukuan stood firm, his gaze unwavering. So what? Even if you're one of the top 10, you still have to be reasonable, right? His time with Ling Xu had taught him to maintain a strong stance when facing malicious provocations. Oh, so you're an ignorant little fool, the man mocked, gesturing around him. Let me tell you, this is the territory of Zhang Tianxua, sequence 87. Zhang Xiao is generous, anyone can run a few rounds here. But you've already done it 3 times. Be smart and leave, transfer the points to me, and I'll handle the rest for you. What? Trying to rob me? Kai Shukuan clenched his fists. Let me tell you, the school isn't a lawless place. Not convinced. The man pulled out his terminal, a sneer in his eyes. If you're not convinced, we can duel, let strength speak. I'm Chen Xin from the February 23rd class, sequence 965. If you're scared, just listen to me. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Sequence 965. Kai Shukuan felt his resolve waver. Everyone on the rankings was at least at the candlelight level. As a fluorescent level student, he knew he couldn't match someone on the list. After being deceived last time, he was extra cautious, avoiding duels whenever possible. But if he didn't accept, these people would continue to harass him, ruining his business. In such a chaotic environment, who would still come to place bets? The school's tacit approval of private gambling meant no official protection. Conflicts had to be resolved privately. He couldn't let the reputation and brand he had painstakingly built be destroyed. Just as Kai Shukuan was about to resign himself to his fate, a hand stopped his right hand from transferring the points. His heart sank, and he looked up to see Ling Xu's calm face. You want a duel? I'll take you on, Ling Xu said with a calm, yet undeniable firmness. It turned out that when Chen Xin and his group first approached, Li Hua sensed something was wrong and promptly informed Ling Xu. Who are you? Chen Xin scrutinized the suddenly appearing Ling Xu, clearly not recognizing him. You don't know me? Why should I know you? Ling Xu replied coolly. It's better if you don't know me. I'm not trying to play dumb. If he doesn't know me, there's nothing I can do about it. What's your sequence? Chen Xin asked. Me? I'm not on the list, Ling Xu replied, shaking his head. Ha ha. Off the list. Chen Xin relaxed, his sneer returning. Do you really think just because I'm at the bottom of the rankings, you can bully me? He quickly selected the duel option, choosing the nearest arena and setting the compensation points to the lowest level of 500. In his view, Kai Shukuan's points were already as good as his. Usually, I'd let you earn 1,000 or 2 and just turn a blind eye. At the end of the month, the dueling arena was bustling with noise, with countless eyes focused on the scene. Ling Xu calmly took out his terminal to accept the duel challenge from Chen Xin. A notification sound of match successful rang out, and Chen Xin's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the name on the terminal. Ling Xu. He looked again in disbelief. Is it really Ling Xu? Although they had never met, the name Ling Xu was widely known. What shocked Chun Xian even more was the realm displayed on the terminal candlelight level obscurity stage. This was data updated just yesterday because he had defeated a starlight level dawn stage virtual creature, leading the school to immediately recognize him as candlelight level obscurity stage. A candlelight level obscurity stage not on the leaderboard? That's not logical. Chun Xian felt his worldview crumbling. A freshman in just 1 month already eligible to break into the top 100? What do we do? Still fight? A companion whispered in his ear. Fight my ass. This is solid realm data. Chun Xian whispered back. Those tens of thousands of points. Go contact Zhang Xiao. Tell him someone's trying to take over our turf. After their discussion, Chun Xian quickly put on a smile. Haha. Ling Xu. I was just joking earlier. Let's forget the duel. Just like that, it's off? What do you take us for? Li Hua emerged from behind Ling Xu, hands on hips, angrily. The system notification anger value 5 flashed immediately. Canceling the duel won't exempt you from the points compensation. Ling Xu calmly reminded. Chun Xian nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Consider it a token of apology. He bowed obsequiously. Cut the fake act. Ling Xu said bluntly. Get Zhang Xiao from sequence 87 here. I was after him from the start. It turned out that this Zhang Xiao was running betting operations in the dueling arena for profit, and Kai Shuquan would inevitably clash with him in the future. For Ling Xu, this was an opportunity to break into the top 100 and clear obstacles for Kai Shuquan at the same time. Seeing that the other side had seen through everything, Chun Xian immediately dropped his smile. Wait here. 2 minutes later, a slightly overweight, sloppily dressed man appeared in front of Ling Xu. Ling Xu, I know you, the man began. A lot of people know me. No, I mean not just in passing. Someone hired me to deal with you before, but she suddenly disappeared. The man continued. How about we give each other some face and compromise? Let your brother finish this round, and then step back. Leave some room for us in the future. You want me to split the turf with you? Ling Xu sneered. That's a bit greedy. I've been running this for over a year, usually turning a blind eye to others running small bets, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to deal with. The man's tone turned cold. Ling Xu, I'm already giving you face, don't push it. No need to give me face. Ling Xu stared directly at him. Didn't your guy say it? Our school is all about strength. How about a fight? Whoosh, Li Hua's hair instantly ignited, eager for action. Exactly. Enough with the nonsense, let's just fight. It's not that Ling Xu isn't combative, in fact, he is. After all, isn't the point of coming to the dueling arena to fight? Hey, don't you think you're being a bit too arrogant? Even as a humanoid contract spirit, you should show some basic respect to your seniors, Chun Xian remarked from the side, his tone filled with discontent. Ling Xu smirked. Arrogant. I'm simply issuing a sequence challenge to a senior in the normal way. With that, he unhesitatingly sent out a duel request, setting the failure compensation points at 2,000. A sharp intake of breath echoed from Chun Xian. This number shocked everyone present. After all, even students ranked in the top 100 of the sequence only receive a monthly point quota of 5,000. Where did this freshman get the audacity to wager so many points at once? Zhang Tianxua clearly hadn't expected such a development. He frowned at Ling Xu. You're challenging me to a sequence duel? Are you serious? Of course, Ling Xu replied, meeting Zhang's gaze directly. It seems my laid-back attitude has led you to mistakenly think I'm only at the bottom of the top 100. This statement clearly provoked Zhang Tianxua. As the owner of N's class contract spirit, coupled with his father's special status, he naturally carried a sense of pride. Fine, I accept your challenge. But don't come crying to the teachers if you get hurt. As your senior, let me help you face reality. A genius. Ling Xu chuckled softly. I've never considered myself a genius, just someone lucky enough to take risks and seize opportunities. Zhang Tianxua took out his terminal to accept the duel request, responding coldly. Don't be so sure of yourself. You might end up embarrassed. You can't beat me, Ling Xu said, his tone nonchalant yet piercing. Too arrogant. Zhang Tianxua laughed in anger. Real combat isn't the small skirmishes you've experienced before. You're too naive and haven't seen true life and death battles, have you? Ling Xu didn't argue. In this era, speaking the truth often leaves people incredulous. All right then, the truth will come out in the next duel. I hope you can maintain your confidence then. With that, Zhang Tianxua turned and left. Su Gu. I'm sorry, Kai Shuquan said, full of remorse. It's all because of my greed. What Kai Shuquan didn't know was that Ling Xu was grateful for the opportunity this situation created. After all, some things need to be resolved eventually. This kind of intense and charged battle is what makes it exciting. Ling Xu looked at Li Hua's eyes, which were burning with fighting spirit, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He knew that this battle would surely send his rage points soaring. Why apologize? You didn't do anything wrong, Ling Xu said with a light laugh, patting Kai Shuquan on the shoulder, a glint flashing in his eyes. I was aiming for his rank anyway, 87, just within the range I want. 5 minutes later, the outcome of the duel on the platform was decided. Unsurprisingly, the contestant ranked 99-1, earning Kai Shukuan a full 50,000 points. We hit the jackpot, Kai Shukuan exclaimed excitedly as he ran over to Ling Xu, quickly swiping on his terminal to transfer 30,000 points to Ling Xu. Brother Xu, this is your share. Ling Xu raised an eyebrow. This kid was generous, transferring 30,000 points in one go. But it made sense. Without him, Kai Shukuan wouldn't have earned any points. Besides, today's gains were not just limited to this. As long as he didn't get too greedy and gamble on bigger stakes, this deal was a sure win. To support the voracious Tao Tai and Shuei, Ling Xu was currently in need of points. Just daily food and drink cost 2,000 to 3,000, not to mention the astronomical figures required to increase Shuyue's greed value. He accepted the points without hesitation. 10 minutes later, the referee's voice rang out again, announcing the next round's matchup. The next match is another sequence challenge, with Zhang Tianxua, ranked 87, facing off against unranked Ling. Huh? The referee's eyes widened. Ling Xu. The previously weary referee suddenly perked up, and the microphone contract spirit in his hand burst with its final bit of spiritual energy. Ladies and gentlemen, after half a month, our school's famous Ling Xu has returned to the duel arena. He's challenging Zhang Tianxua, ranked 87, from outside the rankings. In just a month, he has grown to a level where he can compete with top 100 ranked experts. This is sure to be a highly anticipated duel. The audience erupted. Students who were about to leave decided to stay, summoning more friends to watch through their terminals. Fans who had been following Ling Xu eagerly awaited this moment. Even the referee discreetly contacted the teacher in charge of the duel arena to bring in professional photographers for a live broadcast. In no time, the arena was packed, with no empty seats in sight. Ling Xu stood on the duel platform, warming up, with Tao Tai and Li Hua flanking him. Across from him, Zhang Tianxua had a snow-white snowy owl perched on his shoulder, his contract spirit Shuqi, the embodiment of inscribed katana. A protective shield formed by virtual core energy rose, enveloping both opponents. The giant display screen overhead flickered with their information. Ling Xu, candlelight level dusk stage, Scrade offensive contract spirit Tao Tai, Scrade offensive contract spirit Li Hua. Zhang Tianxua, candlelight level dusk stage, Scrade offensive contract spirit Shuqi. As the 30-second countdown began, Zhang Tianxua sneered. Don't you have 3 humanoid contract spirits? Where's the third one? Ling Xu felt his rage points spike by 5 instantly, his gaze turning sharp. If you were trying to provoke me, congratulations, you succeeded. But to deal with you, I don't need to go all out. Otherwise, people might say I'm bullying you too much. I'd like to see how you plan to bully me, Zhang Tianxua said, extending his right hand. The snow-white snowy owl gracefully glided from his shoulder to perch on his arm. The arena was in the final countdown. All eyes were on the figure in the center, Ling Xu, known as the first human in history to possess a 3-life humanoid contract spirit. This prestigious title was widely recognized, yet few had actually seen him in person. Now, this freshman, only a month into his studies, was about to challenge a senior ranked in the top 100 of the academy. The countdown reached the final 5 seconds. In an instant, the snowy owl in Zhang Tianxua's hand transformed into a silver-white katana, surrounded by sparkling snowflakes as the air turned icy. This aura was befitting of inscribed contract spirit, though still lacking compared to the starlight level. Ling Xu's right hand was linked to his Tao Tai, which then morphed into a mass of black light. After a peculiar distortion, it condensed into a straight-edged, wide-bladed Tang sword, its menacing appearance like a villain's weapon. What about me? Li Hua asked in confusion, looking at his master. With all this hype, why am I left out? What's this waiting game? At least let me join in. Hold on, sweetheart, Ling Xu reassured, implying he wanted to first engage with Tao Tai before involving Li Hua. Why can't we all play together? 3, 2, 1. As the countdown hit 0, both figures vanished from their spots, leaving a delayed gust of air that kicked up dust. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing erupted. As fellow sword users, their probing attacks were both slashes. When the blades met, a wave of energy rippled out, the resulting shockwave crashing against the arena's protective shield. Zhang Tianxua felt the overwhelming surge of energy from his opponent. The force transmitted through his snow weapon was hard to resist, forcing him to step back with a bitter expression. In a pure contest of strength, he was at a disadvantage. More astonishingly, Ling Xu appeared calm and composed, clearly not exerting his full power. If strength is lacking, then rely on skill. Zhang Tianxua pushed back forcefully, breaking the stalemate. Though slightly rotund, his movements were exceptionally agile, executing a series of fierce left and right slashes like a torrential downpour, showcasing years of rigorous training. Ling Xu blocked with his sword, the sound of clashing metal incessant, sparks flying. Zhang Tianxua's attacks were indeed fierce, his battle experience rich, but compared to the young prodigy from the dojo, the pressure he exerted on Ling Xu was much less. Wow, they're swinging their swords so fast, I can't even see their movements. It's totally neck and neck, someone exclaimed from the sidelines. No, you're wrong, another corrected. Look closely, Ling Xu always defends a step ahead, not just relying on reaction speed. What do you mean? Ling Xu can't keep up with the attacks. Idiot, it's because Zhang Tianshua's every move is being predicted by Ling Xu. Hearing this, the boy quickly merged with his contract spirit to observe Ling Xu's actions closely. Sure enough, every time Zhang Tianshua swung his sword, Ling Xu could predict the attack's trajectory from the initial movement, executing precise blocks. The confrontation between Ling Xu and Zhang Tianshua seemed evenly matched on the surface, but it was full of hidden intricacies. Outwardly, Ling Xu managed to block each of Zhang Tianshua's attacks just in time. In reality, however, he had already anticipated Zhang's attack patterns, as if drawing a target on the arrows shot by his opponent. This disparity in close combat prowess was becoming increasingly apparent. Zhang Tianshua, being the one involved, was more aware than anyone else that his attacks were being predicted. He watched Ling Xu's fluid and effortless blade work with astonishment. Although there were no fixed moves, Zhang found himself powerless against them. Sweat trickled down his face, and continuing to compete in blade skills would only lead to humiliation. With no other choice, Zhang Tianshua resorted to the special abilities of his contract spirit. Each slash he delivered sent a cold wave along the blade, spreading to Ling Xu's arm and slowing his movements. Faced with this sudden chill, the devourer emerged from the hilt, enveloping Ling Xu's hands to ward off the cold. In this duel, where taking the opponent's life was not an option, the devourer's most powerful devouring ability was restricted, focusing solely on defense. However, its strong kinetic absorption properties were enough to block most lethal attacks. Zhang Tianshua was well aware that multi-contract spirits possessed vast reserves of spiritual energy, and Ling Xu had not yet merged with another contract spirit. A prolonged battle would be extremely unfavorable for him. With this realization, Zhang Tianshua decided to go all in. He concentrated all his spiritual energy and unleashed an extreme cold storm. Instantly, the temperature within a 100-meter radius plummeted below zero, and even the scorching summer heat couldn't withstand the chill. Ling Xu's breath crystallized into white mist in the air, and his movements were noticeably hindered. In contrast, Zhang Tianshua was unaffected, his agility significantly enhanced. This was the terrifying aspect of a domain ability. It could both strengthen oneself and restrict the opponent. At this moment, Li Hua communicated her thoughts to Ling Xu through their connection. Master, I'm fire. Let me step in. However, Ling Xu signaled her to continue waiting. Li Hua was immediately deflated, folding her arms in frustration, her anger quietly rising. This was precisely Ling Xu's intention, deliberately kept Li Hua waiting to let her anger build up. Zhang Tianshua's cold ability was exactly what Li Hua detested, which would undoubtedly cause her rage to escalate. Within the confines of Zhang Tianshua's domain ability, Ling Xu could only defend passively, but the mysterious black substance made Zhang's attacks ineffective. Seeing this, Zhang Tianshua intensified his spiritual energy, attempting to freeze his opponent completely with extreme cold. The temperature in the arena continued to drop, even causing Li Hua, standing by, to curl her toes in the cold, her inner fury becoming increasingly uncontrollable. At this critical moment, Ling Xu gave the command, Li Hua. The previously dejected Li Hua instantly beamed with a smile, igniting her hair and enveloping herself in scorching flames, transforming into a fireball that rushed towards Ling Xu. Upon contact, she revealed her true form, covering Ling Xu's hands. The searing energy spread from Ling Xu's body, countering the icy chill of the snow weapon. Ling Xu could clearly feel the pent-up anger within her as Li Hua shouted, I am very angry now. Rage level 50. High-temperature flames twisted the light as they rose from Ling Xu's hands, dispelling the encroaching cold. Although the intense heat of the fire had no effect on him, he could adjust the temperature at will. Zhang Tianshua watched this scene with a grim expression. Ling Xu had finally revealed the power of his second contracted spirit, forcing Zhang to reassess his opponent's strength. So, you've been hiding this, waiting for me to expose my abilities, he thought. The fire's ability to counter his own was obvious, leading Zhang to suspect that Ling Xu had planned this all along. But it was too late for regrets. Zhang was annoyed at himself for not investigating Ling Xu's capabilities earlier. He hadn't expected Ling Xu to not only appear ahead of time, but also possess such formidable power. You underestimate me, he sneered. You think you can win just because your ability counters mine? Naive. Feeling unprecedented pressure, Zhang Tianshua didn't hesitate to unleash his long-guarded psionic talent Psionic Stream. Among the hundreds of candlelight-level competitors, only those in the top 100 possessed this trump card. Psionic Stream not only enhanced the efficiency of psionic energy, but also continuously restored it during battle, significantly boosting his endurance and output efficiency beyond that of his peers. As his psionic talent operated at full capacity, the cold emitted from his snow weapon began to contend with Ling Xu's high heat, even gaining the upper hand. Yet Zhang didn't let his guard down. knowing full well that as a possessor of multiple contracted spirits, Ling Xu could access a psionic reserve far beyond ordinary limits once fully merged. At this moment, Zhang had to rely on his psionic talent to stand his ground, illustrating the fearsome nature of those with multiple contracted spirits. What alarmed him even more was that Ling Xu, even when merged with just one contracted spirit, displayed a psionic intensity not inferior to his own, far exceeding his expectations. The storm domain surrounded Ling Xu, who resisted like a flame amid a blizzard. Maintain the pressure, victory is near. Zhang's hope ignited anew, only to see Ling Xu's confident smile. Information gap? Countering? You're overthinking it, Ling Xu said nonchalantly, snapping his fingers. I just wanted to test the power of the second-level fire. Now witness the fury of a full-force eruption. Domain unfold. Before the words finished, the devourer was unleashed in its complete form, its black mass as imposing as a star-level void creature. Zhang Tianxua stood frozen, staring at the terrifying sight. The dark substance adhered to the inside of the protective shield, quickly spreading outward until it covered the entire 150-meter diameter of the dual arena's psionic barrier. Inside, it was pitch black, with only Ling Xu's position illuminated by the glow of flames. The audience outside the arena erupted into confusion, with some shouting in dissatisfaction. What's going on? We can't see anything. Others demanded a refund, even though the duel had no admission fee. The commentator quickly used the microphone to project calming energy, reassuring the restless crowd. Please remain calm, everyone. This is a demonstration of contestant Ling Xu's ability to enclose the arena, likely to maximize the power of his flames. Please look at the big screen. All contestant status data is normal. Inside the arena, Zhang Tianxua stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the scene before him. Ling Xu had transformed into a human-shaped sun, with the intense heat completely contained within this space. The terrifying temperature, exceeding 5,000 degrees, instantly drove away any chill. The heat wave so intense Zhang Tianxua could barely keep his eyes open. In this battle of temperatures, the outcome was clear. So, do you want to continue? Ling Xu's voice pierced through the scorching air. Zhang Tianxua shook his head with a wry smile. What's the point? My martial arts, sword skills, and energy manipulation are all defeated. I surrender. As he conceded, the large screen outside immediately displayed Ling Xu's victory. Ling Xu withdrew his devourer, and both Tao Tai and Li Hua returned to human form. Zhang Tianxua's katana reverted to its original form, Shui Xiao, and he wiped the sweat from his face, his undershirt drenched. Damn, have you been holding back all this time? Zhang Tianxua spat in frustration. With this strength, you could break into the top 50. Ling Xu chuckled helplessly. I told you before that you couldn't beat me, but you didn't believe me. Zhang Tianxua was at a loss for words, recalling that conversation. But who would have thought a freshman, just a month into school, could be this formidable? Didn't you say you wanted me to feel the gap in real combat experience? Ling Xu countered. I've fought over 100 evenly matched battles this past month, even killing starlight-level opponents and creatures from the Void Realm. What more combat experience do I need? Zhang Tianxua's face turned red with shame. He hadn't accumulated as much combat experience in a year, relying on the arena to earn points and seldom taking external commissions. What shocked him even more was Ling Xu's mention of defeating starlight-level opponents, not just creatures from the Void Realm, but even powerful human opponents. The most terrifying aspect was that Ling Xu, with such talent and strength, maintained an astonishing level of training intensity. This was truly the most unsettling realization. The battle was over. The commentator stood on the high platform, surveying the entire arena, his voice trembling with excitement. The winner, Ling Xu. At that moment, everyone held their breath. A month ago, he was just a freshman, but now he had climbed to the 87th rank on the Wind and Cloud list, creating an unprecedented miracle. Ling Xu's personal terminal lit up immediately, and at the same time, the rankings on the school's terminal backend underwent a dramatic shift. Zhang Tianxua dropped to the 88th position, while Ling Xu's name firmly took over the 87th spot. This change triggered a domino effect. The contestant who was originally ranked 100 was pushed to 101, and the 1000th ranked had to say goodbye to the list entirely. Shuga, that's amazing. Kai Shukoan rushed to the edge of the arena, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Even that genius who took 5 months to reach the top 100 was overtaken by you. He was secretly delighted. With such a powerful ally, who would dare to look down on him at school? Ling Xu's gaze, however, was fixed on Zhang Tianxua at the other end of the field. He walked over with steady steps, Kai Shukoan following closely behind. Young Master Zhang, are you alright? Chen Xine asked, his face full of bitterness. A newcomer who had awakened only a month ago managed to defeat a candle-level Hui stage expert with class contract spirit qualifications and spiritual power talent. This was beyond the realm of common sense. Alright, what do you think? Zhang Tianxua sneered. Although it was just a sparring match, it was this very kind of exchange that made him realize the chasm between him and Ling Xu. That guy isn't even human. He's a monster. He must have cheated. Chun Xian didn't finish his sentence before Zhang Tianxua slapped him across the face. This is all because of your nonsense, he said, turning to leave. Wait. Ling Xu's voice came. Zhang Tianxua turned around, clinging to his last shred of dignity. What, here to humiliate me? It's common for the strong to humiliate the weak, but I'm not interested in that, Ling Xu said, looking him straight in the eye. I just want to make one thing clear. From now on, my brother will handle the betting here, and I hope no one will try to interfere. A system notification flashed, greed value 10. Zhang Tianxua frowned. Our duel didn't include that. Are you asking us to back out? Ling Xu's lips curled slightly. You misunderstand. I'm not negotiating with you. Ling Xu wore a cold smile, refusing to back down. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents? When you used force to drive others away before, did you ever consider that principle? People should treat others how they want to be treated. And you want to talk to me about treating others well? The other person gritted their teeth. You're being completely unreasonable. Ling Xu waved his hand dismissively. Unreasonable? My words are reason enough. If you're not convinced, we can fight again. Off to the side, Li Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. Her thirst for battle had never waned, making Ling Xu wonder if he too had become more combative under the influence of anger. Zhang Tianxua could no longer suppress his fury, his face turning red. Ling Xu, you've gone too far. In this world, it's all about background and influence. Do you know who my father is? Ling Xu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face. Oh, bringing in your connections to pressure me? So who is your father? Zhang. Let's see how intimidating that is. My father is the deputy director of the Yice Bureau's Beijing branch. Zhang Tianxua puffed out his chest, a hint of pride in his voice. I'm not trying to use my status to pressure you, just hoping you'll show some respect, and we can each take a step back. Ling Xu couldn't help but laugh. Not just your respect. Even if your father came, his respect wouldn't be worth much. You. Zhang Tianxua clenched his fists. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a Sanxing humanoid contract spirit. There are plenty of people in this world who can deal with you. Ling Xu remained calm. Deputy director is indeed a high-ranking position, but there are only a handful of people nationwide who can outrank him. Unfortunately for you, my backer is Su Shi, your father's superior. Call your father if you want. Otherwise, there's nothing more to discuss. What? Even the deputy director can't hold you back? Zhang Tianxua gritted his teeth. Fine, we'll see about that. With that, he turned and left. Kai Shukuan watched with trepidation. As an ordinary student from generations of poor farmers, he couldn't even stand up to someone like Zhao Lu, let alone the son of the deputy director of the Yice Bureau. That was equivalent to the rank of a deputy military district commander. Brother Su, have I gotten myself into big trouble? Kai Shukuan asked anxiously. Maybe I should talk to them. Splitting it evenly would be enough. Ling Xu remained composed. Don't worry. If he dares to call his father over for something so trivial, I'll show him what a real backer looks like. Is this what it feels like to have a powerful backer? Li Hua said with a cheeky grin. You flaunting your connections like that. You look just like a petty person in power. But, sorry to say, that's exactly what I am. Ling Xu admitted without hesitation. Having connections and not using them is different from not having them at all. Besides, not using your connections when you have them is just foolish. Although Kai Shukuan didn't know where Ling Xu's confidence came from, he resolved to steer clear of Zhang Tianxua in the future. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.